Traversing the world of beast tamers, my beasts have transformed into extraordinary entities. While all beast tamers toil away, diligently honing their skills and expending resources to cultivate their beasts, my enhancement panel has exploded with potential. After augmenting the proficiency of the Mantis, its abilities reached instinctual mastery, surpassing all others. Upon enhancing the ordinary mountain stone golem, it underwent a unique evolution, acquiring exceedingly rare combat attributes. Following the proficiency boost of the common Fathead Fish, it astonishingly awakened the dormant, faint primordial bloodline power within. I possess the ability to perceive the panels of all beasts, elevate their levels and skills, and evolve forbidden beasts as effortlessly as plucking fruit from a tree. The other races were thrown into disarray, with even the existence of beasts that had endured for millennia spiraling into madness. Lin Shu, is this what you call a beast tamer? Chapter 1. The Gift of Beast Tamers. On Blue Star within Fengdu City, the sun rose, casting bright, piercing rays across the land. Today is a fortuitous day. At Kangla No. 2 High School, a vibrant throng of youthful, spirited students moved about the expansive grounds, their faces alight with smiles and laughter. Most of these individuals were first-year students, eagerly anticipating the day designated for the awakening of their beast taming talents. Here I come, beast taming. May I awaken my beast taming talent? Come on, let's get this started. One after another, I'm sure. I do not seek talent, I merely hope for a good initial beast. You all are so picky I would be content just to have a beast. Their words brimmed with aspirations and expectations of becoming beast tamers. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere, a young man donned in a black short-sleeved shirt sat cross-legged in a corner, eyes closed in deep meditation. With his bangs neatly framing his forehead, his striking features conveyed an extraordinary handsomeness. Upon closer inspection, he appeared to be contemplating the basics of spiritual refinement. His demeanor seemed quite out of place, yet it did not draw excessive attention from his peers. Lin Shu's dedication had long been an accepted norm. He was known as the most diligent student in the first year. Moments later, Lin Shu opened his eyes and slightly stretched his somewhat tense body. A text, visible only to him, slowly materialized, meditated on the basic spiritual refinement technique Proficiency 1. Immediately, a panel appeared before him. Name, Lin Shu. Status, healthy. Spirit, 53. Talent, none. Beast Taming, none. Techniques, basic spiritual refinement technique, minor accomplishment, 2260. Proficiency, 55. The panel was remarkably clear, devoid of any embellishments. This panel, of course, served as Lin Shu's golden finger, manifesting upon his arrival in this world, marking the inception of the diligent king. Despite having engaged in meditation for just a few months, he had already surpassed the majority of his contemporaries. Lin Shu was not originally from Blue Star, he hailed from another realm, one devoid of beast tamers, a world that was ordinary and mundane. He had merely been a typical office worker, diligently laboring in a single position throughout his life. His existence resembled a tranquil lake, entirely devoid of ripples. The unexpected arrival in such a vast world filled with infinite possibilities brought him a sense of exhilaration. With the aid of his golden finger, Lin Shu was determined to seize every moment to explore the vistas of the mountains. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man dressed in a black and white patchwork outfit approached the center of the crowd. This was Li Qiming, the teacher of Class 2 from Kangla No. 2 High School, a third-tier beast tamer. Everyone, please be quiet. When your name is called, proceed orderly to the designated room. His voice, though not thunderous, resonated with clarity and authority, gradually calming the previously tumultuous environment. An assistant beside him held a list, calling out a series of names. A group of young boys and girls followed the instructions, heading towards their respective rooms. Whispers of excitement filled the air as discussions erupted among the onlookers. The entire process did not consume much time, of course. Awakening beast taming talents required a bit more time. Minutes later, the first batch of students emerged one by one, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Although they had not awakened their talents, they had successfully opened their beast taming spaces, embarking on the path of beast tamers. Those possessing talent were still a minority based on past data. Only about 1% achieved this feat. Talent significantly enhances one's journey as a beast tamer, offering substantial advantages. A strong talent could even allow for the construction of an entire beast taming system. Without a prolonged wait, the next batch was soon organized. Lin Shu. This time his name was called. Observing this, he approached at a leisurely pace, surrounded by classmates and friends cheering him on. Lin Shu responded with a smile, continuing to step forward. He then entered a modest room, roughly the size of a bedroom. The interior was quite sparse, containing a low table with a fist-sized orb atop it, accompanied by 2 cushions. This orb was the Awakening Orb, designed to assist Beast Tamers in awakening their talents and opening their beast taming spaces, and it was quite valuable. He bent down, seated himself, and gently grasped the orb, commencing the procedure. He infused it with his mental energy, slowly entering within. Instantly, a soft purple light radiated from the Awakening Orb. Lin Shu's consciousness felt as if it were a kite severed from its string, drifting aimlessly in the wind. In a daze, he found himself in a pitch-black realm, silent and hollow. Gradually, waves of purple light penetrated this darkness. The entire space began to stir. The purple luminescence encroached upon the veil of darkness, akin to a swarm of locusts passing through. Subsequently, a space of moderate dimensions was cleared. Sensing something, Lin Shu realized he could perceive what was unfolding. It dawned on him that his beast taming space had been successfully opened. Just as he thought it had concluded, a more significant transformation occurred within the space. Above, a dazzling sphere of light appeared unbeknownst to him, suspended high above. It then plummeted like a shooting star. The speed was astounding, vanishing into the purple space in the blink of an eye. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. It was an intense, euphoric feeling stemming from his spirit, leaving Lin Shu in a state of profound reflection. His mental state elevated significantly in such an instance. Even amidst confusion, he understood that he had awakened his beast taming talent. After a while, the space gradually settled. Lin Shu opened his eyes, feeling unprecedentedly invigorated. The previous sensation lingered in his memory. After calming his emotions, he opened his panel, eager to discover the nature of his talent. A panel swiftly materialized. Name: Lin Shu. Status: healthy. Spirit: 68. Talent: Mirror Flower Water Moon Beginner 0-200. Beast Taming: none. Techniques: Basic Spiritual Refinement Technique, Minor Accomplishment 2260. Proficiency: 55. Upon inspection, he noted that his spirit had increased by a substantial 15 points, equivalent to the benefits of a month's worth of meditation. His beast taming talent was Mirror Flower Water Moon. The name alone suggested its uniqueness. As he examined the talent, the effects naturally unfolded before him. Soon, Lin Shu grasped the essence of his talent. In simple terms, it was the ability to replicate. This effect was not limited to beasts. Even Lin Shu himself could utilize this power. The replicated entity would mirror the original in both appearance and aura, even matching its strength. However, this ability demanded a high degree of talent level and mental acuity. The effect of his innate talent left Lin Shu immensely satisfied. He shifted his somewhat sore limbs and bent down to stand upright. The awakening had reached a conclusion, and what lay ahead was of even greater significance. That was the selection of his initial contract beast. After neatly arranging his attire, he rose and stepped outside. Just as he crossed the threshold, a middle-aged man with keen eyes and a smile awaited him. This man was Zhao Sheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the first year. You're the first in our class to awaken your talent. How does it feel? Chapter 2. The Shadow Mantis. A new world opens. Zhao Sheng gazed upon the calm and composed youth before him, his smile broadening. In Class 5 of the first year, there were many students, but Lin Shu stood out as his most favored and satisfactory choice. Although their acquaintance had not spanned a long duration, it was not merely Lin Shu's character that impressed him, but also his earnest attitude towards every endeavor. With the recent awakening of his Beastmaster talent, he was destined to tread further along this path. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Sheng continued, I shall not waste words. I know you are eager. Let us proceed to the Beast Cultivation House. Nodding, Lin Shu followed the indicated direction. This scene did not escape the notice of their classmates, eliciting waves of astonishment. After all, he was the first in their school to awaken the Beastmaster talent, and as a fellow student, he was certainly deserving of commendation. They chattered excitedly to students from other classes. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the Beast Cultivation House. A round edifice, 3 stories high, came into view, its surface gleaming a pristine white, radiant under the sun's rays. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Sheng produced a red card and swiped it at the door. Beep, verification successful. A voice announced approval, and the glass doors opened. Stepping inside, Lin Shu's eyes were met with a myriad of beasts. The space was far larger than anticipated, neatly divided into areas with water pools and patches of greenery. Numerous beasts scattered about, including small stone monkeys, venomous scorpions, colorful winged insects, and starfish, among others. The quality of these creatures was superior to the common stock. A quick scan revealed that most beasts on this floor were of average quality, with a few possessing elite traits. After all, this was a free allocation of contracts provided by the school, so high expectations were unwarranted. However, Lin Shu was not here to choose from this selection. The rarity of those who had awakened their Beastmaster talent ensured that he would receive preferential treatment. The initial quality would undoubtedly be superior, representing a form of investment in these prodigies. The quality of the beasts also dictated their potential and combat capabilities, categorized as ordinary, elite, perfect, lord, epic, and legendary. For a Beastmaster, higher quality was always preferable. After a brief observation, they approached the elevator and ascended to the third floor. Following a thorough inspection by the staff, they finally arrived at their destination, in stark contrast to the multitude of beasts on the lower levels. This floor housed a mere 5 creatures, a pitifully small number. This scarcity was due to the fact that it was designated for students who had awakened their Beastmaster talent. With 10 classes in the first year, averaging 40 students each, typically no more than 4 or 5 individuals per class would awaken this talent, resulting in the current situation. I highly recommend you contract that horn lion. It possesses commendable attributes and is well suited for novice Beastmasters, Zhao Sheng suggested, pointing to a creature nearby. Following his gesture, Lin Shu beheld a small, snow-white lion, clearly still in its infancy, no larger than an ordinary puppy. Its characteristic long horn was only slightly protruding, barely noticeable. Upon closer inspection, the panel of the horned lion appeared before him. Name, Horned Lion. Level, 1610. Level cap, 43. Status, Bored. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Ordinary. Talent, None. Skill, Beginner Horn Charge, 120. Recalling the information he had previously gleaned from the compendium, Lin Shu recognized the horned lion as a good choice. However, he felt no urgency. Teacher, I would like to take a look around, he replied. Zhao Sheng, seeing this, merely nodded in understanding. Lin Shu's gaze continued to wander, passing over the snow sprite, thunderstar, and deep-sea fish. Each was decent, yet all shared an unexpected consistency, being of elite quality. This left only one creature remaining, and it brought Lin Shu a delightful surprise, causing his eyes to widen. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, 2220. Level cap, 45. Status, Healthy. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Dark Space. Talent, Beginner Void Walk, 1200. Skill, Beginner Strong Strike, 120. With dual attributes and an innate talent. Moreover, the talent had replaced the original insect attribute of the Shadow Mantis with that of space. Lin Shu had learned about this species from the compendium and recalled its original attributes. It was fortunate that the panel was available to view, otherwise, he might have overlooked such a remarkable creature. Similar to Beastmasters, those beasts endowed with talent were exceedingly rare. Gazing at the adorable and beautiful little mantis before him, Lin Shu found his choice clear. Without hesitation, he declared, Teacher, I wish to contract this Shadow Mantis. Though his tone was calm, it conveyed an undeniable determination. Hearing this choice, Zhao Sheng felt a hint of confusion but refrained from questioning. It was Lin Shu's personal decision, and as a teacher, he would respect it. Besides, the worst-case scenario would still yield an elite-quality beast. Nodding in understanding, he said, Then let us proceed with the contract here. I will keep watch. With that, Lin Shu moved closer to the Shadow Mantis. Unlike ordinary mantises, which were entirely green, the Shadow Mantis was enveloped in a deep black hue, seemingly influenced by its talent. Its triangular head bore a pair of silvery white eyes, exuding an air of mystery. Comparable in size to a young kitten, its forelimbs were lined with barbed hooks, resembling 2 short daggers. It remained still, appearing to doze. Lin Shu retrieved several round balls the size of soybeans from his pocket, releasing a delightful aroma that only beasts adored. These were meatballs, utilized as rewards for beasts and aids in the contracting process. Fortunately, the nearby beasts had already been led away by the teacher, alleviating any concerns about competition for the food. The little creature twitched its head, its antennae swaying eagerly, awakening instantaneously and approaching to consume the meatballs. The beast had not been fed for some time, a deliberate strategy to facilitate the contracting process. Observing the Shadow Mantis devouring its meal, Lin Shu recognized this as the optimal moment to initiate the contract. Focusing his mind, he began to weave the contract. As he concentrated, he projected goodwill. Soon, the contract formed and merged into the Shadow Mantis's being. The little creature displayed no reaction, continuing to munch on its food. Following a smooth and uneventful process, the binding was successful. At that moment, the Shadow Mantis paused its feeding, interrupted by the contract, but resumed shortly thereafter. feeling an increasing sense of familiarity with the human before it. Newly born beasts were relatively easy to contract, with few exceptions. However, contracting mature beasts presented significant challenges, as they were no longer as easily deceived as in their youth. With the process concluded, Zhao Sheng approached. Congratulations, you are now a true beastmaster. Thank you, teacher. There is still much for me to accomplish. Successfully forming the contract is merely the first step. The road ahead is long. At that moment, the little creature had finished all 4 meatballs and, with a leap, landed on Lin Shu's shoulder. Its somewhat rough exterior brushed against his chin, while its antennae perked up comfortably. A smile spread across Lin Shu's face. So, this is what it means to be a beastmaster. He found himself increasingly enamored with the role. Chapter 3. The Synergistic Effects of Talent. With the contract completed, they departed from the beast cultivation house. In the darkness of the night, Lin Shu gazed curiously at the peculiar architecture and objects outside, his small eyes darting about. He had been given the name He Yi by his mentor, a title he felt was quite fitting. Following his teacher, he entered the office, where Zhao Sheng retrieved a red backpack from a drawer, containing 2 items, 30,000 Xia coins in cash and various bottles filled with basic nutrient solutions and mental stimulants. These provisions were a much-needed relief for Lin Shu, who found himself in dire financial straits, as the expenses of raising a beast were considerable. The backpack, stuffed to the brim, resembled a large sphere. These items were rewards from Kanglin No. 2 High School for its gifted students, showcasing their generosity. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Lin Shu embarked on his journey home. Disinterested in the surrounding commotion, as he had much to attend to, he boarded a public carriage, costing 2 Xia coins, akin to a shared bicycle, albeit with a different price and experience. The vehicle sped along the road like a car in motion, and he seized the opportunity to deposit the 30,000 coins into a bank, lightening the load of his backpack somewhat. Before long, he arrived at a somewhat dilapidated old community and directly ascended to the 5th floor, entering a modest 2-bedroom apartment. As he stepped into the slightly cramped living room, his surroundings came into view. The floor was clean and tidy, with scattered furniture that gave off an aura of poverty. In truth, Lin Shu was quite impoverished. His parents, both low-tier beastmasters, had perished during a minor interdimensional mission, leaving behind a home and a small sum of Xia coins, which barely allowed Lin Shu to scrape by. He settled onto an old, worn sofa, while He Yi danced and chirped on his shoulder, expressing its hunger. At this age, it was essential to eat well, for the more it consumed, the faster it would grow. Placing the red backpack down, he retrieved a jar of basic nutrient solution suitable for various types of beasts, specifically designed to accelerate the growth of beasts below level 20 while also providing satiety, ideal for novice beastmasters. The backpack also contained a mental stimulant for beastmasters, enhancing focus and aiding meditation. The contents appeared sufficient for both him and He Yi for about half a month, but the remaining resources would require self-sufficiency. After briefly setting the potions aside, he watched as He Yi enjoyed its meal, smiling as he decided to delve into his beastmaster aptitude. While on the road, he had conceived various thoughts. The concept of Jinghua Shuiyue seemed to resonate intriguingly with his proficiency panel. If this could indeed be realized, the rate at which he and He Yi would enhance their strength could accelerate significantly. With this in mind, he began to channel his energy. His spirit moved with a gentle fluidity, akin to instinct, guiding him on how to proceed. However, the initial exertion proved draining, leading to slight unsteadiness in his steps. The room shimmered with ripples as a vague silhouette materialized beside him, swiftly taking form. A figure identical to Lin Shu, clad in the same attire, sharing the same facial features, even inheriting the dark circles from his recent sleepless nights, which left him astonished. As he continued to manipulate his duplicate, Lin Shu discovered that it lacked any subjective consciousness. Its movements and speech could only be orchestrated by him. He controlled the duplicate with thought, commanding it to speak, leap, and walk, receiving immediate feedback with no delay. He promptly directed the duplicate to sit cross-legged on the floor, where it began to meditate under Lin Shu's guidance. Observing its near-perfect posture, he felt a glimmer of hope that this endeavor might indeed succeed. He then seated himself on the sofa to meditate, aware that the results would take some time to manifest. Unbeknownst to him, He Yi had already fallen asleep, curled up in a ball, enveloping the room in tranquility. Save for the faint sounds of chirping from outside. 2 hours passed in silence before Lin Shu opened his eyes, a prompt appearing before him. Uncertain if his wishes had been fulfilled, meditation proficiency of the basic spiritual refinement technique increased to level 2. Indeed, it was perfect. The double proficiency between Jinghua Shuiyue and his skill level demonstrated a natural synergy, a remarkable discovery. He summoned the proficiency panel to check his progress. Basic meditation had reached a small success level of 2,460, proficiency, 57. This was promising. The original proficiency had been doubled, with one part available for free allocation and another added to the practice technique. Now, it seemed there were 3 parts in total. He then glanced over at Hei Yi, who had awoken and was waddling about on its little legs, and could hardly fathom how rapidly his beast would grow. Continuing to guide the duplicate in meditation, Lin Shu recognized its immense potential. It was an invaluable asset, and he intended to maximize its utilization without pause. He was still uncertain how long the duplicate could sustain its existence, but that was a minor concern, as time was on his side for further exploration. Having grasped the effects of his talent, Lin Shu shifted his attention to Hei Yi. Initially, he had only conducted a cursory examination of its information. Now, he could delve deeper into its talents and skills. First, he noted the skill, Basic Assault, level 120. This skill, associated with a beast, was categorized based on its power, energy consumption, and learning difficulty into tiers of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultra. Typically, low-tier beasts would only possess skills of the beginner level, as higher-tier skills would be ineffective, serving only as ornamental. After a brief overview, Lin Shu understood the effect of Assault. It enhanced speed to launch an attack on an enemy, a burst-type skill, highly practical. Next was the crucial talent, Void Walk, which was, as anticipated, a spatial-type ability. Its effects were formidable, within a certain spatial range. One could traverse freely and execute multiple displacements in succession, a nightmare for foes in the rear. It was the archetype of an assassin-esque profile, elusive and ghostly. This talent had already defined Hei Ye's role within Lin Shu's team. However, it could not be used indefinitely. Continuous displacement would drain energy at an extraordinary rate, far beyond what Hei Yi could currently achieve, likely attainable only at levels 70 or 80. After this interval of meditation, Lin Shu took a mental stimulant to restore his spirits, enabling him to continue utilizing his talent. As Hei Yi was still young, it was not suitable for rigorous skill training, but its duplicate was free from such limitations. Chapter 4. Commencing Skill Allocation. Following the same method, the duplicate soon appeared within the bedroom. Hei Yi observed the emergence of its duplicate with curiosity, feeling somewhat puzzled by the resemblance. Its forelimbs fidgeted, while the duplicate stood motionless like a statue, offering no response. Losing interest, Hei Yi returned to the sofa to entertain itself. Meanwhile, Lin Shu retrieved a half-person-high wooden stump from the storage room, moving the coffee table to another location to set it down properly. The manipulation of the night's reflection commenced as one began to hone their skills. In an instant, a shadowy figure darted by with remarkable speed, brandishing dual blades to launch an attack. A muted thud resonated as the wooden post swayed slightly, the damage inflicted appearing quite substantial. Fortunately, ample space had been left, otherwise, the surrounding furniture would have been at risk. Lin Shu observed the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. Hei Yi, nestled beneath the sofa, was taken aback by the sight. Wasn't he that his technique? Still young and somewhat stubborn, he sprang up from the sofa and approached the wooden post, unleashing a skillful strike of his own. The sound was crisp, distinctly different from the previous attempt, showcasing the disparity between Hei Yi and his clone. Afterward, he pouted and gazed up at his clone, unable to conceal his pride, seemingly proclaiming that he was far superior. However, the clone paid no heed, continuing to assume its stance and repeatedly execute skills. Growing frustrated, Hei Yi leaped high, feeling a sense of disdain. He could not suppress the urge to practice his skills. This was indeed a positive development. The clone had ignited his competitive spirit, creating an admirable and fair environment for rivalry. 3 minutes later, the weary Hei Yi collapsed to the ground, his energy utterly depleted, harboring a sense of reluctance. After all, he was only at level 2 and had only just emerged into the world. His physique and endurance were still lacking. Enduring for 3 minutes was commendable in itself. It was now Lin Shu's turn to empower Hei Yi, lifting him onto the sofa to begin allocating points. The accumulated proficiency was intended for moments like this. Initially, he utilized 19 points to elevate Hei Yi to level 3, leaving him with 36 points remaining. The once limp Hei Yi, nestled in Lin Shu's arms, suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. His strength, speed, and overall attributes were enhanced. Much of his spent energy was also replenished. Hei Yi could sense that all of this was bestowed upon him by his master, and he couldn't help but roll around in Lin Shu's embrace. Expressing his joy, Lin Shu was not surprised by this scene. The process of leveling up a beast was inherently about holistic enhancement, a comprehensive upliftment. After a brief moment of relaxation, Hei Yi resolved to challenge the clone once more, determined to surpass it. Yet, the outcome was all too predictable. He soon found himself at a loss, feeling a mix of disappointment and confusion. Observing this, Lin Shu quickly offered words of comfort. "It's all right, you are still young. Surpassing it will be effortless once you mature." He Yi unconditionally trusted his master's words, snuggling back onto the sofa. Exhausted, he soon drifted into slumber. He Yi was diligent, unafraid of challenges, and willing to fight. Such a character would be deemed perfect for any beast master, requiring little effort in training. He could almost be considered the ideal companion. As dusk settled outside, the room dimmed slightly. Suddenly, a series of notifications chimed from Lin Shu's phone. He retrieved it from his pocket and began to scroll through the messages. A group chat named Class 5 of Year 1 had emerged. It turned out that all the students in the class had completed the awakening of their beast spaces and talents. Everyone began to chat excitedly. The conversation buzzed with enthusiasm as classmates discussed their newly contracted beasts. Several messages caught his attention. Shu Gu, you are the only one in our class to awaken a beast talent. You are incredible. Indeed, only 6 people awakened at Airjong this year. And we have one in our class. Lin Shu, here is my beast card. Take a look at yours. Lin Shu, you can call me that. Why not just call me Shu Gu? Many extolled his virtues, while others expressed curiosity and envy towards his exceptional beast. As Lin Shu perused the chat history, he noticed numerous classmates showcasing their beast images, though most were of average quality, merely ordinary. This was to be expected, as quality beasts came with hefty price tags, often starting in the tens of thousands, a sum not easily borne by typical families. Most of the students in Class 5 of Year 1 hailed from ordinary households. At that moment, Lin Shu discovered he could view the panels of the images shared in the group, which surprised him. After replying with a few polite remarks, he prepared to set his phone aside. Just then, the class teacher, Zhao Sheng, interjected. Everyone, please be quiet. I have a few words to say. The once bustling chat fell silent. He began by congratulating all the students on successfully contracting their beloved beasts. However, he cautioned that this was merely the beginning. The subsequent training was paramount, and they should not let joy cloud their judgment. What should be done now is to devise a plan to gradually enhance your beasts. In half a month, we will have a collective monthly exam for Class 5 of Year 1. I hope everyone exerts themselves fully to achieve commendable results. Upon reading the teacher's message, the group responded in unison with received. Shortly thereafter, the teacher sent a spirited panda emoji and quietly departed. The chat erupted once more. What? A monthly exam for me? Let us go. I feel incredibly powerful right now. There are substantial rewards for the monthly exam. Let us all strive for it. This was said by the class leader, Huang Ian. Aware of the upcoming exam, Lin Shu understood the implications. Following the contracting of beasts, the school initiated such assessments. The exam comprised several aspects, the first being the level of the beast, which held the greatest weight. The second involved the skills possessed by the beast. And the third was a physical assessment of the beast, which bore somewhat lesser significance. After all, individual differences meant that data held only reference value. It was merely a supplementary test to ascertain whether the student's beasts exhibited outstanding physical talents or any issues. Since this was the first monthly exam, there was no combat segment for the beasts, as it was crucial for them to navigate their developmental phase without undue stress. Combat could be addressed later. It was simply not as pressing at this stage. After gaining this understanding, Lin Shu set his phone aside. Following a simple meal preparation, he settled down by the bedside to meditate. He remained in this state for the entire night. Chapter 5, Huiyan Quan. The next day dawned, light streaming into the room as Lin Shu awakened. He had only rested for 4 hours, spending the remainder of the time in meditation. Despite this, the meditation left him feeling invigorated. He stretched his stiff body and glanced at He Yi, who was still asleep beside him. The little creature was indeed diligent. Whenever he had energy, he would rush to the living room to spar with his clone, which had left him so weak and feeble. Then, 2 notifications appeared. Meditated on the basic refining spirit technique, proficiency 10, practiced the skill strong strike, proficiency 8. Upon waking, he received 18 points of proficiency, raising his balance to 54, a substantial increase. Through this period of exploration, he had come to understand the acquisition method for proficiency. On average, 1 point could be earned every 2 hours. Most of the 18 points were derived from the clone, as neither humans nor beasts could practice skills incessantly like machines. Reflecting on his past, accumulating points bit by bit, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the good fortune he now enjoyed. After a quick wash and breakfast, he prepared for the day ahead. Lin Shu awakened the hazy night, placing it upon his shoulders as he prepared to venture to Kanglin Erjong. Inside the room, 2 clones remained, tirelessly practicing. Kanglin Erjong, situated within the Shernan district, is one of the central urban schools in Fengdu, which comprises a total of 5 districts: Shernan District, Central District, Beijiao District, Donglai District, and Shishan District. Notably, Kanglin Erjong ranks among the top 10 high schools in the city, holding the 3rd position within the district, just behind Kanglin Ejong and Shernan Middle School. It is clear how challenging it was for Lin Shu to gain admission to Kanglin Erjong. Upon leaving his residential area and stepping onto the asphalt road, the diverse scenery captivated the knight. His eyes darted around, filled with curiosity about everything outside. Numerous peculiar beasts wandered along the roadside. After spending 2 yuan, he mounted a steed, and in no time, he arrived at the school. Entering through the main gate, he found himself in Class 5 of the first year. Most classmates had already gathered, many summoning their beasts to rest on their desks, making the originally spacious classroom feel somewhat cramped. Naturally, particularly large beasts were prohibited from being placed in the classroom. Only those smaller than 15 could be released. A commotion outside drew everyone's attention, and upon seeing Lin Shu, they were instantly captivated by the knight resting upon his shoulders. The knight, a shadow mantis, remained unfazed by the multitude of gazes, staring back with unwavering confidence. I've seen that in the encyclopedia. So cool. How enviable, a beast of elite quality. The once quiet classroom erupted into excitement, all eyes on Lin Shu and the knight. Conversations filled the air, and some bold students reached out to gently touch the knight, leaving it perplexed by their actions. However, the commotion was soon quelled by the class leader, Huang Yan, who urged everyone to return to their seats and remain quiet as the teacher was about to arrive. Heeding her words, the students complied, and Lin Shu took a seat next to Huang Yan. Before long, the sound of clear footsteps heralded the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Zhao Sheng, who appeared at the podium, holding a thermos in one hand and a book titled A Brief Discussion on Beasts in the other. This lesson was a cultural class, and the students sat in silence, awaiting the teacher's instruction. Zhao Sheng wrote several large characters on the blackboard: level, skill, evolution, attribute. I believe everyone has some understanding of these aspects. Today, I will clearly convey that this knowledge about beasts is essential for you all. The students sat up straight, listening attentively. According to the energy within a beast, levels are classified from 1 to 100. Skills are naturally acquired during a beast's growth, with higher quality beasts having a greater chance of awakening advanced skills, though this is not absolute. Some beasts possess exceptional talent and skill comprehension, and wealth can also allow for the purchase of skill gems for direct learning. Skills are divided into active and passive, and it is crucial to study their combinations carefully. The proficiency of skills is equally significant, categorized into 5 stages: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and subtle mastery. Each stage is vital for combat effectiveness. After speaking, Zhao Sheng took a sip from his thermos to clear his throat. Once a beast's level reaches a certain threshold, it will hit a ceiling that cannot be exceeded, which varies according to the quality of the beast. To break through this limit, evolution is necessary. Most known beasts have their evolutionary forms, allowing them to continue leveling up. With the monthly examination half a month away, Zhao Sheng expressed his hope that everyone would achieve an ideal ranking, aspiring to be his best class ever. He then continued his detailed explanation, using examples from the beasts of classmates. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Zhao Sheng gathered his belongings and exited. As soon as he left, the once quiet classroom buzzed with noise again. Lin Shu glanced beside him to see a small red dog lying at Huang Yan's feet, playing with the knight. Its light red fur shimmered, resembling an ordinary dog, with a flickering flame symbol on its forehead indicating its identity. The firehound was a beast Lin Shu was familiar with. Name: Firehound. Level: 1910. Level cap: 43. Status: happy. Quality: elite. Attribute: fire. Talent: none. Skill: basic skill, bite, beginner, 320. Extremely gentle and obedient, this elite quality beast is one of the most suitable for novice beast masters. Its market price is approximately 200,000 Daxia coins. Huang Yan caught Lin Shu's gaze and exclaimed, "What do you think? My little fire is quite impressive, isn't it? This is a dream beast for many." Lin Shu responded affirmatively. Huang Yan, with her straightforward and warm personality, naturally formed a good rapport with Lin Shu, often engaging in conversation and mutual learning as desk partners. As fellow owners of elite quality beasts, they could later spar with the firehound to gain combat experience. Lin Shu surveyed the classroom and discovered that there were indeed quite a few elite quality beasts, 7 in total. It seemed the classroom was home to several wealthy students. The remaining classmates possessed ordinary beasts obtained from the school's Beast Nurturing Center. Lunchtime soon arrived, and within Kanglin Erzhong, there were 3 separate cafeterias for different grades to avoid congestion among students and their beasts. After descending the stairs with his classmates, a tantalizing aroma wafted from afar, exciting the beasts. Chapter 6: High-Speed Movement and Heavy Strikes. For 300 years, Blue Star had been devoid of extraordinary powers. It was a terrifying day when the azure sky suddenly tore apart without warning. The emergence of these rifts seemed to shred the protective barrier surrounding Blue Star, and the upheaval was only beginning. Across the globe, countless deep and terrifying spatial rifts appeared, bringing forth unknown and mysterious worlds. These worlds, whether shattered or intact, connected one place to another. Some spaces existed only briefly, while most remained permanently. From these rifts emerged many unheard of monsters, rampaging and plundering. Fortunately, this also spurred the evolution of the people of Blue Star, who began to control these monsters based on the information they gathered from the rifts. Thus, the profession of Beastmaster was born. A century has passed, and the system of Beastmasters has been fully established, seamlessly integrated into daily life. Being a Beastmaster has become one of the least exclusive professions, nearly universal among the populace. However, the threat from the rifts remains unrelieved, necessitating a continuous influx of top-tier Beastmasters. Kanglin Erzhong is a public school, with most resources subsidized by Daxia, allowing students to spend little to no money while attending. The cafeteria is naturally free, designed to accommodate both students and their beasts. Before Lin Shu stood a white, tent-like structure the size of a football field. Upon entering, he found it divided into two areas. Numerous weighing devices were centrally located, with many students placing their beasts on them. Subsequently, a machine nearby dispensed a receipt indicating the weight of the beasts. Food was allocated based on weight to eliminate waste. Holding the note tightly, Lin Shu, accompanied by He Yi, approached a window and soon received today's meal. He placed the metal basin containing the food on the ground and poured in the basic nutrient solution he had brought from home. This would enhance the growth rate of his beast. Many classmates followed suit, each with their own companion, commencing their lunch. The taste was not particularly exquisite, yet the fact that it was free sufficed. After finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom. The afternoon session was dedicated to the fundamentals of beast mastery. Lin Shu opened a book titled Modern History of Beast Mastery and began to study diligently, while He Yi slumbered on the desk beside him. Despite having become a beast master, one must not neglect learning, especially since the college entrance examination still accounted for 30% of their score. Before long, the day's lessons concluded, and the teacher shared some announcements. The next 2 days would be rest days, and students were reminded not to indulge solely in leisure, but to keep their focus on their beasts. On Monday, I will take everyone to assess the level of their beasts. The school is equipped to measure beast levels, and there are also external institutions that provide this service, costing about 100 yuan per test. For students, it is preferable to test at school, as it is free. Upon returning home, Lin Shu contemplated how to arrange his next 2 days. He realized there were no attractive options. As a newly minted beast master, the strength of his beast was still somewhat lacking. Engaging in battles at the beast arena or participating in competitions felt unrealistic. He needed to allow time for proper development before pursuing such activities. Thus, 2.5 days swiftly passed. Monday arrived, and over these 3 days, he had accumulated 120 points of proficiency, averaging 40 points per day. One can imagine the intense effort Lin Shu and He Yi had put forth during this period, with training occupying nearly all their time apart from eating and sleeping. A significant portion of the proficiency was attributed to He Yi's enhancements. He Yi's attributes had transformed remarkably. Name, an Yin Tang Lang. Level, 6260. Level cap, 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, dark space. Talent, beginner void walking, 1200. Skills, advanced junior assault, 240. Minor quick movement, 230. Beginner heavy strike, 120. It could be said that this was an impressive transformation. Reaching level 6, He Yi had comprehended 2 basic skills. The basic nutrient solution proved highly effective, leading to substantial improvements over these days. Converting the gains, it roughly equated to around 12 points, averaging 3 points per day. The rest was due to proficiency points, as such rapid progress would not have been possible otherwise. The skill enhancements were predominantly credited to the replication technique, especially the assault skill, which achieved remarkable efficacy through sheer effort. This period marked a significant upgrade, akin to exchanging a bird gun for a cannon. However, the proficiency points were nearly depleted, leaving only 11 points remaining. Over these days, He Yi's physique had noticeably expanded. Standing, it measured a length of 60 centimeters and a width of 30 centimeters. The black carapace glistened like armor. The sharp hooks of its forelimbs elongated, resembling curved sabers. This appearance was reminiscent of a born assassin. Feeling impatient, Lin Shu yearned for a genuine beast master duel. With his thoughts half-formed, he decided not to dwell on them any longer, as future opportunities would abound, and there was no need to rush. Typically, during this period, many novice beast masters engaged in competitions, commonly referred to as the baby cup, with rewards that were rather ordinary. However, the true prize lay in the opportunity to battle and communicate with other newcomers. With this in mind, Lin Shu set out with He Yi towards the school. Meanwhile, in the school office, Zhao Sheng was diligently reviewing various documents. After a considerable time, He set down his pen and exhaled deeply. At that moment, a voice emerged from in front of him. Old Zhao, we must uphold tradition. Do you have time this afternoon? Let us have a friendly match between our two classes, suggested Li Qiming, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Zhao Xing looked up, taking a moment to respond as he processed the request. You see, I've been quite busy. But after a brief contemplation, he agreed. All right, the timing seems right. I can tell the students in my class are eager to compete. Well then, let us stick to our usual format. I'll prepare the venue for you in the afternoon. I'll take my leave now. With that, he exited with his thermos in hand. Zhao Sheng and Li Qiming had been teaching at Kanglan No. 2 High School for many years, engaging in a traditional event. Each year, when students first contracted their beasts, the two classes would face off in friendly skirmishes. Students would be selected from each class to participate in a team match. Both teachers would provide 2 types of first-tier spiritual items as stakes. The winning class would receive all 4 spiritual items as a reward. First-tier spiritual items are materials that aid in enhancing beast strength and are superior to basic nutrient solutions. They are not overly expensive, ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 yuan, depending on their attributes. This was a small gesture of support from the teachers for their students. However, this time, the competition appeared daunting. The opposing class had 2 exceptionally talented beast masters, while his own class had only 1. Zhao Sheng pondered this, resigning himself to the unpredictability of victory and defeat, lamenting the potential loss of his 3 consecutive victories against Li Qiming's class. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts and proceeded to prepare for his next class. Chapter 7. The Class Match. The morning swiftly passed, and before long, afternoon arrived. The students of Class 5 exited their classroom. During this period, Zhao Sheng led them to the Beast Combat Arena, a designated space within the school for beast battles. Nearby, machines for assessing levels were stationed, alongside various equipment for training beasts. Let us not rush into level assessments just yet. I've invited Class 2 here for a match. I wonder if everyone is brave enough to take them on. Upon hearing this, excitement erupted among the students, clearly indicating that they had anticipated this moment for quite some time. Of course we dare. We fight with elites. Let us go. This declaration ignited the competitive spirit among the young minds, eager for battle. At the back of the crowd, Lin Shu was somewhat taken aback by the enthusiasm. This was an opportune moment to test He Yi's current capabilities. Are you ready for your first battle? He asked, stroking He Yi's smooth head. Instantly, He Yi understood Lin Shu's intent, intertwining its forelimbs and assuming a combat stance, its gaze exuding an icy and dangerous aura, reflecting absolute confidence for its inaugural fight. Witnessing this, Lin Shu felt a surge of satisfaction. He hoped the students from Class 2 would be formidable opponents. If the match concluded too swiftly, it would prove rather dull, considering He Yi's current prowess was rather exceptional compared to other beasts. Before long, Class 2, led by Li Qiming, arrived at the venue. They did not immediately select their 4 participants for the team match, as there were still numerous students to consider. It was essential to treat all members fairly, without favoritism. Moreover, the afternoon was ample time to conduct a full series of battles. Teams were organized, and one-on-one matches commenced. The 2 teachers stood aside, observing the students' movements. It was evident that these novice beast masters displayed a wealth of creativity during their battles, with unexpected developments unfolding. Suddenly, a commotion arose from Class 5. Lu Yong, is this how you handle your beast? You forgot it at home? At least don't forget yourself. Lu Yong, feeling utterly ashamed, lowered his head, as if the sky had collapsed upon him. This incident would likely be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Indeed, behind him, several classmates were unable to contain their laughter, reveling in their amusement. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Yang's head drooped even lower. It was a complete embarrassment. Zhao Sheng, his face flushed with anger, spat words in disbelief. What a situation this was. The opposing class was no better off. A female classmate summoned her pet coffee cat. Yet she displayed no semblance of authority as its master, failing to command her creature. After glancing around, the coffee cat ambled away toward an unknown direction. Teacher, my cat is missing, wah? She cried, rushing over to Li Qiming. Upon seeing this spectacle, Li Qiming felt a wave of frustration. He had just been teasing Zhao Sheng, and now it seemed his turn had come all too swiftly. After a considerable effort, he managed to locate the coffee cat and gently admonished the girl for her inadequate performance as a pet master. Fortunately, the rest of the proceedings returned to a semblance of normalcy. After their duel, both teachers offered their students constructive feedback. Choose the right moment for your skills. Do not act so impulsively. And you, what kind of command is that? Are you even aware of your surroundings? Although Zhao Xing's tone was somewhat stern, he was undeniably a responsible teacher. The contract with the pets had been established for several days, and they were now in a crucial growth period. Most students had advanced their pets to level 3, with a few reaching level 4. Considerable effort had been dedicated to their training. The journey had its challenges, yet the outcomes were commendable. Everyone had learned something valuable, recognizing their own shortcomings and committing to improvement and relearning. Next came the team competition, the highlight of the day that everyone eagerly anticipated. Students from the two classes gathered around the seating area of the combat arena, awaiting the selection results. They were all self-aware and refrained from overestimating their abilities. Their strengths were clear to them. The selection was conducted by the two teachers. In Class 5, Lin Shu was unsurprisingly chosen, joined by 3 others, class leader Huang Ian, Zhang Qi, and Lu Dong. Each possessed exceptional quality pets, all at level 4, showcasing impressive strength. Class 2 selected 2 gifted individuals, along with 2 students with elite quality pets, all equally at level 4. The overall strength was nearly identical, though Class 2 held a slight edge. Nevertheless, Class 5 was not without hope. "Go, Class 5! Fight on!" echoed the supportive cheers, creating a harmonious atmosphere devoid of taunts or disputes. They huddled together, discussing each other's strengths. The teacher assigned the battle order: Huang Ian first, Zhang Qi second, Lu Dong third, with Lin Shu placed last. Class 2 was similarly organized, and the team competition was about to commence. "Everyone, stay relaxed. This is merely for entertainment. Just showcase your true abilities," Zhao Xing casually remarked from his seat on the steps. In the expansive arena, 2 combatants stood ready. The array glimmered with radiant patterns as 2 pets were summoned, a flame hound and a blazing chicken. Both shared the fire attribute and were of equal level. This battle promised to be quite engaging. Lin Shu watched with keen interest, while the knight, resting its head, observed quietly. There was little room for strategy. Both sides immediately engaged in close combat, as their low levels dictated that melee was the best choice. Their attacks were surprisingly similar. The flamehound bit with its jaws while the blazing chicken pecked with its beak. In high-level pet duels, the most primitive attack methods often prevailed. Though their low levels meant they lacked advanced skills, both sides managed to inflict decent damage, but it was somewhat lacking overall. This battle was destined to become a protracted struggle. At that moment, Huang Ian cleverly altered the strategy, utilizing the flamehound's speed to outmaneuver the blazing chicken. This tactic proved remarkably effective, shifting the balance of power dramatically. The flamehound, known for its speed, outpaced the blazing chicken, which, though not slow, simply could not compete. Ultimately, with the blazing chicken rendered incapable of continuing, the flamehound secured victory in the first match. Such a performance was commendable for a newcomer, as it effectively capitalized on the strengths of its pet. "Impressive. Our class leader is amazing. Keep it up. Let's win another," cheered the classmates watching from the sidelines, raising their arms in encouragement. Huang Ian also raised his arm in self-encouragement, harboring thoughts of clinching yet another victory. Chapter 8. A small trial of strength. Unfortunately, fate did not favor them, as the subsequent matches saw Class 5 lose the majority. They managed to secure only 1 victory, while the remaining 2 opponents were both gifted individuals. Class 5 was left with just Lin Shu as their last hope. "I'm sorry, I've let everyone down. I'm too weak," Lu Dong lamented, feeling responsible for the earlier losses. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively, signaling him not to dwell on it. Losing would not have any significant consequences. Besides, they had not yet lost. "Don't worry, there are only 2 left. Defeating them won't be difficult." Lin Shu felt no pressure, even if both opponents teamed up. They would only pose a slight challenge to the knight. It seemed Lu Dong was inspired by Lin Shu's words and confidence, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, the classmates of Class 5 sensed the gravity of the situation, feeling that their chances of victory were slim, yet they rallied to support Lin Shu with fervent encouragement, determined to secure a win for their class. On the other side, Zhao Sheng, while aware of the low odds of victory, still entertained a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, who maintained a steady and relaxed demeanor, the knight leaped gracefully into the arena's center, its chest rising and falling as it prepared for battle. Its eyes filled with anticipation. Its opponent was a horned lion, a creature recommended by the teacher. The peculiar nature of this matchup was not lost on Lin Shu. With a command, the battle commenced. Guiding the knight, he charged toward his opponent. The knight surged forward with unrelenting speed. In a blur, the horned lion found itself bewildered, unable to track its adversary. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena. "Wow, that speed is astonishing. It's impossible to see." This was a primary skill, high-speed movement. Zhao Sheng, watching from the sidelines, explained, his thoughts trailing off. "This is at least a minor mastery of high-speed movement. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this swift." With sharp limbs akin to daggers, the knight easily sliced through the horned lion's skin, causing blood to spurt forth. The horned lion roared in pain, clearly affected by the severity of its injuries. It opened its mouth to retaliate, only to find its foe had vanished. In the blink of an eye, a swift shadow struck, and the horned lion staggered, barely able to remain upright. In mere seconds, It appeared that the battle was nearing its end. The opposing students stood in stunned silence, eyes wide, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before them. They had not even had the chance to utilize their talents. Yet it seemed that the distinction between using them or not mattered little. The strength of the opposing Mantis was overwhelming. All right, let's stop. There's no need to continue. Class 5 has won, Lin Shu declared, compelled to halt the match, recognizing that this was a one-sided affair with no further purpose to continue. To persist forcefully will only serve to undermine the confidence of one's students. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu promptly intervened, halting He Ye's actions. The little fellow, however, wore an expression of dissatisfaction, his face betraying his displeasure. Lin Shu hurriedly offered words of comfort, promising to take him to a more exhilarating venue for their next competition. This assurance lifted He Ye's spirits. Observing this scene, the onlookers were caught off guard by the simplicity and swiftness of the battle. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena, particularly among Class 5, who were the most animated. Wow, this is incredible. Shu Ge is amazing. Even Class 2 was left in awe of Lin Shu's performance, recognizing that this contest was on an entirely different level. Amidst the overwhelming praise from everyone, Lin Shu remained composed, not allowing himself to be swept away by pride. I thought I finally had a chance to win against you, but I never anticipated your class would produce such a prodigy, Li Qiming remarked to Zhao Sheng, his face a mask of regret. He chuckled, appearing quite pleased. It's just luck. Your class is formidable. This sentiment served as a slight consolation. I'll bring you the items later, Li Qiming added before leading the students of Class 2 away from the venue. Zhao Sheng then clapped his hands to signal for quiet. Congratulations to our class for defeating Class 2. However, do not become overly proud. Winning a single match is not a monumental achievement. Everyone knows who was responsible for the victory. He continued, all right, everyone line up. We shall begin the rank assessment. He reminded them that as Beast Tamers, their capabilities should be demonstrated through their own beast strengths, as relying solely on others held little significance. The students formed an orderly line to commence the assessment. Many approached Lin Shu, whispering in admiration. Rank, level 4, came the monotonous and unvarying announcement from the device. Some students had already tested and were aware of their results, but the majority were experiencing their first assessment and were notably excited. Curiosity buzzed around Lin Shu's beast rank. With such prowess, surely it must be level 5. Lin Shu himself was intrigued by the device. Soon enough, it was his turn. Under guidance, He Yi stepped onto a completely black circular platform, awaiting the assessment. Beep, beep, beep. The device began its operation, casting a red beam that scanned from head to toe, piquing He Yi's curiosity, causing him to swat at the beam with his forelimbs. The scanning concluded swiftly, and the result was announced. Rank, level 6. A collective gasp emanated from the crowd. How had the beast's cultivation progressed so rapidly in just a few days? Thus, securing a victory over Class 2 was hardly surprising. Huang Yan clapped Lin Shu on the back, exclaiming, "You're a bit of a freak, aren't you? I give my Huiyin dog nutrients, and it barely reaches level 4. Who would have thought you would silently surpass it to level 6? Perhaps it was related to innate abilities that could enhance a beast's growth rate. Otherwise, there would be no reasonable explanation. If this pace continued, claiming the top spot in the upcoming monthly assessment 10 days from now would be an effortless endeavor." Zhao Sheng mused. Look, everyone should learn from Lin Shu, he directed. The crowd fell silent, bemused by the notion that one could simply learn by desire. The testing concluded swiftly, and everyone returned to the classroom to gather their belongings as school was drawing to a close. Lin Shu was summoned to the office. What type of spiritual item would you like? I will prepare it for you tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu replied, an item with dark attributes will suffice. It wasn't that he didn't desire a spatial attribute item. Rather, first-tier spiritual items simply did not possess that characteristic. Items with spatial attributes are typically at least level 5. Nodding, Zhao Sheng made a note. Have you encountered any issues lately? Lin Shu shook his head, indicating that he had not faced any significant challenges. After a brief pause, Zhao Sheng chose not to elaborate further and allowed Lin Shu to return home. Observing Lin Shu's departing figure, Zhao Sheng was filled with many thoughts. He was aware of Lin Shu's family circumstances and surmised that such rapid advancement likely came with considerable hardship. Chapter 9, Shuangxing Ke and the University Cup. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Shu busied himself at home, tidying up the room and living area. The clones had made a bit of a mess over the past few days. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Shu collapsed onto the sofa, watching as He Yi and the clones engaged in rigorous training. Unlike a few days prior, He Yi was now able to hold his own against the clones in a short duration. However, in terms of endurance, the disparity remained significant. At that moment, the two clones began to dim, as though losing color. Suddenly, they erupted like bubbles, disintegrating into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, Lin Shu was not surprised. He understood that clones could not exist indefinitely. He pondered how long they had lasted, realizing it had been 5 days, which was quite impressive. Time was not squandered. Shortly after, the two clones reappeared in the room. Utilizing his talent twice in quick succession had placed a considerable strain on Lin Shu's mental state. Slumping on the sofa, he consumed a vial of mental stimulant, feeling somewhat revitalized. Under Lin Shu's control, the clones continued their monotonous training. He began to contemplate his talent, realizing that the less energy consumed, the longer the clones could persist. Once the energy stored within him was depleted, the clones would vanish. Currently, this was not a pressing concern, but in the future, once He Yi mastered intermediate and advanced skills, the clones might not last a day. Choosing not to dwell further on this, Lin Shu shifted his focus to proficiency. Although he was accumulating a substantial amount daily, more would always be welcome. Glancing at his status panel, he suddenly conceived a plan. Name, Lin Shu. Status, normal, mental fatigue. Mental, 72. Talent, Mirror Flower Water Moon Novice 35200. Beast, Shadow Mantis, He Yi. Technique, Basic Refining Spirit Technique Mastery 1170. Proficiency, 11. During this period, not only had He Yi made significant strides, but Lin Shu had also progressed considerably. His mental capacity had increased by 4 points, and his basic refining spirit technique had reached mastery. His talent allowed him to replicate beasts, augmenting his proficiency. This meant that the more beasts he contracted, the greater his proficiency would become. Thus, his next objective was to elevate his mental capacity to 100 points, reaching the threshold of a first-tier Beast Tamer, enabling him to contract a second beast. Lin Shu's situation was rather unique. For most novice Beast Tamers, a second beast would only be considered at the 3rd tier, as the financial and time investments required for beasts were substantial. Generally, an average person would struggle to afford it. Resolute, he aimed to achieve 100 points in mental capacity before this weekend, then select a second beast to contract and expedite his proficiency accumulation. Regarding the second beast, Lin Shu contemplated whether to choose a warrior type, a tank, or perhaps a mage. Ultimately, he decided not to overthink it and would see how things unfolded. He would take the next few days to deliberate. The room fell silent. A night passed without incident, and the next day arrived. As Lin Shu walked through the campus, many passing students pointed and whispered, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What were they discussing? Upon entering the classroom and inquiring among his classmates, he soon learned the cause. News of the previous day's battle had spread, and many now recognized Lin Shu as the strongest individual in Class 5. Lin Shu found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by the situation. Huang Ian, watching from the side, could not help but chuckle incessantly. Time flew, and soon it was after lunch. That afternoon, Lin Shu received a magical item from his teacher. The afternoon class was relatively relaxed, as it involved watching the University Cup competition. Of course, there was also a high school cup, but its popularity was incomparable. Nevertheless, it did attract a certain level of attention and prestige. It served as an enlightening experience for the classmates. Today marked the individual competition of the University Cup, where 128 participants would be narrowed down to 64. The University Cup comprised 2 categories, individual and team events, which meant there would be 2 champions. Jiangxing University and Lanhai University were set to compete. The teacher entered the classroom, skillfully opened the webpage, and displayed the competition. At that moment, it was advertisement time, and the competition had yet to commence. Excitement filled the air as everyone eagerly discussed which university would emerge victorious. I believe Jiangxing University would win, as it was a well-established powerhouse. Indeed, being a perennial contender in the top 16, defeating Lanhai University should be a simple task. The momentum seemed to sway in one direction. Their arguments were reasonable. Compared to the reputation of Jiangxing University, Lanhai University was considerably less renowned and had not achieved any remarkable results in the University Cup. Lin Shu found this discussion quite intriguing. He was eager to witness a true competition. The class battle yesterday could only be likened to childish play. He urged his companion, Hai, to focus and not to be distracted. He instructed Hai to watch attentively and learn well, to which Hai obediently nodded, appearing quite docile. The advertisement interval swiftly passed, and as the camera panned in, the city's clamor merged with the cheers of the crowd. A grand and magnificent venue loomed before them, akin to a colossal beast rooted in place, radiating power and beauty. Upon entering the interior of the venue, their gaze fell upon the central arena, a vast circular battleground designated for combat. The venue was adorned with several large display screens that showcased the contestants' detailed information and thrilling moments in real time. Surrounding the arena were tiers of seating, arranged in a manner that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. After a brief wait, the 2 competing teams appeared within the arena. The magical formations surged, and the summoned beasts came into view. With a signal from the referee, the match between Jiangxing University and Lanhai University officially commenced. As expected, the students from Jiangxing University exhibited formidable strength, deploying a Frost Star Sparrow that relentlessly pushed the opponents back. The disparity in skill was glaring, despite both being university students. The gap was undeniably vast. They advanced into the top 64. As the match concluded, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Everyone was fervently animated, wishing they could step onto the battlefield themselves, discussing the might of the Frost Star Sparrow. Lin Shu, equipped with his panel, realized just how powerful it truly was. Name: Frost Star Sparrow, level 635, 5630, level cap 100, status moderately injured, quality Lord, attributes ice, flying, talent none, skills basic skill pecking into the micro 105200, impact into the micro 77200, intermediate skill extreme cold dash perfected 35100, ice blade into the micro 13400, advanced skill frost feather mastery 144160, ice enchantment mastery 122160, super skill snow dance novice 48160. Such terror. With such a panel, one could truly grasp the prowess of a high-level beast master. Approaching the 7th tier, boasting a remarkable level of 63, with lord quality and countless skills, this was what could be deemed a competition. Chapter 10, The Mountain Rock Man. In the ensuing 3 days, time passed steadily. Before long, Saturday arrived. During these days, Lin Shu successfully elevated his spirit to 100 points, expending considerable proficiency. After several days of accumulation, his proficiency reached 150. Hai diligently practiced skills in the living room, completely engrossed in the endeavor. He was truly dedicated. Stepping outside, Lin Shu called upon the somewhat perplexed Hai. Although unsure of the purpose, being with his master was the utmost joy. They took public transportation to the central district. In the heart of Fengdu City, the central square stood as the most pivotal location. Towering skyscrapers surrounded them, bustling commerce filled the air, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Here lay the largest beast-selling establishment in the city, the Beast House. Renowned nationwide, the Beast House ranked among the top 3 in the industry. However, the branch in Fengdu was unique, as it was constructed within a fractured otherworld. Hence, the venue was vast, housing a substantial stock of beasts, including lord-quality beasts. While strolling around the square, Hai tightly clung to Lin Shu's leg, fearful of losing him amidst the throng of people. Many individuals shared Lin Shu's objective. Arriving at the entrance of the Beast House, 4 doors of different colors greeted them. Lin Shu, familiar with the establishment, understood their significance. The Beast House was divided into 4 areas based on quality, from left to right. Without hesitation, Lin Shu entered through the door designated for ordinary quality beasts, as it was the most suitable option given his financial capabilities. Of course, in the absence of suitable beasts, he could at least attempt to explore the elite quality section. Upon entering the portal, darkness enveloped them momentarily, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Lin Shu recognized this as the entrance to the fractured world. Soon, visibility returned, revealing a lavishly decorated waiting room. As he stepped inside, before Lin Shu could utter a word, a staff member from the Beast House jogged over to greet him. "Good day, sir. Are you here to select a beast?" The newcomer was a young woman, lightly made up, clad in a purple and red uniform that fit her perfectly. Her cheerful demeanor showed no condescension towards Lin Shu's youth, and her attitude was notably enthusiastic. The customer service was one of the hallmarks of the Beast House, which is why Lin Shu had chosen to come here. Nodding in acknowledgement, he affirmed the reason for his visit. The young woman gestured to the left, guiding him while explaining, "Please follow me this way. This area specializes in ordinary quality beasts. Do you have a specific target in mind, or shall I provide some introductions?" Leading Hai in accordance with the staff's directions, Lin Shu paused to contemplate before replying, "Not at the moment. I would like to browse the beasts first." This response was quite typical. "All right, take your time. It may take a while," she replied. After approximately a minute of walking, they arrived at their destination. Exiting through a glass door, they were greeted by a meandering river. Numerous white koi fish leaped and splashed within. This scene was rather unusual, piquing even Hai's curiosity. Observing this, the staff member explained, "The fish below are white koi, and their current behavior indicates that it is their breeding season. This is a courtship display. How fascinating." Their view expanded to reveal a forest, with distant mountain peaks looming. Many beasts roamed within the woods, primarily free range. The variety of beasts in this area appeared to be quite abundant. Lin Shu was pleasantly surprised by the size of the fractured world, which was aptly named the Shanshui realm. It housed many unique beasts exclusive to this domain, making it a signature attraction of the Fengdu Beast House. The staff member continued to elaborate. However, despite this, It was evident that truly exceptional beasts were unlikely to reside in this area. As he spoke, LNSH was ushered into a quaint wooden cabin that rose 3 stories high. Within this abode, various contractable beasts were gathered, each placed with care. The interior was teeming with an astonishing array of creatures: BIJNY, Lin Shu, 11 OHUSH, DYWNI, and so forth, comprising an impressive total of 46 species, 18 of which were unique to the SH and Shu realm. Examining each creature individually would be rather time-consuming. Thus, LNSH inquired, "I seek a warrior or defensive type beast. Might there be such a creature here?" Over the course of the past few days, he had come to a clear understanding of the desired positioning for his second beast, identifying it as warrior and defensive. Of course, should a more exceptional beast present itself, that would be a different matter altogether. Despite the low probability, his possession of a panel still afforded him a glimmer of hope. After all, in such a vast establishment, equipped with comprehensive instruments, finding a hidden gem would prove somewhat challenging. In response to his inquiry, the staff member pondered briefly before replying, demonstrating a clear mastery of professional knowledge and a profound understanding of the SH and Shu realm. "Indeed, we have such options. Please, follow me." They arrived at a section where several small stone monkeys were located. These diminutive creatures bore a striking resemblance to human children, albeit with a slightly more abundant coat of fur. Observing the small stone monkeys, LNSH noted that their classification as warriors aligned with his expectations. However, their evolutionary form, the WNSHHU, was known for its relatively low combat prowess. Many online had voiced their grievances regarding their inadequate resistance to blows and lackluster offensive capabilities. Furthermore, this breed often included individuals with poor temperament, some being exceedingly lethargic, neglecting practice and exercise, and merely indulging in leisure. Disobedience was a common trait among them, rendering them one of the more challenging types for novice beastmasters to manage. He activated his panel and examined the small stone monkeys. As anticipated, they were quite similar in attributes, offering no surprises. His lowest expectation was that the beast must possess some innate talent, as such potential would indicate promise. Lesser quality was acceptable, as evolution could naturally remedy these shortcomings. Noticing LNSH's silence, the staff member understood his dissatisfaction. "You may also consider the SH and YNSH are nearby." To the left, an enclosure as large as a basketball court was surrounded by a fence, housing several stone beings resembling monkeys. Their limbs were short yet robust, their bodies a muddy yellow, with coarse features and varying sizes, akin to a collection of potato-like figures. Despite their somewhat abstract appearance, the SH and YNSHRN were regarded as commendable among ordinary quality beasts. Their immense strength was remarkable, and their stone-formed bodies granted them notable defensive capabilities. However, their significant drawback was their sluggish speed, which detracted from their overall evaluation. LNSH contemplated silently, calculating whether any of the SH and YNSHRN possessed innate talent before reaching a conclusion. To his surprise, one of the stone beings indeed exhibited a unique talent. He examined the panel's information, and it became clear that this second beast was nearly confirmed. Name: SHNYNSHRN level 1310, level cap 25, status healthy quality, ordinary attribute, earth talent TYOTP, beginner 12200, skill beginner charge level 620. The talent, as indicated by its name, pertained to physical prowess. Originally, the SHNYNSHRN's strength lay in its defensive capabilities, and with this talent, its protection would undoubtedly be further enhanced, establishing itself as the most formidable shield in his possession. Moreover, the evolution of the SHNYNSHRN posed minimal difficulty and incurred low costs. Having identified a beast that resonated with him, LNSH declared, "I have chosen that SHNYNSHRN." The staff member, following his gesture, recognized the selected stone being, which was larger than its peers, currently lounging on the ground, basking in the sunlight. "Very well, please hold on a moment." After speaking, she hurried to the side, retrieving a man to carry the chosen SHNYNSHRN from its enclosure. Upon her return, she asked, "Do you intend to contract here? If so, I can prepare a quiet room for you to finalize the agreement." "Indeed, please assist me in securing a room," LNSH replied. With a complimentary space available, he saw no reason to decline. The SHNYNSHRN was escorted into the quiet room, while LNSH proceeded to the nearby cashier to settle the payment. The price was 15,888 yuan, which he deemed quite reasonable. Prior to his visit, he had researched the typical prices for ordinary quality beasts, which ranged from 3,000 to 20,000 yuan. The stronger the creature and the greater its potential for development, the higher the cost. Such prices were influenced by certain subsidies from the Dishi government, making them more affordable. Furthermore, the first contracted beast enjoyed a 30% discount, a benefit LNSH also received as a sponsored student in a public institution. He retrieved his phone and completed the transaction, signifying that the SHNYNSHRN now belonged to him. The balance displayed 6,435,208 yuan, indicating that his finances remained quite ample. Observing the notification from his banking app, he realized he would need to devise a plan to replenish his funds, as they could deplete quickly. Subsequently, the female staff member presented him with a room card. Sir, the quiet room is just ahead. You can access it by swiping the card at the door. If you require assistance, there is a button inside the room that will summon additional staff. Such attentive service was commendable. Thank you very much, he expressed with gratitude, locating the room corresponding to his card. Upon entering, the quiet room revealed itself to be spacious, approximately 50 square meters, akin to a hotel suite. The SHNYNSHRN sat quietly in a corner, having grown up within the confines of the enclosure, gazing at the unfamiliar world with curiosity. HIY swiftly approached its side, eyes scanning its body like a scanner. The SHNYNSHRN remained still, staring blankly, its small face a portrait of bewilderment. This is your new companion, LNSH said to HIY. You mustn't bully him. HIY, understanding the implication, sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor as if to convey that it would not engage in such behavior. LNSH smiled lightly, guiding HIY to a side position and prepared to commence the contract. After reiterating his instructions to HIY to maintain silence and ensure safety, HIY obediently stationed itself at the door, guarding the entire room. With everything in place, LNSH summoned his mental energy. It spread forth, coalescing into the essence of the contract. Having gained experience from a previous successful contract, this time the process was notably quicker. A soft lavender glow filled the room. The SHNYNSHRN continued to gaze vacantly, appearing somewhat perplexed. Moments later, the contract solidified, manifesting as a beam of light that entered the SHNYNSHRN's body. Its internal spirit was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible. It seemed that if he wished, this contract would undoubtedly succeed. However, he opted to guide the feeble spirit to accept him. Thus, the success of the contract was rendered inevitable. At this moment, the Shanyan Shuren felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the towering stone figure before him, as if it were the closest kin in the world. The previously vacant expression transformed into a gentle smile, a shift brought about by the newly forged contract. Lin Shu rubbed his somewhat swollen head. The newly established spiritual contract with 2 beast guardians was still a bit taxing. However, once the contract was completed, a touch of discomfort was of little consequence. After a brief respite, he felt significantly better and noticed the 2 little creatures frolicking nearby, their camaraderie radiating a harmonious atmosphere. It seemed there was no need to worry about their compatibility moving forward. Since the contract was now finalized, it was time to venture out. Lin Shu reserved a room online, a 2-day, 1-night stay that cost 458 yuan after applying a discount coupon. While the price was slightly steep, the room included a training space for beast guardians, making it a reasonable deal overall. He summoned the Shanyan Shuren into the contract space, as its diminutive size rendered it slow-moving, necessitating its temporary confinement. Soon, Lin Shu arrived at the reserved room. He planned to stay in the central district over the weekend, with today's objective focused on contracting a second beast guardian, while tomorrow he aimed to visit a nearby beast guardian arena. This venue catered specifically to beast masters, offering a variety of services, including beast battles, training companions, and nurturing advice. The primary goal for tomorrow remained centered on beast battles, primarily to satisfy his cravings for combat, especially since the previous encounters had left him wanting. Thinking that since he was here, it would be wise to seize the opportunity to observe the prowess of new beast masters in the central district. He reclined on the room's couch and summoned the Shanyan Shuren. Lin Shu intended to commence using the mirror flower, water moon technique. After repeated practice, he had become increasingly proficient. Before long, a replica of the Shanyan Shuren manifested within the room. Yet the original displayed no sign of surprise at the appearance of its duplicate, likely due to having encountered such phenomena too often before. He led the copy into the training room, where the creature named Hei Yu was already practicing on a nearby wooden post. After a morning of inactivity, it had grown restless. Directing the replica towards another post, he initiated a practice session of charging. Upon hearing the commotion, the Shanyan Shuren approached, its face adorned with a puzzled smile, clearly befuddled by the activity. Observing the Shanyan Shuren's endearing foolishness, Lin Shu decided to name it TYO. Chapter 12, Evolutionary Pictorial. Lin Shu initially intended to examine TYO's inherent abilities, but an unexpected change occurred. The section denoting the upper limit of its level suddenly displayed a numeral. Intrigued, he clicked on it. Rapidly, images began to appear in succession, resembling a scroll of illustrations, showcasing a total of 7 varieties, each annotated with distinct names. All represented the subsequent evolutionary stages of the Shanyan Shuren. Beneath each image was a price, calculated by proficiency points. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin Shu's eyes. Proficiency could indeed be utilized to predict the evolutionary forms of beast guardians. This delightful surprise brought a smile to his usually composed demeanor. These were methods of evolution, and the disclosed options consisted mainly of lower-tier, less desirable paths. The truly advantageous evolution methods, aside from those released by official channels, were typically reserved for the families of beast guardians, seldom shared with outsiders. Given the immense costs associated with such evolutionary projections, this insight resolutely addressed a significant dilemma for Lin Shu. Continuing to explore the branches of evolution, he noted the names of the evolved forms above, along with their respective strengths and weaknesses. The 7 evolutionary forms included J-ing Shuren, SHNYUWF, LNMISHRN, SHT-ing-gu, J-ing Shuren, Su New York NL NGWI, and BNGSH-NJRN. He discovered that 2 evolutionary paths had previously been disclosed, while one had been documented. These were the J-ing Shuren, BNGSH-NJRN, and Su New York NL NGWI. Initially, Lin Shu had planned to evolve TYO into a J-ing Shuren, but it now appeared he could opt for a superior method. He had not anticipated that the Shanyan Shuren possessed such a multitude of evolutionary possibilities. Upon closer inspection, he found that 4 of the evolutionary paths required merely 150 proficiency points to unlock, compared to the exorbitant costs associated with other evolutionary methods. This was a remarkably low price to pay, obviating the need for vast sums of money or years of painstaking research. Among these 4 economical evolutionary options were 2 already disclosed. The undiscovered forms were LNMISHRN and J-ing Shuren, clearly more commonplace. Observing this, Lin Shu commented on the expected nature of such revelations. After all, how could anything of true value come at a mere pittance? He continued his exploration. The remaining 3 paths required 300 proficiency points for 2 of them, and an astounding 500 points for the last. Following the principle of you get what you pay for, the final evolutionary option would undoubtedly be exceptionally formidable. With these insights, Lin Shu understood much more. This feature could only be activated with sufficient proficiency, which he previously lacked. Having only Hei Yi as his beast guardian and consequently not amassing enough proficiency to unlock it. This implied that the required proficiency for Hei Ye's evolution must be significantly higher. The lower the quality, the lesser the proficiency needed. After all, TYO was merely of ordinary quality. He pondered how much proficiency would be needed for Hei Ye's evolution. Not wanting to dwell excessively on the matter, he resolved to explore further when the time was right. The other 2 new evolutionary paths appeared quite lackluster. They were merely marginal improvements in quality upon evolution. However, he remained unfazed, for the remaining 3 were of utmost importance. The 2 paths valued at 300 proficiency points were the SHT-ing-gu and Su New York NL NGWI. Among these, the Su New York NL NGWI was a known evolutionary method held by the Shurjia family in the Central District. Given that it was a family-exclusive beast guardian, it was entirely reasonable for them to possess a potent evolutionary method. Truth be told, this was quite satisfying to behold. Each of these 2 evolutionary paths boasted distinct advantages. Evolving into a SHT-ing-gu would significantly enhance its inherently deficient mental attributes, even enabling it to engage in combat. Conversely, the Su New York NL NGWI emphasized defensive capabilities, providing protection not only to the beast guardian but also to the beast master. Each evolutionary method possessed its unique strengths and weaknesses, ultimately requiring careful consideration of personal needs for selection. The final option, the SHNYUWF, demanded 500 proficiency points. Upon thorough examination of its effects, Lin Shu acknowledged that the value of expensive options was indeed justified. Evolving into a SHNYUWF would elevate its quality to perfection, transforming it from a mere tank into a warrior capable of both enduring and striking. Its offensive capabilities would be substantially enhanced, while its speed issues would be rectified, propelling it to peak performance. He exhaled deeply, finally comprehending all the evolutionary options available. Glancing at the red insignia indicating that the SHNYUWF was unavailable for purchase, he shook his head. The scarcity of proficiency points was evident. Nevertheless, even if he possessed an abundance, Lin Shu would likely refrain from making such a purchase. At this stage, he intended to prioritize elevating He Yi to a higher echelon before considering another Beast Guardian. After all, the purpose of contracting TYO was to enhance his current proficiency acquisition. The evolution of TYO would have to be deliberated at a later time. This occasion serves as an opportunity to familiarize oneself with and comprehend the utilization of new features. Observing the foolish demeanor of TYO seated on the ground, LNSH smiled and began to examine the effects of the TYO physique talent. He had intended to check it earlier, yet it had been delayed until now. A brief perusal revealed that the TYO physique effect is straightforward, rather crude, yet remarkably potent. It significantly enhances physical strength across the board, augmenting attack power, defense, speed, and more. It also provides a considerable boost to its own skills, albeit this enhancement is limited solely to Earth-type skills, with no effect on skills of other attributes. Thus, it is evident that TYO is exceptionally compatible with the SHNYUWF, further amplifying its advantageous abilities. Nevertheless, the primary objective remains the knight. In comparison to balanced development, LNSH prefers a singular focus. This inclination is particularly pronounced in resource-scarce situations. Currently, TYO is merely positioned as a tool beast. After gathering the necessary information, LNSH retrieved his mobile phone and commenced searching online for a beast training venue. After a few minutes of exploration, he successfully identified a target, opting for the BIYN venue, conveniently located near the hotel. The choice was not arbitrary. It offered the most substantial discounts and garnered the highest popularity, ranking in the top 2 within the Central District. Many beast training venues typically feature promotional activities for newcomers, a common practice aimed at attracting more beast tamers. After a transaction of 288 yuan, he purchased a morning pass, valid from 8 in the morning until noon. This included breakfast and lunch. Albeit the meals provided for the beasts would be rather basic, still, it was quite a bargain. While the venue offered discounts, it did not extend them to the afternoon sessions, as that is when the most patrons arrive. Once his affairs were concluded, LNSH tossed his phone aside, feeling somewhat lethargic. Closing the training room door, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber, utterly fatigued from the day's exertions. Chapter 13, Not a Comrade. This sleep extended from the afternoon straight into the following day. The weight of mental strain had indeed taken its toll. Upon awakening, he felt revitalized, brimming with energy. Stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, he leapt from the bed, at which point HI scampered over, emitting soft whines. LNSH understood the sentiment. HI desired enhancement. The notion of an immediate boost in strength captivated HI. Observing LNSH's relentless training, he realized that progress through hard work paled in comparison to the prospect of an immediate upgrade. HI thought to himself that following his master would yield a more substantial increase in power. Casting a glance at the foolish TYO, HI revealed a sly grin, pondering how this pale yellow little monkey dared to vie for attention. Yesterday, he had garnered 35 points of proficiency, but due to a lack of meditation, he missed out on a few points. His current balance stood at 185. Gently stroking HI's smooth forehead, he reassured, "Do not rush. Let me see how best to allocate these points." With that, a panel materialized. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, 6, 1260. Level cap, 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, dark space. Talent, novice void walking, 1200. Skills, primary assault mastery, 550. Advanced rapid movement, 230. Novice heavy strike, 120. In the past few days, relying solely on training and supplemental potions had yielded mediocre results, far less effective than point allocation. It was no wonder HI sought to request enhancements. Who wouldn't desire a swift elevation in power? Skill enhancement seemed unnecessary, as proficiency could be accumulated during practice sessions. Thus, only level increases remained pertinent. For beast tamers, level is paramount. An increase in strength significantly impacts talents and skills across the board. After all, this constitutes a holistic enhancement rather than a mere singular improvement. It was fortuitous that today's visit to the beast training venue would allow for such enhancements. In the event of a loss against other beasts, it would adversely affect HI's confidence. With this thought, he spent 118 points to elevate his level directly to 8. The remaining 67 points were insufficient for reaching level 9, which was somewhat regrettable, yet should suffice for the upcoming battles. After all, HI's strength would be considered formidable within the confines of level 10. Feeling an influx of power coursing through his being, HI gazed at LNSH with an affectionate look, nudging him with his small head while casting a sidelong glance at TYO. Unfortunately, the latter remained unresponsive, silently stationed in place. Observing the scene, LNSH playfully swatted at HI. Go ahead and revel in your triumph. Subsequently, he enjoyed a simple breakfast within the hotel before preparing to head to the BIYN venue. He decided to store TYO within the Beast space, opting not to leave it alone in the hotel. After all, being young, it could benefit from additional rest to facilitate growth. The BIY North venue was in close proximity to the hotel, requiring only a 5-minute walk. Crossing a zebra crossing, a large white structure came into view, resembling a sports arena. Although it was merely around 8 in the morning, numerous individuals had already arrived, many of whom appeared to be of a similar age to LNSH, presumably traveling the same path. Following the guidance of roadside signs, he entered the BIYN venue. After a brief ticket inquiry, staff members escorted him to the newcomer area. Here, he found others like himself, recently contracted Beast Tamers. The area accommodated beasts of levels 5 to 10, with further classifications delineated in increments of 5 levels. This meticulous categorization was quite impressive. After filling out some basic information, he submitted it to the staff. The details were not overly intricate, merely the species and levels of the beasts were noted. This was a necessary step, as the staff at BIYN would enter the information into their database before randomly matching opponents within the venue. The newcomer area boasted a staggering 25 arenas, a number that left one astonished. This was to be expected, as novice Beast Tamers are notoriously a group with a penchant for excitement, yet lacking in experience. The abundance of arenas was indeed justified. Each arena was equipped with a staff member to serve as referee and maintain cleanliness, along with facilities to heal the beasts, all included in the ticket price. Entering the waiting room, he found it spacious, furnished with numerous sofas and recliners, and offering complimentary cold beverages and snacks, a veritable paradise for attendees. Reclining on one of the sofas, LNSH noted that several others were already waiting, seemingly arriving in groups, seated in a circle and animatedly discussing battle strategies. Upon overhearing snippets of their conversation, he discovered they hailed from the ZHNGXNYZH School, an elite institution renowned within FNGD City. It is regarded as the best high school, without contest. The student body predominantly consists of children from affluent families and influential clans, as capable parents aspire to enroll their children there. While there are indeed some ordinary families, they are relatively scarce. LNSH had once attempted to apply, but regrettably fell short of acceptance. Soon, an announcement echoed through the room. Please, number 15 LNSH and number 25 TNCH, proceed to arena number 9. The announcement repeated 3 times. Upon hearing this, LNSH rose and made his way towards the arena. Upon entering, he found his opponent TNCH had just arrived as well. LNSH offered a friendly smile and nod, which TNCH reciprocated. As both competitors prepared, their respective beasts had already been summoned. Contestants, please ready yourselves. The battle is about to commence, the referee announced. The instructions were casually yet emphatically reiterated, essentially conveying the notion that some light sparring would suffice, with the imperative not to endanger the life of the beast companion. Both parties nodded in agreement, understanding that they bore no deep-seated animosity towards one another. Thus there was no need for extreme measures. As preparations concluded, a command was issued, signaling the commencement of the match. Tianqi, a portly figure weighing approximately 200 pounds, commanded a formidable beast, an elite-quality ice wolf, at level 7. It was evident that this was a region of hidden talents. The Beastmaster's caliber was notably elevated. The ice wolf swiftly entered combat mode, clearly not its first bout. Go, little wolf. Show them our might, Tianqi urged, driven by a strong desire to attack. Although the ice wolf was still young, it exhibited remarkable speed and agility, charging forward with grace. In contrast, Heiyi remained unperturbed, perceiving the little canine's pace to be somewhat sluggish. With a deft dodge, Heiyi easily evaded the assault while simultaneously delivering a powerful counterstrike. Though it did not breach the ice wolf's skin, the impact was substantial, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. Tianqi's face twitched, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary. The little wolf launched a full-speed assault with its claws. Despite feeling outmatched, Tianqi gritted his teeth and shouted, wagering that the shadow mantis could withstand the ice wolf's onslaught. Regrettably, the outcome was not as anticipated. Before the ice wolf could even make contact, Heiyi executed a swift strike, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake and significantly diminishing the young wolf's combat capability. The match concluded with Lin Shu's victory. Witnessing the outcome, the referee promptly declared the result and halted the competition. With a defeated sigh, Tianqi slumped down, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself about being dispatched so swiftly. Chapter 14. Bai Sheng and the Lawn Lei Wenxiong. The dejected little chubby boy walked away, not even glancing back. Having fought numerous times, this was his first experience of such a devastating defeat. The fervent dream of becoming a beast master seemed to shatter in this battle. Lin Shu, observing the situation, felt powerless. After all, He was simply built that way, with all attributes focused on speed and attack power, designed as an assassin for explosive strikes. The subsequent matches unfolded with each battle lasting no more than 3 minutes. Overall, Lin Shu faced minimal pressure, the contests proving relatively effortless. However, they left the novice beast masters lamenting their plight. After a brief respite, the clock struck 11, revealing only an hour remained before the day's battles concluded. "This is our last match. Once it's done, we'll head back," Lin Shu informed He. Despite having fought all morning, He remained invigorated, exuding an uncontainable joy, perhaps due to the thrill of combat rather than mere practice. Soon enough, the familiar voice of the announcer echoed, calling for Lin Shu and Bai Sheng to report to Arena 12. After hearing the announcement thrice, Lin Shu rose and made his way to the arena. Upon arrival, he found his opponent, Bai Sheng, donned in a black hat and light-colored attire, with sharp features and a serene demeanor, wearing a gentle smile that suggested he was no ordinary contender. The two exchanged nods, a customary greeting before the match officially commenced. With a sweeping gesture, Bai Sheng summoned a magical array, and a medium-sized blue bear materialized in the arena. This bear possessed a unique appearance, its fur neither black nor white, but a soft blue, adorned with circular patterns reminiscent of incense coils. Its massive paws crackled with arcs of electricity, emitting a faint crackling sound. Upon witnessing the beast's striking presence, Lin Shu sensed its exceptional nature, uncertain of its species. The information panel materialized, revealing, name, Lan Lei Wenxiong. Level, 8, 2580. Level cap, 76. Status, healthy. Quality, perfect. Attribute, lightning. Talent, none. Skills, basic arc, passive, small tier 1230, small strike 830, intermediate thunder fist beginner, 340. Lin Shu furrowed his brow at these attributes, recognizing the formidable challenge that lay ahead. This was the strongest opponent He had faced thus far, boasting a perfect quality with 2 basic skills and 1 intermediate skill, all while matching He in level. In the midst of battle, should the Lan Lei Wenxiong land a blow, it could very well spell doom for He, given the bear's reputation for devastating attacks, especially coupled with its bear lineage. Sensing Lin Shu's seriousness, He shook off its earlier nonchalance, fully embracing a state of readiness, embodying the poised assassin it was meant to be. As the match commenced, Lin Shu reminded He to be cautious, to avoid overextending, and to strike only when necessary. He, keenly aware of the formidable blue bear before him, exhibited high combat awareness. This was a natural instinct, a talent for the uncharted void walk. While the opponent's strength was daunting, Lin Shu still perceived a glimmer of victory on the horizon. The scales were not entirely tipped against them. Thunder. That Mantis is no ordinary foe. Do not underestimate it, Bai Sheng cautioned, devoid of arrogance. The Lan Lei Wenxiong nodded with an earnest expression, then lunged towards He. Although bears are generally not known for their speed, the Lan Lei Wenxiong far surpassed its kin. Its massive paws swung with ferocity, arcs of electricity crackling dangerously, and a successful hit could potentially induce paralysis. Against melee-type beast masters, this bear would be a formidable opponent. However, He was an exception. Moving with the swiftness of a shadow, it swiftly maneuvered behind the Lan Lei Wenxiong, delivering a powerful strike. The once invincible assault strategy yielded only moderate results this time. The bear emitted a low grunt, retaliating with a backhanded swipe. The bear's tough hide absorbed much of the impact, yet the expertly executed strike still drew blood, leaving a gash. Seeing this, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief. As long as they could breach the bear's defenses, they could wear it down. After successfully landing a blow, He retreated to reassess its next opportunity for attack. Bai Sheng's face registered shock. He had anticipated the Shadow Mantis to be strong, but its prowess exceeded his expectations. This level of striking power suggested at least a high proficiency, and the rapid improvement rate was astonishing. Frowning, he realized the match would be more challenging than he had anticipated. He had come to be the one on the receiving end of a beating. Contemplating a strategy, a solution emerged to drag out the fight. By allowing the bear to exhaust its stamina, they could capitalize on its moment of weakness with a well-timed thunder fist. With this determination, the tide of the battle began to turn. The LNLIW, and Xing merely stood its ground, intentionally or unintentionally resisting the onslaught of the night. It preserved its strength as much as possible, indifferent to the bloodstains that marred its body. Witnessing this scene, LNSH comprehended much of the situation and understood the underlying reasons. However, there would be no issues, if not for the void-walking ability. The plan could still be executed. Thus, The Lin Shu endured 3 full minutes of relentless assault, observing that the pace of the knight's movement was gradually slowing. Under the subtle indication from Bish, it grasped the intent and let out a mighty roar, its paw crackling with lightning as it prepared to strike down the detestable Mantis. Suddenly, the Mantis that had been poised for attack vanished, reappearing behind it to unleash a flurry of strikes. The once steady form of the Lin Shu began to waver. It could no longer withstand the barrage of attacks after enduring for so long. Despite its robust constitution, it could not endure such ceaseless assaults. Bish rubbed his forehead, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Since forming a contract with the Lin Shu, he had never faced defeat. Little did he expect this loss would feel so frustrating. Lin Shu wins. With the referee's announcement, the battle came to an end. The knight, standing on the stage, was also panting heavily, its chest heaving, indicating it was nearing its limits. After all, compared to the endurance of the Lin Shu, it fell significantly short. Lin Shu gave a thumbs up to the knight, acknowledging its prowess. The knight, worthy of being his trump card, revealed a proud glint in its eyes, as if to say, "I will always be your ace." Chapter 15, a bit red. The Lin Shu was sent for medical attention. Its injuries, although not life-threatening, were undeniably painful and could not be delayed. Bish reflected on every detail of the battle, realizing he had had little opportunity throughout. The one seeming chance had been swiftly evaded by the opponent's instantaneous displacement. He pondered whether that final movement was a Beastmaster talent or a Beastmaster's skill. It must have been the latter, as the Shadow Mantis had never displayed such a talent. Observing Lin Shu about to exit, Bish hastily approached and stood beside him. "Classmate, your Shadow Mantis is remarkably trained." This compliment came sincerely. He had not caught the name during the announcement. Surprised by the interruption, Lin Shu replied, "Thank you, it was merely luck. I may not win next time." This statement was not entirely false, as the uncertainties in battle were numerous. How humble and unassuming, devoid of arrogance, Bish thought, forming a simple sketch of Lin Shu's character and integrity. He considered Lin Shu's strength and potential. "May I ask your name?" "I am Bish," came the prompt reply from Lin Shu. They exchanged a brief handshake, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Lin Shu, curious about Bish, recognized that possessing a perfect quality initial beast was indicative of an unusual background, and making a new friend could only benefit him. He followed Bish to a chamber, its door marked with a sign displaying 001. With the surname Bi, it was clear that this venue was the Bish arena. Putting the pieces together, Lin Shu understood that Bish had significant ties to this establishment. The room was lavishly decorated, spacious with over 200 square meters, furnished with genuine leather sofas made from the hides of unknown beasts. Engaging in light conversation, Bish remarked, "You are not from the Central District, are you? Your Beastmaster skills are impressive, otherwise, I would have heard of you." Lin Shu had nothing to conceal and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I hail from the NNSH district." Bish acknowledged this, and the two delved into conversation, sharing a wealth of topics as peers. Their dialogue flowed fervently, drawing them closer. Bish did not shy away from revealing his identity, openly admitting that the Bin arena was indeed a family enterprise. However, he refrained from delving into excessive detail, implying enough for understanding. Lin Shu also disclosed his purpose for visiting the Central District, which greatly surprised Bish. He had not anticipated such rapid advancement in both beast training and mental enhancement. Before long, noon arrived, and Bish summoned the staff, bringing forth numerous dishes that Lin Shu had never encountered, with names such as Summer Breeze Salad, Colorful Clouds Chasing the Moon, and Jade Pearl Stew. The peculiar titles offered no hint of their contents. Once served, they left Lin Shu astounded. According to Bish, these dishes were crafted from high-grade monster meats, greatly benefiting the physique and spirit of beastmasters upon consumption. Monsters, in this context, referred to uncontracted beasts, predominantly from other realms. Naturally, these ingredients were consumable by the beasts as well, with effects comparable to mid-level nutritional potions. With a noisy feast, the knight devoured the food ravenously, exclaiming its delectable nature. After sampling a few bites, Lin Shu too was amazed. This truly was the most exquisite meal he had ever tasted, far exceeding the so-called delicacies of his previous life. This meal brought him immense satisfaction, while Bish merely nibbled a few bites, seemingly accustomed to such fare. After lunch, they added each other as friends on Fathead, the most widely used chat application in DC. "Are you in a hurry to return this afternoon?" Bish inquired. Lnsh contemplated briefly before agreeing. After all, one could hardly refuse such minor requests. Returning home later posed no significant issue. Although Bish appeared indifferent, Lnsh perceived a pride in him regarding victories and defeats. He could accept loss, but his desire to reclaim victory was undeniably strong. They entered a private venue equipped with comprehensive facilities and numerous staff on standby. The previously battered Lin Shu was now fully revitalized, appearing unscathed. It seemed the medical personnel here possessed exceptional skill. The two then entered the arena, engaging in an afternoon of combat. In a short span, they battled 11 rounds. Bish faced defeat in all 11. Each time he nearly clinched victory, the knight would evade using its void walking ability, relentlessly wearing down the Lin Shu. The knight itself endured several hits from the Lin Shu, but fortunately, both sides were fatigued by the late stages of battle. Winning throughout the afternoon was no small feat. Lnsh had considered letting Bish win a round, but Bish seemed to have anticipated this, repeatedly insisting not to hold back. Thus, Lnsh complied. Bish transformed from calm and collected at the beginning, to furrowed brows midway, and finally to a silent demeanor by the end. Lnsh even noticed a flush upon Bish's face, as if it might ignite. During the bouts, he would repeatedly declare, "This is truly the last round." Otherwise, Lnsh would have returned long ago. The day had certainly delighted the knight, which clamored for a return next week. Lnsh chuckled at the little creature. Before departing, Bish, somewhat drained, said, "Lnsh, let us meet again next week." Nodding. Though uncertain how to console him, Lnsh patted Bish's shoulder, offering a simple, "Good luck." As he gazed at the receding figure of Lin Shu, Bishing found it hard to accept the reality that he had lost for an entire day. How embarrassing it would be to admit that. It was indeed his own negligence. He had not anticipated encountering a formidable opponent even before leaving Fengdu City. This was a lesson he had often chastised himself with at home, yet it had come to pass sooner than expected. Bishing clenched his fists tightly, resolving to reclaim his losses next week, his eyes shining with determination and confidence. Meanwhile, Lin Shu made his way to the hotel, promptly checking out and departing from the central district. He boarded a vehicle heading towards Nen City. The distance from the center was not particularly far, as the central district lay at the heart of the city, making any destination relatively close. An hour and a half later, Lin Shu finally returned home, marking the conclusion of his journey through the central district. His primary takeaway was the acquaintance with Tu Yao. Though somewhat naive in appearance, he was still young, and the future held promise. The second significant outcome was his budding friendship with Bisheng. Bisheng was humble and unassuming, lacking the arrogance often seen in other second-generation heirs. Lin Shu found him to be a pleasant individual, and their interactions felt natural, suggesting the potential for a deeper friendship. Chapter 16. Monthly exam rewards. The next morning, within the confines of Kangla No. 2 High School, the classroom of Class 5 was filled with students seated and awaiting the commencement of their lesson. Huang Yian cast a glance at the imposing figure of He Yi, who, due to his size, was relegated to Lin Shu's feet. "Your Mantis has grown remarkably fast, and that gaze is rather intimidating," he remarked. Even Xiaohua seemed intimidated, unwilling to engage in play. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu looked down to find that the fiery canine, usually lively with He Yi, was now cowering in a corner, too frightened to make eye contact, appearing quite pitiable. He gently patted He Yi to calm him down. After doing so, the atmosphere improved significantly. The fiery canine no longer seemed as terrified and began wagging its tail. Indeed, perhaps it was simply growing quickly due to ample nourishment. It had been throwing a tantrum earlier, but now it seemed much improved. Huang Yian observed the two pets playing together again, though the disparity in their sizes was quite pronounced, with Xiaohua not even half the size of He Yi. Although curious, he could not discern any issues. After this brief interlude, teacher Zhao Sheng entered the classroom. Today's lesson focused on Beastmaster knowledge. The sound of footsteps echoed as he approached, and he set down his book and teacup, quickly settling into the rhythm of lecturing. On the blackboard, he wrote the word, talent, clearing his throat. Zhao Sheng's voice rang out clearly. "Today, we shall discuss talent." "Whose talent, you may ask?" Some students appeared puzzled, seemingly unaware of the context. Zhao Sheng clarified. "It is not the talent of the beast masters, but rather the innate talents possessed by the beasts themselves. Indeed, not only do beast masters have talents, but the beasts do as well." Fearing disbelief, he reiterated the point. While others might not understand, Lin Shu was certain of this, as both of his beasts possessed talents. Observing his classmates' reactions, he continued, "Of course, the probability of this occurring is exceedingly low, much lower than the awakening of a beast master's talent. Perhaps only 1 in 1,000 beasts may possess such a gift. Currently, there are no instruments capable of detecting these innate abilities. Upon hearing this, the students began to murmur. Huang Ian queried, "Teacher, does that mean beasts with talents are all quite powerful?" Though it was a question, Huang Ian firmly believed it to be true. If they were not strong, what purpose would their awakened talents serve? Zhao Sheng regarded Huang Ian with appreciation. That is an excellent question. In most cases, this holds true. However, it is important to note that not all talents are combat-related. Some may be supportive. Thus, while it is not absolute, having an additional talent significantly impacts a beast. Following the teacher's explanation, the students seemed enlightened. Are there any further questions? Do feel free to inquire, as you must not miss out on any awakened talents you may encounter in the future. Such beasts are indeed coveted. As the students contemplated what to ask, Lin Shu seized the opportunity to voice his own uncertainty. Teacher, is the awakening of a beast's talent determined by its attributes? Or can it randomly awaken other attributes? Lin Shu had experienced both scenarios, prompting his inquiry. Lin Shu, you have given this considerable thought. You seem to have anticipated this, Zhao Sheng responded, somewhat surprised. This question is quite insightful, as if you possess a beast with an awakened talent. To answer your first question, yes, the talents of beasts typically awaken according to their original attributes. Secondly, during mutations, there exists a very low probability of awakening other attributes. The teacher articulated clearly, and the students comprehended. Lin Shu nodded, grasping the situation. However, it appeared that most students were not particularly interested in this topic, perhaps due to a lack of hope in obtaining beasts with talents. Noticing this, Zhao Sheng continued, every type of beast has the chance to be born with a talent, but it requires a bit of luck. Of course, there is one situation in which a beast will inevitably possess a talent. Seemingly teasing, he did not elaborate further, igniting curiosity among the students who clamored for more information. Teacher, what is it? Please tell us. Zhao Sheng, amused by their eagerness, smiled. You little rascals. You won't let up until you see the rabbit, will you? He continued, the conditions are not particularly difficult. It merely requires an epic quality. Upon hearing this, the classroom, once full of enthusiasm, fell into a stunned silence. Clearly, the students were taken aback by the teacher's dry humor. Is this even reasonable? What do you mean, not difficult? An epic quality? Are you kidding us? Haha, do not underestimate yourselves. The future is long, and opportunities will arise, Zhao Sheng reassured them, and gradually, the atmosphere in the classroom lightened. He then shifted the discussion away from talents to other points of knowledge. As the morning drew to a close, just before the class ended, Zhao Sheng stood at the podium. Class, this Friday is the monthly exam, and the rewards have been announced for you to see. I hope everyone achieves a commendable rank. Let us do our best. He raised his hands in encouragement as the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The rewards for the monthly exam were read aloud. First place would receive 20 bottles of intermediate nutritional potions and 10 first-tier spiritual items. Places 2 to 5 would receive 10 bottles of intermediate nutritional potions. Places 6 to 20 would receive 5 bottles. Places 21 to 50 would receive 3 bottles. And places 51 to 100 would receive 1 bottle, with no further rewards beyond that. It was undeniable that the first place prize was substantial, far exceeding those of the other ranks. This has nothing to do with me. I can only envy the top contenders, Lin Shu thought. The discussion of these rewards sparked a wave of excitement among the class. I believe Shu Gu will secure first place, Lu Dong remarked. His words immediately prompted a chorus of agreement. You're right. I think Lin Shu has first place in the bag. Everyone is expressing their opinions. After all, Lin Shu has a remarkable track record, and naturally, everyone believes he will shine in this upcoming monthly examination. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shu couldn't help but touch his forehead. You guys, apart from Class 2, have hardly seen other classes' Beast Tamers. Stop flattering yourselves. Chapter 17. Shuang Yingsha and Feng Rui Li Ren. Time has come to Wednesday, with only one day remaining until the monthly exam. Today, the night once again brought Lin Shu considerable surprises. The primary skill Feng Rui Li Ren, passive, has reached the novice level of 1220. The intermediate skill Shuang Yingsha is at the novice level of 040. Indeed, the knight has comprehended 2 skills once more. The primary passive skill Feng Rui Li Ren has a straightforward effect. It directly enhances the attack power of the knight and increases the strength of its forelimbs, equivalent to wielding 2 weapons. The higher the skill level, the greater the enhancement. The second skill is the intermediate Shuang Yingsha, a dark-type skill, which is quite renowned among shadow mantises. Its effect is simple. It can summon 2 replicas to attack the enemy simultaneously, bewildering them for an unexpected outcome. Lin Shu felt immensely satisfied with this. Even before reaching level 10, he already possesses 5 skills, more than many of his peers who are Beast Tamers. Over the past few days, the knight's strength has improved significantly. Its assault capabilities have reached an intricate level. It is surprising that further enhancement is still possible. What will the next stage be called? Will it continue to improve? However, the proficiency required after reaching the intricate level has indeed increased. Lin Shu decisively instructed the knight and its replicas to swiftly switch to learning another skill. The attack power is already sufficient, but other aspects still require enhancement. In these days, the level experience has increased by 25 points, which is rather decent. However, the primary nutrient solution in hand has been depleted, and even the first-tier spiritual item provided by the teacher has long been used. The improvement has been negligible, far less substantial than allocating points. Is it due to the ineffectiveness of the primary nutrient solution, or is there another reason? Perhaps the next reward could be sold outright? Retaining the money to purchase the next beast for use. Lin Shu contemplated these differing thoughts in his mind. Yet, since the items have not yet arrived, pondering these matters is futile. It would be best to assess the situation when the time comes. Looking at the balance of proficiency, 192, he found it quite ample. Yet, there was still no indication of subsequent evolution from the Knight's panel. Perhaps more is needed. Directly spending 145 proficiency leaves a balance of 47. Lin Shu is like this. When he possesses valuable items, he cannot resist using them right away. He elevated the Knight's level to 10, finally qualifying as a first-tier Beast Tamer. It took nearly half a month to reach first tier, which seems somewhat slow. The Knight felt the rapid elevation of its level, and its body suddenly became robust, sensing the surge of power within. Truly, the master is remarkable. It seems due to the point allocation. The Knight's current physique is nearly indistinguishable from its adult form. Its length has reached 90 centimeters, standing tall enough to reach Lin Shu's waist. Observing its appearance, it shows no signs of ceasing growth. It is worth noting that the average adult shadow mantis only measures 95 centimeters in length. Quite impressive. Lin Shu feels confident about tomorrow's monthly exam. With a level 10 and a physique far surpassing that of his peers, along with these 5 skills, achieving a poor performance would be exceedingly difficult. Then there is Tu Yao. After a few days of acclimatization, Tu Yao can occasionally practice skills within the room. It must be said, this is a significant improvement. For this, Lin Shu offered praise. Tu Yao, appearing rather simple-minded, stood there with a silly grin. He decided to let him stay in the room. Though Tu Yao may seem somewhat foolish, he has no other flaws. He is diligent, which gives Lin Shu considerable assurance. Leaving Tu Yao and 3 replicas at home, he took the knight to school. Upon entering the classroom, it was filled with noise. Hearing everyone discuss, Lin Shu realized that today marked the beginning of the registration for the Binzhou Cup. The competitive spirit of the Great Xia is strong, with numerous competitions abound. Besides the High School Cup and University Cup, there are also various regional events drawing considerable attention. After all, the diligent students are the future of Great Xia, thus receiving much hope. The Binzhou Cup is one such regional event, a competition for high school students. Any school that qualifies will establish a team, and Kanglin know. Tu High School has one as well. They once secured the championship in the Binzhou Cup, but that was 20 years ago. Nowadays, with so many schools, they have lost their competitive edge. The best recent achievement was reaching the top 8 in the Binzhou Cup, with several instances of falling in the top 32. However, such results are still considered among the top 10 in Fengdu City. By performance, it is not bad. The Binzhou Cup is about to commence. Who does everyone think can win the championship? I am unsure who can win, but I am clear on who cannot. Our Kanglin know. Tu High School would consider it a success to reach the top 4. The top 4? That would be a tremendous success, deserving of a celebration for the entire school. Everyone understood implicitly the school's capabilities, recognizing that winning the championship is nearly impossible. After all, how many cities are there in a province? And how many high schools within each city? It is a challenging endeavor. Aspiring for the championship is certainly beyond reach. However, the school team selection is imminent. I wonder if anyone from our class will have the opportunity to be chosen. At this moment, Zhang Qi suddenly raised another topic. The school team, how enviable. Who wouldn't envy it? Everyone desires to join the school team. Although the strength of Kanglin No. 2 High School's team is not particularly strong, the benefits are undeniable. Just being selected for the school team guarantees weekly cash allowances and high-grade nutrient solutions. Over the course of a year, one could accumulate hundreds of thousands in hand. Such conditions are envied by the majority. Each year, the reward conditions vary slightly, but the amounts remain relatively consistent. Furthermore, due to recent rankings, the school is eager to improve, thus widening the selection criteria. The principal has increased the subsidies for the team, allowing first and second-year students to join the team early. Of course, they are not main players, but rather reserve team members. Yet, it still requires students with exceptional talents to be included. The selection of personnel is personally conducted by the principal. This approach is also to build a solid foundation ahead of time and accumulate experience for future competitions. In my opinion, Our class only has Lin Shu and the class president. Others have little chance. Upon this statement, there was surprisingly no rebuttal. Everyone nodded in agreement. Joining the school team would undoubtedly benefit the development of their beasts. Such a golden opportunity must not be missed. However, it remains uncertain when specific details will be disclosed. Lin Shu pondered this in his heart. The conversation did not continue further as the teacher arrived punctually in the classroom. It fell silent immediately as everyone quietly awaited the lesson. Chapter 18. The monthly exam begins. On the following morning, the monthly exam at Kanglin No. 2 High School commenced as scheduled. Inside the classroom, Zhao Xing stood at the podium, reminding everyone of some important points. I believe everyone is already aware of the rewards for the monthly exam, so I will not elaborate further. This year's monthly exam content differs from previous years. The original battle segment has been cancelled and transformed into a beast assessment, eliminating the combat component. After sharing these insights, there was little reaction from the crowd, as this was information they were all well acquainted with. The elimination of the combat segment had granted some a false sense of hope. The previous match against Class 2 was a testament to this. Most students still struggled to command their contracted beasts, let alone engage in battle, which provided a collective sigh of relief. In comparison, the physical assessment of the beasts was a more manageable task, as everyone had some understanding of their beasts' developmental states. They could estimate their potential rankings. Sensing that everyone was informed, Zhao Sheng continued. The physical assessment was divided into 3 components: level, skills, and physique. The highest weightage was given to level and skills, while physique accounted for a minor portion. Skills were categorized based on the number of awakenings and levels of the beasts. Everyone took note. All right, please line up in 2 rows in the corridor. After Class 4 proceeds, we will head to the playground for the monthly assessment. With this instruction, he gestured towards the door, prompting the students to form an orderly line, preparing to make their way to the playground. The large group advanced slowly, and along the way, many began to voice their concerns. This is it. I want to even make the top 100. I'm worried I'll be outside the top 300. Relax. Don't be so anxious. Don't place too much importance on the results of the first monthly assessment. The subsequent ones won't differ much. What? Are you trying to crush my spirit too? This comment elicited laughter from several students. Soon, they arrived at the playground, where they waited for a while. All 10 classes were ready, arranged in 10 lines. Fortunately, the school's playground was spacious enough to accommodate such a large number of students. At this moment, Lin Shu observed a myriad of beast varieties. While he occasionally spotted them around campus, it was quite rare to see them gathered like this. The sounds of various beasts echoed, creating a lively atmosphere. Chickens fluttered and dogs barked, as creatures of the sky, land, and water were all visible in this playground. From a distance, it resembled a bustling zoo. Not far off, dozens of machines were fully prepared, signaling the official start of the monthly assessment. Students were called forward swiftly for their checks, averaging about 5 minutes each. Before long, it was Lin Shu's turn. He approached the testing machine, with He Yi by his side. The instructor adjusted his glasses, seemingly taken aback by the height of He Yi. Many had never contracted a shadow mantis and were unaware of its intricacies. However, the instructor, being well-versed, recognized how astonishing it was for a shadow mantis to have grown so much in less than a month. Students from other classes were also drawn to the spectacle, comparing their beasts and noticing the stark differences. Wow, it's grown so quickly. Indeed, it's quite large. Many chimed in, earning astonished reactions from students of other classes. Please hand me your student card. The instructor continued his work without pause. Lin Shu handed over his student card, placing it on the machine. Beep, entry successful. Your beast is the best developed I have seen this year. You may proceed to the testing now. The instructor's gaze was filled with admiration, clearly impressed by He Yi. Thank you, teacher. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Shu guided He Yi. With a gentle leap, He Yi landed in the center of the apparatus, appearing calm and somewhat bored. After 2 to 3 minutes, results emerged from the machine. Name, Shadow Mantis. Length, 902. 8 centimeters. Weight, 128 kilograms. Level 100. Skills, Basic Assault, Quick Movement, Heavy Strike. Sharp Blade, Passive, Intermediate Double Shadow Kill. An automatic table appeared. The assessment equipment was advanced enough to detect the awakened skills of the beasts. Of course, it did not assess talent, as such machines did not yet exist. Upon glancing at the results, the instructor's mouth fell open, astonished by the incredible findings. A first-level beast with 4 basic skills and 1 intermediate skill. This was the most impressive data he had seen in years at Kanglin No. 2 High School. The cultivation was impeccable, achieving such a beast in such a short time. Your efforts are commendable. Thank you for the praise, teacher. I shall continue to strive. Lin Shu responded humbly, devoid of arrogance. The instructor nodded, searching the table for his name. Class 5, Lin Shu. Not only was his beast cultivation exceptional, but he had also awakened the talent of a beast master himself. His future prospects were indeed limitless. The instructor committed Lin Shu's name to memory, already concluding that he would likely secure the top position in the monthly assessment. He could hardly conceive of anyone who could rival him. Lin, your results have been recorded. The instructor smiled as he returned the student card to Lin Shu. After thanking the teacher, Lin Shu departed from the machine, returning to the back of his class to await the continuation of the assessment, which was still in full swing. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a tall middle-aged man was reviewing something on the computer. This man was Pei Yuanfang, the principal of Kanglan No. 2 High School. His hair was neatly combed, and his square face bore a pair of sharp eyes as he examined the scores of numerous students. A faint smile began to form on his previously expressionless face. There were quite a few promising students this time, and less than halfway through, 3 had already surpassed the score of 500. The average score was also significantly higher than the previous year by 20 points. The machine converted the recorded data into scores, providing a clearer representation of the results. Hearing this, a nearby teacher chimed in. This is largely thanks to the principal's support. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved such impressive results. A small compliment that made Pei Yuanfang feel appreciated. He had dedicated much to Kanglan No. 2 High School, and now, the results finally justified his efforts. However, his primary focus remained on the 6 students who had awakened the Beast Master talent. Do we have any results for them yet? He inquired. A teacher at the left responded promptly. Yes, Principal. 2 have completed their tests. Excellent. Send them over. Let me see. Chapter 19. The top of the monthly assessment. 2 students in total. They were Zhou Qi and Lin Shu. Pei Yuanfang first opened Zhou Qi's monthly assessment results. Name, Snow Spirit. Length, 381. 8 centimeters. Weight, 60. 8 kilograms. Level, 77. Skills, Basic Ice Spike, Frost Strike, Ice Power, Passive. Total score, 532, 65. This beast was from the school's breeding facility. He had some recollection of it, as he had personally sourced it. It was quite good, but Pei Yuanfang's first impression of the data was that it fell slightly short. All these talented individuals had benefited from the school's resources, so achieving such results was not surprising. It still did not meet his expectations. He hoped the next one would bring him some surprises. Soon, the data for Hei Yi appeared once more. Name, Shadow Mantis. Length, 902. 8 centimeters. Weight, 128 kilograms. Level 100. Skills, Basic Assault, Quick Movement, Heavy Strike, Sharp Blade, Passive, Intermediate Double Shadow Kill. Total score, 1068, 53. A moment of silence followed. Then a burst of hearty and joyous laughter erupted. Ha ha, ha ha. The total score reached an astonishing 106, 853, directly surpassing the 1,000 mark. Such a score is truly terrifying. While the average level within the school currently stands at a mere 53, there exists an individual who has remarkably cultivated their beast to level 10. This figure is exceedingly exaggerated, far exceeding the achievements of other students. Furthermore, although the 4 skills possessed are not as extraordinary as level 10, they are nonetheless quite impressive. The overall growth rate has left him somewhat astounded. Naturally, he is familiar with the Shadow Mantis. This little creature, having only been born for just over a month, remarkably matches the size of its adult counterparts in his memory. Could it be that this Shadow Mantis possesses an innate physical talent that far surpasses the norm? Teacher Lon, please utilize the data I sent you to compare it with the data from the same period. Then inform me of the results promptly. His voice was slow yet exceptionally resolute. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lon immediately responded, Understood, Principal. He swiftly began to search and compare the data on his computer. Soon, the results of the comparison emerged. According to the data, the body length surpassed the counterpart by 358, while the weight exceeded by 286, with each data point exceeding by around 30. Teacher Lan's remarks thoroughly confirmed this notion. His physical talent is indeed remarkable. It is well known that mantises are a species with rapid development, yet one that grows at such an accelerated pace as this is exceedingly rare. Excellent, excellent. Pei Yuanfang tapped the desktop, seemingly deep in thought. Lin Shu, possessing the talent of a beast master, although not yet revealing its specific effects, has a high probability of having an auxiliary type based on the growth rate of the Shadow Mantis. This talent, if indeed it serves to enhance beast growth rates, is quite extraordinary. It appears that a prodigy has indeed emerged from Kanglan No. 2 High School. He felt compelled to take action and began to review Lin Shu's student profile. After perusing the document, he found himself with additional thoughts. The family circumstances could not be described as good. They were indeed a complete mess. With both parents deceased and being the sole child, it is remarkable that he was able to achieve such results under these conditions. One could genuinely admire the effort he must have exerted, effort that often goes unnoticed by others. If he could achieve this with so few resources, What extraordinary heights might he reach with additional support? With a decision forming in his mind, he resolved to wait a moment longer to see if any other promising candidates would emerge. Before long, the results of the monthly examination were released. While a few students scored above 500, in comparison to Lin Shu, they paled in significance. The scores of the other 4 talented students could only be described as average, far inferior to the impact Lin Shu had made. Thus, Pei Yuanfang, not one to hesitate, decisively declared, "Let the reward for this month's top score be doubled. Also, inform Xiao Zhao to keep this matter confidential." The monthly examination had concluded, and the top scorer was already evident. As if recalling something, he added, Also tell Xiao Zhao to have Lin Shu come to my office next Wednesday afternoon." "Understood. Principal, I will notify teacher Zhao Sheng immediately." He then took out his phone to make the necessary contact. Pei Yuanfang nodded, his gaze drifting to the window. Outside lay the playground, where numerous students were bustling about. Observing this scene, Pei Yuanfang's thoughts swirled. Despite his esteemed position as the head of the school, the pressure he faced was immense. Years of declining rankings compelled him to take this matter seriously. It seemed an opportunity to turn the tide had presented itself. One could only hope this truly was a chance. The notification from Teacher Lan arrived swiftly. Zhao Sheng received the message without delay. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Lin Shu to a large tree. At that moment, the students of Class 5 were preparing to return to their classroom and noticed Lin Shu being called aside by the teacher. Curiosity sparked. They began to chatter amongst themselves, speculating on what might have transpired. Upon reaching the tree, where it was quiet and devoid of people, Lin Shu inquired, "Teacher, is there something you need?" Although framed as a question, he had his suspicions. Aside from the monthly examination, there seemed to be no other reasons for the teacher to summon him. "Indeed, your results from the monthly examination have arrived. You secured the first place. Truly impressive. You've brought honor to our class," Zhao Sheng remarked. Furthermore, the principal has personally announced that the reward for the top scorer will be doubled. However, let us keep this matter under wraps for now. We should remain low-key. It was evident that Lin Shu's talent had caught the attention of the school administration. Zhao Sheng felt immense pride in having such a student in his class, a matter that would surely be lauded throughout his career. He had complete faith that Lin Shu would not let such news slip. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt elated. After all, receiving double the reward was a delightful surprise. "Rest assured, teacher, I want to spread this around." Zhao Sheng nodded with a smile. "Also, the principal wishes to meet you. Please come by next Wednesday afternoon." "All right, I understand, teacher." While he harbored some questions, he assumed it would not be anything negative. There was no need to overthink. He would simply attend as requested. With their conversation concluded, the two returned directly to the classroom. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu re-entered the room, where discussions about rankings and scores filled the air. "I estimate I scored just over 100, probably ranking around 200, one student mused. "I think I'll land around 400. I can already anticipate a lecture at home," another lamented. "I feel confident. I should comfortably secure a spot in the top 100. The disparity in performance was stark. Those who performed well were animated and jovial, while those who fared poorly appeared dejected and disheartened. As Lin Shu walked into the classroom, all eyes turned towards him, curiosity piquing about what had transpired during his meeting with the teacher. Chapter 20. The reward arrives. Inquiries about Lin Shu's meeting filled the air. Facing the barrage of questions, Lin Shu merely smiled lightly and refrained from elaborating. There was little to say. Disappointment flickered across the faces of his peers, as they realized that if he chose not to share, there was little they could do to pry him open. However, it wasn't long before the truth surfaced. After lunch, class monitor Huang Ian retrieved the report card from the teacher's office. Upon reviewing the results, the realization dawned that the top scorer of the monthly examination was none other than Lin Shu. The class erupted in excitement, gathering around him with exclamations of astonishment. "The first place in our class. It's Lin Shu. I knew it. Brother Shu would take the top spot." Lu Dong displayed a knowing expression, hands on hips, brimming with pride as if he himself had achieved first place. Huang Ian, witnessing Lin Shu's victory, was lost in thoughts. In the blink of an eye, he found himself left far behind. Many affluent students from other classes had also been outperformed by Lin Shu, who, despite their daily consumption of advanced nutritional potions and the aid of spiritual items, found themselves eclipsed by him. Congratulations, congratulations. This is truly impressive. 666. In the face of such praise, Lin Shu smiled and acknowledged his classmates. Their overwhelming enthusiasm left him somewhat unaccustomed. Even in the evening, he found himself surrounded by fellow students and their beasts, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Seeking an excuse to leave the classroom, he finally felt a bit more at ease. The reward for first place comprised 20 bottles of intermediate nutritional potions and 10 first-tier spiritual items. Now, under the principal's approval, This had doubled to 40 bottles of intermediate nutritional potions and 21st-tier spiritual items. The resources for cultivation, which were originally on the verge of depletion, have unexpectedly become abundant once more. As Lin Shu contemplated when he would receive his rewards, Zhaoxing approached him, bringing along a striking red suitcase. This suitcase contained the rewards from the recent monthly examination. Clearly, the quantity was too substantial to fit in a mere backpack, necessitating the use of a suitcase instead. Unfortunately, without any means for storage, the process became rather cumbersome. Upon opening the suitcase, Lin Shu discovered 5 exquisite gift boxes within, each filled with a rich, magenta liquid, representing the intermediate nutritional potion. Lin Shu took out his phone to research its value and found that the official price for the intermediate nutritional potion was 15,888 yuan for 5 vials. Calculating the total, along with the spiritual items, the rewards amounted to approximately 200,000 yuan in cash. Indeed, these rewards were quite impressive, greatly enhancing Lin Shu's admiration for the principal, who truly appeared to be a benevolent figure. Time at school passed swiftly. Lin Shu, dragging the red suitcase, returned home punctually with the nightfall. He meticulously organized all the supplies from the suitcase and decided to let both He Yi and Tu Yao try the intermediate nutritional potion to observe its effects. With no immediate need for money, Lin Shu temporarily set aside the idea of selling this batch of potions, recognizing that proficiency and potion effects could stack without conflict. It was best to allow his beasts to develop properly. After a simple dinner, he prepared to meditate. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating a message had arrived. Lin Shu was unsure of the sender, but promptly picked up his phone to check. It was Bai Sheng, who exclaimed, "I can't believe I only ranked 5th in this month's exam. This is utterly unacceptable." Lin Shu couldn't help but smile slightly at the message. Despite her claims of unacceptability, it was evident she was boasting. Upon opening the 2 images she sent, Lin Shu saw one was a list of the top 100 scores from Zhongxin Yizhong, while the other displayed Bai Sheng's personal results. It was undeniable that Zhongxin Yizhong significantly outperformed Kanglin Erzhou. Both high schools followed the same examination format this month, focusing on physical fitness rather than combat. The top 5 all had comprehensive scores exceeding 1,000. Even Lin Shu could only manage to scrape through to 3rd place among them. The 1st place score reached an astonishing 108 points, which didn't surprise Lin Shu. Wealthy families had numerous methods to enhance their beasts, making his current standing quite normal. Moreover, the disparity in scores stemmed from differences in quality. After all, He Yi was merely elite grade, while their beasts were of perfect quality. Thus, Lin Shu remained confident in his superior nurturing abilities, believing he could catch up to them in due time. "Well, it's indeed unacceptable. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to secure 1st place," he replied with a picture. On the other side, Bai Sheng clicked on the message, aware that while she couldn't match Lin Shu's combat prowess, the scoring might tell a different story. After all, her beast's quality was superior, and she hoped to finally surpass Lin Shu. As she examined the images, Bai Sheng narrowed her eyes in disbelief. The first image revealed Lin Shu as the top scorer from Kanglin Erzhou, a result that was expected given his capabilities. However, the second image displayed a comprehensive score of 106,853, which was several points higher than her own score of 103,315. She found it hard to believe she had lost. If Lin Shu's Mantis reached perfect quality, he could easily claim the top spot at Zhongxin Yizhong. This was truly absurd. Feeling somewhat despondent, she sent a humorous sticker, pleading for assistance, followed by 2 crying emojis. Lin Shu found the exchange amusing and responded with a sticker of his own. Just as he assumed the conversation had concluded, another message from Bai Sheng appeared. "Lin Shu, are you coming to the Baiyun venue tomorrow afternoon?" After a brief pause, she added, "No expenses required, including meals and accommodation." The offer was appealing, and he decided to accept, primarily to hone He Yi's combat skills rather than for the complimentary provisions. "Of course, I'll arrive around 10:30, he confirmed. "All right. See you tomorrow." With that, their conversation came to an end. Lin Shu set his phone down and began his meditation. Meanwhile, in Bai Sheng's room, despite its size resembling a single room, it housed a professional training area specifically designed for her beast, the blue thunder pattern bear. "Let us go, Thunder. We must triumph over our opponent tomorrow." The bear roared energetically, running on a specially designed treadmill to enhance its speed, having previously faltered in that aspect. It yearned to defeat the slippery, wretched black grasshopper. As Saturday arrived, Lin Shu observed Tu Yao, whose body was covered in yellow-brown stone armor, and a smile graced his lips. It had been a week since he contracted Tu Yao, and under Lin Shu's care, its growth had been remarkably swift. From a size akin to a soccer ball, Tu Yao now resembled a small child of 3 or 4 years. After taking some measurements, its length reached 768, making it only slightly shorter than He Yi. This astonishing growth rate far exceeded that of He Yi, attributed not only to nutrition but also to Tu Yao's innate talent. Opening Tu Yao's panel, Lin Shu noted several changes. Name, Mountain Rock Man, level 3, 230. Level cap, 25. Status, healthy. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, earth. Talent, Tu Yao body, novice, 45, 200. Skills, advanced charge, 1650. Rock skin, passive, novice, 120. Dust, novice, 120. With Lin Shu's generous feeding of nutritional potions, Tu Yao had reached level 3 without any point allocation, which was quite commendable. The skills learned provided Lin Shu with ample surprises, as Tu Yao had directly comprehended 2 Earth-type skills. Thanks to the talent of Tu Yao's physique, each Earth-type skill could reach new heights under its influence. The panel now reflected some combat potential, and with only 137 proficiency points remaining, Lin Shu felt a surge of excitement. After some contemplation, he spent 90 points to elevate He Yi to level 11. As for saving points, that would have to wait until He Yi required evolution. After tidying his room, Lin Shu took He Yi and Tu Yao and closed the door behind him. He boarded public transport towards the Baiyun venue in the central district. Arriving at 10:20, 10 minutes early, he felt the hunger pangs of lunchtime approaching. At the mention of food, He Yi, who had been somewhat lethargic, perked up, its once dull eyes sparkling with anticipation, and straightened its posture. The delightful flavors from the last encounter lingered in the air, leaving the night unforgettable. However, Tyo felt indifferent, merely sensing the noise around. Gently patting the little head of Lin strode into the interior of the Baiyun venue. Before even crossing the threshold, a staff member approached briskly. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin?" Upon realizing it was a prior arrangement by Bish Ing, he replied affirmatively. "Yes, please follow me." Following the staff member's gesture, Lin proceeded. In 3 minutes, they arrived at the familiar VIP room 001. The staff member lightly knocked twice on the door. A youthful voice resonated from within. "Come in." After receiving a response, the staff member bowed and announced, "Mr. Lin, you may enter," before quickly departing. Upon entering, Lin indeed found Bish Ing, who appeared to have just arrived. However, the dining table in the VIP room was already laden with an array of dishes, emanating fragrant steam, clearly freshly arranged. The enticing aroma stirred at Lin's feet, making it restless. "You're early, please take a seat," Bish Ing greeted him promptly. "Indeed," Lin replied, closing the door behind him as he sat down. Bish Ing also noticed the silly Tyo nearby and mused inwardly, wondering if this was Lin's second contracted beast, a mere rock golem, the most commonplace of beasts. Although curious about Lin's reasons for the contract, he chose to remain silent. Glancing again at who was fixated on the food, Bish Ing chuckled. "Ha, let's eat first. Even the little Mantis seems eager." "Then I shan't be polite," Lin responded with a smile. The beasts in their childhood were indeed quite adorable. It wasn't just the blue thunder-patterned bear beside him was also drooling, clearly enduring a long wait. With their master's permission, and the blue thunder-patterned bear swept across the table like a locust swarm, devouring the delectable dishes. Fortunately, the beast's food was separate, otherwise, Lin and Bish Ing's meals would have been affected. In mere moments, the grand spread was consumed entirely, leaving Tyo staring blankly at the empty plates, at a loss. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their lunch. The two then proceeded to Bish Ing's private battle arena. They entered the classic segment, Beast Battles. Bish Ing and the blue thunder-patterned bear were eager to compete. Over the past week, they had made significant progress, not only in speed but also leveling up to level 9. This time, victory should be ours, Bish Ing declared. Yet, reality often defies expectations. Even in the previous week, losses were hard-fought, a close contest, yet this time, the battle concluded in less than 3 minutes. Witnessing this, Bish Ing felt as though the sky had fallen. "No, how did you improve so drastically this week? I can't take this anymore. Who truly is the young master of the Bi family?" This thought plunged Bish Ing into contemplation. Meanwhile, the blue thunder-patterned bear looked glum, feeling defeated by that pesky black grasshopper. Standing beside Lin couldn't help but scratch his head upon witnessing the scene. However, seemed disinterested, thinking the big silly bear didn't put up much of a fight. Feeling a bit guilty, Lin wondered if he had been too harsh. Thankfully, after a brief silence, Bish Ing managed to muster a slight smile and, undeterred by the setback, issued another challenge to Lin. As expected, he lost again, but this time the match lasted a respectable 10 minutes, finally bringing some expression back to Bish Ing's face. While the blue thunder pattern bear was tended to by the healer, the two reclined on the couch, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, Bish Ing inquired, LNSH. Are you familiar with the Fengdu Ch Niao Cup? Of course, LNSH replied. As a native of Fengdu, he knew the cup was quite renowned in the city. After all, it gathered the majority of the city's most talented young beast masters, garnering considerable attention. The Fengdu Ch Niao Cup primarily features newcomers, hence its name. The age limit for participants is under 17, not including that age. It emphasizes battles among novices. When the competition begins, it is expected to attract many first-year students from 6 districts, resulting in fierce competition, as the city is home to numerous exceptional beast masters. In previous years, due to an overwhelming number of registrants, the organizers had to impose a restriction. Only students with beasts at level 8 or above could participate, preventing many who merely wished to join for the experience from entering. This kept the numbers at a manageable level. But hasn't the start date for the cup yet to be confirmed? LNSH remarked. There hasn't been any announcement for registrations yet. Otherwise, it would have spread like wildfire in my class. Bish Ing smiled knowingly, displaying an expression that indicated he understood. It's coming soon. Registration will start next Monday. I heard about it from someone in class yesterday. Upon hearing this, LNSH realized Bish Ing had connections with the organizers, allowing him to learn of the opening date early. The information was undoubtedly accurate. I see. That sounds wonderful. I'm quite interested in this competition. LNSH was determined not to miss the Fengdu Ch Niao Cup. Not only was it a splendid environment for honing skills, but the rewards were also quite generous. Although this year's prizes had yet to be announced, they were likely comparable to those of previous years. Indeed, as a resident of Fengdu, I doubt any novice beast master would turn down the Fengdu Cup. Bish Ing agreed, his expression brimming with anticipation. This can be considered a sense of regional belonging. We should register together. Just don't run into me, or you'll be in for a challenge. LNSH joked. Bish Ing appeared somewhat resigned. If I do encounter you, there's nothing I can do. I suppose I'll just have to accept my bad luck. But don't celebrate too soon. There's still time. I may very well surpass you. Haha, I'll be waiting for you to defeat me. The two shared a hearty laugh. Shortly after, Bish Ing shifted the topic, seemingly recalling something. LNSH. Have you ever heard of the DOL Ing WTing? DOL Ing WTing? LNSH's mind raced through memories, finding no trace of such a place. He shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Bish Ing paused, recalling how LNSH's little Mantis had returned from DOL Ing WTing, showcasing its skills by defeating his own heavenly thunder. Nevertheless, he continued, he's not the type to be deterred. The stronger LNSH's beast becomes, the greater the sense of achievement for defeating it. This isn't surprising. After all, DOL Ing WTing is relatively niche, so not having heard of it is quite normal. DOL Ing WTing is a place where Mantis beasts learn the art of swordplay. A Mantis learning swordplay? While this combination seemed peculiar at first, upon further reflection, it appeared quite reasonable. The founder of DOL Ing WTing had passed down a set of sword techniques, which were later refined into a style suitable for the Mantis. Of course, it wasn't exclusive to Mantises. Any humanoid beast wielding similar weaponry could attempt to learn. Intrigued by the concept of Mantises employing sword techniques, LNSH became curious about what such a sight would entail. It seems that Bai Sheng has discerned Lin Shu's curiosity. He retrieved his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and then presented it to Lin Shu, saying, Here, take a look. These are some videos taken inside the Dao Lang Wu Tang. Lin Shu's attention shifted to the video screen as he clicked to play. The image that materialized before him was that of a pitch-black shadow mantis, a species indistinguishable from the night itself. The mantis, resembling a monk in deep meditation, kept its eyes tightly shut, its breathing rhythmic as it rose and fell with its chest. In an instant, the mantis opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of sharpness and danger within them. Its forearms moved with a deliberate slowness yet undeniable strength. Soon, its movements accelerated, becoming nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Flecks of light appeared, reminiscent of flashing blades. The scene gradually zoomed out, revealing a post made of fine iron. Suddenly, the mantis struck, darting toward the post in a heartbeat. Its sharp forelimbs gleamed like flashes of white light, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. The mantis's actions were crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. This particular technique had been practiced countless times, attaining a level of mastery that was nothing short of extraordinary. With a sharp crack, the iron post was cleaved in two. The mantis then turned away, no longer observing, embodying the demeanor of a martial arts master. With that, the video concluded. As Lin Shu returned the phone to Bai Sheng, he could not help but exclaim, "That was an impressive technique." His impression was one of efficiency and lethality, qualities essential in the night and of utmost importance. Indeed, Bai Sheng replied. You see, that strike was executed without any energy fluctuations. It was purely a physical maneuver, devoid of any energy enhancement. If this technique possessed only minor advantages before, it has now become quite formidable. Imagine the power it would wield with energy. Lin Shu was momentarily lost in thought. Bai Sheng observed Lin Shu's internal struggle with interest, realizing he had successfully piqued Lin Shu's curiosity. Without further delay, Bai Sheng divulged what he knew. I understand you wish to learn this technique, but the entry requirements are quite stringent. It's not merely a matter of financial investment. The master of this school does not accept just anyone. You must possess significant beast taming talent. If you can master the techniques he teaches within 10 days, you may proceed to learn further techniques. Otherwise, even with wealth, you will not receive additional instruction. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's lips curled into a sly smile. Isn't that fortuitous? If it were a financial barrier, I might be troubled. However, as for the speed of learning, I harbor no fears. If I struggle, I can simply apply additional effort. Observing Lin Shu's confident demeanor, Bai Sheng felt a twinge of doubt. He recalled the Mantis's skill level and surmised that Lin Shu must possess considerable confidence. Just don't get ahead of yourself. Skills and techniques are not the same. Don't assume that quick skill acquisition translates to swift mastery of techniques, Bai Sheng cautioned. Rest assured, I'm not overly confident. I merely smiled at the thought of something joyful, Lin Shu replied. Very well, if you truly wish to study. It would be best to take a week off to focus entirely on mastering the techniques. Lin Shu felt immense gratitude. Although his relationship with Bai Sheng was still developing, this gesture of assistance meant a great deal. Chapter 23, Instructor Wu Song. Bai Sheng, noticing the shift in Lin Shu's expression, waved his hand dramatically and said, Hey, why the serious face? It's all just minor matters. We are friends after all. Friends help each other, don't they? Lin Shu nodded, understanding that assistance is shown through actions rather than words, and he etched this sentiment into his heart. Though he currently possessed little, Lin Shu believed that his future would be vast and boundless. He was confident in this. Have you made your decision? Are you ready to go? Absolutely, Lin Shu affirmed, ready to strive for anything that would empower him. Upon receiving his confirmation, Bai Sheng sent the address via Fathead. Here, the address has been sent. Take a look. Lin Shu pulled out his phone and searched for the address. Discovering that Daolang Wutang was relatively close to the city center, only 5 kilometers from Baiyun Daoguan, Bai Sheng checked the time on his watch. Well, it's around 1 o'clock, just the right time for you to head over. After contemplating, Lin Shu agreed. All right, I will go shortly. What are you waiting for? Do you want to torment me a bit more? Bai Sheng feigned a sorrowful expression. Haha, how could I? I'm merely a little stronger than you at the moment. But you will surely surpass me in time. That's music to my ears, Lin Shu replied, appreciating Bai Sheng's honesty. After a brief 5-minute respite, Lin Shu declared, I shall be on my way. Go ahead, Bai Sheng responded. After bidding farewell to Bai Sheng, Lin Shu departed from Baiyun Guan, accompanied by Hai and Tian, making his way to Daolang Wutang. The journey was remarkably smooth. By 1:30 p.m., Lin Shu arrived at the entrance of Daolang Wutang. The exterior of the martial hall exuded grandeur, a solemn aura washing over him. The enclosing wall was constructed of blue stones, tall and ancient. Above the open gate was a striking portrait of a mantis, its forelimbs crossed in a captivating pose. Stepping through the grand entrance, Lin Shu walked upon the flat and tidy stone floor, entering a spacious courtyard. Before he could begin searching for personnel within Daolang Wutang, a resounding voice called out, Young brother, are you here to learn the techniques with your beast? A man in his 30s emerged, scrutinizing Hai as if trying to see through him. This made Hai feel somewhat uneasy, sensing the man's formidable strength. Yet, he held his ground and met the man's gaze. Yes, I was referred by a friend, so I came to take a look, Lin Shu replied. The middle-aged man nodded. I am Wu Song, the instructor of Daolang Wutang. Your mantis is impressive, it possesses courage. Many mantises have fled in terror at the sight of me, let alone looking me in the eye. Lin Shu gently stroked Hai's carapace, providing a sense of reassurance and confidence. Instructor, how do I register? Follow me, the instructor instructed, waving his hand as he strode forward. They passed by a training arena where various mantises practiced their techniques, including the devil mantis, the jade mantis, and the great blade mantis, among many others. The scene resembled an encyclopedia of mantises. It was quite an intriguing sight, though it appeared that most were novices, their movements clumsy and uncoordinated, struggling to complete even a single set of techniques. Upon witnessing this, Wu Song explained, this is quite normal. They are all new students just beginning their training. He then led Lin Shu to a white building featuring 3 large characters above the entrance, registration office. Upon entering, Lin Shu found the interior to be quite simple, furnished only with a table and a few benches. W. Sing gestured for LNSH to take a seat, and then began his explanation. The registration fee amounts to 20,000 D11 coins. However, the instruction covers merely a single knife technique. Should you, within a span of 14 days, master this technique to a considerable degree, you may continue your studies, and all prior fees will be refunded in full. He then shifted his tone to one of seriousness and stated, if you fail to meet this condition within the 14 days, there will be no further opportunity. You shall have no connection with WTing. No fees will be refunded. Having articulated his points, WSing settled onto a small stool, awaiting LNSH's response. Upon hearing this, LNSH felt a twinge of confusion. Was it not previously 10 days instead? How has it come to be 14 days? A hint of perplexity lingered on his expression. Wu Song let out a sigh, seemingly troubled by this predicament as well. The primary concern lies in the dwindling number of students and the ever-decreasing pass rates. It was only then that the hall master opted to lower the entry requirements. Wu Song's demeanor reflected indignation, coupled with a sense of helplessness. Nowadays, many individuals have lost interest in sword techniques, as there is an abundance of beast-controlling skills available. Why focus on swordsmanship when the difficulty of learning it does not equate to the rewards it offers? Thus, the situation has gradually deteriorated. Now I understand. Lin Shu realized the cause. It is evident that the Daolang Wu Tang has begun to decline. However, Lin Shu did not dwell on this matter, for he had come to hone his skills, and it bore no impact on him. I wish to enroll. How shall I proceed with the payment? Wu Song gestured towards several QR codes affixed to the wall. He then retrieved 2 contracts from the drawer, presenting them in a notably formal manner. Take a look first. If everything is in order, simply sign, he instructed. Lin Shu picked up the contract and examined it. The content was minimal and straightforward. After a meticulous review, he found no discrepancies and swiftly signed, returning the document. Wu Song secured the contract and handed 1 copy to Lin Shu. The rest can be settled in cash, he added. Without hesitation, Lin Shu proceeded with the payment. A notification chimed, confirming the successful transaction. 20,000. The remaining balance is 435,208. Wu Song checked to verify receipt of the funds. All set. The money has arrived on my end. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu promptly inquired. When shall we commence the lessons, Instructor Wu? W.S.ing lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that he had matters to attend to in the afternoon. Regrettably, it appeared that there would be no time for teaching today. The other instructors at DOL and WTing were also on leave today. It seems tomorrow is the only option. I apologize, but I have pressing matters to handle today. Shall we reconvene at noon tomorrow? Does that suit you? Wu Song also displayed an expression of embarrassment as he conferred with Lin Shu, saying, Very well, Instructor Wu, I shall come by tomorrow at noon. For Lin Shu, it was of little consequence. Tomorrow it shall be. I am not in such a hurry myself. Thank you. I shall personally instruct you tomorrow. Very well. I shall take my leave. Concluding the conversation, Lin Shu exited the Daolang Wu Tang, preparing to return to Bai Yun Daoguan. Around 4 o'clock, he arrived back at the dojo. Chapter 24, The Twirling Blade Slash. On Sunday morning, Lin Shu had spent the previous night in the guest room of the dojo, arranged by Bai Sheng. The environment was commendable, comparable to that of a hotel. Following a leisurely lunch, the clock struck 11. Thus, he set off towards Daolang Wu Tang under the cover of night, leaving the earth element creature, Tu Yao, in his room. As he had no time to attend to it that afternoon, it was a relief to leave it at the dojo. He hastily entered Daolang Wu Tang. Wu Song was instructing other students in the Mantis blade techniques. Your rhythm is off. You are too slow. Pick up the pace. Moreover, your posture has significant flaws. I am at a loss as to how you have been learning these past few days, Wu Song remarked, his frustration palpable, though he restrained himself from an outburst. In Lin Shu's eyes, Wu Song was certainly not one to possess a gentle temperament. His actions seemed to stem from a desire to retain the already limited number of students. While he may not have the best disposition, he was undoubtedly a responsible individual. Regardless of how poorly one performed, he would always point out the shortcomings and encourage improvement. After a lengthy session of instruction, Lin Shu observed quietly, gaining some insights into the blade techniques. 10 minutes later, Wu Song approached Lin Shu with a hint of apology etched on his face. Come, follow me. He led Lin Shu to an area resembling a fighting arena. The space was expansive, measuring at least 100 square meters. Violet light flickered in the air as Wu Song summoned his beast companion, the double-bladed Mantis. Initial instruction required the cooperation of the beasts, which would significantly enhance the learning speed. Wu Song began to explain. Lin Shu gazed at the double-bladed Mantis, which stood like a swordsman, its posture erect and disciplined. Its exoskeleton gleamed with a silver hue, akin to being clad in resilient armor. Most striking were its forelimbs, sharp as double-edged blades, elongated and robust. adorned with serrated edges that appeared finely honed, exuding an air of danger. The night was similarly tense, as Lin Shu sensed the formidable presence of the white mantis before him. Name: Double-Bladed Mantis. Level: 785222780. Level cap: 100. Status: Bored. Quality: Lord. Attribute: Gold Insect. Talent: None. Skills: Primary Twirling Blade /177200. Assault 66200. Sharp Blade. Passive: 95200. Intermediate Gale Blade 13400. Blade Chi Perfection 88100. Cross /23400. Advanced Solitary Moon /144160. Swift Completion 112160. Phantom Double Blades Perfection 52320. Superordinary Golden Radiance /22240. The panel attributes were undoubtedly extravagant, with the beast strength nearing the 8th tier and a plethora of skills at its disposal. Like most Mantis-type beasts, it lacked defensive skills, focusing solely on the utmost offense. Mantis beasts invariably embody the archetype of an assassin. Upon hearing Wu Song's words, Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Instructor Wu, you may arrange the training as you see fit, for you are the expert. In response, Wu Song called upon the double-bladed mantis. You there, come forth. Teach this little fellow the first move, the twirling blade slash. Twirling blade slash. Lin Shu discovered within the skills of the Shuangren Tanglang that this technique is indeed categorized as a skill. However, it remains uncertain what the highest level entails. They, upon hearing its master's summons, immediately approached with alacrity, standing before He Yi, its deep and perilous gaze fixated intently. Subsequently, its triangular head tilted slightly, signaling He Yi to advance. Under Lin Shu's subtle indication, He Yi and them moved forward, creating a distance between the two beasts. The closed its eyes partially, its body inclined slightly downward, its legs positioned in a posture of readiness. It resembled a bow, taut and poised to unleash its latent power. The slender and delicate physique concealed an astonishing strength, rhythmically expanding and contracting. Soon, its previously half-closed eyes sprang wide open, revealing a chilling sharpness akin to two gleaming blades poised to strike. Its forelimbs began to thrust alternately, left and right, in a disciplined manner, the sheer force generating a resounding whoosh through the air. Despite the apparent sluggishness of the movements, this was intended to impart the intricacies of the technique to He Yi. After all, it was a lesson. As the speed intensified, the forelimbs whirled like a windmill, reaching a threshold where the accumulated power peaked. The forelimbs transformed into a massive blade, crashing heavily against the ground with a resounding thud. A somber voice resonated. The ground unveiled a vast and pristine pit. In an instant, dust scattered and debris flew. The sheer force left Lin Shu beside himself with astonishment. This display was achieved without any energy fluctuations, relying solely on raw power. Although the dual-bladed mantis possessed formidable strength, the might of the Xian Baijian could not be overlooked. After all, such power, attained without energy, was unattainable by other techniques. Hai, witnessing this spectacle, was equally captivated, clearly envious of the strength of this skill. Dual blades, please demonstrate it 2 more times. Wu Song remarked after the initial display. The Beast Tamers had yet to master these techniques after just 1 demonstration. While they possessed intelligence, it paled in comparison to that of humans. Typically, a tamer's beast that could learn a sword technique after 7 or 8 demonstrations was considered quite astute. There were many who struggled to grasp it even after a dozen attempts, rendering them virtually unqualified in swordsmanship. Observing Hai, Lin Shu understood his implication. He had grasped some concepts, but had not yet fully mastered the technique. After the dual-bladed mantis demonstrated the Xian Baijian 2 more times, Hai nodded earnestly, indicating he had acquired the skill. Lin Shu mused that Hai was indeed quite clever. Wu Song intended to have the dual-bladed mantis continue, but Lin Shu promptly interrupted. Instructor Wu, there's no need for further demonstrations. Hai claims to have learned it. Really? Wu Song's voice rose, seemingly incredulous. This pace seemed rather swift. Even his own dual-bladed mantis had required 5 or 6 demonstrations to master this move. Let him give it a try. Although puzzled, Wu Song was still inclined to see if Hai had truly learned it. Under Lin Shu's encouraging gaze, Hai confidently stepped forward and began to execute the Xian Baijian. His eyes were slightly closed as he mimicked the methods he had observed. His form was somewhat comical, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps, awkward yet earnest. Nevertheless, both his posture and spirit bore a semblance of the technique, allowing him to maintain a semblance of continuity. Wu Song, observing from the side, nodded in approval of the action. The following attempts progressed smoothly. Hai's slender forelimbs struck the ground with a muted thud, causing no significant damage. Ouch! Hai exclaimed, expressing the pain. Wu Song clapped his hands in encouragement. his face glowing with admiration and satisfaction. Even the dual-bladed Mantis displayed a look of approval. Impressive, Hai. Lin Shu lavished praise on him, recognizing his evident excellence. The rapidity of his learning was remarkable. In all my years, I have only encountered 5 such talents. Wu Song reflected on the past, acknowledging Hai's rare aptitude. He appeared to have more to say, but simply shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Hai's panel now displayed a new skill, Xian by Zhan Beginner, 120. Lin Shu had questions he wished to pose to Wu Song. He sought to understand the upper limits of sword techniques. Instructor Wu, if we consider Xian by Zhan as a basic skill, surely there must be more advanced sword techniques that follow. Wu Song nodded in affirmation of Lin Shu's inquiry. Your analogy is quite apartment. Within our Dao Mantis martial hall, skills are indeed categorized by level. Xian by Zhan is merely a basic skill. There are certainly more advanced sword techniques to explore. Lin Shu was not surprised by this answer. It was entirely reasonable. Then what is the upper limit of these techniques? Wu Song fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought as the question stirred memories within him. According to the Hall Master, the upper limit is boundless. Boundless? Is it possible to continue progressing indefinitely? Sensing the inadequacy of his response, he rephrased, sword techniques are divided into foundational types, which form the basis of understanding. This stage enables your beast to grasp the core and structure of swordsmanship. The path that follows must be navigated through personal exploration, as each beast's journey is unique. One must rely on their own experiences for verification. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu comprehended the implication. The foundational knowledge acquired was akin to studying from textbooks, necessitating a choice of direction for further research and exploration. The creation of previously unimagined techniques could only arise from one's own diligence. It was no wonder that the path was infinite. As long as one comprehended sufficiently, they could innovate advanced sword techniques, thereby elevating the potency of their skills without limit. I wonder if Instructor Wu's dual blades have forged their own path, Lin Shu ventured cautiously. Wu Song, however, did not dwell on this, simply affirming with a nod. Indeed, only those who carve their own paths can become instructors. Currently, there are only 3 instructors within the Dao Mantis Martial Hall, myself included. His pride was unmistakable, evident on his face as even the dual-bladed Mantis stood tall with a sense of accomplishment. Both felt a profound pride in this matter. Such truths were not easily hidden. After all, with a little effort, one could learn of these public facts. Yet, the difficulty remained considerable. Within the vast Dao Mantis Martial Hall, there were merely 3 instructors. And including others, the number of beasts capable of independently comprehending sword techniques likely did not exceed a mere 10. Lin Shu raised his head slightly, filled with anticipation. If such power exists within a basic technique, the might of advanced techniques must be unfathomable. Such matters are beyond your little Mantis to ponder. Your focus should be on mastering the Xian by Zhan, Wu Song reminded him. Despite your talent, one must remain grounded. Lin Shu understood this, and Wu Song nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. He continued to have high practice the Xian by Zhan, with the dual-bladed Mantis providing guidance. The 2 Mantises occasionally emitted chirps, communicating with ease. Under careful instruction, Hai's movements and rhythm became increasingly refined. The originally non-aggressive Xian by Zhan began to exhibit some degree of power. After half an hour, Wu Song observed Hai and nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this session of teaching had been the most effortless of the year. That's enough. His technique is sound now. He can take a break and continue practicing later. In truth, this intensity was not particularly taxing. Hai typically invested far more time and effort into honing his skills. Nevertheless, Lin Shu did not argue and allowed Hai to pause for the time being. Hai looked puzzled, wondering why they had suddenly stopped when he was so eager to continue. You seem to be a student, correct? Wu Song remarked suddenly. Yes, Instructor Wu. I suggest you request a week's leave from school and spend that time at the Martial Hall for further study. After all, if you encounter any questions, you can always ask me. There is little left to learn at school. Other students were in a similar situation, but they only had a single day at the Martial Hall. It could be said that Wu Song was providing Lin Shu with a unique opportunity to enhance his swordsmanship. Lin Shu hesitated, recalling that the principal was scheduled to meet him next Wednesday. Having received prior notice, it would be quite improper to forego the meeting. He explained this situation to Wu Song honestly, who merely patted Lin Shu's shoulder without further comment. There is nothing significant. Coming over a few days later is just the same. You have performed well in this matter. After a brief respite, He Yi continued to practice his sword techniques. While Lin Shu and Wu Song engaged in conversation nearby, Wu Song had encountered many events, and most of the time it was he who spoke, with Lin Shu listening intently. The tales were thrilling and captivating, and one could not help but acknowledge Wu Song's talent for storytelling. Lin Shu felt as though he were immersed in the narratives, unable to tear himself away. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He Yi and the dual-bladed Mantis concluded their movements. Xiao Shu, you should head back now. If any issues arise in the next couple of days, just contact me on your phone, Wu Song reminded, raising his phone. Over the course of the afternoon, the two exchanged contact information, and their relationship improved somewhat, prompting a shift in their modes of address. All right, Wu Go, I shall take my leave. Lin Shu waved goodbye to Wu Song and departed from Dao Mantis Wu Hall with He Yi. Wu Song watched Lin Shu's departing figure for quite some time, lost in thought. Instead of returning to Shi Nan directly, he made his way to Bai Yun Dojo. He first greeted Bai Sheng and made sure not to forget to keep Tu Yao by his side. Subsequently, he was graciously invited to dinner once more. After bidding farewell to Bai Sheng, he headed towards Shi Nan. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shu arrived home. Upon returning, the first thing Lin Shu did was to modify He Ye's Clone S skill practice, changing it to Xian Bai Zhan. The sooner he mastered it, the sooner he could continue learning subsequent sword techniques from Wu Go. Hence, this task was undoubtedly a priority, and the faster, the better. Chapter 26, Attribute Classification. On Monday morning, Lin Shu picked up his phone to check messages. Wu Song had just sent several messages. He was unsure what they contained. Perhaps he had forgotten to convey something important. Upon opening the messages, he found 3 voice notes, each lasting several seconds, along with a video. The paused frame was somewhat blurry, yet it was still discernible that it was Wu Song. This piqued Lin Shu's curiosity. He opened the voice notes and began to listen intently. Wu Song's somewhat rugged voice resonated. I completely forgot about this while chatting with you yesterday. This sword technique is also applicable for beast masters. The content of the video below illustrates it. The movements differ slightly from the usual techniques, so don't confuse them. Just practice as demonstrated. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me via phone. After listening to the voice notes, Lin Shu grasped the situation clearly. Thank you. Wu Go, I understand. I don't have time to practice right now. I will try it tonight. His response was swift, leaving him curious about Wu Song's early activities. All right, just go to school. There's no rush, Wu Song replied, and their conversation ended there. At that moment, He Yi and Tu Yao were diligently honing their skills in the living room. After a night had passed, due to He Yi and the Clone S efforts, Xian Bai Zhan had progressed to a minor mastery level. It now resembled the following. Xian Bai Zhan minor mastery, 330. This speed could be described as remarkably swift. In a couple of days, it would reach full mastery, allowing him to complete the assessment at Dao Mantis Wu Hall. Lin Shu then took He Yi to school, leaving Tu Yao and the clones at home. Upon entering the classroom, many were engrossed in discussions about their weekend activities, engaging in lively conversations as if there were endless topics to explore. Soon, the class commenced. As the teacher entered the room, the class fell silent. Zhao Sheng wrote several large characters on the blackboard, skill tiers, beast master attributes. The teacher picked up the textbook and gently stated, "Today, we will thoroughly discuss these topics. I know that most of you have some understanding of these matters, but it is merely a fleeting acquaintance, not particularly clear." He emphasized that these 2 areas of knowledge were crucial, not only for the college entrance examination, but also for their effectiveness in battles involving beast masters. Zhao Sheng's words carried an undeniable tone of inquiry, to which many students nodded in agreement. Yes, teacher. Satisfied with their response, Zhao Sheng continued. First, let us discuss skills. As we all know, skills are categorized into 4 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, and super tier. Lu Dong raised his hand, clearly seeking clarification. Zhao Sheng gestured for him to speak. Teacher, I have heard that there are skills beyond super tier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng rubbed his forehead before responding. Indeed, there are even more advanced skills, but these only emerge at levels above 100. For you, they are still far off, so do not dwell on them. Lu Dong chuckled and remained silent. Very well, if there are no further questions, we shall proceed. The higher the skill tier and level, the greater the power naturally. However, I recommend that everyone first elevate their primary skills to their peak before advancing to intermediate skills. This principle applies moving forward as well, as it significantly contributes to the combat prowess of your beasts. Zhao Sheng elaborated on many aspects of skills and suggested ways for students to enhance their abilities, leading several classmates to experience sudden enlightenment, exclaiming that they had truly learned something valuable. Next, he was poised to discuss beast master attributes. Currently, there are 18 known beast master attributes, including 10 elemental types: fire, thunder, water, earth, metal, wood, wind, ice, light, and dark. Then, there are 4 conventional types: flight, normal, poison, and bug. Lastly, there are 4 special types: time, space, dragon, and spirit. Notably, the last category of special attributes is exceptionally powerful and is often sought after by many beast masters. Such beasts are rare and highly coveted. So if there is an opportunity to forge a contract with them in the future, Do not let it slip away. Zhaoxing took a sip from his teacup, while murmurs arose from below. The conventional attributes were well known to everyone. However, there were still one or two that some had not encountered. Thus, this lesson aimed to provide clarity on all attributes. For instance, the normal type seemed to leave little impression on many. At this moment, someone began to inquire, "Teacher, what is the purpose of the normal type? I have not heard much about it." Zhaoxing shook his head, noting that these students hardly read books. Astonished that they had not even heard of this. Although they had become beast masters, there remained knowledge that needed to be learned, rather than relying solely on their beasts to charge forward. The normal type is the most unique attribute. Unlike other attributes, which often have mutual restraining effects, the normal type is not restrained by any attribute, nor does it restrain others. His words sparked a wave of discussion among the students, who seemed to conclude that it was of little use. Indeed, it was rather ordinary. The normal type is the most peculiar existence within the realm of attributes. All right, what use is it to dwell on this? Pay attention in class, Zhaoxing admonished. I believe you all understand the mutual restraining dynamics among other attributes. However, do not become overly reliant on this. While attribute restraints do exist, their strength still depends on the beast master. Therefore, one must not become complacent in the midst of these relationships. Adaptability is crucial, or one may easily find themselves ensnared. True strength lies in one's own capabilities. With that, he continued with the lesson. The afternoon class swiftly came to an end. As the dismissal bell rang, it appeared that none of the students were eager to leave. Everyone, look, the Fengdu Chue Niao Cup is now open for registration. Is that for real? Let me see. It's true. Everyone, hurry and check the official website. It turned out that the registration for the Fengdu Chue Niao Cup had commenced, and Bai Sheng's information was indeed accurate. On the side, Huang Yian gently patted Lin Shu's back. Lin Shu, do you plan to participate in the competition? Of course, it will be a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Observing Lin Shu's understated demeanor, Huang Yian was somewhat taken aback. If you're merely seeking to broaden your horizons, then I shall simply attend as an audience member. We only need to enjoy the process. The outcome is not of paramount importance. Upon hearing this, Huang Yian nodded, finding great wisdom in Lin Shu's words. Most of the class was eager to compete. However, the barrier of level 8 deterred many. Level 8 is too difficult. I can't reach it. Well, I can only go to witness it live and soak in the atmosphere. Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the class. The registration process was quite convenient, as it could be completed online. After spending a few minutes filling out the necessary information, Lin Shu successfully registered. Thus, he did not linger in the classroom, but left directly to return home. Chapter 27, Meeting the Principal. The day arrived on Wednesday. The day the principal had scheduled an audience with him. After attending morning classes and having a quick meal in the cafeteria, he hurried to the principal's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in," a strong voice responded from within. Lin Shu pushed the door open and entered, closing it behind him. The principal's office was spacious, estimated to be over 100 square meters. The walls adorned with several exquisite calligraphic paintings featured beasts Lin Shu had never seen before. On the opposite side stood several glass cabinets of varying heights, displaying numerous trophies that showcased the school's heritage. The focal point was a large, tidy solid wood desk. At the desk sat a middle-aged man in a genuine leather chair, his rugged features exuding a commanding presence. It was Pei Yuanfang, the principal of Kanglin No 2 High School. Upon seeing Lin Shu and the shadowy figure beside him, his initially stern expression transformed into a smile. "Ah, Lin Shu." Lin Shu responded promptly, "Yes, principal." Pei Yuanfang's gaze, however, was fixed intently on the shadowy figure, his scrutiny suggesting he sought to discern something. It appeared that this shadow mantis had not ingested any prohibited substances. The innate talent was indeed present, and the rapid elevation in level and speed was attributed to Lin Shu's beast taming aptitude. Pei Yuanfang contemplated. "Remarkable, you possess great talent, deserving of the school's robust support." In a mere few breaths, he had scrutinized the shadowy figure from head to toe, and his expression returned to one of warmth and friendliness. This process transpired swiftly, and soon Pei Yuanfang beckoned Lin Shu closer. Seemingly sensing something, he tentatively inquired, "Shaolin, has your mental strength reached the first tier?" Lin Shu was somewhat astonished. The principal's strength was indeed formidable. Just standing beside him, he could sense his mental prowess. "Yes, principal, I reached it a few days ago." Receiving Lin Shu's affirmative response, Pei Yuanfang hurriedly remarked, "Your second beast should not yet be contracted, right? The school can provide you with one of your choosing." Pei Yuanfang gazed at Lin Shu with eager anticipation. Yet, Lin Shu's somewhat awkward expression revealed the truth. "I have already contracted my second beast." The worst outcome had indeed materialized, causing Pei Yuanfang's heart to sink slightly. He was aware of Lin Shu's family situation and knew he lacked the financial means to procure a high-quality beast. Thus, the second beast was likely of merely elite quality. The school could have offered him a perfect quality beast. It was truly regrettable that he had been preoccupied a few days prior. A misstep that delayed a promising student capable of enhancing the school's performance. He refrained from inquiring further about Lin Shu's contracted beast. Such inquiries had become moot. They could only prepare for a beast once Lin Shu's mental strength reached the second tier. Nonetheless, he was astonished by Lin Shu's rapid mental growth, far surpassing that of his peers. Such all-encompassing talent must not be squandered. He must keep a vigilant eye on him. The improvement of the school's performance relied heavily on Lin Shu. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Yuanfang said, "Shaolin, the next time your mental strength advances to the second tier, you must inform me first. Do not contract a beast on your own. The school is fully capable of providing you with one of superior quality." Upon hearing the principal's words, Lin Shu felt no regret. Although his contracted beast was of a lower quality, its potential was high, and there was nothing wrong with contracting it. Naturally, it would also be wonderful for the school to provide a high-quality beast, and he had no reason to refuse. "Thank you for your concern, Principal. Should any issues arise, I will certainly seek your guidance." Evidently, from Pei Yuanfang's demeanor, Lin Shu held some weight within the school, and there was a genuine intention to nurture him. Lin Shu, of course, sought to align with Pei Yuanfang to garner further support, for resources were essential for swift growth. Pei Yuanfang was quite pleased with Lin Shu's attitude. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable, especially since he was still a student. It was perfectly normal to lack understanding. He merely needed to provide proper guidance moving forward. Pei Yuanfang then posed a question, wishing to confirm a particular matter. "Your talent effect enhances the upgrade speed of beasts, correct? You need not disclose everything. A simple yes or no will suffice. The specifics of your talent are quite private. I merely need to confirm the overarching capability." To this, Lin Shu understood that there was no need for concealment. His classmates often discussed this issue, and most believed that their talent improved the upgrade speed of their beasts. Moreover, only by demonstrating sufficient value could the school invest more significantly in him. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and since it bore no impact on his true abilities, he would not be at a disadvantage. These effects were merely an adjunct to his proficiency. He nodded affirmatively and replied without hesitation, "Yes." Pei Yuanfang was quite satisfied with this response, for he did not wish to cultivate an ungrateful recipient of the school's additional investment. Lin Shu's attitude was forthright and displayed complete trust in the institution. The upcoming monthly exam will also include a physical test. I hope you can still achieve first place and elevate your level to above 16. If you meet both conditions, I will prepare a special gift for you. With nearly 20 days remaining, these conditions were a mere formality for Lin Shu, easily attainable. Pei Yuanfang, noticing Lin Shu's silence, mistakenly believed he was under undue pressure. You need not feel overly burdened. While it may be challenging, it is entirely attainable. With sufficient effort, the opportunity is well within reach. It was evident that Pei Yuanfang misinterpreted Lin Shu's demeanor. "Rest assured, Principal, I will strive diligently." He then bowed slightly, expressing gratitude for the principal's mentorship. After all, the doubled rewards for the first monthly exam had also been tacitly approved by Pei Yuanfang. Internally, Pei Yuanfang nodded, increasingly satisfied. After their brief interaction, Lin Shu left a favorable impression on him. He was neither obsequious nor arrogant, showing none of the impulsiveness and impatience often associated with youth. "Very well, there are numerous opportunities within the school. Should you encounter any issues, whether in daily life or at school, feel free to seek my assistance." After gaining some understanding of the situation, Lin Shu returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, within the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang had already made a decision. Lin Shu's aptitude was exceedingly impressive. Thus, one member of the freshman team had been confirmed. The question now was who should be chosen as the second member. Perhaps it would be best to consolidate resources and focus them entirely on Lin Shu. In any case, there are no particularly outstanding students left in the first year. Let us think about it some more. Chapter 28, Yin Yu Dao Fa. After meeting the principal at noon, the end of school arrived swiftly. Lin Shu returned home directly. His phone buzzed incessantly with messages from the class group of the first-year Class 5. Hearing the constant beeping, Lin Shu checked to see what they were discussing. The registration for the Fengdu Chunyao Cup has closed, and the preliminary round has been scheduled for this weekend, with battles taking place according to the draw order. Indeed. I've seen it too. I didn't expect that there would be 300 contestants just from our city's southern district. Are all these people so capable? This is merely the number that met the standards. There are many more who did not. Fortunately, there is a threshold. Otherwise, having 4,000 to 5,000 participants wouldn't be impossible. Who could argue with that? Furthermore, only the top 80 from each district can advance to the finals. This means nearly 95 will be eliminated. It's quite exaggerated. What is so exaggerated about it? It's like this every year. Think about whether you've put in the effort. I signed up. I wonder how far I can get. If you can win a single match, that would be a success. What kind of talk is that? Watching the class discuss this matter, Lin Shu finally found the official website for the Fengdu Chunyao Cup on his phone. He noticed the webpage was quite laggy, likely due to the high volume of current visitors. After waiting for a while, it finally improved somewhat. Indeed, the official site indicated that registration had ended, and the preliminary round was officially commencing. Each district would first compete internally, producing 80 winners from all participants. Fengdu has 6 districts, each identical in structure. Thus, there will be 480 contestants in the finals. This number is by no means small, and it is a result after extensive screening. Had it been a direct finals, it could have easily resulted in thousands of participants present at once. The location for the preliminary round in the Southern District has also been confirmed. It will take place within the largest beast taming venue in the Southern District, constructed within the district itself. The venue is not far from Lin Shu's home, which is quite convenient. The preliminary matches are scheduled over 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. During these 2 days, the top 80 qualifiers for the finals from the Southern District will be determined. This means that within 2 days, a Beast Tamer must engage in at least 4 battles. The timeline is a bit tight, but it is still manageable. Now that the schedule has been announced, the prizes for the competition have also been revealed. Although it is merely a competition for novice Beast Tamers, the rewards are still quite substantial. Clicking on the prize section, all rewards for the Fengdu Chunyao Cup appeared before him. Only the top 30 contestants are eligible for rewards, indicating a relatively high threshold. However, given that this is a citywide competition, some difficulty is to be expected. The rewards are divided into 4 tiers. First, there is the prize for those ranked 16 to 30, which consists of a direct cash reward of 50,000 Daxia coins. Simple and straightforward. Next, for those ranked 9 to 15, the cash prize increases to 100,000, which is still quite decent. The third tier is for those ranked 5 to 8, offering a cash reward of 100,000 plus 10 bottles of high-quality nutritional potions. When combined with the value of the potions, the total comes to approximately 300,000. Finally, for those ranked 1 to 4, the rewards are quite similar. Each receives 200,000 Daxia coins alongside progressively increasing quantities of high-quality nutritional potions, 15, 20, and 25 bottles, respectively. Overall, the rewards show little variation, all combining cash with high-quality nutritional potions. Next comes the grand prize for the first place, which is a significant departure from the previous tiers. Firstly, it includes a beast of perfect quality, along with a high-level skill gem that complements it. Together, these 2 items are valued at over 1 million. Although the Fengdu Chunyao Cup is merely a novice competition within the city, it must be said that these rewards are exceedingly generous. After carefully reviewing the list of prizes, Lin Shu felt reassured. The rewards this time are not much different from previous competitions, simply with slightly increased cash rewards. Having gathered the necessary information, Lin Shu closed the webpage and began to review the swordsmanship video sent to him by Wu Song. For some reason, he had forgotten about this matter over the past couple of days. Upon opening the video, he saw Wu Song's tall and robust figure. Dressed in a pure black training outfit, he did not rush to start the lesson but instead waited patiently. Lin Shu had just purchased 2 blades online, and they had not yet arrived. After a few minutes of waiting, the delivery arrived. Lin Shu successfully obtained 1 real sword and 1 wooden sword. Naturally, the wooden sword was intended for his clone. He then moved to the center of the living room, preparing to begin his swordsmanship practice. The once spacious living room now felt somewhat crowded. With 3 clones in addition to Hai and Tuyu, it was fortunate that their sizes were not too large, for now. It was still somewhat manageable. He pondered that it might soon be time to consider purchasing a larger house. With that thought, he clicked play, and the video began. Wu Song stood tall and confident, holding a sharp blade, exuding an aura of calmness and self-assurance. As soft, gentle background music played, he officially began to explain the swordsmanship techniques, starting from the grip of the sword, to the rotation of the wrist, and then to the footwork. Each movement was executed slowly and accompanied by Wu Song's verbal explanations. Lin Shu followed along with the steps and movements in the living room without finding it too difficult. Wu Song's demonstration flowed seamlessly, and in a flash of the blade, he cleaved a wooden post beside him in half, showcasing the power of this sword technique. As he practiced a complete set of movements, Lin Shu felt quite adept. It seemed he had a talent for swordsmanship. After just 2 or 3 repetitions, he had already grasped the fundamentals of this technique. At the end of the video, Wu Song shared a few words. This Yin Yu Dao not only strengthens the body, but is also effective in combat. With that, the video concluded. Lin Shu continued to replay it, practicing a few more times. This sword technique was not difficult. With diligent study, it was relatively easy to master. Soon, this technique appeared on his interface. Technique: Basic Refining Spirit Formula Level 121480. Yin Yu Dao FA Beginner Level 130. Just in this past month, his basic refining spirit formula had almost reached maximum level. Lin Shu had been worried about wasting some proficiency, but fortunately, the Yin Yu Dao FA arrived just in time. He then handed the wooden sword to his clone. Next, Lin Shu planned to have the clone practice swordsmanship for half the time and the basic refining spirit formula for the other half. As for himself, he intended to dedicate 1 or 2 hours each day to practice. After completing his studies, he sent a message to Wu Song, informing him that he had mastered the sword technique. Wu Song responded promptly, encouraging Lin Shu to practice diligently, hinting that having multiple skills would be beneficial. Lin Shu also felt that this sword technique might prove invaluable in the future, and naturally, he would not neglect it. Chapter 29, Spatial Storage. On the second morning, as Lin Shu rose from bed, Hai presented him with a pleasant surprise. He noticed that Hai's dark, shiny body was suddenly emanating specks of silver light. The glow was somewhat translucent, and it was difficult to discern without closer inspection. This scene made Lin Shu realize that Hai had awakened a skill. The external floating light was sufficient to indicate everything, and it was of the spatial type, which inherently signifies power. He wondered what kind of spatial skill it would be. As Lin Shu opened the panel of the night, the answer to the question became apparent. Name: An Ing Tang Lang. Level: 113-3110. Level cap: 45. Status: Healthy. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Dark Space. Talent: Novice Void Walking, 6200. Skills: Primary Strong Assault, 0200. Perfect Rapid Movement, 1650. Novice Heavy Strike, 120. Mastered Sharp Blade, Passive, 1640. Mastered Spinning Slash, 240. Novice Space Storage, 120. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill, 040. This time, only one skill was awakened. The space-related skill, Space Storage. Unfortunately, it was not a damage-dealing skill, otherwise. At this level, few Beast Tamers would be able to evade it. However, the Space Storage skill is indeed quite practical. Its effect is simple. It opens a space capable of storing items. This does not include living beings, only inanimate objects, much like the spatial rings found in cultivation novels. The higher the skill level, the larger the space becomes. Currently, the space is not very large, roughly the size of a large household refrigerator. For now, it is sufficient for Lin Shu's use. After placing a few small items before him, he commanded the knight to use the skill. With a sweep of its forelimb, all the items in front of it were stored within the space. Following Lin Shu's command, with another sweep, the previously vanished items reappeared. Indeed, this spatial capability is exceedingly useful. No wonder many beast tamers aspire to possess a space attribute beast. It is remarkably convenient. There are also items crafted from space attribute beasts available outside that can store goods, yet their prices are exceedingly steep, unaffordable for the average person. After experimenting with the skill, Lin Shu glanced at the proficiency level. After several days of accumulation, it had reached 272 points, once again breaking a new record. However, he still had not triggered the evolution illustration for the night. It seems that the requirement is likely above 300 points. Currently, with no pressure from battles, Lin Shu changed his mind and decided to refrain from utilizing the proficiency for the time being. With hard work over these past few days, he had successfully mastered the spinning slash, meeting the requirements of the Dao Lang Martial Hall. He recorded a video of the knight performing the spinning slash and promptly sent it to Wu Song. There was no possibility of hiding his talent. The more gifted one is, the more support one garners. Although the learning speed was rapid, it remained within an acceptable range, not alarming in the least. Meanwhile, within the Dao Lang Martial Hall, Wu Song picked up his phone and noticed a message from Lin Shu. He felt a hint of confusion. So early. What could this kid be sending? The message contained a brief note and a video. Wu Gu, the knight should have met the standards. Take a look. Upon reading this, Wu Song nearly dropped his phone. What is this? In just a few days, you're telling me you've met the standards? It was only last Sunday that he had provided instruction, and now it was Thursday morning. Calculating the time, it had barely been 5 days. He had already anticipated Lin Shu's talent, assuming it would take about a week. Yet, unexpectedly, it was completed so soon. Wu Song took a moment to calm his emotions before opening the video. The footage showed Lin Shu's living room, appearing somewhat cluttered. In the frame, the knight moved like a seasoned swordsman, executing a complete set of spinning slashes with remarkable fluidity. Even Wu Song, known for his high standards, could find no fault. It was a textbook-level demonstration, indeed meeting the criteria. Wu Song held the phone for a moment, contemplating before typing a reply. Impressive. I see no issues. You've practiced well. It seems I need to guide you further. However, Continue practicing the spinning slash until you reach the novice level, and then come back to the martial hall for the next stage. He then transferred 20,000 Xia coins. This was the tuition for the swordsmanship lessons. Since he had met the standards, it could be refunded. Seeing the money transferred back, Lin Shu graciously accepted it, as he was currently in need of funds. All right, Wu Go, I understand. I will contact you again once I reach the novice level. Good. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. The novice level differs from the mastered level, as it has certain bottlenecks. It's not merely a matter of prolonged practice. The beast must also possess a certain understanding of the swordsmanship. This is why Wu Song conveyed such words. He thought to himself that the fastest it could take would be a month, and if things got tricky, perhaps even 3 months. These were all learned experiences. Wu Song felt a tinge of excitement, despite not knowing why. After Lin Shu finished replying, he took the night to school. Upon arriving in the classroom and just settling down, Huang Ian approached Lin Shu with a conspiratorial air. Lin Shu, I heard you're joining the school team. Lin Shu, puzzled, asked, who told you? I wasn't aware of that. Noticing Lin Shu's confusion, Huang Ian revealed, it was teacher Zhao who informed me, asking me to let you know. The principal specifically named you for the reserve team. The other spot would be filled by selecting several outstanding students from other first-year classes to participate in the school team selection. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu finally understood the situation. Initially, the principal had considered merging the 2 spots into one, but fearing negative repercussions for both the school and Lin Shu's reputation, he decided against it. Had that occurred, Lin Shu would have faced incessant gossip. So that is how it is. I really envy you. You've already entered the school team as a first year. Huang Ian looked at Lin Shu, who remained remarkably composed, his eyes filled with envy. Not to mention the vast resources provided by the school team, its prestige within the school is immensely high, even for the reserves. Moreover, it houses the most elite beast tamers in the school. He also wished to join the team, but he understood his own capabilities and feared he could not compete with others. Sensing Huang Ian's thoughts, Lin Shu encouraged him. When is the assessment? You should give it a shot. How will you know the outcome if you don't try? Don't overthink it. As long as you put in the effort, there will be no regrets. Upon hearing Lin Shu's encouraging words, Huang Ian felt invigorated, thinking how well Lin Shu spoke. The selection starts next Monday. I need to give it my all these next few days. Observing Huang Ian, filled with determination, Lin Shu smiled slightly and said, go for it. You can do this. Chapter 30, Joining the School Team. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xing summoned Lin Shu to his office. Lin Shu, congratulations on joining the school team. After this, head to the principal's office. There's something to address. Zhao Sheng wore a broad smile, growing fonder of Lin Shu with each passing moment. This student was indeed the best he had ever taught. Thank you, teacher. I'll head to the principal's office now. Go ahead. Lin Shu promptly left the office and rushed to the principal's office. The door was slightly ajar, allowing him to glimpse the scene inside. The principal was currently reviewing documents, which included the monthly exam results from other schools. Almost every principal keeps such materials to stay informed about conditions at other schools, in case they encounter promising students to recruit. As for Lin Shu, Pei Yuanfang had already made arrangements. Pei Yuanfang held some influence in Fengdu City. Otherwise, Lin Shu would have long been surrounded by teachers from other schools. After knocking twice on the door and receiving a response, I stepped inside. Pei Yuanfang was wearing a smile. Shaolin, come here quickly. I have something wonderful to show you. Hearing this, Lin Shu hurriedly approached. Pei Yuanfang took out a contract from the drawer and handed it over. This is a school team contract. Take a look. Most schools across the country use this template, differing only in terms of compensation, while the rest remains largely the same. If you're unsure, you can check online. The school would not deceive you. Pei Yuanfang, with a relaxed demeanor, watched Lin Shu with a smile. Lin Shu examined the contract carefully and found no issues, deeming it unnecessary to search online. Observing this, Pei Yuanfang felt increasingly satisfied, thinking to himself, what a fine young man. The information on the contract was minimal, and the terms were quite clear. Essentially, upon joining the school team, one was required to follow the school's directives for training and participate in competitions under the school's name. As for competition rewards, team events would distribute based on contribution, while individual events would award the entire prize to the winner. Lastly, there were stipulations regarding the school's image, stating that one must not tarnish or distort it. Beyond these points, there were no additional clauses. Overall, the terms were quite lenient, without any mandatory conditions. Lin Shu's gaze fell on the compensation section, which stated that team members would receive a cash allowance of 10,000 yuan weekly. In addition, they would also receive 5 bottles of high-quality nutritional supplements each week. Lin Shu was aware that the reserve members received a weekly cash allowance of 3,000 yuan and 2 bottles of high-quality nutritional supplements. It appeared that his compensation exceeded that of the official members. Lin Shu understood that the principal had intervened to enhance his benefits. Noticing Lin Shu's expression, Pei Yuanfang spoke in a light-hearted tone. The school will certainly do its utmost to support talented students. Grateful, Lin Shu finished reading the contract. Thank you, Principal. I have read it and am ready to sign. Pei Yuanfang then handed him a pen, and in no time, Lin Shu successfully signed the document. The contract was then stored away. You can head over to the team to get acquainted. You will be spending quite some time there. After securing the contract, Pei Yuanfang said. Lin Shu nodded, feeling a bit curious about the team. By the way, the allowance will be handed to you by Teacher Zhao every week. Now go check out the team. I have some matters to attend to. Understood, Principal. I will take my leave now. After saying this, Lin Shu exited the room, closing the door behind him. In the principal's office, Pei Yuanfang was scrutinizing the top students from other schools. He regarded all but a few elite institutions as inconsequential. Let you all bask in your arrogance for another year. Next year, I shall show you. Pei Yuanfang muttered to himself while examining the data. Upon exiting the teaching building, Lin Shu followed the path toward the rear of the school, where the training grounds for the team were located, a fact well known among many students. At the entrance of the equipment room stood a young man, seemingly in his 30s, waiting. It seemed the principal had already made arrangements. He was dressed in a blue checkered shirt and white trousers, wearing black-rimmed glasses that added a touch of charm. Upon seeing Lin Shu approach, he stepped forward to greet him. Hello, are you Lin Shu? He extended a hand for a handshake. Lin Shu reciprocated. Yes. Welcome to the team. I am Su Liliang, your guidance teacher in the reserve. Hello, teacher. Let us go. I'll show you around the team environment. Su Liliang led Lin Shu on a leisurely tour. They arrived at an open area where a 3-story modern building stood, characterized by simple lines and expansive glass walls. Pointing at the building, Su Liliang explained its purpose. This is for the school team and reserves to reside in. Sometimes, when training runs late, you can stay here instead of going home. Lin Shu felt a sense of awe. Truly, being a team member came with such privileges. Su Liliang seemed to recall something and continued, by the way. Once you join the team, you must adhere to the rules here. You will train as everyone else does. Lin Shu found this quite reasonable. After all, utilizing the school's resources necessitated effort. Training at home or school was essentially the same, and the spacious environment would certainly facilitate better practice. No problem, Teacher Su. Su Liliang nodded and then took out a card from his pocket. This is your room key, prepared in advance. The room number is on it. It can also be used for access at various checkpoints. Your information has already been registered. Lin Shu accepted the card and tucked it into his pocket. Su Liliang then showed Lin Shu around the entire team base, explaining its functions. During classes, for less crucial subjects, everyone comes here to train. I will inform Brother Zhao about this, as you are now part of the team, albeit still in the reserves. However, diligent training is essential. Every team member has gone through this. As for meals, you can still eat at the cafeteria. Training will resume here at 8 tomorrow morning. And you can meet other seniors in the team then. That should be all. You can head back to class now. Understood, teacher. I will take my leave. After hearing this, Lin Shu waved goodbye to Su Liliang and departed. He returned to class and resumed his cultural studies. Chapter 31, The Shadow Hunter. The next morning, Friday, Lin Shu awoke in the room provided by the team training base. Yesterday, he had brought along Hai and Tuyo, along with some daily necessities. With Hai's spatial storage, it was quite convenient to carry items. Since he would primarily be training here, Lin Shu decided to move in permanently. The accommodation was indeed impressive. Spacious at over 100 square meters, complete with a small training room equipped with basic equipment such as weights and wooden posts, which was very accommodating for Lin Shu. There was no need to consider relocating for the time being. As a new day dawned, his proficiency had surpassed the 300 mark, reaching 317 points. On average, Lin Shu gained 45 points of proficiency daily. As expected, a new symbol appeared on Hai's panel. Clicking on it revealed a dazzling array of colors, presenting a series of vividly realistic images, akin to a well-ordered art album that changed with time. Hai's evolution methods had emerged in 9 varieties, a considerable number surpassing even Tuyo. Among these, 4 had already been encountered, with only 1 being public and 3 recorded. The proficiency required for Hai's evolution methods spanned a vast range, from 500 to a maximum of 1500, indicating the high value of the final evolution method. First, Lin Shu examined a few of the lower-value evolution methods and found them rather unremarkable. He then turned his attention to the most costly option. This evolution method was named Inmu Lirshu, reaching a Lord-level quality, instantly elevating Hai by 2 quality tiers. It seemed that the high cost included the expense for achieving perfect quality. The Amu Lai Shou is an assassin epitomizing unparalleled offensive prowess, endowed with remarkable abilities of stealth. Its adeptness in employing spatial skills is noteworthy. A mere superficial description fails to capture the formidable strength of this evolutionary path. It appears to represent a novel evolutionary avenue developed for the Anmu, showcasing its exceptional talents. Observing this, Lin Shu felt a twinge of desire, akin to possessing a treasure yet being unable to utilize it, coupled with a sense of frustration regarding his proficiency. To acquire this evolutionary method, patience is required. With nearly 1,200 points still needed, at the current pace, he would have to wait for over 20 days. Although this time frame is considerable, obtaining the evolutionary method does not guarantee immediate evolution, as several conditions must be met, such as the level of one's beast and the materials required for evolution, which serve as obstacles. Hence, this matter cannot be rushed for the time being. Having made up his mind, Lin Shu refrained from further contemplation to avoid exacerbating his discomfort. After attending to his personal hygiene, he set out with Anmu and Tu Yao to the training ground. Upon presenting his card at the entrance machine, a spacious arena unfolded before his eyes. The area was vast, resembling a professional sports facility, equipped with various apparatuses, many of which Lin Shu had neither seen nor heard of before. Anmu, wide-eyed, curiously explored these peculiar objects, while Tiao appeared somewhat disinterested, seemingly repelled by the environment. It was 7:30, and Lin Shu had initially thought he would be the only one present. Unexpectedly, a voice resonated from afar, catching him off guard. "I haven't seen you here before. Are you a new reserve?" A young man emerged from the training equipment, clad in a loose red hoodie adorned with a white bear emblem, paired with light blue ripped jeans, exuding a youthful and fashionable aura. In response to the inquiry, Lin Shu introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lin Shu, a first-year reserve, who just joined the school team yesterday." The young man approached briskly, his expression carrying a hint of intensity. "Lin Shu, I've heard of you. Greetings, I am Gao Feng, a second-year substitute." It seemed Lin Shu's reputation had reached him, likely through the news of the first-year monthly examination. So, he is a substitute, Lin Shu mused, noting that Gao Feng's abilities must be considerable, as only a second-year student could attain such a position. The school team consists of 4 official members who represent Kanglan No. 2 High School in competitions, making them the most formidable students in the school. The substitutes rank just below them, highlighting the difficulty of achieving that status. "Senior Gao, you arrived quite early. I thought I would be the first here." Gao Feng chuckled and replied in a modest tone, "I believe my skills are lacking, so I come here to practice the earliest." This spirit of diligence explained why he could become a substitute in his second year. He certainly possessed exceptional attributes. Following the path Gao Feng had taken, Lin Shu spotted his beast, a Gao Tian Yuing. Its imposing figure, with wings slightly extended, spanned over 4 meters in length, resembling a small white aircraft from a distance. Its powerful legs were sprinting on a specially designed treadmill, moving so swiftly that only fleeting shadows were visible. This training method appeared to be aimed at enhancing the eagle's claws and speed. Name: Gao Tian Yuing. Level: 2922-5290. Level cap: 78. Status: excited quality. Perfect attribute. Wind talent: Eagle Eye minor, 55,400 skills. Beginner floating impact minor, 55,200. Flying charge minor, 2330. Swaying beginner, 1120. Quick strike major, 2240. Feather cutting minor, 22200. Whirlwind minor, 16200. Intermediate sky soaring flash beginner, 1540. Rapid shadow of wind beginner, 2340. Multiple wind attacks beginner, 3140. Extreme wind force minor, 2260. Advanced sky shadow beginner, 1180. This represented the most impressive panel Lin Shu had encountered among high school students, and the first time he had witnessed a beast possessing a talent aside from his own. Such extravagant attributes and mastery of skills explained why Gao Feng could serve as a substitute. It was likely that a typical level 35 beast would struggle against the Gao Tian Yuing. Noticing Lin Shu's gaze fixed on the eagle, Gao Feng introduced it. "This is my beast, Gao Tian Yuing. I call him Feiyu." Concerned that Lin Shu might not recognize his beast, he clarified its species. Following suit, Lin Shu pointed to Anmu and Tu Yao, stating, "This is Anmu, and this is Tu Yao." His 2 beasts were relatively easy to distinguish, and most would recognize them. Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, having previously focused solely on Lin Shu and not realizing he had already contracted a second beast. The rapidity of this development surprised him. Indeed, those who could bypass assessments possessed remarkable talents, allowing them to contract a second beast so soon. Although the second beast, a Shanyan Shuren, was of lower quality, he wondered why Lin Shu would opt for such a beast. Yet, it was not his place to concern himself with others' choices. After observing closely, he noted that Lin Shu had cultivated both beasts quite well, indicating a significant investment of effort. Once the introductions were complete, Gao Feng shifted the conversation. "It's unfortunate that the other seniors are currently in a small otherworld. They won't return until next week. I will introduce you to them then." Chapter 32. Otherworld Space. So that is the case. They have gone to a small otherworld? Ever since the rift appeared on Blue Star, numerous otherworlds have emerged, most of which are fragments, essentially parts of complete otherworlds. There are only a few complete otherworld passages on Blue Star, with the majority being fragmentary. Based on the integrity of these otherworlds, a classification has been established: fragmentary, small, medium, large, and finally complete otherworlds. This classification not only reflects internal size differences, but also the stability of the space within. The lower the type, the lower the level of beasts it can accommodate. Conversely, larger ones can host more advanced beasts. For Blue Star, otherworlds are akin to treasure troves, enriching the profession of beast tamers with invaluable information. Beasts not from Blue Star and high-level spiritual entities birthed in otherworlds are the coveted items all beast tamers yearn for, and these can be found within the otherworlds. Naturally, some otherworlds have been explored for years, leaving little of value behind. Only newly emerged otherworlds hold the potential for discovering valuable treasures. The allure of otherworlds is immense for Lin Shu, who wonders when he might get the chance to visit one. The kind like the Beast Tamer's home does not count. So, it would appear that the current school team consists solely of the two of us. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu recognized the situation. Indeed, you have identified the key point. Until Monday, it is just the two of us. That's no issue. We typically engage in beast training regardless of the number of participants. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively, unfazed by the circumstance. Just as their conversation became animated, the equipment room door swung open. It was the guidance teacher for the reserve team, Su Liliang, who immediately spotted the two engaged in conversation and greeted them warmly. Xiao Feng. Lin Shu was evidently quite familiar with Gao Feng. You arrived early, Lin Shu. Quite impressive. Good morning, Teacher Su. Lin Shu exchanged greetings with Gao Feng as well. Su Li, noticing that only these two were present in the equipment room, found it somewhat peculiar and glanced at his wrist to check the time. Where have those few seniors from the third year gone? Upon seeing Su Li's gesture, Gao Feng understood and explained, Teacher Su. Teacher Gu took them to a small interdimensional realm for training their beast taming skills. They left yesterday afternoon when you weren't here. Su Li then realized. That old Gu didn't even inform me. How unreliable. He shook his head, dismissing the matter, and turned to Lin Shu and Gao Feng, a slight smile creasing his lips. You two seem to know each other. Now, Gao Feng, why not use your Fei Yu to test Lin Shu's abilities? What do you think? With that, he glanced at Gao Feng and then at Lin Shu, primarily eager to assess Lin Shu's foundation in beast taming. Lin Shu, unfazed by the challenge, nodded, showing no sign of fear. Seeing Lin Shu's confidence, Gao Feng responded, All right, Teacher Su. The three made their way to a combat arena, spacious enough for the school's team to practice and spar. Since it was just a test of skill, they would obviously hold back. Otherwise, a level 20 disparity between the Fei Yu and the Knight would result in a swift defeat. Thus, Su Li crossed his arms and pondered a fair solution. Very well. Gao Feng, your Fei Yu cannot initiate an attack. Furthermore, it must not fly too high. I want to see if Lin Shu can land an attack within a minute. Gao Feng nodded in agreement, as it was a simple request. Lin Shu observed the Gao Tian Yuing, known for its speed due to its flying and wind attributes. He wondered if he could strike without utilizing the Knight's innate talents. After all, how could one enhance their abilities without facing challenges? He communicated the battle details to the Knight, which regarded the imposing eagle with a serious expression. It was evident to even him that this opponent would not be easy to contend with. After a brief preparation, the Gao Tian Yuing soared into the air, dispersing a whirlwind as it ascended. It reached a height of 7 to 8 meters before leveling off, flapping its wings within that range. This altitude posed a challenge for an ordinary shadow mantis, but for the Knight, it was just right. With a swift leap, the Knight shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow. Its forelimbs, akin to scythes, slashed towards the rapidly moving Gao Tian Yuing. Witnessing this, Su Li jotted down notes in a notebook. The creature's physical prowess, speed, and strength surpassed that of its peers. Its level was rising rapidly, and its proficiency in basic skills was impressively high. Truly, this was a talent personally selected by the principal, standing out remarkably. In response to the Knight's fierce assault, the Gao Tian Yuing was no mere target. It twisted its agile body, evading the unabashedly obvious attack. Suddenly, the situation shifted. The Knight's figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, it split into two. The two duplicates mirrored the Knight's form, their auras indistinguishable, leaving the Gao Tian Yuing uncertain of which was the real one. The three Knight figures executed their roles, blocking every possible escape route for the Gao Tian Yuing. There was no retreat to be had. This was the double shadow kill, a technique recognized by the onlookers. The test concluded with the feigned assault of the double shadow kill. The expansive wings of the Gao Tian Yuing appeared to be pierced by sharp blades, blood droplets scattering as numerous white feathers drifted down. The power behind that strike was evidently substantial. Applause erupted from Su Li, with Gao Feng giving a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Though the entire exchange seemed to last an eternity, it had transpired in the blink of an eye. Very impressive. Your beast is remarkable, Su Li exclaimed, having not witnessed such an astounding creature in quite some time. It was a stroke of luck, Lin Shu replied modestly, then turned to Gao Feng, offering an apology. Gao Feng shook his head, indicating that a minor injury was nothing to worry about. Excellent. You possess no significant weaknesses, Su Li noted, realizing that he currently had little to offer in terms of guidance. Was this the dilemma of instructing a prodigy? Please come again, he thought, refraining from interrupting Lin Shu's training regimen. He would provide corrections only if necessary. Thus, under Su Li's guidance, Lin Shu began utilizing the equipment. The knight's stamina remained one of its shortcomings, and it was time to focus on enhancing that aspect. Soon, he found himself on a specialized treadmill, pushing himself to the limit. The relentless beeping of the machine echoed, and the conveyor belt beneath displayed fleeting images of his exertions. The knight, witnessing this scene, felt as if the sky were caving in. Chapter 33. The preliminary round of the Chicks Cup commences. Friday's extensive training had been quite fulfilling. On Saturday, the day of the Chicks Cup preliminary round arrived. The previous afternoon, Lin Shu had made arrangements with several classmates to attend together. Apart from Lin Shu, there were 5 in total, all participants in today's competition, and among the more prominent and active members of the class, Huang Yan, Zhang Qi, Lu Dong, Li Feng, and Lan Ku, 4 boys and 1 girl, most of whom had previously faced off against Class 2. A total of 13 students from the class had registered for the preliminary round, with the remaining participants scheduled for the following day. This number was not insignificant. The preliminary rounds spanned 2 days, with 40 slots for the main competition decided each day, making it rather convenient. The time was now 7:30 a.m. With the competition set to commence at noon, leaving ample time, Lin Shu had no intention of idling away the hours. Instead, he took the knight and 2 Yao to the equipment room. Compared to practicing with wooden dummies indoors, the equipment here was far superior and allowed for a more comprehensive workout. Upon entering the equipment room, Gao Feng was indeed already present. The expansive space housed only the 2 of them and their beasts engaged in training. Shortly after, Su Li arrived and began overseeing their practice. While there was little to instruct the knight on, 2 Yao was a different story, having not yet undergone any enhancements. Its attributes were significantly lacking in comparison. This allowed Su Li to experience the satisfaction of having something to do. Otherwise, with all beasts being like the knight, his role as a teacher would be rendered redundant. Time swiftly passed, and the competition was drawing near. Lin Shu informed Su Li and Gao Feng of his intent to participate in the Chicks Cup. Su Li nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. It's good to have some fun, and even better if you can secure a ranking. Gao Feng, however, stood in contemplation. I participated last year as well, and it was quite embarrassing. I made it past the preliminaries, but was eliminated in the main round, finishing 240th out of 480. My opponent was from the Central No. 1 school. Their strength is unparalleled in Fengdu. You might want to keep an eye on them. Though his words were brief and understated, it was clear there was a story behind them that he was reluctant to share. Perhaps this was part of the motivation driving Gao Feng. They were well aware of Lin Shu's capabilities. The preliminary round would be a breeze for him. Hence they spoke little more. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Shu exited the equipment room, waiting at the entrance of Kanglin No. 2 Middle School, the designated meeting point for him and his 4 classmates. Before long, a 7-seater business sedan, its hazard lights flashing, came to a halt at the entrance. The darkness was drawn into the Yusho space, as the vehicle had yet to reach such an extraordinary size. Huang Yan had previously informed that this was his family's car, and he promptly opened the door and entered. The automobiles of launching bore little distinction from those of the past life, save for the differences in engines and energy consumption. Once Lin Shu boarded the vehicle, his companions began to incessantly inquire about the school's team. Lin Shu, unfazed, patiently answered their questions. The business sedan sped along without pause, swiftly arriving at the destination, the Shernan venue. In comparison to the Baiyun venue, the size was somewhat similar, yet it was undoubtedly the finest venue in the Shernan district. The group disembarked in succession, while the driver maneuvered the car to a parking area across the way. Lin Shu also released the darkness from the Yusho space. The darkness held a certain aversion to the Yusho space, but fortunately, Lin Shu rarely confined him there, save for unforeseen circumstances. Outside the Shernan venue, throngs of people surged, most of whom were students like Lin Shu, there to participate in the competition. There were also some family members and spectators. As it was the weekend and many had free time, guided by volunteers outside the venue, the group smoothly entered the preparation area. The preparation area contained numerous sections with ample space, and several individuals were already waiting there. They casually found an unoccupied corner to sit and began to await the commencement of the competition. Due to the preliminary round's somewhat lackluster attention, there were no live broadcasts of the matches, though spectators were still present. This posed a challenge for many, requiring them to overcome their nervousness. Lin Shu, however, exhibited no such reaction. In fact, he felt a tinge of boredom and even contemplated dozing off. The others were not so composed. At that moment, Li Feng was particularly anxious, constantly glancing around. "I'm so nervous. I've never seen so many people," he stammered. The remaining companions also felt a degree of tension, though it was not as pronounced. Huang Ian offered some comforting words, which significantly eased their anxiety. Today marked the determination of the 40 spots for the main competition, necessitating approximately 4 matches. They would remain until the afternoon for the conclusion. Subsequently, staff members arrived in the preparation area and affixed identification badges to each participant. Lin Shu received badge number 488. Seated, the group engaged in discussions regarding advancement and opponents. Lin Shu interjected occasionally, and soon the time reached noon. Following a brief opening address, the competition officially commenced. Numerous lottery machines whirled and spun before them, and the subsequent matchups would be revealed therein. It appeared quite just and fair. The match numbers were quickly determined, but participants were required to proceed in batches. Lin Shu's fortune shone brightly as he was called for the first round, sparing him the agony of waiting. Amidst the cheers and encouragement from his companions, Lin Shu proceeded to the designated area to meet his opponent. The adversary was a young woman, her features delicate, with flowing black hair that lent her an air of beauty. After a brief preparation, the match commenced. Just as the girl attempted to command her Yusho, the moon rabbit, the darkness darted forth like a specter, delivering a single blow that knocked the moon rabbit unconscious. Once the referee announced the victory, Lin Shu leisurely exited the arena, leaving the girl staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. Upon returning to the preparation area, he found his original spot empty, indicating that everyone else had gone to battle. Lin Shu resumed his seat and quietly awaited the next round. In the subsequent matches, Lin Shu easily triumphed over his opponents, successfully advancing to the main competition. Each bout lasted no longer than 15 seconds, leaving his opponents in stunned silence, lost in contemplation. The remaining companions, aside from Huang Yan, were eliminated in the second or third rounds. Yet, they bore no disappointment, having prepared themselves mentally beforehand. The main competition was scheduled for the following Saturday, allowing for a week's respite and an opportunity to promote the event and gather attention. The venue was confirmed to be the Baiyun venue. News of Lin Shu and Huang Ian's advancement to the main event circulated within their class group, igniting a flurry of discussions. Lin Shu sent a screenshot of his advancement photo to Bai Shang, but received no reply, suggesting that the competition was still underway. Soon after, they boarded the vehicle once more, heading back to school. Chapter 34, A Tremendous Advancement. With the preliminary round concluded, Lin Shu's life reverted to a routine of 2 points, training in the equipment room during the day and instructing Tian in combat techniques. Life was indeed fulfilling. Before long, Monday arrived, the day of the reserve assessment, coinciding with the return of several other team members from a minor otherworld. Lin Shu felt a sense of anticipation regarding the official members. What level of skill would it take to attain such status? The past few days of training had led to significant changes in the panels of both the Darkness and Tian. However, the Darkness had grown somewhat sullen, longing for the joy of leveling up. It yearned for progress. Name, an Ing Tang Lang. Level, 119-8110. Level cap, 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, dark space. Talent, novice void walking, 6,200. Skills, basic precision assault, 0-200. Perfect quick movement, 1650. Novice heavy strike, 120. Perfect sharp blade, passive, 150. Perfect whirlwind slash, 1250. Novice spatial storage, 620. Novice intermediate shadow kill, 440. In recent days, he had been utilizing intermediate and advanced nutritional agents to accelerate growth, and indeed, his experience points soared rapidly. He was on the verge of reaching level 12. Yet, such consumption was considerable. This week's and last week's team subsidies had already been claimed by Lin Shu. The advanced nutritional agents were effective but too scarce to suffice. It was no wonder that the levels of those wealthy heirs Yusho surged. Lin Shu finally comprehended this aspect. Next came Tian, whose prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation after nearly half a month of refinement and development. Name, Shan Yen Shiren. Level, 81680. Level cap, 25. Status, healthy. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, earth. Talent, novice Tian physique, 88,200. Skills, basic precision charge, 26200. Novice rock skin, passive, 11,200. Mastery of dust, 1140. Novice explosive fist, 120. Novice clay shield, 120. Under Lin Shu's meticulous care, Tian's level had risen to 8. Although Lin Shu had not allocated points to him, the intermediate nutritional agents had more than sufficed for Tian. Otherwise, how could his level have increased so swiftly? He had also reached an average standard. Just yesterday, he successfully awakened 2 skills, 1 offensive skill, Explosive Fist, and 1 defensive Earth-type skill, Clay Shield, coupled with the 2 novice skills he possessed. He now boasted considerable combat strength. Currently, most students would find him a formidable opponent, a robust defender and a capable attacker. The Shanyan Shirin posed a significant threat. Meanwhile, the darkness waved its slender antennae incessantly, pleading with its omnipotent master for points. The gentle tickling of the antennae on Lin Shu's face was somewhat bothersome. Gazing upon the capricious darkness, Lin Shu could hardly refrain from enhancing his companion. According to the literature discovered yesterday regarding the Shadow Mantis, it is advisable to evolve to the next stage only after reaching level 25. Numerous cases within the text suggest that the success rate of evolution diminishes significantly for beasts of lower levels, likely due to their inability to withstand the energy of evolution. Thus, the matter of the nighttime evolution must remain under further discussion. Presently, the primary function of proficiency lies in leveling up. Over the past few days, his proficiency has reached 470 points. With a decisive wave of his hand, he expended 402 points to elevate the nighttime level to 15. A tremendous surge of energy coursed through the body of the knight. Its chest heaved rapidly, and the delicate wings on its back trembled incessantly. The sound it emitted was not one of agony, but rather an exquisite sensation of comfort, a feeling conveyed to Lin Shu by the spirit of the knight. A sudden elevation of 4 levels proved to be quite overwhelming. However, the moment did not linger long, as the knight soon returned to normalcy. Its forelimbs, akin to scythes, moved with casual abandon. At this moment, the knight felt exceptionally invigorated. "I could take on 10, it proclaimed, brimming with confidence. The status displayed on the panel read, unparalleled. Lin Shu approached with 2 swift strikes, which promptly subdued the knight, allowing it to comprehend the concept of there being greater heights beyond its own. After the enhancement, Lin Shu continued alongside the knight and Tu Yao toward the equipment room. It was already rather late, precisely 8 o'clock. Inside the equipment room, 4 unfamiliar faces were present. Members of the school team who had recently returned from a minor alternate realm, 2 males and 2 females. They were engaged in conversation when Lin Shu entered, immediately drawing their attention. Noticing this, Lin Shu greeted them. "Greetings, seniors. I am Lin Shu. Welcome, juniors." A red-haired girl, clad in a white cotton shirt adorned with a dainty blue bow and a light blue denim skirt, responded with a cheerful greeting. She thought to herself that this junior was rather handsome, unlike the other 2 members of the team. The others also greeted Lin Shu, their curiosity piqued by his entry into the reserve team without assessment, suggesting he possessed remarkable talent. At that moment, Su Liliang also entered the equipment room, initiating introductions. "This is Chun Yu Jia," he indicated toward the red-haired girl who had spoken first, then pointed to another girl. "This is Lan Meng Zhu," who appeared quite composed in her white training attire. Next were the 2 boys. This is Lei Wu and Li Shu Hong. Lei Wu, robust in stature, wore a gray tank top that clung tightly to his physique, exuding an aura of strength. Li Shu Hong, on the other hand, donned glasses and appeared somewhat frail, dressed in white, with a scholarly demeanor. After a brief round of introductions, they were all acquainted. Lin Shu joined their discussion, discovering they were recounting their recent experiences in a minor alternate realm. Listening to their tales only intensified Lin Shu's interest, especially as the knight had gained significant strength, presenting an opportunity to validate his prowess. Sensing Lin Shu's eagerness, Su Liliang interjected, "Do not rush, Lin Shu. You will undoubtedly venture to the alternate realm. Once the other reserve members join, we will practice for a week, and then I will take you. Rest assured." Upon hearing Su Liliang's words, Chen Yujia immediately added, "In truth, the alternate realm is rather mundane. After a few visits, it loses its novelty. It is still quite perilous for us, as a moment's inattention can lead to trouble." The other 3 nodded in agreement. While the alternate realm represents opportunity, it is fraught with dangers. The treacherous wild beasts there are not as amicable as contracted beasts. Their intent is lethal. Consequently, numerous students have perished within the alternate realm each year. One must approach the alternate realm with reverence rather than viewing it as a threat-free excursion. Chapter 35. The Secret Art of Beast Masters. There is no need to be overly anxious. Your first experience in the alternate realm will certainly not involve such perilous locales. A simple tower climb will suffice. Chen Yujia shifted her tone. "Climb a tower? What tower?" This term plunged Lin Shu into a realm of ignorance. The others offered no explanation, merely stating, "You'll understand when you go." They continued discussing their recent experiences. The school team had ventured into a minor alternate realm named Yumeng Yugu. which was merely a fragment of the entire realm, teeming with dark and poisonous beasts. It was evident how perilous such an environment could be. The school would never permit students to explore the alternate realm alone. Teachers would ensure their safety, significantly reducing the associated risks. There is both pressure and protection. After conversing for a while, laughter and camaraderie filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the tranquility. What are you all discussing? Do you think your beasts are strong enough? Hurry up and train. The group, startled like frightened fawns, hastily summoned their beasts and began training. Clearly intimidated by the voice's owner, Lin Shu turned to face the source of the voice. A tall, imposing figure stood before him, akin to a straight pine tree. His bronze complexion bore rugged features, with sharp, serious eyes. His thick, dark eyebrows arched slightly, exuding an inherent authority that instilled an undeniable pressure. This man was Gu Zhenbang, the dedicated instructor of the school team, a 7th-tier beastmaster. Su Liliang quietly explained to Lin Shu. This is teacher Gu Zhenbang, responsible for managing the school team, including myself. Due to his past military experience, he is rather strict with students. Nevertheless, he is quite kind and responsible. Lin Shu understood now. The teacher's demeanor was indeed commanding, exuding a military style. Under his watch, the seniors seemed as meek as kittens. Gu Zhenbang approached Lin Shu, his piercing gaze fixed upon him, clearly aware of his presence. Lin Shu, maintaining his composure, greeted him. Hello, Teacher Gu. I am Lin Shu. After observing Lin Shu for a moment, Gu Zhenbang finally averted his gaze and smiled, though the smile appeared somewhat incongruous, suggesting it wasn't a frequent occurrence. Excellent. The principal has certainly acquainted himself with you. Although he mentioned you are a gem that requires careful honing, I refrained from making premature judgments without meeting you in person. Today, I can see you truly are remarkable. His ability to sense beasts is quite strong, enabling him to gauge their levels. It was through the messages relayed by the beasts that he discerned the hidden potential within Lin Shu. In fewer than 2 months, he had nurtured his beast to level 15, an unprecedented speed within the ranks of Kanglin No. 2, undoubtedly one of the fastest in the school's history. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of transparent crystal, roughly the size of a biscuit. Here, take this. It is the secret art of beast masters that one receives upon joining the school team. This passage delves into the concept of damage transfer, which is regarded as one of the most practical secret techniques. With that, the transparent crystal containing the beast master secret was handed over to Lin Shu. Thank you, teacher. Lin Shu replied, catching the crystal, feeling a refreshing sensation. He had some understanding of the beast master secret, which serves as a technique specifically for beast masters, originating from another realm. The damage transfer technique is often hailed as one of the most effective methods, allowing a beast master to transfer any damage they incur to one of their contracted beasts. It is well known that beast masters are considerably more vulnerable than their beasts, particularly when faced with ambushes. This technique helps mitigate such risks, thereby ensuring the safety of the beast master. Consequently, many beast masters opt to contract with beasts that possess outstanding defensive capabilities, allowing them to transfer harm to those creatures. Among Lin Shu's beasts, Tu Yao evidently took on the responsibility of absorbing Lin Shu's damage. The application of this technique is straightforward. One merely needs to infuse their spirit into the crystal to learn the damage transfer method. This transparent crystal is a consumable item. Once utilized, it disintegrates, serving solely as a vessel. Take it home and learn it promptly. Do not procrastinate. The sooner you master it, the greater the benefit it will be for you. Understood? Gu Zhenbang advised Lin Shu. The advantages of this technique for beast masters are self-evident. I understand. I will learn it as soon as possible. With such a valuable item in hand, Lin Shu was determined not to squander the opportunity. Gu Zhenbang nodded, his gaze sweeping across the equipment room like that of a hawk, observing several senior students who were training their beasts. In just a few days, the Binzhou Cup competition will commence. Do you all feel confident in your abilities? He inquired. This time, I believe our Kanglin No. 2 high school can reach the semifinals, breaking the school's best record in recent years. Do you all have that confidence? The students glanced at each other, feeling the weight of pressure. With uncertainty about even reaching the top 8, the prospect of aiming for the top 4 seemed exceedingly daunting. However, those familiar with Gu Zhenbang's temperament knew how to respond. They steeled themselves and exclaimed, yes, we will secure a spot in the top 4. One may lack strength compared to others, but one must never falter in spirit. Even in defeat, one must retain their dignity and valor. This principle had always been emphasized by Gu Zhenbang. Without spirit, the entire team would lack its essence, leading to inevitable failure. Good. That's the spirit. Continue training. Gu Zhenbang was quite pleased with their attitude. While he expected results, he understood that such expectations cannot be forced. It is a fact that one may not possess superior skills, As long as they exhibit their unique flair, it suffices. Lin Shu found the scene before him quite amusing, as this method seemed to have a special effect on the young students. However, Gu Zhenbong was not about to let Lin Shu and Gao Feng off the hook. Lin Shu, Gao Feng, what are you still doing? Hurry up and train. Do I need to summon you? With a swift change of expression, Lin Shu did not dare to disobey. He placed the transparent crystal into his bag and hastened to the training area, accompanied by Hai and Tu Yao. Gao Feng likewise did not linger, following suit. Gu Zhenbong observed the scene with satisfaction. As long as one obeys, he can be quite amicable. At least, that is how he perceived it. Chapter 36, Evolutionary Type. Gu Zhenbong not only seized practice time, but also occasionally guided the senior students in training their beast skills. Haven't I told you numerous times about your wind blade technique? You must not execute it this way. Follow my method, he admonished. And you, Qinyujia, a basic skill, and yet you haven't mastered it after a month? What are you doing? Gu Zhenbong commanded the room, his voice resonating throughout the equipment room, his spittle flying indiscriminately. In this interval, Lin Shu learned about the 4 members of the school team and their beasts. Qinyujia with her water element, Lan Mengzhu with her grass and vine beast, Lei Wuwu with his giant ape, and Li Shuheng with his thunderbolt spirit cat. Surprisingly, the strongest among the team turned out to be Li Shuheng, who appeared as a gentle scholar. Name, Thunderbolt Spirit Cat. Level, 37225370. Level cap, 86. Status, agitated. Quality, perfect. Attribute, thunder. Talent, minor electrocution 56400. Skills, basic electric spark minor 13200. Frenzied bite minor 22200. Perfect electric shock 3250. Intermediate lightning strike, major 2380. Thunder slash major 1180. Perfect thunder gun 32100. Advanced electric piercing minor 33120. Aurora fur minor 11120. Beginner electric beam 5680. Such levels, skill quantity, and proficiency, along with the innate talents of the beasts, affirm Li Shuheng's position as the strongest member of Kanglan No. 2 High School's team. All 4 beasts seem to have undergone evolution once, hence their perfect quality. The level differences are minor, all hovering around level 35. While there are slight disparities in skill proficiency, they are not particularly pronounced. Besides Li Shuheng's superior abilities, the other 3 possess comparable strength. As Lin Shu absorbed this information, Gu Zhenbong's gaze shifted to Lin Shu and his beast, scrutinizing them for any flaws to critique or guide. His eyes remained fixed for a full 5 minutes, yet he found nothing to criticize. Remarkable rapid movement, precise assaults. And what is that skill? I have never encountered anything like it before. It is truly astounding. Such skill levels are hard to believe in a first-year student. This lad not only elevates his beast's level swiftly, but also practices his skills with equal alacrity. Why hasn't the principal mentioned this? He is indeed a prodigy. Clearing his throat, he continued, Lin Shu is performing exceedingly well. If you all could emulate him, not only would the top 4 be within reach, but you might even contend for the championship. Lin Shu regarded Gu Zhenbong with an odd expression. Please do not incite jealousy against me. I am merely a newcomer. Fortunately, the others paid little heed to this, merely raising their eyebrows and shrugging, as if accustomed to such remarks. It appears they are frequently under pressure. The training resumed relentlessly. Soon, the morning slipped away, and everyone departed the equipment room. Gu Zhenbong left early, presumably to fetch the other 3 reserve members. They headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Shortly afterward, he returned to find 3 unfamiliar faces in the equipment room. It seemed the assessments for the other reserves had concluded. Upon entering, everyone greeted each other warmly, and the group became acquainted. Thus, the 9 members of this year's school team were assembled. The 3 newcomers were Min Hu from Class 7, Grade 1, Ling Shu from Class 2, Grade 2, and Chu Xin from Class 5, Grade 2. Among them were 2 males and 1 female, Chu Xin being the sole female. All these individuals possessed the talent of beast masters. This was the prevailing situation within the school team, as resources were primarily allocated to students with such potential. After exchanging pleasantries, Teacher Su Liliang guided the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the surroundings of the school team, much like Lin Shu had done upon his arrival, following a familiar process. Without lingering on these matters, they resumed training. The afternoon passed swiftly, and before leaving, Su Liliang gathered the 3 newcomers with Lin Shu. In the realm of Fei Xin, Lin Shu found himself drawn into a group chat, named Songlan Erzhong Xiao Dui. Initially, the group consisted of 7 members, including 2 teachers. After the addition of Lin Shu and his companions, the number swelled to 11, a considerable gathering. Min Hu, who engaged with Lin Shu the most during the afternoon, likely did so due to their shared status as first-year students, providing ample conversation topics. After exchanging contact information with the remaining members of the team for future convenience, Lin Shu greeted them before making his way to the team's designated room. As he had yet to study the You Show Me FA, he decided to refrain from further interaction with He Yi and Tu Yao, allowing them to rest. Seated by his bedside, Lin Shu retrieved a transparent crystal engraved with the You Show Me FA. He gently placed it in the palm of his hand and began to channel his spiritual energy into it. Gradually, delicate purple lines began to permeate the crystal's surface like raindrops, eventually enveloping it entirely. As the violet hue spread, characters materialized in his mind, culminating in the phrase harm transfer. Lin Shu grasped the method and effects of this You Show Me FA. The application was straightforward. By selecting a You Show and inscribing a transfer symbol, one could activate the secret technique. With closed eyes, Lin Shu committed the steps to memory, mastering the technique with relative ease. After several iterations of contemplation and inscription, he succeeded. A purple hexagram symbol gradually faded into Tu Yao's body, indicating the completion of this mystical art. At that moment, the technique appeared on Lin Shu's interface. You Show Me FA, Harm Transfer, Beginner Level 150. The greater the proficiency, the lesser the mental consumption, and the longer the duration of effect. Tu Yao, scratching his head, displayed a perplexed expression, sensing something had entered his body, yet failing to identify it. Rest assured, this is a beneficial gift. Accept it graciously, Lin Shu reassured him, trusting his master implicitly. Tu Yao responded with a simple smile, confident that his master would not lead him astray. This technique was passive, only triggered when the You Show master sustained damage. An excellent feature that ensured complete automation. However, subsequent use would deplete the You Show master's mental energy. Should the mental energy prove insufficient, or if the inscribed You Show perished, the technique would become ineffective. After mastering and employing the technique, Lin Shu reclined on his bed, contemplating the itinerary for the coming days. He needed to attend the Chicks Cup finals in the Central District this weekend, leaving little time for anything else. By Thursday, he anticipated that He Yi's Xianbaizhan would reach a refined state, meeting the prerequisites for learning the next level of swordsmanship. Thus, he planned to visit the Daolang Wu Tang to study new techniques that day. With a clear outline of his forthcoming tasks, Lin Shu chose to cease overthinking and proceeded according to his plan, drawing the curtains and extinguishing the lights to rest, feeling somewhat dizzy from inscribing the technique. As Thursday dawned, He Yi did not disappoint. The previous night, he had successfully refined the Xianbaizhan, fulfilling the conditions necessary for advancement. Consequently, Lin Shu prepared to head to the Daolang Wu Tang. He had already requested a leave of absence from Gu Jinbong and teacher Su Liliang, and, as expected, both approved without hesitation. Teachers tended to be lenient with exemplary students. Meanwhile, Wu Song, upon receiving the news, expressed an overwhelming enthusiasm, exclaiming his desire to travel to the southern city that very night to seek out Lin Shu. Only after Lin Shu's calming influence did he relent, promising to arrive early the next day. Such fervent excitement nearly overwhelmed Lin Shu. Thus, early that morning, he set out on his journey, arriving at the Daolang Wu Tang shortly after 10 o'clock. The sounds of combat filled the air as other students commanded their You Show in practicing sword techniques. However, Wu Song showed little interest in them, fixated instead on the entrance, awaiting Lin Shu's arrival. Soon, a youthful figure appeared, prompting Wu Song to rush forward, his face alight with joy. "Wu Ge, good morning. Come, follow me," he urged, his eagerness evident as he swiftly led Lin Shu into the training area. Rubbing his somewhat calloused hands together, Wu Song could hardly contain his excitement. "Let He Yi demonstrate the Xianbaizhan. I want to observe closely." Lin Shu cast a glance at He Yi, who instantly understood the cue. His entire being shifted into a state of readiness. Muscles tensing as his demeanor grew increasingly cold and sharp, his movements precise and rhythmic. With an aura that was both imposing and indefinable, He Yi wielded his dual blades with impeccable grace. The layers of flashing shadows manifested at a frightening speed before he decisively struck the iron post ahead. With a resounding crack, the iron splintered effortlessly, severed cleanly in two, its cut gleaming under the sunlight. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Song erupted with delight. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. A prodigy in the making. What an extraordinary display." His exclamations echoed the sentiment that, akin to a diamond forged under pressure, He Yi's skill was unparalleled. Wu Song mused internally that the last individual to receive such recognition was the Master You Show, a testament to the honor involved. Gazing upon He Yi felt akin to beholding a rare treasure. He Yi, however, was somewhat unnerved by Wu Song's unwavering stare. "Why do you keep looking at me?" After a minute of scrutiny, Wu Song finally regained composure. "Incredible, genuinely incredible. To achieve such mastery in such a short span is no small feat. Even in comparison to the master, you hold your ground." His tone carried a hint of awe. Lin Shu pondered the current level of the master's Yusho swordsmanship, recognizing that such comparisons were ultimately futile. No matter, in due time, you shall meet the master, and I am certain you will have plenty to discuss. Returning to the task at hand, Wusong shifted focus from the master to the new techniques. Typically, one would need to learn 2 beginner-level sword techniques before progressing to intermediate levels. However, given their exceptional talent, this requirement was rendered moot. Today, I will teach you 2 intermediate techniques directly. The 2 forms are Ren Qi Ji and Zhifeng Ren, both possessing formidable offensive capabilities that far exceed the Xian Baijian. Once learned, ensure you practice diligently. Ordinarily, it takes years for a Yusho to reach a competent level. However, given He Ye's aptitude, it should not take nearly as long. Wusong refrained from speculating on how long it would take He Ye to perfect these techniques. Genius rarely adhered to conventional timelines. Yet the master had achieved perfection in just a year's time. What would He Ye's journey entail? Would it span a few months, as was typical for most Yusho? Absolutely no more than half a year. This is a testament to the extraordinary talent and proficiency of Hai. Lin Shu pondered thus. Please teach me, Brother Wu. Very well. I shall not delay any further. With that, he clapped his hands, summoning the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing from the corner. The Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing was well aware of the terrifying nature of Hai's talent. Its pair of crimson eyes scrutinized the scene, finding nothing particularly remarkable, merely perceiving the little mantis before it as pitifully weak, tilting its head in confusion. Come, let us practice Zhifeng Ren and Ren Qi Ji. Upon hearing this, the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing adjusted its posture and stance. A gentle breeze began to swirl, feeling somewhat abrupt, as if drawn in by the allure of this technique. This is Zhifeng Ren, isn't it fascinating? Wusong remarked, and Lin Shu urged Hai to remain still and focus on learning. The swirling wind grew increasingly tempestuous, emitting a low, ominous sound. The forceful gusts kicked up clouds of dust, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Wind elements coalesced around its arms, enveloping them in a delicate white film. The ability to incite elemental agitation alone attested to the power of Zhifeng Ren. The howling wind surged into the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing's body, vanishing without a trace. It seemed the gathered winds were already sufficient. The once howling breeze ceased to exist. Only the swirling vortex of wind remained around the blades of the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing. It then effortlessly swept downwards. The stored tempest was unleashed in an instant, transforming the area into chaos as dirt flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a trench several meters long appeared before Lin Shu. Witnessing such a scene, he could not help but marvel at its immense power. This is the final form, but it is still a bit beyond your reach. What you need to learn now is how to attract the wind using your blade technique. You may initially use energy to assist you, and once you master it completely, you can attempt it without assistance. Wusong began to instruct them on the learning method. After all, intermediate blade techniques are in a completely different league from the basic ones. The difficulty increases exponentially, necessitating external assistance for practice. Otherwise, merely relying on the blade technique alone would yield little result. This was a method developed by the Ti Ngl Ing WT Ing over the past few decades. Chapter 38, Lingqi. Subsequently, Hai began to learn Zhifeng Ren alongside the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing. As expected of an intermediate skill, it was not easy to master. After a good 10 minutes, Hai had only just grasped the basics of Zhifeng Ren. A considerable amount of practice would still be needed to use it flawlessly. This speed was already a source of envy for Wusong and the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing. However, with Zhifeng Ren now appearing on the panel, there were no issues. Zhifeng Ren was initially at 140. Such a situation was anticipated by Lin Shu. Hai's comprehension of blade techniques was decent, but far from extraordinary. Diligent practice and minor enhancements would be required to reach that level. Wusong, however, was quite satisfied. This speed surpassed that of many other beast tamers by a wide margin. Many would take an entire day to achieve even the basics. Excellent. You are learning at a remarkable pace. Now, let us move on to Ren Qi Ji. He gestured for the Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing to continue teaching. It seemed that merely one morning was sufficient to master these 2 blade techniques, far exceeding his expectations. The Shuangren Ti Ngl Ing stood in the center of the field, motionless, its internal energy swirling eagerly, ready to be unleashed. It soon assumed a stance, legs slightly bent, with its forelimbs positioned one above the other. With a swift draw, translucent blade beams shot forth like cascading ribbons. Each swing of its forelimbs produced a striking arc. The razor-sharp aura sent shivers down one's spine, an intense sense of danger emanating. Several blade beams accurately struck the distant target, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The target disintegrated upon impact, unable to withstand the might of the blade beams. Observing the attack range of over 10 meters, Lin Shu realized that this long-range offensive technique was precisely what Hai lacked. effectively compensating for a shortcoming, and the power was formidable, rivaling that of Zhifeng Ren. In terms of practicality, it was even superior. After witnessing these two blade techniques, Lin Shu discerned that intermediate skills were no longer confined to fixed routines or movements. Instead, they were more adaptable and flexible, enhanced through the infusion of external forces to amplify their power. One could not help but admire the genius behind the invention of these techniques, for they had evolved into such a form. My favorite technique used to be Ringqi Ji. It is swift and fierce, unconstrained by specific terrains, allowing for spontaneous use. As he spoke, a smile graced his face. He then proceeded to demonstrate the technique, providing one-on-one assistance until Hai mastered Ringqi Ji, which took merely a few minutes. Observing the swift completion of the lesson, Wu Song checked the time on his phone, noting it was just past 11. He recalled his own struggles during his learning days, where an entire day had been required to master such skills, and felt a wave of nostalgia. Since you've learned it, you can return and practice diligently. It's just in time for lunch. I'll take you to the cafeteria in the WT Ying. You haven't been there since joining, so it's a good opportunity to try it out. No problem, Brother Wu, Lin Shu nodded, genuinely agreeing. The two departed the training grounds with their beasts. Making their way to the cafeteria, they arrived at a two-story building, the internal cafeteria, which was much smaller compared to a school cafeteria, but adequate within the WT Ying. It was not yet open, but Wu Song, being an instructor, had certain privileges. Ascending to the second floor, they found someone already preparing meals. They took their place at a table, waiting. During this time, Wu Song began discussing some matters regarding the Tang Master. Unfortunately, the Tang Master was currently away in Binzhou. Otherwise, he would have arranged for Lin Shu to meet him. The Tang Master must be busy with something. After all, he is a high-level beast tamer with many responsibilities, Lin Shu speculated. Wu Song was already a close to 8th level beast tamer, which indicated the WT Ying's formidable strength. The Tang Master would naturally be even stronger, perhaps having already broken through to the 9th level, reaching a new echelon. You are quite right. High-level beast tamers tend to be quite busy. Like us instructors, we do not remain in the WT Ying at all times. We take turns managing the WT Ying every 4 months, spending the rest of the time away from Binzhou. Upon hearing Wu Song's explanation, Lin Shu understood. No wonder there were 3 instructors, yet he rarely saw them. It was due to such an arrangement. I see. Furthermore, the Tang Master enjoys more freedom. He might not return for a year at a time, often found in the other realms, like a dragon whose head is seldom seen. I have notified him of your progress, but he has not responded, likely due to pressing matters. Brother Wu, what level of beast tamer is the Tang Master? Lin Shu inquired, eager to grasp the realms beyond the 9th level. Wu Song glanced at Lin Shu and did not refuse, remembering that he too had once sought to learn more. It is no trouble to tell you. You will learn this in university. The Tang Master is at a level beyond the 9th. This realm is known as Lingqi. However, I shall not elaborate on the specifics. In Wu Song's eyes gleamed a sense of yearning, clearly indicating his desire to step into this realm. He had already sought to understand certain aspects. Lin Shu nodded, silently committing the name to memory. Such matters are merely to be listened to. There is no need to dwell on them, as they remain too distant for you. Your current focus should be on nurturing your beast and yourself. Wu Song continued to remind him, apprehensive that mentioning this topic might provoke unforeseen issues. Curiosity alone would not suffice. Lin Shu was not the type to reach for the unattainable. In the midst of their engaging conversation, lunch was soon prepared. The ingredients were exquisite, rivaling even those served by Bai Yun in the venue. Ordinary students of the Wu Academy could not partake in such delicacies, which were likely akin to those offered in the school cafeteria. The food for the beasts was also ready. Lunch commenced and concluded swiftly. Following this, Wu Song continued to have the Shuangren Mantis guide the night, aiding in identifying shortcomings. The other students of the Wu Academy would be instructed by other teachers, as he had no time to attend to them. Before long, the afternoon slipped away. Lin Shu was to return to the South District. Just before his departure, Wu Song reminded him once more, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Remember that it encompasses all matters, so there is no need for embarrassment. I still have a few acquaintances in this flourishing city. Chapter 39. The top 10 contenders for the championship. It has been 2 days since Lin Shu began studying new sword techniques at the Dao Mantis' Wu Academy. During this time, he has led a monotonous life, shuttling between school and home. Today marks the commencement of the Chunyang Cup's main competition. Aside from Lin Shu and Huang Yan, no other students from their class had advanced to the main event. Including their class, only 12 students from Kanglan No. 2 High School had made it to the finals, which is commendable given that there are merely 80 slots available in each district. Lin Shu promptly began to assess the panel of the night. Name, Shadow Mantis. Level, 1555, 150. Level cap, 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, dark space. Talent, novice void walking, 11,200. Skills, beginner strike precision, 5,200. Perfect swift movement, 1650. Novice heavy strike, 120. Passive sharp blade, perfect 150. Novice arm spin slash, 12200. Novice space storage, 820. Intermediate dual shadow kill, 740. Minor blade energy strike, 380. Novice gale blade, 140. Overall, there had been no significant changes compared to previous days, aside from the addition of 2 newly learned sword techniques. During this time, the knight had primarily focused on mastering the blade energy strike strategy, experiencing rapid improvement and achieving minor success by today. This could be considered a modest enhancement. With 293 points of proficiency remaining, there was still a considerable surplus. However, Lin Shu had no intention of further elevating the knight. Currently, its level surpassed that of its peers significantly, not accounting for the multitude of high-level skills it possessed. It could be said that there were no rivals among its contemporaries, and adding points would make it even easier. It was wise to hold off for now. Ding! A notification chimed from his phone. Lin Shu opened it to find a message from Huang Yan. The vehicle has arrived at the school gate. You can come now. He quickly responded with a brief affirmation and proceeded to store the knight and the 2 Yao in the beast space. He then stepped out of the room, intending to summon Min Hu, who was also a member of the school's reserve team. Min Hu had also advanced to the finals, and the 3 of them had planned to go to the Baiyun venue together, as discussed the previous night. He discovered Min Hu already waiting in the corridor. Lin Gu. Min Hu waved to greet Lin Shu. Let's go. All right. With that, the 2 left the building and arrived at the school gate. Once again, they were met with the familiar sight of a black business vehicle, with the same driver as before. Upon entering, Huang Yan greeted Lin Shu and Min Hu. After a nod from the driver, the vehicle smoothly began its journey. The 3 engaged in intermittent conversation as they traveled. The ride was swift and steady, and within half an hour, they reached the Baiyun venue. However, the area was teeming with people. It was nearly impossible to navigate through the crowd. Clearly, these individuals were participants or spectators of the competition. The vehicle had no choice but to stop 500 meters from the venue. Lin Shu took out his phone to snap a photo and sent it to Bai Sheng, accompanied by a message. It's already like this outside. What's the situation inside? The response came almost instantly. Wow, there are so many people outside. There are also a lot of people inside. I have no idea how to get in. Paired with an awkward expression, Huang Yan and Min Hu stood there, somewhat at a loss, their eyes turning to Lin Shu as if awaiting his lead. Why don't you head to the venue entrance first? I've arranged for someone to meet you. It's the same person as last time. All right, I'll head over now. Lin Shu tucked away his phone and led Huang Yan and Min Hu into the throng. After a considerable struggle, they finally reached the entrance. Fortunately, there was a dedicated passage for competition participants, allowing them to bypass the crowd. However, a glance revealed that the line extended to 70 or 80 individuals. How long would they have to wait? Not to mention the other entrances, which were even more crowded. Just then, a voice called out, "Mr. Lin, hello. Please follow me this way." A young woman clad in the Baiyun venue staff uniform appeared. Lin Shu recognized her. She had guided him on several occasions before. Let us proceed. He gestured for Huang Yan and Min Hu to follow. The 2 exchanged surprised glances. What was this situation? Did Lin Shu have connections at the Baiyun venue? They had not heard of this before. However, this thought was quickly set aside. It was, after all, a stroke of good fortune. Waiting in line was the most tedious task. The staff member hurriedly led them to a small door. This appeared to be a staff passage within the venue. After traversing several corridors, they arrived at the VIP room marked 001. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the familiar face of Bai Sheng, whom they had not seen in quite some time. Lin Shu and fellow classmates, greetings. I am Bai Sheng. As they stepped into the room, Bai Sheng promptly greeted them. Lin Shu had, of course, sought Bai Sheng's permission to bring his friends along. Hello, I am Huang Yan, a classmate of Lin Shu. At that moment, Huang Yan felt that Bai Sheng's name sounded somewhat familiar, but could not place it. However, how could someone with access to the Baiyun Venue 001 VIP room be an ordinary person? He began to admire Lin Shu's ability to conceal his connections, realizing he had befriended such an influential figure. Hello, I am Min Hu. Min Hu was also perceptive enough to deduce that this person was either wealthy or of high status. He thought to himself how impressively low-key Lin Shu was. The 2 cast sidelong glances at Lin Shu, feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Shu returned a reassuring expression, signaling everyone to take a seat and converse. The 2 settled in a corner while Lin Shu sat beside Bai Sheng. I didn't expect the competition to be this fervent, causing such a bottleneck here. Huh, this is quite normal. You simply haven't participated in enough competitions, Bai Sheng remarked, raising an eyebrow as if to say that Lin Shu was overreacting. Lin Shu shrugged. Indeed, this was his first time participating in such a large-scale competition. as they continued discussing various topics. Baisheng mentioned the top 10 contenders for the championship as determined by external assessments. This prompted Huang Yan and Min Hu to chime in, and their initially tense mood relaxed considerably. Lin Shu, however, was somewhat oblivious, having been engrossed in training and finding it difficult to keep up with such news. These names are merely concocted from some hearsay, meant for entertainment value. Their reference is not particularly substantial. After listing 10 names, Lin Shu was astonished to discover his own name among them. Unexpectedly, has my excellence become impossible to conceal? Although I find myself in the last position, I am astonished to discover that I have garnered some renown in Fengdu. Huang Yan and Min Hu regard Lin Shu with a hint of admiration, as if being listed on this ranking is a matter of great honor. Only Lin Shu from Kanglan No. 2 has made the list, while Baisheng's school, Zhongxin No. 1, astonishingly boasts 4 names on it, nearly encompassing half of the total. Among them is, of course, Baisheng. Another competitor hails from Kanglan No. 1, with the remaining participants representing various other district schools. Lin Shu, having not delved deeply into this, remains somewhat uninformed. Huang Yan listens as Lin Shu and Baisheng engage in discussions about their rankings, when suddenly a realization strikes him. Baisheng? Isn't that the heir of the Bai family, the son of the master of the Baiyun venue? His heart swells with surprise, and he casts Lin Shu a more peculiar gaze. Chapter 40, Advancement. Not long after discussing the top 10 champions, the competition is about to commence. The group exits the VIP room and enters the competition arena, where preparations for the draw ceremony are underway. Once the draw concludes, the matches will commence immediately. Upon entering the venue, they find it reminiscent of a football field from a past life. From a distance, the vast oval arena encircles several square battle platforms at its center. Above the platforms hang large screens displaying information and data about the competitors, as well as the forthcoming matchups determined by the draw. The audience area is densely populated, rows of tables and chairs tightly clustered around the battle platforms. A considerable number of spectators are already seated, resembling a multitude of tiny black dots, a testament to the fervor surrounding this event. The group traverses a lengthy corridor, and after verification, they arrive at the competitors' preparation area. This area accommodates 5, sufficient for all participants. In the center of the venue, a massive screen displays the live progress of the matches. They find an unoccupied corner to sit together and focus on the large screen. They do not have to wait long. As the host's voice resonates, the Fengdu Chunyao Cup officially begins. Welcome to this edition of the Fengdu Chunyao Cup. I am your host, Pan Zhoudan. We will now commence the first stage, the draw. The main event will be broadcast live throughout the process. As the camera shifts, a large draw machine is meticulously arranged. This machine is quite substantial, with a transparent exterior allowing visibility of numerous small balls, each containing the name of a contestant. This method effectively mitigates the occurrence of any foul play and is a key reason for the enduring success of the Fengdu Chunyao Cup. A staff member approaches to activate the machine, causing the balls to move erratically within, scattering in all directions. After a moment, 2 balls emerge from the transparent tube, signaling the commencement of the first match. Excellent. We can see the information for the first battle has appeared. Please join me at Battle Platform 1 to witness the inaugural contest. The host's voice rings out again, the camera shifting away from the draw area, though the draw remains visible, ongoing without pause. Although this method may seem cumbersome, the organizers have adhered to it for many years. Today, we aim to complete the matches from 480 down to 240, meaning a total of 240 contests, a considerable number. Fortunately, with nearly 30 battle platforms, accomplishing such a feat in a single day is not insurmountable. Huang Yan and Min Hu appear somewhat anxious, fixated on the large screen, fidgeting restlessly. In contrast, Lin Shu and Baisheng exhibit no signs of tension, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Before long, Min Hu's name is drawn, encouraged by the gazes of the others. He proceeds to battle platform 13. His luck is relatively good, as his opponent is not particularly strong. Merely a few minutes later, he effortlessly secures victory, achieving a triumphant start. Upon returning to the preparation area, he wears a joyful expression, clearly elated. The subsequent time is spent in anticipation, as they watch the thrilling matches of other contestants on the screen. Each battle showcases remarkable skill and an impressive array of summoned beasts, befitting the main event. The audience erupts in cheers and shouts, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Approximately an hour later, Lin Shu sees his name appear on the large screen. The loudspeaker in the preparation area announces the competitors and their corresponding battle platforms. Lin Shu is now set to enter his match. Departing from the preparation area, he swiftly arrives at battle platform 22, where his opponent is already present. A glance reveals a somewhat slender young man, contrasting sharply with his tall and robust summoned beast. His summoned beast is a 10th level war gorilla, of elite quality, possessing 4 skills. While its strength is decent, it pales in comparison to Lin Shu's capabilities. Dolly, your opponent is the Shadow Mantis. Be cautious not to be led astray, the slender young man instructs, but the war gorilla casually scratches its back, seemingly unfazed by its master's warnings. The young man, exasperated, pats his forehead, yet continues to encourage, do your best, Dolly. I wish to advance to the next round. He seems poised to say more, but the referee's voice interrupts, declaring, the match begins. For Lin Shu, this battle requires little deliberation. He commands the knight to surge forward, its agile form darting towards the opponent. The slender young man beams, exclaiming, engage in close combat with my Dolly? You underestimate us. He gestures for the war gorilla to unleash a powerful punch. However, Lin Shu remains undeterred. He knows the opponent's resistance is futile. The war gorilla, witnessing the swift shadow mantis, has its pupils widen in shock. In a panic, it throws a wild punch, but only strikes air. Knight effortlessly evades the attack and retaliates with a razor-sharp strike from its forelimbs. The war gorilla is struck with tremendous force, sent flying a meter away, rendered immobile. The slender young man glances between the war gorilla and Knight, seemingly at a loss as to what has transpired, his once proud beast swiftly dispatched. His expression freezes, uncertain of how to proceed. The war gorilla has lost its fighting capacity. Competitor Lin Shu is victorious. The referee announces, as another staff member records the results. The match concludes, and Lin Shu returns to the preparation area, only to find Huang Ian and Bai Xing absent. Min Hu informs Lin Shu that they have already been drawn and have just departed. Nodding, Lin Shu realizes that, despite the competition being only halfway through, all 4 of them have already participated. They are fortunate, not having to wait long. The two begin searching the screen for the matches of Bai Xing and Huang Ian. As expected, they triumphantly advance to the next round, with Bai Xing defeating his opponent in a mere minute. Huang Ian, more tense, ultimately clinches victory after capitalizing on an opponent's mistake. With all matches concluded, they decide to exit the battle arena. Returning to VIP room 001. The group engages in lively discussions about the events that transpired during the matches. The atmosphere is harmonious. With today as competitions wrapped up, tomorrow will feature the matches to reduce the field from 240 to 120. The overall intensity of the competition has escalated significantly. Chapter 41, XNGH Ing J11. Many individuals are watching the match online, particularly the student demographic. Within the WeChat group of Class 5, Year 1, discussions are fervently underway regarding LNSH and Huang Ian advancing to the top 240. In contrast to LNSH's relaxed demeanor, Huang Ian appears somewhat strained. Most participants are primarily focused on LNSH, speculating about his eventual ranking. Some believe he will place within the top 15, while others suggest the top 60. There are various guesses, but no one dares to predict a championship, indicating a touch of conservatism. Saturday's schedule confines them to the BIN venue, and the day's competitions conclude just before dusk, under BISH Ng's arrangement. Both Huang Ian and MNH are assigned to separate rooms. After a night passes, the next day arrives swiftly. LNSH rises early. Having grown accustomed to this routine over time, he engages in physical activities within the room's compact training area alongside HIY, preparing for the impending competition. At precisely 10 o'clock, the matches for the top 240 to 120 officially commence. The 4 competitors settle into their familiar preparation seats, awaiting the drawing of lots. It appears that elimination is imminent, as the competitors are formidable. However, Huang Ian expresses satisfaction with his current rank, having observed many skilled participants. Despite his reservations, he maintains a steady expression. MNH remains uncertain. As long as he does not face a competitor from ZHNGX, YZH or LNSH, he is willing to accept the outcome. Just enjoy the match, BISH advises. The drawing begins in earnest. MNH is the first selected. His opponent is not overly strong, exhibiting comparable abilities. Their battle is evenly matched, and ultimately, MNH triumphs through the willpower of his beast, advancing to the next round. Unfortunately, Huang Ian is not as fortunate, facing a competitor from ZHNGX YZH. As anticipated, he loses decisively, with little room for resistance, regretfully exiting the competition. Match 11, LNSH versus LSH, announces the voice from the preparation area, marking LNSH's turn. Oh, it's LSH, he muses. This individual, known for his unpleasant demeanor, must be taught a lesson. LSH is also a student from ZHNGX YZH and shares a class with BISH. He is notorious for his cowardly behavior, particularly in bullying the weak, which has long irked BISH, who now sees an opportunity to confront him. With BISH's explanation, LNSH understands. Rest assured. He replies confidently as he approaches the battle stage. LSH, with a sharp and disdainful expression, squints at LNSH and HIY, as if regarding mere nuisances. Observing LSH's peculiar appearance, LNSH shakes his head, thinking, truly, the ugly often cause trouble. Noticing LNSH's gesture, LSH becomes agitated and launches into a tirade. This country bumpkin thinks he can put on airs. After I crush your beast, you won't dare shake your head again. His tone drips with contempt, clearly underestimating LNSH. Nonetheless, LSH's prowess is respectable. His beast, the XNGH Ing J11, is a level 12 elite quality creature with mastery over 5 skills, including an intermediate one. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is LNSH. LSH's incessant taunts are abruptly interrupted by the referee's signal to commence. XNGHing. Take down that stinky mantis in half a minute. Teach this country bumpkin a lesson. The XNGH Ing J11 brandishes its massive pincers, obediently unleashing a barrage of ping-pong-sized bubbles as commanded. LNSH remains unfazed, perceiving LSH as a mere clown. With a glance, he communicates with HIY, who understands the directive, to eliminate the opponent in one swift move. Activating high-speed movement, HIY darts forward, a fleeting shadow that evades all bubbles. In an instant, he appears above the XNGH Ing J11, wielding his twin blades in a swift arc, executing the rotating blade slash. With a resounding impact, the attack lands. The XNGH Ing J11 collapses limply to the ground, its legs twitching involuntarily, while its once sturdy shell begins to crack, threatening to shatter. This strike was not delivered with full force. Otherwise, the shell would have shattered completely. A beast's unpleasant owner does not reflect the nature of the beast itself. They merely suffer under poor stewardship. The battle concludes in mere moments. LSH's visage darkens, contorting in frustration. Useless creature, he mutters, discarding the XNGH Ing J11 as he storms off. LNSH is taken aback by such behavior. What right does he have to act this way as a beastmaster? Even the referee, witnessing the scene, is incensed and promptly contacts medical personnel. Once everything is settled, LNSH exits the arena with HIY. This incident is broadcasted live, prompting widespread condemnation of LSH's actions. Viewers vociferously denounce his unworthiness as a beastmaster. The outrage escalates, and if this trend continues, it seems LSH may find it difficult to remain at Zich NGX NY Ing and could potentially face repercussions from disgruntled fellow beastmasters. Returning to their preparation area, BISH Ing and the others begin to voice their grievances regarding LSH's behavior. I underestimated him. I can't believe he would stoop so low. Great job, Lin Shu. His face was just repulsive. It was so satisfying to see that expression on him. LNSH responds with a smile, hoping that some brave soul will teach LSH how to be a proper beastmaster. After this brief interlude, the competition approaches its conclusion. Naturally, BISH Ing advances effortlessly to the next round. Thus, these 2 days of competition reach a temporary halt. The next rounds are scheduled for the following weekend, Saturday and Sunday, at the BIN venue, featuring the matches to narrow the field from 120 to 60 and from 60 to 30, conducted over 2 days. At this moment, 2 messages appear on their phones, originating from the school team group. Upon checking, LNSH discovers a message from GZH and Bing. On Monday, we will head to YNZHUMUN City to enter a fragmented otherworld, tentatively scheduled for 4 days. Everyone, please prepare diligently. LNSH. MNH. Remember to return early. Realizing they are preparing to venture into another realm, LNSH feels a surge of anticipation. MNH. Evidently also having received the news, glances at LNSH, seeking his opinion. However, there is no rush to return just yet, as BISH Ing organizes a dinner gathering, making it convenient to head back after a pleasant meal. Chapter 42. KM LND. After the dinner, LNSH and his companions promptly return to the NQ district, concluding their journey in the central area. Upon returning to the VIP room 001, they find a slightly portly middle-aged man seated inside. He wears glasses, his demeanor amiable, and though his eyes are not large, they sparkle with intelligence, giving an impression of shrewdness. Dad, you're here. This middle-aged man is BISH Ing's father, BIYHO, the true master of the BIN venue. BIYHO nods, gesturing for BISH Ing to sit and converse. I watched your friend's match today. He is an impressive young man, full of potential. Bai Sheng was well aware of whom was being referred to. It was naturally Lin Shu. Recently, he had discussed Lin Shu with his father, Bai Hao, who was quite supportive of Bai Sheng befriending these promising beast masters to foster deeper connections. Indeed, You may not realize this, but Lin Shu's prowess in beast mastery has escalated at an astonishing rate. Observing his performance in the recent competition, he appears even stronger, rendering it nearly impossible for others to keep pace. Bai Sheng felt a tinge of sentimentality. Yes, I have noticed. His beast has already reached level 15. Moreover, I have heard from Dao Lang Wu Tang that his talent in swordsmanship is exceptionally remarkable. Bai Yihao conveyed the information he had gathered to his son. Bai Sheng, upon hearing this, was somewhat incredulous. He opened his mouth to articulate a response, but only managed to utter a few words. Truly monstrous. Bai Yihao chuckled at this scene and patted Bai Sheng on the back. You used to dismiss my words as mere nonsense, didn't you? Now you believe what I say? Bai Sheng nodded in agreement, for Lin Shu had made him acutely aware of the vast chasm that exists between ordinary individuals and geniuses. It was indeed far greater than he had imagined. Fortunately, his family could provide some assistance. Otherwise, he could only fathom how far Lin Shu would leave him behind. That fellow Pei Yuanfang has also recognized Lin Shu's talent and has begun to shower him with resources, moving rather swiftly. Bai Yihao spoke with ease, as it seemed there was nothing within Fengdu City that he could not uncover. I happen to know this. Lin Shu has mentioned it to me. Yes. Your relationship is currently quite amicable. Lin Shu himself has few friends. You have an eye for talent, reminiscent of my own prowess in my youth. Listening to his father's self-aggrandizement, Bai Sheng could not help but smirk. Nostalgic tales from the past were still being recounted. Bai Yihao paid no heed to Bai Sheng's retorts and continued. It is easy to add embellishments, yet difficult to provide genuine support in times of need. Now is the opportune moment to befriend Lin Shu. Should any issues arise, you could assist him in resolving them. Bai Sheng nodded, as he was well aware of this. He had been educated in such matters since childhood. Investing in promising beast masters is essential. Conveniently, our Bai Yun venue's endorsement is nearing its expiration. Yes, there are only a few days remaining, Bai Sheng mused aloud. We should directly replace it with Lin Shu. The contract will reflect an increased remuneration. Lin Shu is likely to be the champion of this year's Fengdu Chicks Cup. Perhaps we shall even reap the benefits. Upon hearing his father had already identified the champion, Bai Sheng did not dispute it, as he shared the same belief. Very well, I shall discuss this with him next time. Bai Yihao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. These matters were best handled by Bai Sheng himself, serving as a form of training for him. The next day, in the afternoon, the members of the Kanglin's Second High School's reserve team, led by Gu Jinbong, boarded a large bus. Their destination was the fragments of the otherworld located in Mu Yuan City, Yinzhou. The bus traveled along a wide, straight road. There were a total of 10 individuals on board, including the driver. They occupied the rear seats, engaging in lively conversation. The other world they were heading to was known as the Withered Wood Forest, one of the most suitable realms for novice beast masters. Gu Jinbong stretched slightly and began to explain to the reserves. This other world is distinct from others. It contains artifacts left behind by alien races, which we refer to as the Trial Towers. Gu Jinbong spoke steadily about the circumstances within this other world. The other three, including Lin Shu, perked up their ears to listen, eager not to miss any details. After all, this was their first opportunity to gain insight into the inner workings of the other world. Behind them, Lei Wu and the other formal members reminisced about their own initial experiences in the other world, feeling a wave of excitement that mirrored their earlier days. The Trial Towers are not to be taken lightly. Currently, fewer than 10 have been discovered. Daxia contains 6 of them. The Trial Towers are creations by alien races to select their most capable members. Their functionality is straightforward, yet their practicality is undeniably impressive. Many top universities have similar facilities. Su Liliang interjected, continuing the explanation. Upon entering a trial tower, you will face monsters that are generated randomly within the tower. If you defeat an opponent, you will ascend to the next level. Even if you are defeated or killed by the monsters inside, there will be no repercussions, and it will not affect you in any way. You essentially become a replica created within the tower. Hearing this, Min Hu could not help but remark. This is akin to playing a game, where you can respawn endlessly and accumulate battle experience. Can one remain there indefinitely? In response to Min Hu's question, Su Liliang wore an expression that conveyed a sense of naivety. Although the trial tower is effective, it is not to such an outrageous extent. While you will not die within, each death depletes your mental energy. If you cannot withstand the mental drain, it will lead to true death. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Everyone must take heed and not overexert themselves. After addressing Min Hu's inquiry, he took the opportunity to caution them about the inherent dangers. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu gradually comprehended the purpose of the trial tower. It serves as a risk-free training ground. It seemingly absorbs the mental energy of beast masters, enabling the replication of complete beast masters and their beasts. This feature is indeed remarkable, akin to treasures found within novels. However, it remains unclear what entity is capable of producing such effects. Perhaps a particularly powerful psychic beast? Lin Shu did not dwell on this thought and continued to listen to the instructor's explanations. The interior can also be adjusted according to age. However, Yinzhou's trial tower only accommodates age groups from 16 to 20 years. Therefore, what you will challenge are adversaries of the same age from alien races, allowing you to gauge the disparity between you and them. Chen Yujia, upon hearing this, could not help but mutter, those alien races are nothing but madmen and perverts. It is no wonder she had been significantly impacted earlier. This is a perfectly normal occurrence, given that even the Beast Master system was learned from them. It is entirely reasonable for disparities to exist. We merely need to catch up gradually. Su Liliang shrugged his shoulders, offering a somewhat helpless explanation. Chapter 43, Guli. Gu Zhenbang also shared his perspective. The alien races adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail and seize all resources. It is akin to nurturing a worm king. In contrast, our Daxia advocates for balanced development. These are two distinct paths, each with its merits. Upon hearing this statement, everyone nodded in agreement. This is a matter of developmental direction. It cannot be generalized. As the conversation shifted to other topics, Lin Shu listened quietly, choosing not to interject. More details about the alien races were elucidated by the two instructors. The other world is vast and resource-rich, yet its environment is far harsher, with various monsters frequently appearing in the wild. Consequently, alien beast masters gain extensive battle experience from a young age, enabling them to handle a multitude of unforeseen circumstances. This is a trait that the Blue Star beast masters lack. However, after 300 years of development, the gap has diminished significantly. The bus sped along the highway, with the journey taking approximately 4 hours, not too distant. They would arrive in Muyuan City by 5 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, in the training ground of Dao Lang Wu Tang, Wu Song was instructing a student in swordsmanship when a sudden phone ringtone interrupted him. Upon checking, he saw the name displayed on the screen. Guli. Wu Song promptly set aside his current task, moving to a secluded corner to answer the call. Hello, Hall Master. This is Wu Song. His tone was somewhat casual. On the other end of the line, a bright voice emerged. This person was Guli, the master of Dao Lang Wu Tang. I just finished my tasks and saw the message you sent. I didn't expect your fortune to shine upon you. Encountering such a talented knife practitioner, his tone held a hint of surprise. Such a terrifying talent for knife skills was indeed exceedingly rare. Wu Song, upon hearing this, grinned widely. What do you mean by luck? This is purely skill. It should not be misrepresented. Guli dismissed the notion, deeming it inconsequential. I will likely arrive at Wu Tang tomorrow. Please arrange a meeting with him. I am quite curious about his abilities. Alternatively, I could seek him out directly. Wu Song recalled the information Lin Shu had shared with him the previous day. That's not possible. He's not in Fengdu. He has ventured to Yenzhou for an interdimensional expedition. He mentioned he would return on Friday. Oh, off to Yenzhou? That leads directly to the Kumu forest. The target must be the trial tower. Upon hearing Yenzhou, Guli immediately deduced the location. Yes, so we must wait. There is nothing to attend to these few days, correct? Indeed, no worries. I shall go to Yenzhou to find him, and it will be a good opportunity to observe his performance in other aspects. Very well, let it be so. He promptly hung up the phone, his decisiveness evident. Guli's gaze shifted toward the distant clouds. At that moment, he soared high above, 10,000 meters in the air. The howling winds lashed against his face, yet they did not disturb him in the slightest. He patted the silver bird beneath him. Xiaobai, head towards Yenzhou. Caw. A sharp cry responded from below. The silver bird adjusted its course, unfurling its expansive wings, and sped away with great swiftness. Vanishing into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye, Wu Song stared blankly at the disconnected call. Isn't that your elder brother? You know him, so just go over. At least ask me for some pictures or something. How can you recognize him just like that? Wu Song shook his head, deciding to send the photos later. It was not too surprising, as he returned to the training hall to resume his teaching. The bus gradually came to a halt as dusk began to envelop the sky. The squad finally arrived at their destination, the Muyuan City area. The stop resembled a tourist attraction, surrounded by lush green trees and mountains. Shops lined the streets, and the nearby bustling market was ablaze with lights and filled with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Originally, Lin District was a remote and impoverished mountainous area, but since the emergence of this interdimensional realm, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The influx of beast tamers had significantly contributed to the development of Lin District and its surrounding industries. Su Liliang introduced the area to Lin Shu and the others, casually pointing out a vacant lot in the center where a vortex the size of a house swirled. Following his gaze, Lin Shu observed a faintly rotating, transparent vortex. Through it, one could glimpse various structures within. The other three also gazed intently, filled with curiosity. The bus parked at the entrance parking lot, and everyone disembarked, heading forward. They soon arrived at a residential area, bustling with hotels, goose houses, and inns, specifically catered to provide accommodation. They approached a hotel towering over 10 stories. Gu Jinbang pointed to the hotel. "This is where we will be staying tonight. Please gather your luggage in the lobby." The group's luggage was relatively light, mostly consisting of a single suitcase, while Lin Shu carried only a backpack. Had he not feared drawing attention, he would have brought nothing, as all his belongings were stored in the nighttime storage space. The 3 female companions had much more to carry, each with 2 rolling suitcases and additional bags of various sizes, the contents of which remained a mystery. After a flurry of activity, they finally finished organizing their things. Under Gu Jinbang's guidance, they proceeded to check in, quickly receiving their room keys. Each individual was assigned a private room, a thoughtful arrangement by the school. Once the room assignments were completed, Gu Jinbang gathered everyone together and spoke. "After you settle in, feel free to explore and grab a bite. Tomorrow morning, we will check out promptly at 8:30 a.m. After checking out, we will proceed into the interdimensional realm on schedule. Is that understood?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Gu Jinbang nodded, still somewhat concerned, reiterating, "Return early tonight to rest. Do not wander aimlessly outside, understood?" His gaze shifted to Lei Wu and the other senior students. "You should also keep an eye on the younger students." "Yes, teacher," Lei Wu responded in a deep voice. After the reminders, everyone dispersed towards their respective rooms. Lin Shu took the hotel elevator to the 12th floor, reaching his room. Upon entering, a refreshing fragrance greeted him. The room was spacious and bright, adorned with a minimalist yet elegant decor, featuring a soft carpet made from an unknown beast's hide. Compared to ordinary hotels, this room evidently catered to beast tamers. With a notably higher ceiling, the interior comprised 2 rooms, with one designated for the beast. A small drawer contained a manual detailing the room's functions and usage, compatible with most beasts, including features for water, fire, electricity, and more, all thoroughly equipped. Returning to the bedroom, a comfortable relaxation area awaited by the bedside. Adjacent to a large floor-to-ceiling window, the expansive view from the 12th floor showcased a row of shops in the distance. Chapter 44, Entering the Interdimensional Realm. Setting down his backpack and admiring the scenery outside the window, Lin Shu intended to explore the area when his phone screen lit up with a message. Opening it revealed a notification from the school team group, where Lei Wu and others invited everyone to go out together. "Is anyone interested in joining? I've been here a few times and found a few decent restaurants." Min Hu and Ling Shu expressed keen interest and promptly replied, "I'm going." "Me too." Upon seeing these responses, Lei Wu sent another message. "All right, everyone who wishes to go, meet in the lobby in 5 minutes. It's entirely optional. Come if you like." Lin Shu, upon reading these words, did not hesitate. He headed straight for the elevator, making his way to the lobby, glad for the company as he was feeling somewhat bored. Upon arriving at the lobby, he noticed several individuals already waiting, including Lei Wu, Li Shu Hong, Min Hu, Ling Shu, and Gao Feng, while the 3 girls had yet to join them, perhaps having gone elsewhere. Lin Shu strode directly towards the main group. Li Shu Hong remarked, "Just in time. Now that Lin Shu is here, we can set off." I privately asked Chen Yujia and the others, and they had no intention of going out. The others nodded in agreement, following the 2 seniors toward the nearby street food market. A few brightly lit snack streets surrounded the hotel, bustling with people and exuding enticing aromas that were hard to resist. Lei Wu led the group to a stall, where the sign read grilled ink squid. The ingredients used by the vendors were primarily sourced from the interdimensional realm, making them a sort of derivative product. "This grilled ink squid is incredibly delicious. I try it every time I come here." Lei Wu's eyes were fixated on the red squid sizzling on the grill, visibly tempted. The price was reasonable. At 58 yuan for an entire squid, roughly the size of a basin, though it would shrink significantly after cooking. "Come, everyone, try it. It's on me. So don't hold back." Lei Wu handed out skewers of grilled ink squid to everyone. "Thank you, Senior Lei Wu." Lin Shu expressed his gratitude as he received the barbecued squid, and a rich, savory aroma wafted through the air, generously sprinkled with various seasonings, including cumin and chili powder. Lin Shu took a bite and savored the smooth, rich flavor that ignited his appetite. The taste of this peculiar meat was indeed delectable. Just as he was about to take another bite, he sensed a movement at his waist. Looking down, he discovered it was Hei Yi, whose gaze was fixed intently on the barbecued squid, his expression pitiful. Meanwhile, Tu Yao displayed no such expression, merely scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. "Here you go, little glutton," Lin Shu offered, and Hei Yi instantly devoured the remaining half skewer in one go, showcasing an impressive appetite. Amused by this, Lin Shu decided to procure 3 more skewers and paid for them, distributing 2 to Hei Yi and Tu Yao, leaving 1 for himself. This gesture quieted Hei Yi, while others also indulged in the delicious barbecued squid. The flavor was indeed remarkable. As they strolled and ate, they arrived at the commercial district ahead, where hotels outnumbered other establishments, followed by snack stalls and a few toy shops. The latter sold plush toys of various beast companions, all representative of the unique creatures from Izhou. There were also sporadic shops selling ordinary beasts from different realms. These items were merely for observation, as the Kumu Lin Di was a fragmented realm, and the quality of beasts within was generally subpar. Noticing the curiosity of his companions towards the shops, Li Shu cautioned them. Lin Shu's gaze wandered to the small cages filled with wooden attribute beasts, such as the Ku Yi Dai and Huang Yi Chao. The shopkeeper enthusiastically called out to them, "Gentlemen, come take a look. These beasts are quite fine." Their words overflowed with praise. Lin Shu opened the panel to examine the attributes and found that they were indeed as Li Shu Heng had described, ordinary in quality, devoid of any beasts with special abilities. This realization left Lin Shu somewhat disappointed, as he had hoped to stumble upon something valuable. After all, in a fragmented realm, it was normal for beasts not to exceed level 30. The group meandered through the streets, experiencing a culture distinct from Binzhou. Before they knew it, it was already 9 o'clock. They all returned to the hotel. The next morning, the group gathered in the lobby, and after Su Liliang completed the checkout procedures, he entrusted everyone's luggage to the hotel, sparing them the hassle of carrying it around. They then proceeded to the entrance of the other realm. At this early hour, the number of beast tamers entering the realm was relatively sparse. Su Liliang purchased the tickets on behalf of everyone, thus avoiding the need for them to stand in line. Gu Jinbang handed out a basic manual to the 4 reserve members, including Lin Shu. This contains common beasts found in the Kumu Lin Di. Make sure to study it well. Do not underestimate them just because of their low levels. Lin Shu accepted the manual, which featured images of various beasts along with annotations detailing their attributes, level ranges, habits, and shortcomings. This information would prove invaluable for novice beast tamers entering the Kumu Lin Di. A few minutes later, Su Liliang had procured all the tickets and held several maps in his hands. "Everyone, take a map," he instructed, handing one to Lin Shu. This map was a complimentary item received upon purchasing the realm tickets. Lin Shu examined the map, which displayed a clear layout of the interior of the realm, marking the locations and names of potential beast appearances. The center of the map featured a tower-shaped icon, evidently indicating the target, the trial tower. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, Su Liliang announced, "Now we shall proceed. Due to the nature of traversing space, there might be some adverse reactions. Take a deep breath. A little dizziness is normal." He advised the reserve members who had never entered another realm before. Lin Shu found it curious that he had felt nothing upon entering the Beast Tamer's home, which was also located within a fragmented realm. Soon he understood why. As they passed through the translucent light barrier and stepped into another world, a wave of vertigo washed over him. Lin Shu felt dizzy and slightly nauseous, but he managed to hold it together. Unfortunately, the other 3 were not so fortunate. Min Hu, Ling Shi, and Zhu Xian all crouched on the ground, succumbing to the nausea. The sounds of their retching echoed painfully, highlighting the severity of the adverse effects. Chapter 45, The Trial Tower. The 3 of them sat on the ground for a while, resting until they felt somewhat better. "Look at you all. Truly a sight to behold," Gu Zhanbang remarked, shaking his head as he moved ahead. The trio lowered their heads, not daring to speak further, following behind. Perhaps they felt a touch of embarrassment over their earlier display. This small episode quickly passed. The group walked along a muddy road, navigating through rows of wooden buildings. Lin Shu gazed out, taking in the mountains, their autumn hues lending a desolate and withered appearance. In the distance, the high peaks were thick with trees. Yet most were dead, with hardly any leaves remaining on the branches. Even the few leaves that clung to life were yellowed, as if they could fall at any moment. This scene bore the marks of time, a testament to decay, perfectly embodying the name Ku Mu Lin Di. The ground was littered with dry leaves, which crunched crisply underfoot. The space within was neither too large nor too small, roughly the size of half of the South District. Gu Zhanbang pondered this as they walked. Sporadic soldiers patrolled the area, as such realms often underwent cleansing operations to eliminate dangerously powerful beasts. Over the years, the continued existence of such threats remained a part of their duty. Given the distance, how do we get there? Are we meant to walk the entire way? Min Hu recalled the location of the trial tower on the map, prompting the question. Before the 2 instructors could respond, Chen Yujia interjected, "Don't worry. I thought the same thing the first time. There's a transfer point ahead where we can take a vehicle." "I see," Min Hu sighed in relief. And the group continued along the dirt road. Soon, they arrived at the transfer point and boarded a small bus that wound its way along a rugged mountain path toward the heart of the Kumu Lin Di. Lin Shu observed the scenery outside, noting that it had changed little from the entrance, aside from the presence of wild beasts moving through the trees. In the distance, the tip of a tower began to emerge, signaling their approach to the trial tower. The bus stopped a few meters from the tower, where a number of eager young individuals were already gathered. Lin Shu looked up at the trial tower, built from ancient bricks and stones, its surface worn with the passage of time. The tower was not particularly tall, comprising just over 10 levels. Upon closer inspection, it appeared no different from an ordinary tower. To the left stood a wooden house made of dead wood, inside which were 2 staff members responsible for operating the trial tower. The trial tower can accommodate up to 50 individuals at a time, including all 4 age groups, Gu Jinbang explained. Lin Shu contemplated this, realizing it meant that up to 200 people could enter simultaneously. Thankfully, the crowd was sparse at the moment. Otherwise, they would have to queue. It will take a while before it opens. How has your secret arts training been going? I must inform you that the beasts within the trial tower are far from foolish. Their primary targets for attack are the Beast Tamers. Gu Jinbang spoke slowly, primarily addressing the 4 reserve members, highlighting the potential dangers. Lin Shu understood. The alien races prioritize practical combat, so this outcome was not surprising. Without the enhancement of secret arts, a Beast Tamer is as fragile as glass. We have succeeded, the 4 exclaimed in unison. The technique of damage transfer was not overly complex and was quite straightforward to grasp. Not bad, Gu Jinbang nodded in satisfaction, commending their diligence. He then turned to Lin Shu and said, "You may bring both of your beasts into the tower. There is no issue with that. After all, contracting 2 beasts at your age is quite an accomplishment." Lin Shu was somewhat taken aback by this news, as he had just considered applying the damage transfer rune to He Yi. He had not expected such a fortunate opportunity. Indeed, the selection by the alien races placed great emphasis on innate talent. Fortunately, Tu Yao could serve as a sturdy shield. This remark elicited envy from the others, including several seniors who had only managed to contract a single beast, with a second still out of reach due to financial constraints. Unlike Lin Shu, even if he neglected Tu Yao, his strength could continue to grow. You all should not focus on how many levels you can ascend. This time, we primarily brought your seniors along. It is also an opportunity for you both to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Given that you have only been contracting beasts for less than 2 months, Su Liliang advised Lin Shu and Min Hu, mostly addressing Min Hu. He held considerable expectations for Lin Shu, estimating he could likely pass the 3rd level, while Min Hu had a reasonable chance of reaching the 2nd level. At that moment, the ancient tower emitted shimmering lights, expanding in concentric circles. The 12th floor of the tower instantly brightened, radiating brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Jinbang quickly urged, "It has already commenced. You may proceed." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu stepped forward and entered the trial tower. Once inside, Lin Shu was enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. Suddenly, points of light appeared, followed by a cascade of colors that filled his entire field of vision. In a daze, the scene before him exploded like shattered glass, momentarily blinding him. The next instant, he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. The space was vast, soaring several meters high, with a flowing black dome overhead. Beneath his feet lay a solid brown stone floor, encircling an area that resembled a grand plaza. At the center of the plaza was a prominent circular light ring, within which a swirling gray mist danced, as if gestating something. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, He Yi instinctively positioned itself in front of Lin Shu, eyes scanning the area while adopting a combat stance. Meanwhile, although Tu Yao typically appeared foolish, it now stood beside Lin Shu, adopting a protective posture, its body towering just above Lin Shu's shoulder. This scene elicited a faint smile from Lin Shu. At that moment, the gray mist ceased its swirling, and a shadow gradually took shape. Lin Shu focused and realized it was an adult mountain wolf. Its slender form measured around 3 meters in length, and its pale yellow eyes glimmered with bloodlust. Its mouth displayed sharp fangs, and its fierce gaze seemed eager to devour Lin Shu whole. Just as Gu Jinbang had predicted, the mountain wolf paid no attention to He Yi, instead advancing swiftly. Lin Shu remained unperturbed, for he had the dual assurance of He Yi and Tu Yao. The mountain wolf was ultimately doomed. Chapter 46, The Golden Striped White Tiger. Lin Shu's gaze fell upon the mountain wolf. Name, Mountain Wolf. Level, 11-0110. Level cap, 26. Status, Frenzied. Quality, Ordinary. Attribute, Wood. Talent, None. Skills, Advanced Bite 040. Advanced Claw Strike 040. Intermediate Swift Flash Beginner 040. Overall, it appeared rather ordinary, likely a mere appetizer. There was no need for Lin Shu to issue any commands. He Yi moved like a wraith, swiftly darting behind the mountain wolf. With a flash of white blade energy, it struck with such ease that it was akin to slicing through tofu, severing the wolf's head. A torrent of crimson blood sprayed forth, the head thumping heavily to the ground, motionless. The mountain wolf, struck by the blade's force, crumpled like a sheet of paper. He Yi shook off the blood adorning its arms, its expression one of calm detachment. The act of slaying a beast appeared to be second nature to it. Perhaps this was a manifestation of its genetic talent. Mere seconds later, the mountain wolf's corpse disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Lin Shu was not surprised by this. It was simply the illusion conjured by the trial tower. Soon, green lights began to swirl around Lin Shu, He Yi, and Tu Yao, enveloping them in a refreshing glow. Lin Shu felt invigorated, his earlier fatigue dissipating, as the green light possessed healing properties. It seemed that each level passed would replenish the health of both the Beast Tamer and the beasts. The green light faded shortly after, likely due to the absence of serious injuries on any of them. The ground then began to tremble, and a black vortex emerged at the center of the plaza. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu was transported to the next level. Outside the trial tower, Gu Zhenbang was engaged in conversation with Su Liliang. He wondered how far Lin Shu could progress this time. Had he waited a few more months, given Lin Shu's current rate of improvement, he might have reached the 8th level directly. Gu Zhenbang, holding a cigarette, spoke while exhaling smoke. There should be no issue entering the 3rd level. His strength is already formidable. Su Liliang nodded in agreement, though he did not express any definitive opinion. In my view, aside from Lin Shu, who is a remarkable talent, Gao Feng counts as half. The rest are merely of average caliber, Gu Zhenbang remarked, casting his gaze toward the trial tower. Su Liliang, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket to light up. On an empty patch to the left, a casually dressed young man stared ahead. He wore a simple black and white striped shirt paired with beige casual shorts and black flip-flops. His relaxed demeanor, accentuated by his occasionally moving limbs, gave him an air of nonchalance. Sipping from a chilled drink, he squinted slightly as he gazed at the trial tower in the distance. Just entered. Thankfully, I wasn't late. I wonder if any surprises will emerge, Guli remarked casually, having gathered much information about Lin Shu in the short time. He was certainly not oblivious to Lin Shu's identity. He recalled his own previous visit to this place, where he barely managed to reach the 9th level before being unable to progress further. Such a feat was commendable at the time. Yet he still harbored regrets for not reaching the summit. Unfortunately, Lin Shu had acquired his beasts too recently. Otherwise, he would have been eager to witness the limits of his potential. Lin Shu quickly encountered new monsters on the 2nd level. However, they posed no threat to He Yi. With a single strike of blade energy, He Yi dispatched them with the ease of slicing through melons. Given He Yi's current attack power, few beasts of the same level could withstand the assault, unless they were defensive types that might hold out against a few strikes. Thus, Lin Shu rapidly ascended to the 4th level. The difficulty has consequently escalated, and this time the opponent is the JNWNBIH. With a length of 5 meters, it is cloaked in a coat of white fur, adorned with golden patterns encircling its back. Its head, the size of a basin, reveals a gaping maw filled with formidable teeth as thick as a thumb. A royal insignia graces its forehead, exuding an aura of majesty and lethal intent. Lin Sh merely cast a cursory glance and recognized it as a formidable adversary. Name, JNWNBIH. Level, 17. Level cap, 49. Status, Berserk. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Gold. Talent, None. Skills, Beginner Tiger Claw Perfect, 050. Iron Tail Perfect, 050. Fierce Pounce and Bite Perfect, 050. Intermediate Roar Minor, 060. Golden Blade Minor, 060. Lin Sh's eyes narrowed. Such a skill level of the JNWNBIH could annihilate 80% of contemporaneous beast tamers. It was rather outrageous to face such a challenge on merely the 4th floor. He Yi's small face was etched with seriousness and determination, her arms crossed and poised for battle. As the silhouette of the JNWNBIH gradually materialized, Lin Sh commanded He Yi to attack, denying the beast any opportunity to counter. After all, the roar skill appeared to pertain to the mental domain, a realm where He Yi could not afford to falter. In a moment of distraction, she might be struck down by the beast's claw. He Yi unleashed the double shadow kill, conjuring 3 phantoms that appeared within the JNWNBIH's field of vision, each striking with their blades. The beast began to twist its massive yet agile form, executing a lateral sweep with its tail, akin to an iron whip. The air crackled with the sound of its swipes. 2 of the illusory figures created by the double shadow kill were swiftly obliterated by the tail's ferocity, demonstrating the sheer power of that iron tail. However, amidst the destruction of the illusions, He Yi seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the exposed underbelly. Delivering 3 swift stabs with her arms, akin to daggers, she retreated to seek another opening. The JNWNBIH howled in agony. Its once pristine white fur now stained crimson. Despite the excruciating pain, it fixed its gaze upon Lin Sh, its eyes filled with savagery and bloodlust. It darted towards a corner, leaving a trail of blood that formed a red line. Hei, undeterred, followed closely, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Lin Sh promptly reminded her that the beast's movement to the other side was likely an attempt to unleash its roar or golden blade. It would not be so simple. Hei understood and, with a downward slash of her arms, unleashed two white blades of energy that surged forth. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the JNWNBIH attempted to evade, but its abdominal injuries hindered its speed. The sharp energy blade struck true, tearing through fur and flesh alike. Hei utilized Void Walking to position herself beside the now immobilized JNWNBIH, her arms moving swiftly as she unleashed a flurry of attacks in the blink of an eye. The once moving body of the beast gradually stiffened, evidently succumbing to its wounds. Recognizing that her opponent could no longer resist, Hei ceased her assault. The JNWNBIH had nearly been reduced to a mere pulp. Hei's chest heaved slightly, a testament to the exertion of the recent combat. Fortunately, through rigorous training, her stamina had considerably improved. Lin Sh observed with great satisfaction at Hei's performance. During their training sessions, he had refined her combat style, enabling her to adapt seamlessly to various situations. He had not anticipated her acumen in battle would be so keen, allowing him to rest easy. At this moment, Tyo stood with arms outstretched, remaining vigilant against any incoming attacks, even in the face of a fallen foe. Chapter 47, A Battle with Full Resolve. Outside the trial tower, several figures gradually appeared, revealing themselves to be members of the school team. It was evident that their attempt to ascend the tower had ended in failure. The group approached the forefront with a sense of unease. GZHNB Ing and XLL Ong regarded the group and inquired, "So, how did it go? Speak up, let me have a laugh." The members hesitated, struggling to articulate their experience, until LIW finally broke the silence. The fifth floor. Upon hearing this, the others immediately chimed in. The official members, LSHH Ing, reached the fifth floor, while LNMNGZH and CHNYG made it to the fourth floor. The reserve members, Ling SH and ZHXN, also reported reaching the fourth floor. MNH sheepishly admitted to only reaching the second floor, which elicited no surprise from the two teachers. Most astonishingly, GOF Ing had managed to reach the sixth floor. GZHNB Ing nodded in acknowledgement of their progress, remarking that it was not too shabby, noting some improvement. Generally, the fifth floor is a threshold for those with a modicum of talent among beast tamers, while levels 6 through 8 signify true genius, with even fewer rising beyond. Not too bad, barely acceptable. Aside from GOF Ing, the others should focus on training. The group, relieved by GZHNB Ing's lack of anger, exhaled in relief. It was then they realized Lin Sh seemed to be absent from the assembly. "Teacher, where's Lin Sh? Is he still inside?" MNH hastily inquired, eager for information. "Humph, keep your eyes peeled. Lin Sh is far more capable than you lot." GZHNB Ing scoffed, displaying an air of disdain. This left the few who had just exited the trial tower feeling rather awkward, their discomfort palpable. Fortunately, there were no further repercussions. At that moment, the seventh floor of the trial tower emanated a crimson glow, illuminating the entire space in a vivid red hue. What the heck? Which deity is this? Incredible. Someone has reached the seventh floor. Come quickly and see. The students gathered below, awaiting their turn, erupted in exclamations at the sight of the seventh floor. They understood the significance of this achievement. The members of the school team also witnessed this spectacle. "That must be Lin Sh," MNH remarked with uncertainty, yet still holding on to a glimmer of hope. The odds were slim, but not entirely impossible. "I believe everyone is aware of the level of beasts on the sixth floor." XLL Ong, though hoping the contender was Lin Sh, acknowledged the challenge. Reasoning that the sixth floor housed a level 20 beast of perfect quality, replete with several perfect skills, an opponent Lin Sh would likely struggle to defeat. The group nodded in agreement with this rational assessment. Even GZHNB Ing remained silent, tacitly endorsing the analysis. Meanwhile, GL observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. "If it truly is you, that would be remarkable. To reach the seventh floor now means you could potentially conquer the trial tower in just a few months." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Lin Sh, who was still on the seventh floor, he faced a formidable creature. At this moment, he was already drenched in sweat. Since the fifth floor, the trial tower's difficulty had surged dramatically. The scenarios had transcended mere open squares, transforming into a multitude of terrains, akin to the desert environment of the fifth floor and the snowy conditions of the sixth. Having barely scraped through to the seventh floor, he realized that the 2 months of growth time had proven insufficient. However, the seventh floor's environment was not excessively harsh. Lin Sh surveyed the towering trees around him, discerning that this layer was a forest. The space, though somewhat confined, is enhanced by numerous corners that are more conducive to nocturnal exploits, proving far superior to the snowy environment. Within the field of vision, the guardian beast of this level gradually materializes. It is a DLNYGOSHU, a species of beast that LNSH has never encountered before, likely unique to another realm. Its physique resembles that of a noble steed, crowned with a verdant single horn, and its exquisitely slender ears taper at the tips, reminiscent of an alfess. Its coat shimmers with a soft green hue, exuding an air of solemnity and ethereality. Name: DLNYGOSHU level 22, level cap, 89 status, normal quality, perfect attribute. Wood talent, none skills, primary horn strike perfect, 050. Vine whip perfect, 050. Rotating strike perfect, 050. Floral wound perfect, 050. Intermediate leaf storm minor, 060. Spirit of flora, passive, minor, 060. Indeed, such a panel is rather extraordinary. Aside from a few skill proficiencies, the creature is nearly entirely subdued in the night, especially within this forested environment. The domain of the DLNYGOSHU, the intermediate skill, Spirit of Flora, allows it to absorb the energies of plants for rapid healing of its wounds. LNSH furrows his brow, realizing that this battle will be arduous. Unless he can swiftly eliminate the DLNYGOSHU, he risks being worn down by its restorative capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, LNSH decides to reveal his hand, utilizing his Beast Taming talent, J-Ing Hushuyu. Its effects extend beyond merely enhancing LNSH's proficiency. It also bolsters his combat capabilities. As his mental energy gradually wanes, he resolves to conjure a mirror image embodying 20% of his nocturnal prowess. It is not that he lacks the desire to manifest a more formidable version, but his spiritual energy is still insufficient, and this is the utmost limit he can achieve. Although it may seem to take a considerable time, it is completed in the blink of an eye. The mirror image gradually takes form, standing motionless. LNSH promptly leaps on a TYOS back, preparing to command the image into action. The DLNYGOSHU launches an assault, targeting LNSH, the Beastmaster. Vines emerge from the earth in a surprise attack, attempting to ensnare him. Fortunately, TYO reacts swiftly, narrowly evading the strike. In its attempt to ambush LNSH, the DLNYGOSHU inevitably incurs a flurry of strikes from the night. However, the current nocturnal form's damage against a beast of this level is noticeably diminished. The strikes merely leave superficial wounds, accompanied by flickers of green light as the injuries begin to mend. LNSH understands that this battle cannot be prolonged. He hastens to manipulate the mirror image to support the knight. While the mirror image's strength may not suffice to turn the tide, it serves perfectly as a target to draw aggro. Thus, the two nocturnal forms attack incessantly from either side of the DLNYGOSHU, causing it considerable irritation, akin to two incessant flies buzzing around its ears. As its paws strike the ground, leaves are drawn into the air, forming a small tornado of foliage, which it directs like a swarm of locusts against the mirror image. It yearns for the demise of this incessant nuisance, paying little heed to LNSH, the Beastmaster. Chapter 48, A Spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the assault reaches the mirror image. And just as it is about to be struck, LNSH skillfully maneuvers using his void walk to evade the attack. The mirror image possesses abilities that include talents, yet its current form can only utilize this power twice. The DLNYGOSHU's attack misses, leading to a retaliatory assault from the knight, with blades flashing and blood spilling. Despite the healing of Spirit of Flora, the DLNYGOSHU cannot withstand such relentless attacks. It is not a beast known for its defenses, and what were once minor injuries begin to escalate in severity. Fury fills its visage as it releases a tempest of leaf storms with reckless abandon, clearly agitated. Meanwhile, the knight and the mirror image remain unhurried, employing a guerrilla tactic. The mirror image draws fire while the knight strikes. The DLNYGOSHU finds itself at a loss. It is accustomed to exhausting its opponents with its healing abilities, yet today, it faces a turn of fate, experiencing the torment it typically inflicts. After more than 10 minutes of relentless engagement, the DLNYGOSHU emits a mournful wail, collapsing to the ground. Its expression still one of clenched teeth, clearly frustrated even in death. LNSH dismounts from TYO, feeling utterly exhausted. The knight lies on the ground without a care, allowing the tower's healing effects to restore its strength. It seems that this seventh layer represents LNSH's current limit, and he feels a sense of satisfaction. Reaching this point is already commendable. Subsequently, LNSH advances to the 8th layer. where the tower's environment shifts once more to that of a lake, leaving no place to set foot. The guardian beast here is a deep-water malicious shark, level 24. Of perfect quality. Faced with such an environment, LNSH finds himself utterly at a loss. While the knight can fly, TYO and LNSH cannot. Even riding atop the knight proves futile, as it cannot sustain such an effort for long. After a few futile attempts to attack, the knight succumbs to a sense of helplessness. Confronted by the deep-water malicious shark lurking within the lake, it struggles in vain, ultimately perishing beneath the creature's gaping maw. Concluding this trial within the tower. Outside, at the entrance to the trial tower, excitement ensues as the 8th layer lights up. Someone has ascended to the 8th layer. Quick, take a picture. This moment is fleeting. A group of students marvels at the scene, as the 8th layer has not been seen in quite some time. However, the brilliance soon dims, indicating no further advancement. In an instant, LNSH appears outside, his mind clouded. Whether this is due to overexertion of his talents or the trial tower's influence remains uncertain. Mechanically, he strides forward, seeking the direction of the main group. The members of the school team gaze in astonishment at the illumination of the 8th layer, and their astonishment deepens upon witnessing LNSH's appearance after his failure. Could this individual be LNSH? A moment of incredulity washes over their faces, filled with astonishment. LNSH stumbles towards them, feeling as though the trial tower has drained much of his mental energy. Observing this, teachers GZHNB Ing and XL Li Ing hurry over to stabilize him, guiding him to a folding chair. Noticing LNSH's diminished state, the group suppresses their concerns and waits for his recovery. After several minutes, he appears to regain his composure. LNSH wipes his forehead, glistening with fine beads of sweat. XL Li Ing promptly offers him a bottle of water. After expressing his gratitude, LNSH takes a sip, then glances at the excited faces surrounding him, realizing they are brimming with enthusiasm, as if celebrating a momentous event. Observing this, XL Li Ing cautiously inquires, LNSH, you were the one who ascended to the 8th layer, correct? The others await his response with eager anticipation. Yes, Teacher X. LNSH affirms without hesitation. Upon hearing this, his peers erupt in exclamations of admiration, unable to contain their excitement. They fully comprehend the significance of reaching the 8th layer. The girls join in, raising their thumbs in praise. Even GZHNB can hardly suppress his grin, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Congratulations and accolades pour forth for LNSH, with no hint of skepticism or envy among them. The camaraderie within the group is truly commendable. LNSH feels a tinge of embarrassment amidst the praise. Thank you all, I have fortunately passed. Everyone is somewhat familiar with Lin Shu's character, so it is only natural for him to express such sentiments. He has never been a person prone to arrogance or ostentation. All right, let him rest for a while. Let us not disturb him, as he is in a state of mental exhaustion that requires a tranquil environment. Gu Zhenbong waved his hand at the crowd, and they immediately fell silent. They made space for Lin Shu to recuperate, while Gu Zhenbong called the others to continue their challenges. Lin Shu gently caressed the back of his head, finding comfort in the gesture. Meanwhile, Gu Li could hardly contain himself upon witnessing this scene. He paced restlessly, lost in thought, muttering under his breath. It was truly exaggerated, utterly absurd. One could only imagine how Lin Shu's performance in the trial tower had left him flabbergasted. After all, Gu Li had toiled to reach the 9th level, while Lin Shu had effortlessly ascended to the 8th. How could he not be astonished? The commotion surrounding Lin Shu's recent exit had also attracted the attention of others. They whispered amongst themselves, speculating about his origins and age. Some even approached, eager to engage him in conversation. Fortunately, Gu Zhenbong and Su Liliang stood guard, turning away those who wished to approach Lin Shu. Gu Li realized that now was not the opportune moment to meet Lin Shu. In the eyes of Gu Zhenbong and Su Liliang, Lin Shu was a treasure not to be casually touched by others. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Though Gu Li felt a twinge of impatience, he understood that this was not the time to rush. They would remain in this other world for several days, with many chances still ahead. At that moment, Lin Shu's phone chimed, signaling a message. Despite being in another realm, there was still signal coverage, allowing for mobile communication. After all, establishing a signal tower in this dimension was a relatively straightforward task. It was Bai Sheng inquiring about his performance in the trial tower. Lin Shu smiled broadly. He was not one to boast, yet he could not resist sharing his achievement. He promptly informed Bai Sheng of his ascent to the 8th level. Bai Sheng, fully aware of the significance of this level, was astonished, especially since their institution would also be visiting the Withered Forest next week, with the aim of conquering the trial tower. Upon receiving Lin Shu's message, Bai Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, leading him to respond with incredulity. Chapter 49, New Sources of Proficiency Acquisition. As afternoon descended, The group finished their lunch at a nearby restaurant. Gu Zhenbang continued to lead the senior students in training at the trial tower, while Lin Shu and the other 3 reserves were taken out by Su Liliang. Their purpose here was to experience the trial tower, not to engage in repetitive training like the others, as they were preparing for the Binzhou Cup. They navigated the muddy trails within the forest, the sound of their footsteps echoing as they ventured deeper. After 5 minutes, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where the terrain was flat and open, adjacent to a barren hill. This location was named Ku Lin Shan on the map. Su Liliang summoned his beast, the mandala snake. A slender black-striped serpent emerged, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, its body adorned with hard scales that rustled softly against the branches and dry leaves. Its triangular head glinted with a cold, fierce light, instilling a sense of dread, while sharp venomous fangs protruded from its mouth, a long forked tongue flicking in and out. It was Lin Shu's first encounter with Su Liliang's beast, and the other 3 were equally captivated. Name: Mandala Snake. Level: 61, 122610. Level cap: 100. Status: Lethargic. Quality: Lord Attribute. Poison, Dark, Talent, None. Skills: Basic Poison Needle Precision, 13200. Subtle Sway, 22200. Strangle Precision, 11,200. Intermediate Disguise Mastery, 3380. Perfect Cross Poison Fangs, 33100. Advanced Frenzied Venom Mastery, 66160. Perfect Deep Purple Lethal Poison, 22320. Mastery of the Veil of Darkness, 22160. Minor Achievement in Transcendent Fallen Power, 23240. Upon reviewing the details, it was evident that Su Liliang's beast possessed formidable strength, befitting an instructor of the school team. A 6th-level beast teaching a group of high school students was indeed a powerful combination. Su Liliang suggested that the group explore the vicinity and practice battling with the wild beasts, thereby accumulating experience. This area was relatively safe, with the highest-level beasts not exceeding level 12, making it suitable for them. Su Liliang pointed to their current location in the hill ahead. They were not to stray beyond that hill, otherwise he would be unable to ensure their safety. He urged everyone to remain vigilant and not to let their guard down. After reiterating the caution, he permitted them to engage freely. As his words faded, the mandala snake moved first, slithering away with a swiftness that rendered it invisible in the blink of an eye. The 4, realizing they could move freely, decided to explore the area. The 3 suggested they stick together for safety, but Lin Shu opted to wander alone, feeling secure with the mandala snake as protection. Seeing this, the others did not press the matter and headed left. Meanwhile, Lin Shu ascended the mountain, accompanied by the Black Knight and the earthy soil. The path was strewn with dead branches, and the landscape bore a desolate yellow hue. A rustling sound broke the stillness. It was a wild forest rabbit darting about. The rabbit leapt high, perching on a stone, gnawing on a fruit it held. This was a withered wood fruit. Despite the scarcity of leaves on the dead wood, such fruits still managed to grow, a perplexing phenomenon. These fruits primarily served as sustenance for the wild beasts in the withered wood forest. The wild forest rabbit was the most numerous beast in this other world, and it was almost overpopulated. Given the rabbit's reproductive capacity, it was no surprise. Thus, the withered wood forest was one of the few realms where one could hunt wild beasts without consequence. This was largely due to the presence of the wild forest rabbit. Other species were not so fortunate, as indiscriminate killing would incur fines, and severe violations could lead to imprisonment. This regulation was crucial for the sustainable development of the other world. Without such restrictions, the wild beasts would likely have been exterminated long ago. Regarding monitoring, Lin Shu had heard from Gu Zhenbang that a beast known as the Eye of Surveillance executed this task, capable of observing the entirety of the realm. As the Black Knight observed the wild forest rabbit, its eyes narrowed in confusion. The rabbit, unwilling to share its food, glared fiercely at the Black Knight, seemingly fearful of having its meal snatched away. The Black Knight, known for its fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate this provocation. It retaliated with a swift slash, sending a blade of light toward the wild forest rabbit. Although the rabbit attempted to evade, a level 5 wild forest rabbit was no match for such speed. In an instant, it was bisected, blood gushing forth, lifeless. Lin Shu did not intervene, allowing the Black Knight to witness bloodshed. After all, it was in its nature. Yet, a sudden notification left him momentarily stunned. Kill 5 wild forest rabbits, proficiency 5. To his surprise, he realized that killing beasts could indeed yield proficiency. This revelation filled Lin Shu with immense joy, an excitement that was almost impossible to contain. He was astonished to discover that he could indeed slay monsters to gain experience. Regrettably, he lamented not having discovered this feature sooner, though it was also a consequence of entering this other world too late. Outside, opportunities to hunt beastmasters were scarce. Nevertheless, It was never too late to realize this potential. Understanding this ability was paramount. Lin Shu turned his gaze towards a nearby, hooing L&T, and rubbed his hands together, envisioning the abundant experience points awaiting him. Coming back to his senses, he noted that he had just gained 5 points of proficiency. The he had slain was exactly level 5. Did this imply that the proficiency gained was proportional to the monster's level? Lin Shu pondered, convinced that this was indeed the case. Without further hesitation, he began to search for the traces of the. Although they were numerous, these creatures were not foolish. They tended to hide in their burrows, rarely emerging except to forage, which made Lin Shu's hunt considerably challenging. He commanded the Black Knight to soar into the sky, searching from above. Although it could only fly about 10 meters high, it sufficed for the task. Meanwhile, Su Liliang lay leisurely beside a large rock, using a contract to communicate with the mandala snake, intending to check on the situation of the 4 individuals. At that moment, the mandala snake was concealed in a corner, silently watching over the 4. Through a mental transmission, Su Liliang received information indicating that Min Hu and the other 2 were mercilessly attacking and with extreme brutality. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was fervently directing the Black Knight in pursuit of the wildly fleeing, a sight that appeared quite terrifying. Su Liliang nodded in approval. As long as they were not causing chaos, it was acceptable to bully the. After all, he had gone through similar experiences. Chapter 50, Zhongzhou University. Just as Su Liliang felt reassured, the mandala snake issued a warning. Danger! Danger! Before he could comprehend what was happening, his vision began to darken as if something were obscuring it. Looking up, he discovered a massive white bird circling ominously above, casting a vast shadow over the area. Su Liliang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What was happening? This overwhelming pressure and aura, surely it signified a power level above 8. Just as he was grappling with uncertainty, a figure leapt from the great bird. It was Gu Li, sporting a smile and an air of slight apology. I apologize for startling you. There's no need to be anxious. I bear no ill will. He clapped his hands, and the once massive bird instantly shrank to a common-sized bird, which promptly perched on his shoulder. The ability to manipulate the size of a beastmaster at will was certainly not a skill possessed by an ordinary beastmaster. Su Liliang began to form a hypothesis. This casually dressed individual seemed amiable, yet he did not exude the seriousness of a typical person. It was the first impression of a teacher. Unsure of the reason for his visit, Su Liliang suppressed his unease and feigned calmness to pose a crucial question. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Gu Li, the head of the Mantis Martial Hall. Upon hearing the name of the Mantis Martial Hall, Su Liliang recalled some details. Previously, Lin Shu had taken a leave to train there, which was how he became aware of the place. However, he had not anticipated such formidable power from the hall's leader. So it is you, Gu Hall Master. I have indeed heard of the Mantis Martial Hall. Gu Li smiled, revealing his intent without further pretense. I came to discuss matters with Lin Shu. What do you think, Teacher Su? Rest assured, I have no intention of harming him. His tone was earnest, and he did not seem to be lying. As for the notion of harm, Su Liliang believed him. After all, with such strength, no one could stand in his way, making any show of force unnecessary. If it was merely a conversation, then there was no issue. Su Liliang pondered for a moment before responding. This matter ultimately depends on Lin Shu. Hallmaster Gu, you may proceed to find him over there. Gu Li nodded, understanding the implications. Thank you, Teacher Su. I shall go find Lin Shu now. Do not worry, it will not take long. With that, Gu Li headed towards the mountain's summit. Once Gu Li departed, Su Liliang promptly began to rally support. First, he contacted Gu Jinbang, urging him to come quickly. He then called Principal Pei Yuanfang to explain the situation he had just encountered. If anything were to happen to Lin Shu, it would spell significant trouble for him. Gu Li soon located Lin Shu, witnessing a peculiar scene. Lin Shu was directing the Black Knight to attack the retreating. Transparent blades of energy flew forth, each strike instantly obliterating the. Gu Li could not help but smirk, slightly taken aback. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Such a display of proficiency seemed akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Wait a moment, this proficiency. Gu Li then realized that the size of the energy blades being unleashed indicated a proficiency level of at least minor mastery. Hadn't Lin Shu just learned this last week? How could he have progressed so swiftly? Even Gu Li found himself astonished. Yet considering Lin Shu's performance in the trial tower, it began to seem more plausible. At that moment, the Black Knight, having slain the, noticed Gu Li's presence. Lin Shu, likewise, turned to see Gu Li, who was wearing a pair of black flip-flops. May I ask who you are? Lin Shu inquired, cautiously retreating, his body tense and alert to potential danger. He sensed the individual's unfathomable strength and felt it prudent not to provoke him. Observing this, Gu Li could not help but admire Lin Shu's caution. Lin Shu, there's no need to be on edge. I am Gu Li, the head of the Mantis Martial Hall. Seemingly concerned that Lin Shu might doubt him, He took out his phone and called Wu Song. "Hello, Hallmaster. What's the matter? Are you having trouble locating Lin Shu?" Upon answering, Wu Song recognized the caller and assumed it was about Lin Shu's whereabouts. Gu Li placed the call on speaker. After hearing the conversation, Lin Shu gradually relaxed his guard, his body loosening. "It's fine, you can hang up now," Gu Li casually remarked before ending the call. This left Wu Song somewhat perplexed. What was going on? Gu Li approached Lin Shu with a beaming smile, observing the Black Knight with satisfaction. "You've raised this little mantis quite well. Hallmaster, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Lin Shu had now completely calmed down. With Su Liliang present, it was evident they had already made contact. Having confirmed his identity, it was clear he was not in danger. However, he remained curious about why the Hallmaster had come to this other world to seek him out. "It's a long story. I originally intended to return to Binzhou, but upon hearing from Wu Song that you had come to Yanzhou, I decided to pay you a visit since it was conveniently along my route. Primarily, it was Wu Song's frequent praises of you as a once-in-a-century genius that piqued my curiosity, compelling me to see you for myself." Gu Li's explanation seemed reasonable, and Lin Shu nodded in understanding. He recalled that the Hallmaster was likely a Lingqi-level beastmaster, glancing at the white bird perched on his shoulder. It seemed to be another beast. After all, the head of the Mantis Martial Hall would certainly have a Mantis beast. Name: White Feather Spirit Falcon. Level: 88, 121,880. Level cap: 100. Status: leisurely. Quality: Lord. Attribute: Wind Flight. Talent: none. Skills: Beginner Jiqi Daji, 11200. Airstrike Daji, 33200. Intermediate Wing Guardian Daji, 25400. Yen Fan Daji, 12,400. Advanced Wind Strike Perfect, 21320. Wind Blade Cut Perfect, 13320. Super Grade Cloud Dropping Feather Mastery, 111320. Boundless Wind Assault Perfect, 222,320. Upon reviewing this impressive panel, one cannot help but marvel at the prowess of a Lingqi Beastmaster. Even if not a primary force, its strength is undeniably extraordinary. This is Xiaobai, my third beast companion. Noticing Lin Shu's gaze, Gu Li affectionately patted Xiaobai's head while making introductions. Soon after, they settled upon a relatively clean large stone. Gu Li then revealed the true purpose of their meeting. "I witnessed your performance in the trial tower. It was truly remarkable. Did you know? I once entered as well, achieving my best result at the 9th level, and thereafter, I could not ascend any further. Your aptitude as a beastmaster is indeed impressive." Lin Shu intended to respond, but Gu Li continued speaking without granting him the opportunity. The conversation shifted as Gu Li inquired, "Have you considered which university you might attend?" Lin Shu was somewhat puzzled by the sudden question. Being a first-year high school student, he had not yet contemplated university matters. He replied honestly, "No." Gu Li nodded, seemingly unfazed. "Allow me to introduce another facet of my identity. I am a mentor at Zhongzhou University." Chapter 51, Space Ring. A mentor at Zhongzhou University. Such a title is anything but ordinary. It is widely known that there are 5 premier universities in the Great Xia, which consistently attract the most talented young beastmasters from across the nation. These institutions are the dreams of countless students. These universities have produced nearly half of the top beastmasters in the Great Xia. The distinguished alumni are innumerable, and Zhongzhou University is among them, maintaining an unshakable position within the top 3 nationally. The strength of the top 5 universities is largely comparable, though Zhongzhou is somewhat stronger than the other 3. The status of a mentor at Zhongzhou University attests to the high esteem of this position. It is truly extravagant that a Lingqi realm beastmaster serves merely as a mentor at Zhongzhou University. A glimpse into this reveals the profound strength and heritage of Zhongzhou University. Observing the change in Lin Shu's expression, Gu Li smiled subtly. The allure of Zhongzhou University for high school students is evident. Seemingly teasing, Gu Li continued, "I have just been promoted to mentor this year, yet I have very few students. After all, teachers are common, but exceptional talents are rare. Thus, I wish for you to join Zhongzhou University and become my student." Naturally, Lin Shu was eager to attend Zhongzhou University. However, the college entrance examination had yet to occur, and he doubted his ability to qualify. Sensing Lin Shu's confusion, Gu Li explained, "For true geniuses, it is entirely possible to be admitted early or even without participating in the entrance examination. Zhongzhou University has a seed program, as do the other top universities. Exceptional candidates can be admitted through special consideration. Given your current rate of growth, remaining in high school for another 2 years would be a waste of time. The resources available at top universities far exceed those in high school." After hearing this, Lin Shu understood that the criteria for special admission must be quite stringent, making it unattainable for the average person. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shu directly asked, "What are the conditions for special admission?" "There are 2 conditions. Meeting either one qualifies you for special admission. The first is to reach level 45 within a year and a half of becoming a Beastmaster. The second is to reach the 11th level of the Trial Tower with no age restriction. Indeed, such conditions would deter 99 of Beastmasters, as those who can achieve either are exceedingly rare. Upon hearing the two conditions, Lin Shu felt no pressure, as he possessed means to gain proficiency by defeating wild beasts, significantly accelerating his growth. In about 6 months, he believed he could meet the requirements. Gu Li, observing Lin Shu deep in thought, assumed he felt some pressure. Fear not. With your talent and strength, fulfilling any one of these requirements will be quite effortless for you. As long as you meet either condition, you will be virtually assured admission to one of the 5 top universities, with ample options to choose from. I will not conceal this from you, as ultimately, the choice remains yours. Gu Li spoke calmly, making clear that although he was eager to have Lin Shu as a student, he would not resort to deception. His words were refreshingly candid. Thank you for clarifying, Master. Gu Li nodded, his gaze softening as he looked into the night. My initial beast companion was also a shadow mantis. Should you agree to join Zhongzhou University and become my student, I can provide you with the evolutionary form of the shadow mantis, including a path to epic quality. Such an offer would surely thrill the average person, compelling them to agree immediately. However, Lin Shu was different. He had the benefit of a panel, making the allure of the lofty epic quality less potent. Lin Shu did not feign indifference, but rather displayed an eager expression, as if he could hardly wait to join the university and obtain the evolutionary path. Gu Li clenched his fist behind his back. The offer of an evolutionary form would be irresistible to any Beastmaster. It seemed this young genius would soon be in his grasp. Master, I will seek you out once I meet the conditions. Although the evolutionary conditions held little value for Lin Shu, he agreed nonetheless. An entity capable of such high-level evolutionary forms undoubtedly possessed significant backing. What Lin Shu currently lacked was support. He needed a strong foundation to thrive, and this was sufficient for him. After all, given time to develop, he would inevitably become the strongest. Excellent. Take this, consider it a greeting gift. He then tossed a simple black ring. This is a space ring, containing 10 cubic units of internal space, which can be accessed through mental binding. Inside are some spiritual items I have no use for, all sourced from other realms. Perfectly suited for you. Lin Shu accepted the space ring and began to inspect it, finding it indistinguishable from an ordinary ring. However, I already possess these. Thank you, Mentor. Noticing Lin Shu's change in address, Gu Li nodded in satisfaction, finding Lin Shu increasingly agreeable. There was initially a document regarding the confirmation of mentorship intentions, but I did not bring it, so we shall forego that. I have heard of your character from Wusong, and I trust you. Lin Shu would never engage in such actions. Gu Li then exchanged contact information with Lin Shu. Thus, when your mantis reaches level 25, inform me, and I will prepare the evolutionary method and materials for you. Remember to practice your sword techniques diligently. The potential in this area is substantial, and I believe you can discern that. I will periodically check on your progress, so do not become complacent. Gu Li advised Lin Shu, assisting in the preparations for the upcoming evolution. Thank you, Mentor. I will strive to do my best. Lin Shu maintained a respectful yet assertive demeanor, seemingly recalling something. Gu Li cautioned, be careful not to inadvertently undermine Principal Pei's interests. He is currently focused on nurturing you to garner achievements for the school. Lin Shu had already anticipated this. He understood the principal's intentions to cultivate him for the sake of enhancing the school's prestige. Should he leave, all those plans would be in vain. He is not a person who forgets righteousness for the sake of profit. He already harbors some thoughts in his heart. That is to participate in the upcoming high school cup competition, aiming to compete in the individual event and strive for the championship. Alternatively, he could take the college entrance examination and achieve a commendable rank, which should not be too difficult. After expressing these ideas, Gu Li applauded, indicating that Lin Shu had articulated his thoughts well. With your current strength and rate of growth, coupled with my guidance, the chance of securing the individual championship in the high school cup is quite substantial. As for the college entrance examination, it ultimately depends on your own decision. Whether to participate or not is entirely up to you. Chapter 52 concludes the journey. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Kanglan No. 2 Middle School, Pei Yuanfang set down the phone, having learned from Su Liming about the events occurring in the other realm. Upon hearing that Lin Shu had reached the 8th level of the trial tower on his very first attempt, he was overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu's potential would far exceed his expectations. Just as he was marveling at his own discerning eye, he received news that Gu Li, the master of the Dao Lang Martial Hall, had specifically requested to speak with Lin Shu, which darkened his expression and incited silent curses within him. While others may not know Gu Li's true identity, Pei Yuanfang certainly did. Not only is Gu Li the master of the Dao Lang Martial Hall in Binzhou, but he is also a professor at Zhongzhou University. Their acquaintance is limited, They have merely interacted on a few occasions. It is easy to deduce that Gu Li's intention in seeking Lin Shu is to claim something of value for himself, and he could hardly maintain a pleasant demeanor under such circumstances. Pei Yuanfang's fingers rhythmically tapped against the desk, producing a crisp sound as he closed his eyes in contemplation. He felt a mix of emotions, elation for Lin Shu's special recruitment, yet concern over the school's deteriorating academic performance following Lin Shu's departure. After pondering for a while, he shook his head, realizing that he could not hinder Lin Shu's progress in pursuit of excellence. This is a natural course. He would have acted similarly in the same situation. Moreover, the greater Lin Shu's future accomplishments, the more renowned Kanglin No. 2 Middle School would receive. In any case, the school would not suffer losses. As for the academic results, they could find solutions to that later. With his thoughts settled, Pei Yuanfang decided to call back, reassuring the two teachers in the other realm not to worry and explaining the situation. After hanging up, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed outside, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Outside the window stood a flourishing tree, which he had personally planted when he first arrived at the school. It had once been a mere sapling but had now grown tall and strong, making it difficult to see its full form from within the office. Perhaps people are similarly bound to grow. Back in the desolate woods, Gu Jinbang and Su Liliang observed from nearby, watching Lin Shu engage in cheerful conversation with Gu Li. Gu Jinbang wore a smile mixed with disbelief. He had not expected Lin Shu to be recognized by a top university. It was indeed surprising yet entirely reasonable. Lin Shu was the best student Gu Jinbang had ever taught, and to achieve such capability in merely 2 months was astonishing. Su Liliang nodded in agreement, exclaiming that a golden-scaled fish could not be merely a pond dweller. Such a beast master, capable of advancing to university in their first year of high school, is a rarity in Daxia. As they reflected on this, Gu Li noticed the tall and simple-minded Tu Yao nearby. He had some understanding of the situation regarding contract beast masters. Such matters should not be taken lightly. However, he currently lacked a suitable beast to present to Lin Shu. Fortunately, Principal Pei had already promised Lin Shu that he would prepare his next beast, providing Gu Li with time to make arrangements. Suddenly, he recalled something. Well then, let us conclude our discussions for today. We have covered everything. Tomorrow, I have some matters to attend to in Binzhou, so I shall take my leave now. Should any questions arise, feel free to contact me via Feishin. I will respond upon seeing your message. With that, he took out his phone and scanned Lin Shu's contact information. Soon, the Baiyu Linghuan began to grow larger, and Gu Li mounted it, preparing to depart. Lin Shu waved goodbye. Master, farewell. Gu Li smiled and waved back. I am leaving now. A wave of energy rippled through the air, a torrent of turbulence swirling as the Baiyu Linghuan flapped its wings and swiftly vanished from Lin Shu's sight. Such speed is indeed advantageous for a flying beast. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shu's mind began to race with thoughts. Perhaps he could consider a flying beast as his next companion, as he still lacked one with such utility. Before departing, Gu Li exchanged nods with Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang, who promptly waved back. Having learned from the principal about Gu Li's status as a spirit awakening level beast master, they dared not take him lightly. At this moment, Lin Shu approached Gu Zhenbang and Su Liliang, arriving by their side. Good day, teachers. We have no particular business. We just came to see you. Congratulations on being eligible to enter Zhongzhou University early, Gu Zhenbang remarked. It's not confirmed yet. I merely have the qualification, Lin Shu replied, shaking his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. I believe, given your talent, it is more than likely, Su Liliang added. Though it may sound like flattery, it was indeed his genuine belief. After exchanging a few brief words, the two teachers departed, leaving Lin Shu to continue his endeavors in the desolate woods. Gu Zhenbang returned to the trial tower, while Su Liliang went back to his previous location to check on the status of the other 3 reserves. Once assured that there was nothing pressing, Lin Shu resumed his journey to enhance his skills, commanding both Yi Yi and Tu Yao to scour the mountains for the wild forest rabbits. For Lin Shu, they were all sources of experience points, and he could not afford to let any escape. During the following 3 days, Lin Shu diligently sought out wild forest rabbits within the entire other realm, while the others continued their regular training under Gu Zhenbang's guidance, undertaking trials at the tower 4 times a day. As for Lin Shu, he was allowed to pursue his own path freely. This left Min Hu bewildered, as he pondered why Lin Gu was so fixated on hunting wild forest rabbits, while the teachers remained silent and indifferent. He found himself hesitant to inquire, filled with confusion and curiosity. Over these few days, Lin Shu reaped substantial rewards. Each day, he managed to capture 20 to 30 wild forest rabbits, although it seemed their numbers were not as abundant as the teachers had indicated. After traversing several hills, he could find none, resulting in wasted time in his search. By Thursday evening, he had only managed to kill 120 rabbits, averaging 30 per day. This yielded 600 experience points. primarily due to the generally low level of the wild forest rabbits. Otherwise, the quantity would have been even greater. According to his previous rates of acquisition, this would typically require over 10 days to achieve, and it had not been particularly strenuous. For Lin Shu, this other realm truly felt like a land of fortune. Unfortunately, he would soon have to depart. On Friday morning, he inquired with the two teachers about when their next journey to the other realm would be, prompting some surprise from them regarding Lin Shu's apparent fondness for such places. Gu Zhenbong and Su Liliang guided everyone onto the bus, and they set off for Binzhou at the scheduled time. Thus, they returned to the school around 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 53, The Dark Bind. Upon returning to his room, Lin Shu began to review the fruits of his labor over the past few days. Firstly, his experience points had accumulated, along with those from the skill practice, totaling over 1,000. However, during these days, Lin Shu had also elevated Yi Ye's level, opting against continuous rapid advancements, as such extraordinary speed could lead to significant issues. Most of his experience points were indeed due to the support of the wild forest rabbits. Otherwise, how could there be so many? The dark entity, He Yi, has once again awakened 2 skills over the past few days. Name, an Ing Tang Long, level 19, 122,190. Level cap, 45. Status, healthy. Quality, elite. Attribute, dark space. Talent, void walking novice, 13,200. Skills, beginner's precision strike, 8,200. Quick move perfect, 1650. Heavy strike novice, 320. Sharp blade, passive, perfect, 3850. Spinning slash novice, 3200. Spatial storage novice, 1420. Shadow orb novice, 020. Intermediate double shadow kill novice, 640. Gale blade novice, 440. Blade energy mastery, 2280. Dark binding novice, 040. The 2 dark attribute skills serve as an offensive skill and a supportive skill respectively. Comparatively, Lin Shu favors the supportive skills, as He Yi possesses sufficient offensive capabilities but lacks in support. The binding effect of dark binding will greatly assist He Yi in achieving victory. Within just a few days, He Yi's level is on the verge of reaching level 20, a remarkably swift progression. Observing the remaining proficiency, there is still room for enhancement. Lin Shu called out to He Yi, who was resting on the ground. He Yi waved his hand in discontent, his 2 antennae swaying, but suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he began to nuzzle against Lin Shu's leg, displaying a rather endearing demeanor. This was a signal for him to allocate points. He Yi understood this instinctively. Lin Shu gently tapped his little head, a familiar sight as this creature always exhibited such behavior, waiting for an opportunity. After a moment's consideration, Lin Shu decided to go all in, investing all remaining proficiency into He Yi. He Yi's level surged, jumping straight from 19 to 21, 0210. Having gained 2 levels, only 25 points of proficiency remained. The proficiency required for subsequent upgrades would increasingly escalate, and if it weren't for discovering a new method to acquire proficiency, the pace of level advancement would not be as rapid as it is now. Excellent, just 4 levels shy of meeting the minimum requirements for evolution. He Yi closed his eyes, feeling the swift surge of energy within, along with the physical enhancements brought about by the upgrade. His once upright stature trembled slightly, indicating that the energy at level 20 was significantly greater than that at level 10. After a few minutes, he finally stabilized his form, exhaling slowly, a faint aura of sharpness emerging. He Yi raised his hands and jubilantly jumped beside Lin Shu, exuberant like a child weighing 40 kilograms. Suddenly, Lin Shu felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body, radiating through his limbs. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him, prompting Lin Shu to close his eyes and silently absorb this energy. He Yi, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of caution, promptly checking Lin Shu's condition. After confirming there was no issue, he relaxed. What was happening? Lin Shu pondered, arriving at an answer. This was the feedback of beast mastery energy. When a beast levels up, they also transmit a portion of energy back to their master. Otherwise, given the fragile physique of a beast master, even minor fluctuations during later beast duels could lead to their demise. Typically, this power is subtly integrated, but Lin Shu was able to perceive it this time due to the magnitude of the upgrade. After all, the energy gained at this stage vastly exceeded previous levels. This was also the reason he did not have such an experience last time. However, this warm current was fleeting, dissipating without a trace shortly thereafter. Lin Shu twisted his body, producing sounds akin to crackling beans. An unprecedented sense of refreshment surged throughout him, erasing the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. He felt invigorated, an unparalleled sensation. Yet, after a brief moment, this feeling faded, returning to its normal state. Today is Friday, and tomorrow marks Saturday. The Chicks Cup competition is about to commence, which is why this journey to another realm spans 4 days. in the eyes of the teachers. This competition holds significant importance for Lin Shu. Beep. The phone placed aside buzzed, indicating someone was reaching out to him. Picking up the phone, he discovered a message from Bai Sheng. You're back, right? Just arrived. Great. By the way, the competition is tomorrow. Why don't you come over tonight? It'll save you the hassle of rushing tomorrow. Lin Shu considered this and agreed. Arriving early would be beneficial. Sure, I'll head over now. He began to organize himself for departure. All right, just hang tight. I've already arranged for someone to pick you up. A white van had been dispatched, with a driver Lin Shu recognized, an employee who frequently assisted him. Bai Sheng had evidently thought this through well in advance. Okay, I'll await your news. Lin Shu accepted this arrangement, as it would simplify matters for him. He messaged Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbong to inform them of the situation, and both readily agreed, knowing about the competition scheduled for tomorrow. Moments later, Lin Shu received a message from Bai Sheng, indicating that the car had arrived at the school gate. He leisurely closed the door behind him and made his way to the entrance. Upon exiting, he saw the driver waiting by the vehicle. Mr. Lin, please. The driver opened the car door for Lin Shu before returning to the front seat. The business vehicle glided along the road toward the central district. In just an hour and a half, they arrived at the entrance of Baiyun Dojo. The staff guided Lin Shu to VIP room 001. Bai Sheng was already inside, awaiting Lin Shu. You're here, take a seat. Okay, how was your experience in the other realm? Next week, our school is also organizing a trip to Yenzhou. Given Bai Sheng's prowess, he was naturally a member of the school team from Central No. 1. It was quite remarkable. I wish I could stay there indefinitely. Lin Shu spoke sincerely, as it would allow him to continuously refine his proficiency. That's quite a statement. However, the results you shared regarding the trial tower were astonishing. You truly are remarkable. Reaching the 8th level on your first attempt is no small feat. I would have expected to only reach the 5th level at most. Bai Sheng's exaggerated expression reflected his astonishment at Lin Shu's achievements. Lin Shu waved his hand, saying, let us keep it low-key. Chapter 54, The Spokesperson. Bai Sheng shrugged. He had heard many stories of individuals with talents akin to Lin Shu's. Yet, witnessing Lin Shu firsthand was an entirely different experience. Achieving such results in merely 2 months, even breaking through the trial tower, was not surprising. Bai Sheng suddenly recalled something and quickly spoke up. By the way, Lin Shu, if you are confident in your ability to conquer the trial tower, you must give it a try. It's best to do so before your second year, as that would qualify you for special admissions to the top 5 universities. Bai Sheng shared everything he knew, aware that this was a golden opportunity not to be squandered. Lin Shu, however, remained silent, wearing an expression that conveyed an understanding that he preferred not to elaborate on. Observing such a meaningful expression, Bai Sheng immediately realized that Lin Shu had likely encountered these matters already. His pupils contracted in surprise as he looked at Lin Shu. You've already? What the heck? It was evident that Bai Sheng had surmised that Lin Shu had already been in contact with someone from the university. Otherwise, how could he be aware of such conditions? However, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that it was up to Lin Shu to share or not. Seeing Bai Sheng's reaction, Lin Shu merely smiled slightly. Yes, it's Zhongzhou University. This matter is quite significant for you as well. Lin Shu did not conceal this matter, for after all, it was Bai Sheng who recommended him to the Dao Lang Wu Tang. And there was no harm in informing him. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng felt a tinge of confusion, pondering what it had to do with him. After some contemplation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. It could only pertain to the Dao Lang Wu Tang. Observing the dawning realization on Bai Sheng's face, Lin Shu continued, indeed. It is the Dao Lang Wu Tang. This opportunity is afforded to you due to your sufficient prowess. Otherwise, others might not have such a chance. Bai Sheng remarked that his recommendation was a mere triviality, as gold will shine regardless of its setting, eventually being recognized by others. He dared not indulge in the fantasy of being specially admitted to a university based on this condition. Nurturing his beast to level 45 was already a challenge he could barely meet. The two continued to engage in light conversation on this topic before Bai Sheng revealed the purpose of Lin Shu's visit. The endorsement contract for our Baiyun venue will expire in a few days. I would like to recommend you as our spokesperson. What do you think? It would be a shame not to utilize your striking appearance for endorsements. All conditions will be arranged at the highest standard. Hearing this, Lin Shu understood the implications. It was a form of indirect investment. Without hesitation, he agreed, recognizing it as a favorable opportunity. Sure, that sounds good. Bai Sheng sighed in relief at Lin Shu's acceptance, realizing that the original terms were already lagging behind Lin Shu's rising status. He had been worried Lin Shu might find these terms unappealing. Let's settle on this then. Truth be told, I stand to benefit here, as with your current strength, winning the Chao Niao Cup is almost a certainty. The ensuing exposure will be substantial. I plan to discuss further details to ensure you receive ample benefits. I cannot allow you to be at a loss. His words were imbued with sincerity and gratitude. Lin Shu pondered for a moment and replied, "It's all right. Do your best. If it doesn't work out, that's fine too. I am quite easily satisfied." Lin Shu smiled, and Bai Sheng reciprocated with a grin. By the way, the Chao Niao Cup will select 3 Beast Masters as official spokespersons after the top 30. However, there are no rewards associated with it. Yet, the exposure is significant, which could enhance your reputation within Fengdu. Many are vying for these 3 positions. If you want, I can secure a spot for you. Lin Shu shook his head at this suggestion. No, thank you. I have no interest. Such exposure held no value for Lin Shu. He would much rather exchange it for beast resources, which piqued his interest somewhat. He viewed these endorsements as mere embellishments, believing that a beast master should rely on their strength to speak for them. Bai Sheng understood Lin Shu's sentiments, acknowledging that he had merely mentioned it in passing. He then continued discussing the requirements for the endorsement. We can schedule the shoot for next Friday. Beyond this session, there won't be much else to do. We will utilize your image to promote our venue. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, finding the task quite straightforward and efficient. The finer details could be negotiated later, and the resources from the endorsement would be handed directly to him. Bai Sheng concluded the overview of the endorsement process, which he deemed quite favorable. Although Lin Shu already possessed a considerable amount of resources, one can never have too much. All right, no problem. With the formalities discussed, Bai Sheng shifted gears and challenged Lin Shu, fully aware of his slim chances of victory. Nonetheless, he wished to gauge his current strength and measure the gap between them. Lin Shu, hearing this, fell silent. After all, He Yi had just significantly increased his strength, and now Bai Sheng sought to test him? Truly courageous of him. Lin Shu had no choice but to allow He Yi to temper his efforts. Yet, within a minute, he had still defeated the Lan Lei Wenxiong, a result that left Bai Sheng reeling and deeply affected by the disparity. He lamented the vast difference in strength, feeling quite disheartened. After just one match, he lost interest in continuing and instead led Lin Shu back to the VIP room to enjoy dinner. The food proved irresistibly appealing to He Yi, who relished every bite. After dinner, they returned to the suite arranged by Bai Sheng for some rest. As dawn broke the following morning, Lin Shu was awoken early by the cacophony outside the venue. The chaotic sounds were quite jarring, disrupting his rare chance to sleep in. Although it was merely 9 in the morning, an hour and a half before the competition commenced, the venue was already bustling with people. Clearly, the astute ones had decided to arrive early, not anticipating that they would all converge at once. He Yi and Tu Yao remained diligently practicing their skills on the other side. Lin Shu noticed Bai Sheng outside, overwhelmed with various tasks. After getting up and tidying himself, he picked up his phone to find messages from Min Hu, who had just arrived at Bai Yun venue and was settling in at the preparation area. Since it was still early, Lin Shu did not intend to join him just yet. Instead, he retrieved 2 types of spiritual items from his spatial ring to feed He Yi and Tu Yao. These items were provided by his mentor, and the ring was filled with over 100 spiritual items ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 4, sufficient for Lin Shu's use for an extended period. Although their attributes were not perfectly aligned, the effects would not be significantly diminished upon usage. Chapter 55, Tianhua. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers. Welcome to the Fengdu Chao Niao Cup. As the sphere descends, the first match of the top 120 to 60 is officially underway at Arena Number 1. Please follow the camera. With the host's announcement, the competition commenced in earnest, and the venue erupted with lively cheers, the sound waves echoing throughout, even reaching the preparation area. Lin Shu, Bai Sheng, and Min Hu were among those captivated, all focused on the large screen showcasing the battles of other contestants. Min Hu, watching the matches, reflected on his own standing and realized that among the top 120, he ranked among the weakest. It seemed that today's competition would be his final one. Consequently, he felt less anxious and began to relax, acknowledging that reaching this rank had exceeded his expectations. Observing Lin Shu and Bai Sheng, he wondered how far these 2 masters could advance and whether they had a chance at the championship. Lin Shu and Huang Wen, please proceed to Platform 3. The match will commence in 5 minutes. The announcement resonated, and the 3 promptly took note. Ling Gu, I believe I've heard of Huang Wen. Oh right. He's the one ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Min Hu recognized the name, feeling a sense of familiarity. You've encountered a decent opponent. Huang Wen is among the top 5 at our school, and he possesses remarkable strength. I've faced him before, and his talent as a beast master is formidable. He can enhance the fire damage of fire-type beasts, making him quite a challenge. Last time, I barely managed to win against him. Bai Sheng was familiar with this contestant, as they both attended the same school, making it natural for him to know a bit about Huang Wen. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu nodded, exuding confidence. Rest assured, I will secure the victory. He waved to the 2 and strolled toward Platform 3. Their faith in Lin Shu's abilities was unwavering. Upon reaching the battle platform, Huang Wen had just taken his position. He greeted Lin Shu with a smile and a nod, which Lin Shu reciprocated. Huang Wen initially exhibited a courteous demeanor towards Lin Shu, embodying the behavior of a typical high school student. In stark contrast, Li Shu from the same institution, Zhongxini Zhong, displayed a markedly different attitude, highlighting the discrepancies in character among students. Huang Wen, clad in a simple white shirt paired with light blue jeans and donning glasses, exuded the air of a diligent student. Perhaps due to the situation involving Li Shu, Huang Wen had taken the initiative to learn about Lin Shu and had observed his recent performances, which were nothing short of terrifying, in each match. The duration never exceeded 1 minute, showcasing the ferocity of his beast's attacks. Consequently, Huang Wen had prepared extensively in anticipation of encountering Lin Shu in subsequent matches, only to find himself facing him earlier than expected in the top 60 round. As Lin Shu noticed Huang Wen scrutinizing him from the shadows, it was evident that Huang Wen possessed some knowledge about him. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Lin Shu. Huang Wen commanded a lava elemental, a quintessential fire-type beast. Name, Lava Elemental. Level, 15, 22,150. Level cap, 86. Status, healthy. Quality, perfect. Attributes, fire earth. Talent, none. Skills, beginner fire spark, 22200. Advanced rockfall, 1340. Advanced sand throw, 2540. Intermediate flame dance formation, 1160. And intermediate fire fong, 1260. Such prowess rightfully positioned him among the top 5 beast tamers of Zhongxini Zhong, and prior to enhancing the knight, this strength was sufficient to pose a challenge. However, regrettably for Huang Wen, he was now confronted with a revitalized knight. With both competitors ready, the match commenced upon the judge's signal. Lin Shu executed his strategy, directing knight to launch a direct assault, aiming to secure a swift victory. Huang Wen immediately sprang into action, activating his talent, Heavenly Fire, without a moment's hesitation. The lava elemental unleashed the flame dance formation just as knight's attack was about to descend, enveloping them in a fiery red ring formed by columns of flame. The searing heat was palpable, akin to being inside a furnace. Observing this, knight promptly retreated, showing no inclination to engage further. Clearly, this was Huang Wen's tactic to prevent a swift defeat. Yet, the flame dance formation was an intermediate skill, and one had to wonder how many times it could be deployed. Huang Wen understood that this was merely a stalling tactic, a means of self-preservation that could not inflict harm upon his opponent. Subsequently, fireballs the size of fists appeared, representing his basic attack skill, Fire Spark, which could only be utilized in this form. The lava elemental unleashed 5 fireballs in a single breath, reaching its current limit. These fireballs hurtled towards Knight, trailing wisps of white smoke. Without requiring Lin Shu's command, Knight crossed its arms, and in an instant, 2 blades of light erupted, slicing towards the fireballs. The sound was reminiscent of cracking eggs, as the blades met no resistance and proceeded directly towards the lava elemental. Huang Wen's pupils dilated in shock at this display. What skill was this transparent blade, and why had he never heard of it before? Its power was astonishing. Lava Evade. The lava elemental, though not particularly swift, narrowly dodged the rapidly approaching blades, but still sustained minor injuries, losing a portion of its rocky body as fragments fell away. Had it been struck, it would have surely faced annihilation. Huang Wen found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Before he could devise a counter-strategy, Knight unleashed Dark Binding, instantly immobilizing the lava elemental. The vast level disparity rendered it incapable of putting up any resistance. Knight then struck down heavily, and the lava elemental collapsed, rendered powerless to act. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, turning what had initially appeared to be an evenly matched contest into a lopsided affair. Huang Wen could only manage a wry smile, having lost so effortlessly. As the match concluded, despite a few minor hiccups, the outcome remained unchanged. The victor was declared Lin Shu. After the judge announced the results, Lin Shu nodded at Huang Wen before departing from battle platform number 3. Upon returning to the preparation area, Bai Sheng and Min, who remained at their posts, awaiting their turns. Seeing Lin Shu return, Min, who was visibly excited, marveling at the extraordinary strength of Knight, which exceeded all his expectations. Incredible, Lin Gu. The championship is surely secured now. Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from discussing such topics, deeming it a bit too ostentatious. Bai Sheng, unfazed, remarked that such formidable combat prowess was to be expected. Chapter 56, the second monthly exam. In the subsequent matches, Bai Sheng effortlessly secured victory, advancing to the next round, while Min Hu, unfortunately, faced defeat and was eliminated. The following day's competition saw Lin Shu maintaining his prior momentum, dispatching his opponent within a minute and successfully entering the top 30. His overall performance garnered significant attention, astonishing everyone and placing him on a different level than the other competitors. Many began to scrutinize Lin Shu's battle videos, searching for vulnerabilities. Consequently, Even Kanglin Erzhong was frequently mentioned, bringing considerable prestige to the school. Class 5 of the first year, witnessing Lin Shu's impressive prowess, began to fervently discuss the possibility of clinching the Chao Niao Cup championship, much to the delight of their classmates. The two-day competition concluded swiftly. Monday arrived, marking the commencement of the second monthly exam. Lin Shu chose not to attend team training that day, opting instead to conduct assessments on the playground. Curiosity regarding Lin Shu's beast level permeated the atmosphere, not only within his class, but also among students from other classes who craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Many within his class discreetly inquired, "Shu Go, what level are you at?" "At least above level 15. "Nonsense. It must be at least level 18 or higher." To their inquiries and speculations, Lin Shu merely smiled faintly. However, the upcoming assessment would inevitably reveal his level, making concealment impossible. This time, the teacher overseeing Lin Shu's assessment was replaced by the principal, who stood nearby observing the students. Approaching the testing machine, Lin Shu found Pei Yuanfang seated there, watching him with a broad smile. Having witnessed this scene previously, Lin Shu felt no surprise. "Come here, little fellow. I am eager to see your level," Pei Yuanfang cheerfully urged. Several teachers standing nearby echoed his sentiments, but refrained from entering the machine's vicinity, clearly having received prior instructions from the principal. "Understood, principal." Following Lin Shu's command, Knight obediently entered the familiar machine. The device whirred to life, and the results were about to be unveiled. 3 minutes passed, and a datasheet was promptly ejected from the machine. Observing this, Pei Yuanfang immediately began to examine the results, opting not to use the beast to check the level, as he wished to relish the anticipation. Name: Shadow Mantis. Length: 10,835 centimeters. Weight: 1862 kilograms. Level: 2112. Skills: Beginner Assault, Quick Movement, Heavy Strike, Sharp Blade, Passive, Shadow Ball. Intermediate Double Shadow Kill, Dark Binding. This data was notably lacking in half of the skills. It seemed that the spatial and blade techniques could not be detected by the machine. Upon reviewing this comprehensive data, even Pei Yuanfang's typically calm demeanor was shaken. His facial muscles twitched slightly, but he quickly regained composure. Internally, however, a tempest of surprise surged. Was this truly a student with a contracted beast for merely 2 months? Many second-year students likely wouldn't even reach this level based on the average levels observed in previous assessments. Currently, Gao Yi stands at a level of 1125, which is simply not on the same plane. Even the goal of level 16 he set for himself just a month ago has been surpassed by a significant margin. No wonder Lin Shu displayed such an expression that day. It wasn't due to the difficulty he faced, but rather because it posed no challenge at all. Pei Yuanfang harbored many thoughts in his mind, but chose not to express them. The onlookers could only observe the principal's incessant smile as he stood with a list, chuckling to himself. This piqued everyone's curiosity about what kind of data Lin Shu possessed. Pei Yuanfang had no intention of concealing Lin Shu's level. Instead, he planned to announce it, as Lin Shu was likely not to remain at the school for long. Lin Shu's extraordinary achievements were bound to spark discussion and leave a lasting legend at the second high school, so why not revel in it? Thus, he activated the machine to broadcast the announcement, amplifying the volume so that most could hear. The beast taming level was 21. A dispassionate mechanical voice repeated this 3 times, drawing the attention of the majority of students. Initially, there was silence, akin to a deep water bomb dropped into a pond, igniting the entire atmosphere. Soon, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished voices, clearly stunned by this level. Wow, such a rate of improvement. Is this even human? Who understands this? My beast is only at level 10, sob sob. Truly invincible. This revelation sparked a considerable uproar, leaving everyone astounded by the result. Pei Yuanfang was quite satisfied with the scene, having achieved the desired effect, which would undoubtedly become a cherished story in the future. At this moment, Lin Shu found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Even the knight could not escape their eager grasp, as they bombarded him with questions about his rapid advancement. This also allowed Lin Shu to experience the warmth of their enthusiasm. Fortunately, this commotion did not last long. Pei Yuanfang intervened to guide the conversation, gradually calming the atmosphere. He then escorted Lin Shu to the principal's office. Observing Lin Shu's somewhat disheveled appearance, he smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" Lin Shu adjusted his somewhat rumpled clothing and replied, "It's fine, just that everyone was a bit too enthusiastic. I'm not quite used to it." "Who drags on a good person's clothes?" Pei Yuanfang chuckled heartily, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and turned to serious business. "You have not only met but exceeded the goal I set for you last month. I initially planned to provide you with a few skill stones. Considering your beast's skills are rather simplistic and lack a cohesive system, which is not conducive to your future development." Pei Yuanfang began to elaborate on his views regarding skill combinations. However, Upon hearing that Lin Shu had learned some sword techniques after entering the Daolang Wu Tang, his perspective shifted. I have been observing your matches. Your skill releases and effects are quite impressive, and you have already formed a new style of your own. So I shall refrain from dictating your choices. Thus, I will replace the skill stone reward with a beast reward. For a good beast is the greatest treasure for a beast master. Lin Shu found this viewpoint agreeable. Seeing Lin Shu's expression of agreement, Pei Yuanfang continued. I could have directly provided you with a lord-quality beast. Unfortunately, your mental level is still too low, rendering that impossible. Thus, we must restrict ourselves to a perfect quality beast. Understanding this, Lin Shu realized why Bai Sheng's initial beast was merely of perfect quality. It was not due to a lack of resources at home, but rather that one could not contract a beast of higher quality at this stage. Thank you for your concern, Principal. Perfect quality will suffice. Lin Shu was relatively easy to satisfy, believing that as long as there was potential and talent, he could accept any quality of beast. Suddenly, Lin Shu recalled that after the evolution of the night, it would also reach Lord quality, and he wondered if he could handle it. Principal, if the beast I contract now evolves to Lord quality, will my spirit be able to withstand it? Pei Yuanfang was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shu's question, surprised that he was considering evolution so soon. It must be that Gu Li had provided considerable assistance. And indeed, the Gu family had a pathway for the subsequent evolution of the Shadow Mantis. This clarified Lin Shu's inquiry, and Pei Yuanfang answered without hesitation. If it is the initial beast evolving to Lord level, the requirements are not as stringent. Your mental power only needs to reach the second tier standard to manage it. By the way, Shaolin, what stage is your mental power currently at? Hearing Pei Yuanfang's explanation, Lin Shu felt relieved. Thankfully, the requirement was not too high. Otherwise, the evolution of the night would be delayed further. He opened his panel to check, as he had not reviewed his mental growth in quite a while. Name, Lin Shu. Status, healthy. Mental power, 155. Talent, Mirror Flower Water Moon Beginner 132200. Taming, Shadow Mantis, Night, and Rock Golem, Tio. Techniques. Basic Refinement Method Proficient 221480. Yin Yu Sword Technique Minor Achievement 1560. Damage Transfer Minor Achievement 11100. His mental power currently stood at only 155 points, leaving him with a considerable gap to reach the second tier requirement of 300 points. He had not recently utilized any potions to enhance his mental power, which had slowed his progress, but it was not a major issue. The 145 points of proficiency were not too many, and he could allocate points later. He still had some distance to cover, but he should reach the second tier within a month. Lin Shu spoke conservatively about this. Not bad, that's a decent pace. You should go pick up some mental enhancement potions later. Relying solely on talent isn't sufficient. External aids are necessary for faster progress. Pei Yuanfang was quite pleased with this pace. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. Having mental enhancement potions would certainly be beneficial. I still wish to allocate my proficiency to the night. Very well, once your mental power reaches the second tier, come find me. I will take you to select a beast. I have already prepared options for you. Understood, Principal. Observing Lin Shu's demeanor, Pei Yuanfang felt increasingly satisfied, though he lamented that such an exceptional student would not remain at the school for long. After discussing a few other matters, Lin Shu finally departed from the principal's office. Neither of them broached the topic of university. Lin Shu then headed downstairs to collect 20 bottles of mental enhancement potions. Finding a secluded spot, he stored the items in his storage space and promptly returned to the team area. Today not only marked the time for the monthly exam, but also the evolution day prepared by Chu Xian. Lin Shu gleaned significant information regarding evolution from the discussions among his peers. Within the past month, her beast had reached level 25, meeting the minimum standard for evolution. Thus, she had been gathering the necessary materials for the evolution of beasts. With the assistance of the school and his own searches, all required materials were ready, and she was eager to begin. These materials encompassed various items, such as spiritual objects that could accelerate the leveling of beasts and also served as items required for evolution. Additionally, some high-level beast organs were classified as evolution materials. Each beast required different materials for evolution, with some needing to evolve in specific locations, such as within a volcano or the ocean, aligned with their elemental attributes. Moreover, timing was crucial. Some required the moon to be present at night, while others needed the sun in the morning, making these factors rather common in the process of evolution. Progressing step by step according to the evolution pathway was essential, but the success rate of evolution could not be guaranteed. Generally, this success rate was relatively high, with a 50% chance of success. Though it varied from person to person, this was merely an average, and the beast's quality played a significant role in the outcome. Upon entering the equipment room of the school team, I discovered that the training had already ceased. and everyone was gathered around to observe Chu Xin as she performed the steps of evolution. Chu Xin's beast companion was an ice snow penguin, adorned with a circle of red ribbons atop its head, playfully slapping its plump belly with its chubby little hands, generating a series of delightful sounds. The ice snow penguin, evidently aware of the imminent evolution, appeared equally exhilarated. At this moment, however, Chu Xin was preoccupied with the final preparations for the evolution ritual. The others, upon seeing Lin Shu's arrival, brightened up and eagerly pulled him over, clearly having been informed of Lin Shu's beast reaching level 21, showcasing the rapid spread of such news. You are truly impressive. I recall reaching level 21 only when I was nearly in my second year of high school, one remarked. Indeed. It seems that in just half a year, you could become a key player for the team. Another added. How remarkable. It's a pity we won't have the fortune to team up with you, or else the championship would surely be ours. Lei Wu expressed, his voice laced with admiration, while Chen Yujia and Li Shuhing concurred. Hee, I still have some time to be teammates with you, Lin Shu replied casually. After all, Gao Feng is only a sophomore. So it's not incorrect. You've certainly struck it lucky. They continued. Lin Gu and I are both still in our first year, and I'm only at level 14. The gap is quite significant, Min Hu lamented, acknowledging Lin Shu's exceptional prowess. Lin Shu humbly shook his head, engaging in light conversation about the topic. Meanwhile, Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbong assisted, as relying solely on Chu Xin would have been rather cumbersome. After discussing Lin Shu's achievements, the group watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, especially the reserve members, who found it particularly novel. One by one, third-tier ice-type beast cores were placed into a blender and crushed, then poured into a small bowl. These cores serve as the energy storage nucleus for beasts that have reached the third tier. Subsequently, ice-like spiritual substances were added and blended together, resulting in a bowl filled with a sky-blue liquid, emanating a chilly aura that noticeably lowered the room's temperature. All the necessary items for the ice snow penguin's evolution had been procured, and given that it was merely evolving to perfect quality, the difficulty was understandably manageable. Little chubby, come here, Chu Xin called to the ice snow penguin. It wobbled over, its face beaming with joy. She then handed the meticulously prepared concoction to the ice snow penguin. Drink this and endure for an hour to digest the energy, and then you shall evolve. You must persevere. Success is within your reach. Chu Xin earnestly instructed, fearing that the little one might succumb to the pain and fail the evolution. Chapter 58, The Black Yao Battle Mantis. Following a failure, materials must be gathered once more, a task that is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, there is a significant risk of injury upon failure, and in rare cases, even the threat of death, albeit a slim chance. Thus, achieving success in evolution on the first attempt is ideal. The ice snow penguin did not exhibit any frivolity. Instead, it nodded seriously, as if to convey to its master, "You believe in me." Without hesitation, it drank the contents of the bowl in one gulp. An immediate surge of icy coldness filled its body. Its features scrunched tightly together, clearly enduring discomfort. Chu Xin held her breath, visibly tense at the unfolding scene. The others remained silent, fearing that any noise might disrupt the evolution. Thus, the only sound in the room was that of the ice snow penguin. Lin Shu observed the scene, awaiting the conclusion of the evolution. Gradually, frost began to shimmer across the ice snow penguin's body, indicating that the energy absorption was occurring at a sluggish pace, leading to this predicament. The situation was far from optimistic, with the risk of failure looming ever closer, causing Chu Xin to grow increasingly anxious as she silently prayed for success. Fortunately, despite some initial hurdles, the outcome began to shift positively. The ice snow penguin successfully absorbed all the energy, revealing blue ripples across its form, exuding a chilling aura. Soon, a brilliant blue light enveloped the ice snow penguin entirely, and in the blink of an eye, the once clumsy creature had completed its evolution, transforming into a robust and powerful figure, its gaze steady and resolute. The formerly diminutive body now stood tall, resembling a warrior at first glance. This transformation filled Chu Xin with elation. "Wonderful. We did it. You are amazing, little chubby," she exclaimed, dancing joyfully beside the newly evolved ice battle penguin. The others beamed at the sight, sincerely congratulating Chu Xin on her successful evolution. "Congratulations." The two teachers present also expressed their happiness, clapping their hands in encouragement. As Lin Shu extended his congratulations, he began to examine the ice battle penguin post-evolution. Name: Ice battle penguin level 25, 11250, level cap 85, status: excited quality, perfect attribute, ice talent, none skills, junior snowball perfect 2250, slap perfect 1150, intermediate ice purity minor 3360, ice shard minor 1360, Bone-chilling Frost Miner, 2160. Overall, its strength was quite commendable. The overall power of a beast increases significantly after evolution, and the combat capability compared to its pre-evolution state is undoubtedly enhanced, though the extent of this improvement varies among beasts and cannot be easily quantified. The potential has also seen a substantial rise, and the benefits derived from the improved quality will take some time to manifest. With the evolution complete, the spectators returned to their equipment to commence training for the day. Just as Lin Shu was preparing to train with He Yi and Tu Yao, he suddenly noticed numerous messages flooding his phone. Having temporarily muted it due to the Ice Battle Penguin's evolution, he now turned the sound back on, curious about the messages. He discovered notifications from Bai Sheng, Wu Song, and Gu Li. As he opened each message, he found they pertained to his beast reaching level 21. How has this news spread so quickly? Lin Shu pondered, perplexed. He first replied to Wu Song and Bai Sheng, before checking Gu Li's message, which brought clarity to the situation. This news had even made it to the headlines. Level 21 already? Excellent. I wouldn't have known if it weren't for this news. A headline caught his attention. Shocking. A student from Kangla No. 2 High School achieves this feat just 2 months after becoming a beast master, drawing the attention of the entire school. Reading the title, Lin Shu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. What is this nonsense? He thought. I've landed in a sensationalist trap. He began responding to his mentor. Regarding the news, he sent a panda meme of scratching its head. Gu Li quickly replied, such occurrences are commonplace. Do not fret. People enjoy creating sensational headlines to attract attention. Since your little Mantis has reached level 21, you're not far from the evolution requirements. I'll provide you with the evolution method so you can prepare in advance. As for the materials, there's no need for concern. I've arranged for them to be sent to the school. You should be receiving a call shortly. A lengthy message appeared, showcasing Gu Li's rapid typing speed. Thank you, mentor. No problem. I'll look into it. After a while, a document detailing the evolution method for the Black Yao Battle Mantis was sent over. Upon acceptance, one should delve deeper. Within lies not only methods of evolution, but also various pitfalls to avoid during the process. This knowledge is invaluable for the forthcoming stages of evolution. It is best to peruse this information privately. Although it may not be of paramount significance, discretion is advisable. Lin Shu first clicked on the file to begin receiving it. Although this method of evolution bore little relevance to him, it was still worth examining. He promptly replied, reassuring his mentor that he would engage with the material alone. Soon after, Gu Li responded with an emoji. All right, I shall attend to my tasks now. Take your time to review it. And feel free to ask me directly should you have any uncertainties. The once bright avatar was instantly extinguished, indicating that the other party had gone offline. Not waiting for Lin Shu's reply, Lin Shu, understanding the brisk efficiency characteristic of the Dao Lang Wu Tang members, noted that they seemed to embody their mentor's influence. Without further contemplation, he opened the document and began to explore its contents. The information was exceedingly detailed, focusing on the important considerations during evolution. The section on evolution materials was brief, requiring neither specific locations nor timings. Overall, the insights were indeed refreshing. Based on the document's description of the Heiyao Zhan Tang evolution form, several high-resolution images accompanied the text. The evolved appearance had not dramatically changed. However, numerous golden lines adorned its body, rendering it quite striking. Lin Shu gained a clearer understanding of this form. According to the description, the Heiyao Zhan Tang no longer resembled an assassin but rather a warrior, sacrificing considerable mobility for enhanced defensive capabilities, thereby increasing the margin for error in combat. This represented a balanced developmental model. Whether one grows stronger or weaker ultimately hinges on how the Beastmaster balances their team. Of course, Lin Shu had no intention of contemplating such matters, especially since he had already discovered a method of evolution. This balanced model also signified moderation, a concept he found rather unappealing. In his pursuit of aggression, he believed in fully embracing that path and amplifying such abilities. This, he concluded, was the correct trajectory. Chapter 59, Sparring Partner. As Tuesday dawned, Lin Shu awoke in his room. At that moment, Hai and Tuyen lay sprawled like two small dogs on the floor beside the bed, peacefully asleep. Tuyen emitted a gentle snore, uninterrupted, though fortunately not overly loud. The spacious room accommodated them comfortably. However, after 2 days of training, Lin Shu felt somewhat dissatisfied. After all, accustomed to an average of 140 points of proficiency per day in another realm, returning to merely 45 felt rather unsatisfactory. The disparity was stark, and he found it difficult to avoid such emotions. He needed to locate a realm that would allow him to continuously slay wild beasts. The more, the better, ideally. He desired a higher average level. If such a place existed, Lin Shu was confident he could achieve Hai's first evolution within the month. Reflecting on this was less productive than taking action, So he began inquiring via Fathead, reaching out to his mentor, Bai Sheng, Wu Song, and the principal. These individuals, experienced and knowledgeable, should be able to assist him in finding such a location. Having sent his requirements, he awaited responses. Perhaps they were contemplating the existence of such a place. Lin Shu remained patient, viewing this as a proactive arrangement. He roused Hai and Tuyen from their slumber, providing them with high-quality nutrient solutions and some spiritual substances. Currently, his resources were abundant, allowing for generous use and rapid level enhancement. Although his progress had already surpassed that of his peers, Lin Shu still felt it insufficient. In his mind, he contemplated his current needs. The two small creatures quickly devoured their meals, prompting Lin Shu to lead them to the equipment room. Inside the equipment room, it was particularly lively. Several upperclassmen were vigorously engaged in training. Typically, they would not arrive this early. Gao Feng was present, which was to be expected. To Lin Shu's surprise, Min Hu, Chu Xian, and Ling Shi were also there. It was only 8 in the morning, and the entire school team had gathered in the equipment room. Noticing Lin Shu's puzzled expression, Min Hu explained, "Tomorrow marks the official start of the Binzhou Cup." The upperclassmen had been intensifying their training in preparation. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu recalled the event, realizing he had forgotten about it. Just then, teachers Su Liliang and Gu Zhenbong arrived at the venue. Observing the students' diligent training, they nodded in approval. It was a commendable attitude. Gu Zhenbong then clapped his hands, signaling for the four to approach. Upon seeing the teachers, the students immediately ceased their activities and moved aside to wait. Everyone is doing well. Tomorrow marks the Binzhou Cup's commencement. What is our goal? The top 4. Excellent. I have reviewed the starting rosters from other schools. Our strength ranks favorably among all institutions. As long as we avoid encountering any frontrunners for the championship, I believe this goal is attainable. These materials were publicly available information and did not fully reflect their true capabilities, yet they served as a valuable reference, instilling confidence in the students. The 4 nodded in agreement, clearly having reviewed the materials and contemplating the feasibility of reaching the top 4. Perhaps it was indeed achievable? Although their opponents in tomorrow's match were not particularly formidable, they should not be underestimated. The principle of a lion hunting a rabbit need not be elaborated. I have requested a reward from the principal. Should we attain the top 4, it will be granted. I shall refrain from elaborating further. It will surely satisfy everyone. However, if the performance is subpar, I trust you are aware of my methods. This was an effective mix of encouragement and pressure. Though the allure of the mysterious reward was undoubtedly high, the 4 became increasingly enthusiastic, their fighting spirit ignited. Observing this scene, Gu Zhenbong felt pleased. His gaze shifted toward Lin Shu, then to Ling Shi, Chu Xian, and Gao Feng, formulating a plan in his mind. The 4 Beastmasters, with levels of 21, 24, 25, and 30 respectively, would provide valuable training for the school team. It was fortuitous that it was a 4-on-4 scenario, beneficial for both sides. Very well, Lin Shu, Ling Shi, Chu Xian, and Gao Feng, you 4 come forth. Your Beastmaster levels are commendable. You can serve as sparring partners for the upperclassmen, which will provide insight into team competitions. What do you think? Lin Shu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. The other 3 exchanged glances, sensing a disparity in strength. Nevertheless, as sparring partners, they were adequate. Min Hu scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, as everyone else had tasks while he could only observe, still too weak in comparison. Oh, I can also serve tea and water on the side. The school team nodded in agreement, having no objections to the suggestion. All right, since there are no dissenters, let us proceed to the battle platform outside. With that, he strode out of the equipment room toward the adjacent battle platform. Within Kangla No. 2 High School, only the school team had access to a high-standard battle platform suited for team competitions. Everyone followed suit, even Min Hu hurriedly tagging along to join the excitement. Upon reaching the battle platform area, they were met with an expansive space delineated by blue lines. The central combat zone, covered in black dye, was vast, approximately the size of 4 basketball courts. Su Liliang and I will lead our respective teams. A brief discussion of tactics, and we shall commence. Su Liliang adjusted his glasses and approached the team formed by Lin Shu. The formal members are naturally led by Gu Zhenbong. Gao Feng's beast, the Gao Tianyuing, holds a significant advantage in aerial supremacy, as the opposing team lacks any flying beasts. Coincidentally, he is also the highest-ranked member within the team, making him the focal point of this match. Chu Xian, who recently evolved her Ice Battle Beast, can serve as a crucial frontline warrior, absorbing the enemy's firepower and creating space for Gao Tianyuing to strike. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis is relegated to the role of a mere assassin, causing disturbances, as its low level prevents it from swiftly eliminating opponents, which is somewhat regrettable. Additionally, Ling Shi's beast is a purple ghost scorpion, which can provide considerable support. At first glance, the team's composition appears quite reasonable, albeit with somewhat lower levels. Otherwise, the outcome would be less ambiguous. After sharing his thoughts with the team and solidifying their respective roles, he also addressed the opposing team, emphasizing that their core threat is the Ji Dianling Mao, whose neutralization would be optimal, given its pivotal role in the enemy's offensive strategy. Upon hearing this, the four nodded in agreement, recognizing the need to attempt a strategy, despite the noticeable gap in strength. Chapter 60, Mehu Island. Following a straightforward tactical briefing, the team battle was set to commence. Gao Feng made a point to encourage everyone, urging them to shed any psychological burdens. Upon engagement, they should attack with vigor, even if it means sustaining injuries, as it would be a worthwhile trade-off to showcase their prowess. Su Liliang concurred, nodding in agreement with this sentiment. This discourse instilled newfound confidence in the previously hesitant Chu Xian and Lin Shu, who realized that losing was a natural outcome. It was the opposing team that should be worried. At that moment, the school's team, led by Li Shuheng, was engaged in earnest discussion, emphasizing the need for a resounding victory. Failing to do so would incur Gu Laosher's displeasure. In response to this, everyone nodded solemnly, fully aware of the stakes. With preparations nearly complete, they were ready to begin. However, they were reminded not to take things too seriously, as this was merely a practice session, and unleashing their full intensity could lead to undesirable outcomes. Both teams took their positions on opposite sides and summoned their beasts, bracing for battle. As Gu Zhenbang's command resonated, an instantaneous clash erupted, with all participants targeting the core of the enemy's formation. The arena became a chaotic spectacle, filled with various skills, electricity, vines, wind blades, and more, all swirling about. The school team refrained from deploying any high-level skills, for doing so would render the practice pointless, swiftly concluding the match. Gao Feng's Gao Tianying adeptly dodged attacks in the air while retaliating against adversaries below, sustaining a few hits, though they were mitigated by defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Shuheng's Ji Dianling Mao, shielded by Lei Wu's martial giant ape, launched its attacks with relative ease, swiftly tilting the battlefield in their favor. At this juncture, Lin Shu commanded the He Yi to strike from the shadows amidst the chaos. His primary target was not the Ji Dianling Mao, given the protection it enjoyed, but rather the vulnerable Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu. Caught off guard by this unexpected focus, the two did not adequately defend against the incoming assault, merely directing their skills at the ice battle beast. This situation played to He Ye's advantage, as wave-like blades of energy surged from behind, and by the time the two women reacted, they had already been struck. Although the damage was minimal due to level disparities, they sustained light injuries, and when they attempted to corner the elusive attacker, he had already vanished from sight. Thus, He Yi maneuvered deftly, causing considerable disruption for the school team, which resolved to eliminate the pesky Mantis first. Faced with the encirclement of four beasts, He Yi could not withstand the onslaught, becoming immobilized and losing combat capability. What followed was a swift defeat for Lin Shu's team, with the battle concluding in a mere 10 minutes, leaving their beasts adorned with numerous wounds. Gu Zhenbang, witnessing this outcome, expressed his dissatisfaction. "You are quite impressive, having concluded the match in just 10 minutes without any serious injuries to your beasts, defeating opponents with an average level of only 25. The four, feeling the weight of his derision, lowered their heads in shame. Having underestimated the challenges posed by Lin Shu's beasts, which were unexpectedly agile and elusive, their lack of experience regarding assassin-type beasts left them without a viable countermeasure. Reflect on this. Consider how you might respond in such situations in the future. It's merely a matter of exploiting the insufficient levels of your opponents. Otherwise, Gu Zhenbang's expression darkened as he delivered this admonition. Lin Shu, meanwhile, realized that his actions had inadvertently exposed the team's shortcomings. However, this was ultimately a beneficial revelation. It was preferable to face embarrassment now rather than during an actual competition. Su Laosher, please summon someone from the medical department. Once they are treated, we shall continue. I am eager to see if you are truly as foolish as you appear. Following the medical attention, the team resumed several rounds of practice. In these subsequent encounters, He Ye's ambushes proved less effective, as the opposing team had fortified their defenses. Observing this improvement, Gu Zhenbang's demeanor finally softened. The day's training concluded, and the team members returned to their quarters. Lin Shu picked up his phone to check whether the inquiries he had made earlier that morning had been addressed. He discovered that, apart from the mentor, no one had anticipated such a location. How could one consider venturing to another realm? What an unusual situation. Never mind. I shall refrain from further questioning. Upon seeing Lin Shu's message, Guli was also intrigued, pondering this peculiar interest. After some thought, he decided to assist his student since He Yi thrived in the environments of other realms, exhibiting a notable acceleration in leveling up. Although the mentor did not press for details, Lin Shu provided a brief explanation for his request. Hei Yi must bear the burden of this decision. Hei Yi lay on its side, appearing to sense the mention of its name, its two antennae twitching like antennae. Gu Li contemplated Lin Shu's response, intrigued by the notion that staying in another realm could expedite leveling. The variety of beasts, each with unique traits and physical attributes, often led to such exceptional cases, which he had encountered throughout his extensive career as a beast master. This was within his realm of understanding. Very well. I know of a few places suitable for this purpose. The most appropriate would be Meihu Island in Haizhou. However, I am currently pressed for time. Lin Shu's expression brightened at the mention of a location, grateful that the mentor had at least suggested one, regardless of his unavailability. Thank you for your help. Not at all. I can manage on my own. However, given the inherent dangers of another realm, it is prudent to have someone accompany you, especially considering the low levels of your beasts. You cannot ensure your safety alone. Gu Li declined Lin Shu's proposal to venture into the other realm unaccompanied, emphasizing the necessity of having support in such unpredictable circumstances. Lin Shu did not protest, acknowledging the mentor's wisdom. Then I will trouble you, and Brother Wu. It's no inconvenience. Next Monday, another instructor will take over the Mantis Martial Hall, so the earliest you can go is Monday. That sounds good. I will coordinate with Wu Song then. All right. Lin Shu. Thus, their conversation drew to a close. Lin Shu set down his phone, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, as he considered the resolution of a troublesome matter. I hope that Meihu Island features a greater abundance of wild beasts, as this would enable me to enhance my proficiency more effectively. Chapter 61, Formal Contract Signing. Time swiftly advanced to Friday. The previous day's Binzhou Cup competition had witnessed our effortless triumph over opponents, propelling us into the next round. Today, Baixing also reminded us to head to Baiyun venue for the photo shoot and endorsement preparations. Throughout these days, Lin Shu had been diligently training with the school team, concurrently participating in team competitions as a sparring partner. This experience provided him with a clearer understanding of the intricacies and details involved in team matches. Over the course of this week, he accumulated 350 proficiency points and ascended a level, expending 205 points in the process. Given his current struggles with the level of Hei Yi, it was no wonder Lin Shu yearned to venture into another realm to acquire proficiency. Tu Yao had made significant progress over the past month under the guidance of Lin Shu and his two mentors, now capable of holding his own against Min Hu's beasts. This development left Min Hu quite disheartened, as he found himself unable to even best Lin Shu's second beast, leading him to question his own abilities. Name, Mountain Rock Golem. Level, 142-2140. Level cap, 25. Status, healthy. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, earth. Talent, Tu Yao's body conditioning, 172,200. Skills, primary charge minor 26200, rock skin, passive, minor 11200. Dust minor 15200. Explosive fist primary 120. Clay shield minor 12200. Earth spike primary 120. Intermediate mudstone rush minor 2260. Earth rock armor primary 540. The talent of Tu Yao's body conditioning is nearing minor completion, significantly enhancing both the defensive capabilities and skills of Tu Yao's physique. With a level now at 14, matching Min Hu's beast, this is the result of the fusion of spiritual essence and high-grade nutrients. 3 skills have awakened: primary earth spike, intermediate mudstone rush, and earth rock armor. These skills are highly practical, providing both combat assistance and offensive capabilities. The impressive defense further escalates with the support of earth rock armor. Lin Shu had Hei Yi attempt to strike at Tu Yao, only to discover that even basic primary skills struggled to breach his defenses, underscoring Tu Yao's formidable resilience. Tu Yao's stature has grown increasingly colossal, now measuring 193 in length, surpassing Lin Shu's height of 18. With its rugged, uneven rocky exterior, it resembles a professional fitness trainer. The previously vacant expression has vanished, replaced with a resolute gaze, albeit somewhat rigid and lacking agility. Occasionally, he would still find himself lost in thought in a corner, which is not a significant issue. He has also learned to express goodwill towards Lin Shu, though his strength is sometimes difficult for him to control, leaving Lin Shu somewhat overwhelmed. Beep. A message arrived on Lin Shu's phone from Baisheng, indicating that a vehicle was waiting outside. Without hesitation, Lin Shu recalled Hei Yi and Tu Yao into the beast space and entered the car. The business vehicle smoothly made its way to the central district. An hour later, Lin Shu arrived at Baiyun venue. Entering the VIP room, he found Baisheng reprimanding the blue thunder pattern bear, presumably for some misstep. Upon noticing Lin Shu, he released the bear, which hurriedly left the area, its eyes betraying a hint of glee. Here, everything is prepared. Take a look. Baisheng gestured towards the table, where a contract and a pen lay. The contract detailed the specifics of the endorsement for Baiyun venue. All right, Lin Shu replied, settling onto the sofa and slowly perusing the contract. The contents were minimal, notably imposing almost no restrictions on Lin Shu. He could terminate the contract at any time without incurring any penalties. It was entirely at his discretion. His image would be utilized for promotions by Baiyun venue, but could not be used elsewhere. Next came the remuneration aspect of the endorsement. The contract stipulated that the payment would be replaced by resources from the beasts. Payments would be issued monthly, rather than as a lump sum, akin to receiving a salary each month. It specified the resources he would receive monthly. 30 choices of third-tier spiritual entities, each with selectable attributes, and 30 bottles of high-grade nutrients. This arrangement translated to a monthly resource equivalent to over 1 million daxia coins in cash. Such terms were exceedingly generous for someone like Lin Shu, who was not yet a second-tier beast master, clearly indicating Baiyun venue's earnest investment in him. Furthermore, these resources could be exchanged for cash or equivalent items of his choice. Aside from participating in some photo shoots and videos today, Lin Shu had no further obligations. The remainder of the contract consisted of standard clauses. Are you not worried about incurring losses with this contract? Lin Shu inquired. Baisheng shook his head. Given your potential, this is hardly excessive. Understanding the implication, Lin Shu nodded and swiftly signed his name. Done, here you go. Baisheng promptly secured the contract. The items are prepared for you and can be retrieved at your convenience. Lin Shu was unsurprised by Baisheng's thoroughness. Let's wait until the Chicks Cup concludes in a couple of days. I'll prepare to return to Shernan, ensuring the spiritual entity attributes are half dark and half earth. Lin Shu was not anxious, as he currently had ample resources. All right, I will prepare everything for you. Baisheng noted Lin Shu's required spiritual entity details and began to notify the staff. The staff is ready now. Shall we complete the promotional images? It would not take long, an hour would suffice. Lin Shu nodded slightly. That sounds great, let us proceed now. Seeing Lin Shu's agreement, Baisheng began to contact the personnel responsible for endorsements. Soon, Lin Shu accompanied several staff members into a photography studio designed specifically for this purpose. After receiving guidance, he donned specially tailored attire and posed for a series of shots, followed by recording a brief video segment. The work concluded in approximately 40 minutes. Lin Shu glanced at the edited photographs, noting little difference in his appearance, except that the retouching rendered him even more vibrant and handsome. Satisfied with the outcome, he confirmed this version. Upon returning to the VIP room, Lin Shu discussed the trial tower with Baisheng. Over the past month, Baisheng had also made significant strides, with the Blue Thunder Pattern Bear reaching level 17. Given the abundance of resources, such progress was to be expected. However, despite exerting maximum effort, he had only managed to reach the 5th level before facing defeat. Under ordinary circumstances, this achievement would have brought him joy. But upon learning of Lin Shu's success in the 8th level, he found no reason to boast. The disparity between their capabilities was too pronounced. He realized he needed to become stronger. Lin Shu could only encourage him to persevere. Chapter 62, 30 to 15. The following morning arrived, marking the day of the Chicks Cup, where 30 would be reduced to 15. The Baiyun venue was abuzz with activity, even more so than the previous event. From a distance, the venue appeared alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic and throngs of people. Individuals flocked from all directions, eager to enter the venue. This week marks the day when the CHNNIO Cup will crown its champion. Many students from CNLNRZHing have gathered at the BIYN venue to witness the competition, particularly those from Class 5 of Year 1, as Lin SH is currently a strong contender for the title. The homeroom teacher, ZHOSHing, has come along with Huing YN, ZHing Q, Li Diying, and others to cheer for Lin SH, eagerly anticipating his potential victory. These sentiments have been expressed in the class group chat, which Lin SH is undoubtedly aware of. He is determined not to disappoint and is resolutely set on claiming the championship. As the clock strikes 10:30, the competition is about to commence. Since this is the knockout stage, transitioning from 30 to 15 contestants, the format will shift from multi-screen broadcasts to a singular live duel. Each of the 30 competitors has been assigned a number, and the 15 matches will be determined by a draw. At this moment, Lin SH and BISHing are seated in the audience near the arena, the closest spot to the action and where other contestants await their turn. Lin SH wears a tag displaying the number 11, while BISHing bears number 28. Contestants seated elsewhere cast glances towards Lin SH, clearly aware of his formidable reputation as a beast master. This news has circulated widely in the city, making it hard for anyone to ignore. Their eyes reflect a mix of fear and respect, as none wish to face this formidable opponent. The excitement in the venue is palpable as the host enthusiastically announces the ongoing 30 to 15 matches, building anticipation for the crowning of the ultimate champion this weekend. The audience erupts in cheers, creating waves of sound throughout the arena. Students from Class 5 of Year 1 unfurl a banner in support of Lin Sh, while several others, predominantly female students, wave flags and chant his name, drawn in by his remarkable prowess and striking appearance. The atmosphere is charged with enthusiasm. The staff is currently drawing numbers, and we eagerly await the first battle. The matchup has been determined. Contestant number 5, CH and KU, will face number 12, ZH and L. The two competitors rise promptly and stride onto the battlefield. Lin Sh and Bish Ing watch with keen interest, their own excitement simmering just beneath the surface. Lin Sh muses that as long as he avoids facing Bish Ing, he stands a good chance against the others. Bish Ing, maintaining a casual demeanor, reassures him that such an encounter is unlikely, suggesting that they would only meet in the finals. Surveying the other competitors, Lin Sh confidently declares that there is no reason he should not reach the top 4. Bish Ing smiles, their thoughts aligned. They then settle into a quiet anticipation of the unfolding competition. With the entry into the top 30, all contestants possess impressive skills, averaging level 15. Any competitor lacking a perfect primary skill would significantly lower the average. The dazzling display of various skills in a clash of elements captivates both competitors and spectators alike, enhancing the viewing experience considerably. The matches progress swiftly, and soon, Lin Sh's name is called by the host. Next up is Lin Sh, number 11, against Qun, number 29. The arena erupts with cheers as Lin Sh's name resonates through the venue. The crowd chants his name, heralding him as the champion. A testament to his burgeoning fame in F&D, Bish Ing glances at Qun and then back at Lin Sh, recognizing yet another competitor from their school who is destined to fall to Lin Sh. He pats Lin Sh on the back as Lin Sh confidently approaches the battle platform. Upon realizing he must face Lin Sh, Qun's expression falters. He feels overwhelmed, having encountered the last opponent he wished to face. Mustering a strained smile, he greets Lin Sh, who responds with a warm, charming smile, an expression that only heightens Qun's discomfort. Online discussions have indicated that the more radiant Lin Sh's smile, the more ruthless he becomes in battle, a correlation to be wary of. At the broadcasting station, the host introduces the competitors, specifically highlighting Lin Sh, the prodigious beast master featured recently in F&D's press. In just 2 months, he has elevated his beast to level 21, an achievement that defies conventional expectations. His beast, the Shadow Mantis, has earned the ominous title of the Grim Reaper Mantis, with no opponent managing to withstand his onslaught for even a minute. It remains to be seen if Qun can defy this trend. Hearing the host's words, Qun feels a wave of anxiety wash over him. He believes this task is better suited for someone else. Acknowledging his slim chances of victory, he resolves not to concede without a fight, as that would be too embarrassing. A brilliant flash of white light heralds the arrival of his beast, the wind-speed steed. Lin Sh observes this creature with a discerning eye, noting its decent capabilities. Name: Windspeed Steed. Level: 15, 102,150. Level cap: 46. Status: Frightened. Quality: Elite. Attribute: Wind. Talent: None. Skills: Perfect Elementary Wind Blade, 2250. Major Horn Charge, 1140. Major Wing Sweep, 1540. Intermediate Wind Power Minor, 1160. Minor Wind Guardian, 1260. A graceful white steed materializes, adorned with 2 pairs of palm-sized wings on either side, reminiscent of a Pegasus. The Shadow stands beside Lin Sh, observing the wind-speed steed with casual interest. The steed, sensing the presence of the Shadow, instinctively takes a few nervous steps back, its hooves trembling. Qun, witnessing this reaction, feels a sense of foreboding. If the battle has begun with such trepidation, victory seems increasingly distant. The referee approaches the center to outline some critical rules, primarily emphasizing the prohibition of beast fatalities. All preparations are complete. 3, 2, 1. The battle commences. The referee waves a hand and blows the whistle, signaling the official start. Lin Sh allows the Shadow to act independently, confident in its superior combat instincts. Unlike previous matches, the Shadow refrains from rushing into an attack. Instead, it crosses its arms and swiftly unleashes 3 razor-like strikes. Having grown accustomed to eliminating the wild forest rabbit, the Shadow now effortlessly fires off these energy blades with little consideration. This skill proves quite effective, requiring minimal energy while delivering substantial power, making it an optimal choice. This sudden shift catches Qun off guard. Is he not following the conventional rules of engagement? Fortunately, the Windspeed Steed, being a wind-type beast, possesses remarkable speed and narrowly evades the 3 incoming energy blades. The innovative tactic employed by Lin Sh is a first for him. Yet it leaves observers in the audience and among the competitors astonished, as such a potent skill has only just been revealed. As the wind speed steed maneuvers to avoid the energy blades, the shadow stealthily approaches from behind. The speed is astonishing, even for the wind speed steed. Yun's expression turns grim. This is the end. Once the shadow closes in, no beast stands a chance. Indeed, the shadow envelopes the wind speed steed in a cascade of dark energy, bound by the shackles of darkness, unable to move. As the knight prepared to strike with its sharp blade, Qin Yuan resolutely chose to concede. I give up. I give up. His words echoed, seemingly out of fear of time running out, repeated twice in quick succession. Fortunately, the knight paused upon receiving Lin Shu's gesture, averting what could have been a painful encounter for Feng Su Zhanma, which was one of the reasons behind Qin Yuan's decision to surrender. The knight withdrew and returned directly to Lin Shu's side. The referee promptly announced the result. Lin Shu, number 11, is the victor. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, their cheers continuous, as this contest captivated all present. Class 5 of Year 1 watched in astonishment at Lin Shu's overwhelming prowess, exclaiming excitedly, Lin Shu, my classmate, my brother, isn't he amazing? The homeroom teacher, Zhao Sheng, wore a beaming smile, his hands slightly swollen from clapping, yet he continued unabated, feeling proud of Lin Shu's performance. Lin Shu maintained his prior dominant style, securing victory within a mere half-minute. Even the host was left in awe. Such exaggerated speed and attacking capability left one wondering who could possibly stand in their way. Lin Shu, currently a formidable contender for the championship, shook hands with Qin Yuan, offering encouragement before taking his seat, awaiting Bai Sheng's match. Watching you in the Chue Niao Cup is akin to a university student facing off against a primary school student. There is simply no capacity for resistance, Bai Sheng remarked. It's truly a dimensional strike. You ought to compete in the high school cup and endure a few beatings there. After witnessing Lin Shu's match, Bai Sheng could not help but express such sentiments. Of course, I must participate in the high school cup, but who says I will definitely be beaten? Lin Shu retorted, flashing a radiant smile with a composed expression. Indeed, with Lin Shu's terrifying pace of improvement, losing is the most he might face. Being overwhelmed seems unlikely. Bai Sheng jested, to truly dominate the high school cup, one would need to be at least level 40. And their beast must have evolved at least once. Lin Shu chuckled, not pursuing the conversation further. Who can predict the future? We shall take it one step at a time. The matches progressed vigorously from 30 to 15. Bai Sheng's name appeared at last, facing an opponent from Zhongxin Yizhong, though he mentioned not being very familiar with them. The strength of Zhongxin Yizhong was indeed formidable, with 12 of the 30 competitors hailing from that institution. Historically, the Chue Niao Cup champions had predominantly been claimed by Zhongxin Yizhong, with few other schools sharing in the spoils. At this moment, the audience from Zhongxin Yizhong lamented, it's over. We are facing internal conflict. This year's championship is doomed. The 5-time streak is shattered. Yes, Lin Shu alone is invincible. How did such a monster emerge from Kanglin Airzhong this year? Back at the combat stage, Bai Sheng's match commenced. Though he appeared vulnerable against Lin Shu, he was unstoppable outside. With the formidable defensive capabilities and sheer power of the Lan Lei Wenxiong, most opponents found themselves utterly unable to resist. Bai Sheng triumphed with relative ease. Thus, the competition from 30 to 15 concluded, unveiling the roster of the final 15 contenders. Congratulations to these 15 competitors for advancing. We shall now proceed to the next round of the draw. There will be one participant who receives a bye. Who might it be? As the host's words faded, a staff member activated the machine to determine the match order for the top 15, beginning with the bye. The machine began to rumble, rolling the numbered balls representing the advancement order. Upon pressing the stop button, a ball slowly emerged. Let us see who it is. The focus shifted to the machine, honing in on the numbered ball. The answer revealed itself. Ball number 4, belonging to Lin Shu, the victor of the 4th match. Congratulations to him for securing the bye. A wave of discontent rippled through the audience, as they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The most entertaining competitor had received a bye. At this moment, Lin Shu had already secured a place among the top 8. Contrary to the atmosphere among the competitors, a collective sigh of relief echoed in the seating area. This monster receiving a bye was indeed fortuitous. Even Bai Sheng displayed a look of surprise. Lin Shu remained indifferent. Fewer matches meant a lighter workload for him. With the draw concluded, the competition resumed. Today, the events would transition from 30 to 15 and then from 15 to 8, with the champion being determined the following day. Although Lin Shu's match was absent, the remaining competitors did not disappoint, showcasing thrilling battles filled with strategic command and underdog victories. Offering a refreshing contrast to Lin Shu's sweeping style, Lin Shu observed from the sidelines, gaining valuable insights from the top emerging beast masters of Fengdu. Recognizing that each possessed unique strengths, and absorbing these lessons was vital for his growth as a beast master. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, after a series of fierce clashes, the final 8 contenders emerged, comprising Lin Shu from Kanglin Air Zhong, 1 from Kanglin Yi Zhong, 3 from Zhongxin Yi Zhong, including Bai Shang, 1 from Donglai Yi Zhong, and 2 from Beijiao Yi Zhong, all hailing from the top 10 schools of Fengdu. With the matches concluded, the contestants departed alongside the audience, awaiting the ultimate battle the next day. Ding, ding, ding. The resounding toll of 3 powerful bells echoed throughout the vast arena, marking the mandatory ritual of the Chue Niao Cup's Champion Day each year. The tolling of the bell signifies the official commencement of today's competition. The organizers wasted no time. After 2 brief advertisements, they swiftly proceeded to the group draws. The audience, filling every seat, buzzed with excitement, their eyes fixated on the opposing platforms and the large screen suspended high above. The fervor surrounding this newcomer Beastmaster competition underscores the elevated status of Beastmasters in contemporary society. Following the quarterfinals, participants were divided into 2 groups for battle. The machinery slowly whirred to life, allocating names into the 2 groups. In a stroke of good fortune, Lin Shu found himself placed in one group, while Bai Sheng was assigned to the other. This meant the 2 would only meet in the quest for the championship. However, the unfortunate news was that Bai Sheng was the first to be eliminated, leaving the competition without even a runner-up title. His opponent, Hu Tuyang, proved unexpectedly formidable, advancing through the rounds despite initial skepticism. He has emerged as a significant dark horse in this contest, second only to Lin Shu. Meanwhile, Lin Shu maintained his momentum, effortlessly securing a place in the semifinals. In the next round, Lin Shu was set to face the last remaining contestant from Zhong Xianyi Zhong. Indeed, Bai Sheng and another participant had both faced elimination. This situation left Lin Shu feeling somewhat awkward, as he consistently found himself matched against competitors from Zhong Xianyi Zhong. During the quarterfinals, he had also eliminated one from the same institution. The forthcoming match featured Lin Shu pitted against Li Quan. Both competitors were well known to the audience. Let us shift our focus to witness this clash. On the arena, Lin Shu regarded his opponent, Li Quan, who displayed remarkable composure despite knowing his chances of victory were slim. With a smile, he greeted Lin Shu, saying, "You are too strong, brother. Please go easy on me." Lin Shu reassured him, "I will be mindful." At that moment, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. To everyone's surprise, Li Quan opted for an immediate offensive, refusing to remain passive. This approach certainly shattered the conventional stasis. Under Li Quan's direction, the fiery patterned alpaca launched a spark attack. Despite his words of restraint, his actions were swift and decisive. Name, Huo Wenyang Tuo. Level, 15, 22,150. Level cap, 85. Status, healthy. Quality, perfect. Attribute, fire. Talent, none. Skills, beginner spark, perfect, 2250. Master trample, 1540. Master horn charge, 1340. Fire storage, passive, minor, 2230. Intermediate flame dance formation, minor, 1160. Fiery serpent coil, minor, 1360. Such a formidable beast panel could indeed place immense pressure on a previous contestant with the heavenly fire talent. As the sparks rained down, their myriad shapes and the overwhelming aura they exuded spoke volumes of their perfect quality. Yet, He Yi, with little desire to evade, effortlessly severed the incoming sparks with his blade-like aura. The fiery alpaca, undeterred, unleashed 2 undulating fire serpents, emanating an intense heat. This was the intermediate skill, fiery serpent coil. However, upon colliding with the blade's energy, the 2 forces neutralized each other, dissipating into nothingness. Li Quan's expression turned to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that his once reliable skill would fail so miserably. It appeared that He Yi had abandoned any pretense of playfulness, stealthily advancing to strike at Li Quan's vulnerabilities. In an instant, he evaded, effortlessly escaping the recently unleashed flame dance formation. Clearly, this was merely a feigned attack. After a series of skills, not only did he fail to inflict damage on his opponent, but his own beast's energy had also waned significantly. What a predicament, Li Quan thought to himself, noting the insurmountable gap in levels. The fiery patterned alpaca, devoid of any means of resistance, released a few sparks in a token attempt before succumbing to He Yi's precise and sharp assault, rendered powerless in mere moments. Observing the situation, Li Quan shook his head. He had done his utmost, yet his adversary was simply too formidable. As the fiery patterned alpaca lost its fighting capability, the outcome became evident. Although Li Quan had initially gained some advantage, he stood no chance against Lin Shu's Shadow Mantis. As expected, Lin Shu emerged victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to Lin Shu for advancing to the championship round. As the host's words echoed, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience, chanting Lin Shu's name, clearly enamored by his prowess. Beast masters have always been revered. Admiration is reserved for the strong. Lin Shu, witnessing this spectacle, smiled and waved to the crowd before descending to await the final match. Soon, the next contender for the championship was determined. After a fairly intense battle, Hu Tuyang, the one who had defeated Bai Sheng, claimed victory. Lin Shu found himself intrigued by Hu Tuyang's fighting style, noting that his beast often seemed to lapse momentarily during combat, which had likely contributed to Bai Sheng's defeat. In battles, mere seconds can dictate the final outcome. Chapter 65, Telekinetic Wave. At this moment, Bai Sheng rose, having deduced Hu Tuyang's strategy. If my guess is correct, this is his beast master talent. Furthermore, it is of the mental type, specifically designed for controlling beasts. After all, low-tier beasts are typically too mentally frail to resist. Bai Sheng, observing Lin Shu, voiced his hypothesis, likely stemming from his earlier fiddling with his phone, presumably researching such phenomena. Lin Shu grasped the situation as well. This talent proved particularly effective against beasts of intermediate rank or lower. Now I understand. Fortunately, He Yi has reached level 21, granting him some degree of resistance. Otherwise, he would be utterly helpless against such a talent. Indeed, one must exercise caution. However, Hu Tuyang had already utilized it twice today. Even with medicinal replenishment, recovery would be slow. Thus, he could employ it at most 2 more times. Bai Sheng began to analyze the preceding circumstances, realizing this could indeed apply pressure to himself. The final 2 contestants were announced, and the competition temporarily paused for advertisements, allowing the participants some respite. After 10 minutes, we arrive at the much-anticipated championship showdown. Let us return to the arena for this ultimate contest. The host's enthusiastic voice reverberated throughout the venue, as the audience engaged in lively discussions, speculating on the champion's fate. Most favored Lin Shu, given his superior performance thus far. The air was thick with tension and excitement. The spectators turned their gaze to the 2 youthful competitors at the center of the expansive arena. Lin Shu met Hu Tuyang's gaze, who appeared somewhat agitated, seemingly astonished at having reached this point, his face betraying a mix of respect and trepidation toward Lin Shu. The prowess of the shadow mantis lingered vividly in his memory. Then, recalling his telekinetic wave talent, his expression softened slightly. He had yet to encounter a beast capable of withstanding the telekinetic wave. Regrettably, he could only utilize it twice. His mental capacity was still somewhat lacking. Deep within, he yearned for the championship trophy that stood at the center of the arena. Beside him stood a diminutive figure, a doll-like child holding a paint-splattered oil paper umbrella, clad in deep blue attire, with a delicate and charming visage, akin to a porcelain doll. Name: Yutian Wawa. Level: 15, 26,150. Level cap: 43. Status: healthy. Quality: elite. Attribute: water. Talent: none. Skills: beginner water bullet mastery, 22200. Water shield mastery, 1140. Foam skill proficiency, 1530. Impact skill proficiency, 1630. Intermediate water cage proficiency, 1160. Jet water gun proficiency, 2360. His abilities are rather average, placing him at a commendable level among all competitors. His advancement to this point is largely attributed to his innate talent as a beast master. The 2 competitors exchanged no words, instead silently contemplating their strategies for the impending confrontation. Lin Shu caressed the sturdy shell of his companion, He Yi. Although He Yi's defensive capabilities pale in comparison to other beasts of the same rank, the significant level disparity means that even if the rainy day doll were to land a hit, it would struggle to diminish He Yi's combat effectiveness. This 6-level gap is not easily bridged. Nonetheless, caution is imperative to avoid a misstep. The 2 contestants are now fully prepared. Let us eagerly anticipate this final showdown. As the host's words faded, the battle was poised to commence. Hu Tuyang initiated the match with a powerful attack, unleashing an invisible mental shockwave aimed directly at He Yi. The rainy day doll was not idle either, activating the water cage skill. A meticulously planned combination of moves unfolded, seemingly intent on swiftly concluding the match. The psychic wave struck He Yi with lightning speed, leaving him momentarily stunned and unable to retaliate. 3 columns of water emerged beneath him, gradually forming a watery cage. However, Lin Shu remained unperturbed, for He Yi had already shaken off the effects of the psychic wave. In an instant, he evaded the water cage's assault, disrupting his opponent's strategy entirely. Hu Tuyang clutched his head in disbelief. The psychic wave, which typically affects other beasts for around 3 seconds, was over in less than 2 seconds this time, plunging his spirits into despair. The throbbing pain in his mind signified that his mental energy was nearly depleted. On the other side, He, having endured the psychic wave's attack, stumbled slightly, clearly affected. His blade-like energy did not falter, and he instinctively executed his moves. Observing He's condition, Lin Shu felt a slight relief. According to the feedback from their bond, He was still in good form. With a swift motion, a silver light blade pierced through the rainy day doll's body, leaving 2 crimson marks on its originally vibrant azure attire. That single strike nearly incapacitated it. The rainy day doll's ceramic visage was etched with terror, its formerly rosy countenance now pallid and gravely wounded. Yet, it did not succumb. Instead, it writhed and released several water bullets in a valiant defense. It could sense its master's yearning for victory, compelling it to strive towards that goal, even if success seemed elusive. Witnessing this, Hu Tu-Yang's resolve strengthened. Clenching his eyes shut, he concentrated all his mental energy and unleashed the psychic wave once more against He. With a resounding impact, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet he mustered the strength to lift his head slightly, squinting to catch a glimpse of the meager opportunity that remained. At that moment, however, He remained unscathed. While the mirror image summoned by Shuang Yingsha shattered into mere bubbles, it appeared that as Hu Tu-Yang prepared to unleash his talent, He had already reacted and swiftly employed a skill to evade the attack. Hu Tu-Yang's own disquiet led to blurred vision, causing him to misidentify his target. At this juncture, the outcome was clear. Hu Tu-Yang slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber, filled with regret over his loss. The rainy day doll, seeing this, hurriedly rushed to Hu Tu-Yang's side, anxiety etched across its face, even shedding tears. He, meanwhile, stood quietly, observing the scene. Lin Shu watched on, contemplating the profound bond shared between a beast and its master. This poignant moment resonated deeply with the audience, many of whom were moved to tears. Promptly, the medical personnel, who had been on standby, rushed to the stage to provide assistance, carrying the unconscious Hu Tu-Yang and the severely injured rainy day doll towards the nearest hospital. Once these matters were addressed, the victor was determined. The referee declared the result loudly. The winner is Lin Shu. Chapter 66, Champion. On stage, the host, brimming with excitement, began to announce the final results. Congratulations to contestant Lin Shu for winning the 78th Fengdu Chicks Cup Championship. Let us extend our warmest applause. The audience erupted with thunderous shouts, reverberating throughout the venue. People cheered Lin Shu's name, their faces alight with excitement and a hint of fervor. Some stood, vigorously waving their hands. The entire arena was alive with joy, as Lin Shu's victory was anticipated by the majority. Bai Sheng and the classmates of Class 5 from Year 1 also raised their arms in celebration of Lin Shu's triumph. At that moment, golden ribbons cascaded from above, gently showering the stage and landing upon Lin Shu and He. Lin Shu gazed around, his eyes enveloped in a sea of gold. He raised his arms, closed his eyes, and smiled softly, savoring the moment of receiving his first championship honor. He, beside him, bounced joyfully, swatting at the falling golden ribbons, finding delight in the spectacle. After a brief period of celebration and applause, it was time for the final award ceremony. Let us invite Bai Yihao, Vice President of the Fengdu Beast Association, to present the trophy to contestant Lin Shu. The appearance of such a prominent figure ignited another wave of cheers within the venue. Staff members who had been waiting below joined Bai Yihao on stage. Lin Shu, having heard Bai Sheng mention this award presenter the day before, felt no surprise. After a brief trophy presentation and some photographs for commemoration, the Chicks Cup officially came to a close. At this moment, Lin Shu and Bai Sheng made their way toward the area designated for rewards. A perfect quality beast awaited him, and he wondered whether it would bring him any surprises. By the way, if I am dissatisfied with the awarded beast, can I exchange it for cash? Upon hearing Lin Shu's inquiry, Bai Sheng replied without hesitation. Certainly. That is a trivial matter. Additionally, you may choose any advanced skill gem you desire. Lin Shu nodded in understanding, recognizing the support from Bai Yun Pavilion. The two of them walked down the broad, well-lit corridor. Ahead, an expansive area came into view, where a small purple-patterned bird, roughly the size of a basin, caught Lin Shu's attention. The purple bird, seemingly newly hatched, hopped about on the ground, flapping its wings but unable to take flight. Its tiny face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Name, Zihao Niao. Level, 3, 530. Level cap, 83. Status, anxious. Quality, perfect. Attribute, flight. Talent, none. Skill, beginner charge 1120. Lin Shu glanced at the purple bird's attributes, all laid bare before him. Unfortunately, although it possessed a perfect quality and was the flying attribute beast Lin Shu had recently desired, its lack of a talent rendered it unappealing. A good talent can significantly enhance a beast's combat power. Observing Lin Shu's indifferent expression, Baisheng realized that the creature did not meet his standards. However, this was rather swift. He had closely scrutinized the Zihao Niao but gleaned nothing. Since it did not align with his expectations, Lin Shu saw no reason to linger. He spoke directly. This beast is commendable, but it does not fall within my considerations. After voicing this, the two departed from the area, returning to the VIP room. Have you contemplated the advanced skills you might require? If so, they can be procured immediately. They can be distributed alongside this month's rewards for the spokesperson. Currently, Lin Shu has not given this matter much thought. The advanced skills chosen should align with the skill system of one's beast companion to truly manifest their value. This distinction marks the divide between ordinary beast tamers and advanced ones. The skills of advanced tamers are meticulously crafted and harmoniously integrated into a comprehensive system. Such information is scarce online. After all, who would share the painstakingly developed skill combinations with the masses? Fortunately, Lin Shu, despite feeling lost, has a mentor to guide him, one who possesses the same beast companion, making the guidance readily accessible. With this in mind, Lin Shu said, "Wait, let me ask." He then began inquiring on Feishin about how to choose. Baisheng, seeing this, remained patient and awaited a response. Thankfully, at that moment, the mentor was free and promptly replied to Lin Shu's query. "I watched your match. It was quite commendable, reflecting a semblance of my own level from years past. As for the selection of advanced skills, it ultimately hinges on the direction you wish to pursue. Do you lean towards a pure assassin type or a semi-assassin type? The distinction between these two paths is quite significant." Upon reading this, Lin Shu did not hesitate and directly expressed his preference for the pure assassin type. After all, with the innate ability of void walking, his path in the dark could only be that of an unadulterated assassin. Now that you have a clear idea, I can rest easy. For the pure assassin build, you may choose from these three skills: Night Shadow Strike, Dark Phantom, and Dark Entanglement. The first enhances mobility while increasing offensive capabilities, the second significantly boosts speed, and the third allows for marking and tracking enemies, with commendable damage potential. Each skill has its merits. It depends on how you wish to proceed. Guli elaborated on the effects of the three recommended skills. Lin Shu began to ponder. Given the ample offensive skills available in the dark, he decided to set aside Night Shadow Strike for now. However, he felt tempted by the functionality of Dark Entanglement and would gladly choose it if possible. After some contemplation, he concluded that Dark Phantom was the better choice. How could an assassin be effective without speed? Thank you for your guidance, Mentor. I have made my selection. He promptly replied. I see you have deliberated for quite some time. You must be eager to acquire it. In that case, I shall reward you with Dark Entanglement. I happen to have it on hand, so no need for formality. The Mentor's words filled Lin Shu with joy. This was truly wonderful. Thank you, Mentor. He immediately sent a celebratory emoticon. Thus, everything fell into place. The Mentor responded with a sunglasses emoticon. All right, tomorrow Wusong will deliver the items to you. For now, let us leave it at that. Reach out if you need anything. With that, he promptly logged off. Lin Shu was accustomed to this and refrained from sending further messages. Instead, turning to Baisheng. I shall choose Dark Phantom. Understood. It will be delivered shortly. Baisheng nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 67. The Meihu Island Fishing Festival. The following day, within the Kanglin's second high school team, Lin Shu returned to school after acquiring 2 advanced skill orbs yesterday. He had entrusted them to the Dark Knight for use, and was preparing to venture into the other realm with Wusong today. As for the Zihao bird, its liquidation was confirmed. Generally speaking, the price for a beast of perfect quality ranges from 1 to 3 million Xia coins, while the Baiyun venue offers a maximum of 3 million for liquidation. Lin Shu had not yet touched the two sums totaling approximately 4 million coins. As he anticipated the evolution of the Dark Knight, which would require substantial materials, it remained uncertain whether these funds would suffice to procure all necessary materials. Moreover, he had received the materials for the Black Yao War Mantis sent by his mentor that morning, which were stored within his spatial ring. The materials comprised 3 items: Golden Crystal Ore, 4th Tier Dark Essence Core, and 4th Tier Spiritual Item Dark Flower Fruit. Lin Shu could ascertain their approximate prices online, totaling around 800,000 Xia coins, which is considered moderately priced for perfect-grade evolution materials. At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message. It was from Wusong. I have just left Wuhao and will arrive in half an hour. I'll message you again shortly, so just wait outside. Lin Shu read the message and felt a peculiar sense that Wusong was even more eager to reach Meihu Island than he was. He replied with an acknowledgement and proceeded to manage other messages. Ever since claiming victory in the Chicks Cup, his reputation at school had soared to new heights, making him one of the most renowned students. Discussions surrounding this topic had erupted on the school forum, celebrating Kanglin's second high's first championship in several years. Though not a grand tournament, it was enough to excite the high schoolers. Other members of the school team also sent messages congratulating Lin Shu on his victory. After briefly responding to their messages, he fed Dark Knight and Tu Yao their morning rations and nutritional potions. He also leveled up Dark Knight by 1 level, spending 215 proficiency points, leaving him with a balance of 65 points. Dark Knight reached level 22, inching closer to the evolution threshold of level 25, promising a bright future ahead. After attending to these matters, Wu Song's message arrived. 5 minutes until we reach Kanglin's second high. All right, I'm coming out. With that, Lin Shu methodically locked his door and exited his room. He stepped into a silver business vehicle parked outside the school gate. For this journey, Lin Shu had formally requested a leave of absence from the school team for a preliminary duration of 10 days, discussing it with 2 team teachers and the principal, all of whom consented. It was evident that mere training could no longer satisfy Lin Shu's ambitions. Inside the vehicle, he noticed Wu Song's attire, which seemed rather unfamiliar. He wore a wide-brimmed fisherman's hat, dark sunglasses perched atop his head, a vibrant casual shirt, and matching loose-fitting quick-dry shorts. On his feet were brown flip-flops, and on his wrist was a blue spatial ring similar to Lin Shu's. The overall impression Lin Shu received was that of someone preparing for a vacation rather than an expedition to another realm. Noticing Lin Shu's gaze, Wu Song grinned widely, showing his white teeth. Haha, are you curious about my outfit? I won't tell you just yet. You'll understand once we arrive at Mayhu Island. Could it be that Mayhu Island resembles those vacation beaches from my past life? This trip is convenient for me, even if you hadn't mentioned it. I would have visited Mayhu Island during my usual holidays. It's a splendid place, and coincidentally, there's a competition starting in a few days. Wu Song's face lit up with anticipation, eager to reach their destination. Lin Shu, feeling increasingly puzzled, could not resist asking, Wu Gu, what competition has you so excited? It's none other than the Mayhu Island Fishing Festival. This competition is quite remarkable, attracting numerous fishing enthusiasts from all corners. It is considered one of the more popular fishing contests. Wu Song's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. Lin Shu then realized that Wu Song was, in fact, a fishing aficionado. Fishing enthusiasts truly abound, even in the other realm. I see, Wu Gu, how skilled are you at fishing? As the conversation on this topic unfolded, Wu Song became increasingly animated. It's not mere boasting on my part. Within Fengdu, if I claim the 3rd position, no one dares to contest my claim for the top 2. With this, you should understand my standing, right? Lin Shu felt a sense of unspoken admiration. It seems that Brother Wu indeed possesses some remarkable abilities. I never anticipated that not only was he proficient in beast taming, but he also excelled in fishing. Noticing Lin Shu's growing admiration, Wu Song's lips curled into a knowing smile. Tomorrow, you shall witness my performance. The beasts on Mayhu Island are all of the aquatic variety, residing solely in the lake, and must be caught by one's own hand. One cannot merely wade into the lake to capture them, as that would blatantly contravene the local regulations. These are trifling matters. With your brother Wu present, they pose no challenge at all. Lin Shu, upon hearing this, readily concurred, revealing a glimmer of admiration in his expression. Of course, this is contingent upon your expertise, Brother Wu. After all, professionals should handle their respective crafts. Wu Song basked in the compliment and proceeded to recount tales of his fishing exploits, detailing the rare species he had caught and the various realms he had traversed. Clearly, fishing was more than just a pastime for him. Lin Shu listened intently, occasionally affirming his words. Thus, the vehicle glided smoothly along the road. The two of them engrossed in their fishing discourse as they journeyed towards Haizhou. Although merely a state away, the travel was considerably slower than their previous trip to Yanzhou, showcasing the vastness of the Haizhou region. It wasn't until around 3 in the afternoon that they finally crossed into Haizhou's territory. As the name suggests, Haizhou is a coastal region, with nearly 70% of its land bordering the sea. The climate is generally pleasant throughout the year, characterized by warm temperatures and ample sunshine, averaging between 20 to 30 degrees. It boasts the most diverse array of aquatic beasts in the entirety of Daxia, which renders it nearly impossible to witness other elemental beasts, as most visitors are either there for recreation or are beast tamers exploring alternate realms. The abundance of seafood, both in variety and quality, has made Haizhou's marine delicacies highly sought after, leading to numerous fishing competitions that attract many enthusiasts. Mayhu Island is situated within Muyang City, specifically in Muyang Bay. The vehicle halted behind a sandy beach, revealing an expanse of azure waters that ebbed and flowed. Close to the shoreline, a swirling blue vortex, reminiscent of a house in size, continuously spun and flowed. This must surely be the entrance to Mayhu Island. Numerous girls in light attire frolicked on the beach, some striking poses to capture the breathtaking seascape. It appears that this locale serves not only as a portal to alternate realms, but also as a prime tourist destination. The sound of splashing waves resonated in the air, Lin Shu and Wu Song exited the vehicle, greeted by a warm sea breeze. The weather in Haizhou was splendid, with a cloudless sky revealing a vast expanse of blue. Let us proceed directly inside. There are accommodations on Meihu Island, making it much more convenient for our stay. Wu Song swiftly moved ahead, seemingly eager to enter. Observing this, Lin Shu hurried to catch up, admiring the picturesque surroundings. Indeed, the weather is delightful. Upon reaching the portal to the alternate realm, Wu Song retrieved his phone, displaying his qualification for the Meihu Island Fishing Frenzy Tournament. Lin Shu glanced aside to see a wooden sign indicating the start time and other details of the competition. With their qualifications confirmed, they quickly received permission to enter. And Lin Shu was exempt from purchasing a ticket. As they stepped into the vortex once more, the familiar sensation of vertigo enveloped them. Though this time it was only a mild dizziness, dissipating gradually. Upon entering the alternate realm, they were greeted by an immense lake, its shape resembling a racetrack. With both sides perfectly suited for fishing, already populated by numerous anglers casting their lines. The water was crystal clear yet unfathomable, shimmering under the sunlight, while gentle breezes stirred up ripples across the surface. What a splendid location, Lin Shu mused to himself. The atmosphere here felt distinctly different from other realms. There was no sense of tension or urgency, as those present seemed genuinely intent on enjoying their vacation. It was quite remarkable that such an enchanting alternate realm had been developed into a tourist haven. Towering skyscrapers, some 40 to 50 stories high, lined the banks, offering breathtaking views to those at higher elevations, and these buildings primarily served as large hotels. It was evident that many had arrived early, and Wu Song, slightly taken aback by the number of anglers, quickly ushered Lin Shu to the prime spot he had previously scouted. They dashed forward, drawing the attention of nearby anglers. After a brisk 5 minutes, they reached a location about 2 kilometers away, marked by 2 gnarled trees that stood in contrast across the water. Covering such a distance in a mere few minutes was feasible thanks to their beastly endurance, though Lin Shu found himself somewhat winded. Moreover, there were vehicles available on the other side, leaving him puzzled as to why they had run. Meanwhile, Wu Song appeared unfazed by the exertion, treating the 2 kilometers as if it were a leisurely stroll, not a bead of sweat on his brow. Upon confirming that their chosen spot remained unoccupied, he breathed a sigh of relief. Had someone claimed this position, he would have had to resort to his customary persuasion tactics, which had always proven effective thus far. This location was indeed exceptional, a small inlet approximately 5 meters wide. Lin Shu regarded the spot with uncertainty, unsure if it qualified as a prime fishing site. Wu Song promptly released his double-bladed Mantis and retrieved all his fishing gear from his spatial ring, preparing to commence their fishing endeavors. The double-bladed Mantis, invigorated by the familiar surroundings, buzzed with excitement, brandishing its arms and displaying a smile that suggested familiarity with this place. Quickly, it joined Wu Song's side, both human and beast readying themselves for the preparatory work ahead. Lin Shu, observing the 2 fishing rods, could not help but marvel, wondering if the double-bladed Mantis shared an affinity for fishing. With remarkable speed, it expertly mixed a batch of black bait and cast it into the water. Lin Shu recognized this as the initial step in attracting fish and promptly summoned his Nightshade and Tootie. Nightshade, having been cooped up for a while, was eager for freedom and energetically scanned the surroundings. It caught sight of the double-bladed Mantis and Wu Song, but merely glanced before continuing to survey its environment. Tootie, on the other hand, remained steadfast by Lin Shu's side, dutifully waiting despite the absence of any immediate threats. The water's surface began to ripple, signaling the arrival of a catch. Wu Song and the double-bladed Mantis quickly grabbed their small stools and fishing rods, positioning themselves at the water's edge to await a bite. Lin Shu settled onto a stool beside them, observing the lake's surface. Keep a close watch. The big catch is about to arrive. Be cautious when reeling it in. These hefty fish are no less than level 15. Wu Song whispered explanations to Lin Shu while keeping his eyes fixed on the water. This scene elicited a frown from the double-bladed Mantis, as if to say, keep your voice down. Lin Shu rubbed his hands together, level 15 or above. That is indeed splendid news. This place is truly remarkable. Rest assured, Brother Wu, with you around, we are in good hands. Wu Song nodded with a smile. The young man was quite right. Although the environment of this alternate realm appeared calm and serene, it was, in fact, a legitimate small-scale alternate realm, with only the more dangerous species eradicated. Upon uttering these words, Lin Shu did not anticipate that this place was a miniature YG, rather than a fragmented YG. It was no wonder that even the most casual catch yielded fish of level 15 and above. One must bear in mind that within a miniature YG, the highest level of YSHU that could emerge is level 99. Consequently, this revelation was hardly surprising. Hei Yi, observing everyone squatting by the lakeside, grew curious and approached the Shu Ing or Nting Ling to inspect. The Shu Ing or Nting Ling paid no heed to He Yi, as long as he remained quiet. Suddenly, the fishing rod in its grasp bent downward, a powerful force emanating from beneath the water's surface. The Shu Ing or Nting Ling remained unperturbed, using its arm to clasp the rod while slowly lifting it with its other forelimb. Although such a motion was not particularly forceful, for a Shu Ing or Nting Ling, nearing level 80, it was hardly a challenge. With effortless ease, it whipped the hook up, revealing a sizable black fish approximately 1 meter in length, which flopped onto the ground. Lin Shu and Wu Song, witnessing this spectacle, hurried over to take a closer look. The black fish thrashed, splashing water everywhere, its strength formidable enough to scatter the gravel on the grass. Clearly, it was in a state of panic, struggling to acclimate to the terrestrial environment. Impressive, Shu Ing Dio, you managed to catch it before I did. Consider yourself fortunate. The Shu Ing or Nting Ling, seemingly rolling its eyes at these words, focused intently on dealing with the black fish. Wu Song observing. Paid it no mind. Ah, a hibnshy. Quite a catch. The taste should be decent. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu turned his gaze toward the hibnshy. With the Shu Ing or Nting Ling present, there was no cause for concern regarding safety. In his previous life, such a fish would surely drive fishing enthusiasts into a frenzy, prompting them to spend the night in the bustling city without returning home. Name, hibnshy. Level, 16, 11160. Level cap, 43. Status, frightened. Quality, elite. Attribute, water, talent, none. Skills, basic water bubble intermediate, 1230. Water gun intermediate, 2230. Charge intermediate, 1530. Intermediate high pressure water gun beginner, 1140. While its level was commendably high at 16, this wild YSHU was vastly inferior compared to the YSHU Lin Shu encountered in previous competitions. This disparity was evident in the number of skills and their respective levels, with proficiency being notably lacking. The hibnshy, upon noticing several entities approaching, became even more agitated, releasing a stream of water the size of a thumb that shot forth. This was the high-pressure water gun, though regrettably executed with poor precision, nearly missing its target entirely. Tu Yao stepped forward, intercepting the high-pressure water jet, which proved to be negligible in power, akin to a mere tickle. Puzzled, Tu Yao scratched his head. At that moment, He Yi unleashed a series of blade energy strikes. 3 swift and precise arcs aimed directly at the soft underbelly of the hibnshy. Wu Song and the Shu Ing or Nting Ling leisurely observed the spectacle, but as they witnessed He Ye's formidable prowess, their eyelids involuntarily twitched. What a curious development. In just a few days, you've reached level 23. Weren't you only level 22 yesterday? Lin Shu had also witnessed him triumph during competitions, noting that his blade energy strikes had at least reached advanced proficiency. It was astounding, truly astounding. Wu Song had grown somewhat immune to such rapid advancements. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a prodigious YSHUSH. The hibnshy, sensing a life-threatening attack imminent, exerted all its strength to evade. In the water, such an escape might have been feasible. Unfortunately, on land, the 3 arcs of blade energy sealed off all avenues of retreat, rendering evasion impossible. Its only recourse was to unleash the high-pressure water gun, hoping to withstand the impending assault. The blade energy effortlessly sliced through the water stream, 3 strikes piercing directly into the hibnshy. What had once been a fish thrashing left and right suddenly ceased its movements, a copious amount of blood seeping from beneath. The overwhelming force had effectively eviscerated it, revealing numerous organs upon closer inspection. In a mere 20 seconds, 16 points of proficiency were acquired. He Yi waved his arms triumphantly, his expression exuding a sense of grandeur, as if to say, bring on more. He had heard from his master that by slaying such creatures, he could enhance his own abilities. Naturally, he was eager to pursue this endeavor. Once the hibnshy was thoroughly dispatched, the Shu Ing or Nting Ling approached, its movements unceasing, beginning to fillet the fish. The flesh was aromatic, a treat awaiting to be savored, and notably, devoid of bones. Wu Song remarked, clearly accustomed to this practice. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, appreciating the lack of waste. Soon, neatly sliced fish fillets emerged, leaving behind a skeleton covered in sharp spines. A testament to this, Shu Ing or Nting Ling, swift and skilled craftsmanship. The fillets were placed within a prepared container, reserved for future grilling. Settling back onto a small stool, they resumed their vigil, awaiting the next catch. I've prepared a fishing rod for you as well. You should give it a try. He produced a rod from his spatial ring and tossed it over. Do not fear the line breaking. It is crafted from the silk of a bibnl, exceptionally resilient, making it unlikely for ordinary YSHU to snap it. Alright, I shall give it a go. I am quite curious about the sensation of fishing. Lin Shu accepted the rod, noting no significant difference from a typical fishing rod. It was slender and elongated, the rod smooth and straight, its surface coated in a glossy black lacquer that reflected a subtle sheen. The handle, fashioned from the hide of an unknown YSHU, fit comfortably in his palm, offering a pleasing grip. Such understated luxury, composed entirely of materials derived from specific YSHU, was undeniably valuable. Rest assured, you will come to adore this experience. Fishing is one of the most delightful pursuits in the world, Wu Song declared, his expression one of rapture. He retrieved some bait from a nearby metal bucket and affixed it to the hook. Lin Shu swung the rod forcefully, sending the hook into the lake, where they awaited patiently. Do not rush. As a novice, it is perfectly normal for several hours to pass without a bite. In time, you will find a rhythm. And catching dozens in a day will be a simple task. Wu Song patiently instructed Lin Shu, knowing that while he could not impart his swordplay skills, guiding him in fishing was a light task. I am quite patient, Lin Shu affirmed, aware that patience was paramount in fishing. Furthermore, regarding proficiency, he was unwilling to relent. Previously, he had often meditated for an entire day to enhance his skills. It was evident that he was well suited for the art of fishing. He Yi and Tu Yao hurried to Lin Shu's side, taking up positions as guardians. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. During this period, they managed to catch 4 fish. Predominantly, HIBNSHY, with one being a POPOY, also a common catch. After all, these fish were YSHU, with a degree of intelligence, making them not so easily ensnared. These catches had netted Lin Shu 68 points of proficiency, bringing his total for the day to 84 points, and this was merely within half a day. The Shu Ing or Ntng Ling had claimed 3 of those, while Lin Shu himself had managed to reel one in. Meanwhile, Wu Song stood silently with his rod. Particularly after Lin Shu's success, he had yet to turn his head. It was evident that his fishing prowess was not as remarkable as he had previously boasted. Those prized catches from before were likely the result of this Shu Ing or Ntng Ling efforts. It may be best to forego fishing for now. Let's enjoy some of the HIBNSHY meat instead. Not long after, Wu Song seemed to grow impatient, carelessly tossing his fishing rod aside. He began to kindle a fire for grilling the fish. An easily portable grill materialized upon the grass. The Shu Ing or Ntng Ling, noticing the commotion, turned its head to regard Wu Song with disdain. Every time we fish, it ends up like this, truly, lacking in skill, yet harboring great ambition. This overtly mocking expression elicited a suppressed laugh from Lin Shu. Brother Wu, it appears you are being ridiculed by your own YSHU. Wu Song glanced at the Shu Ing or Ntng Ling, and then at Lin Shu, his expression tinged with urgency. Today, I merely experienced a lack of tactile sensation. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly procure an impressive catch. Why do you stare? Are you not my companion in capturing beasts? What you reel in is also a reflection of my prowess. My lips incessantly mutter peculiar phrases, asserting that catching beasts through fishing equates to my own skills. That this is not thievery, and that I shall surely land 100 or 80 fish tomorrow. Chapter 70. The Spirit-Type Beast, Huanminjiu. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Shu returned to his original spot near the hotel. After indulging in barbecued fish the previous night, he had retired to the hotel for rest. Meanwhile, Wu Song had opted to remain, intent on securing a fish. Upon discovering Wu Song still at his original fishing location, his bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on the distant bobber. The surroundings were devoid of any life. It was evident that the night had yielded no catches. The Shuangren Mantis lay beside him, exuding an air of disdain. Upon Lin Shu's return, Wu Song rasped, "You're here. Have a seat. Let us continue our fishing endeavor today. I will surely catch something soon." The last words emerged as a near growl. "Rest assured, Brother Wu, today will be fruitful." Lin Shu reassured him, not entirely misleading, for there was some truth to his words. In reality, his own fishing acumen was not particularly high. His success yesterday was largely attributed to the panel's insights. His ability to perceive the panels of water-dwelling beasts enabled him to target areas with greater quantities, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. Perhaps this would help Wu Song escape the embarrassment of an empty net. Indeed, that is certain. After this affirmation, he fixed his gaze firmly on the undisturbed lake's surface. Around them, numerous individuals were preparing their spots. Lin Shu had noticed many setting up a stage at the entrance as he descended from the hotel. They were all preparing for the upcoming Mai Hodo fishing carnival. A considerable amount of work was underway, conducted by earth-type beasts such as the Tadio and Mud Doll. exhibiting an efficiency that far surpassed that of machines. Lin Shu settled onto a small stool, surveying his surroundings in search of the most populated fishing spots. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples upon the lake's surface. Beneath such tranquility, discerning the presence of fish proved challenging. However, Lin Shu's keen gaze soon detected two schools of fish, likely drawn by the bait. Just as he was about to guide Wu Song to the location, an extraordinary panel captured his attention. Name: Huan Minjiu. Level: 11, 11110. Level cap: 43. Status: Happy quality: Elite. Attribute: Water spirit. Talent: None. Skills: Basic water bubble proficiency, 1530. Dream entry proficiency, 1130. To his astonishment, he had encountered a rare spirit-type beast. He had not anticipated such an exceptional creature to exist on Maihodo, which truly broadened Lin Shu's horizons. He promptly retrieved his phone to research Huan Minjiu. Basic information and photographs appeared before him instantly. Huan Minjiu was relatively small, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length. With a pink body and a vividly colorful tail, the myriad of colors displayed upon its body were random and unique. Below, various comments discussed the rarity of Huan Minjiu and the formidable battle prowess it could achieve with proper cultivation. Many beast masters were offering substantial rewards for the chance to acquire one. Naturally, such a treasure would not be easily relinquished. Without delay, Lin Shu hurried to Wu Song's side, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, just now a fish leapt from the water. It was pink, and that tail was simply exquisite." A riot of colors. Initially indifferent, Wu Song's demeanor shifted as he processed the information. Wait a moment. Such characteristics can only belong to Huan Minjiu. Where is it? That is indeed a rare find. Even the Shuangren Mantis sensed the shift and followed Wu Song to the area Lin Shu indicated. Recognizing the rarity of the catch, Wu Song nodded emphatically and immediately instructed the Shuangren Mantis to prepare for fishing. He retrieved a small glass vial, no larger than his thumb, from his spatial ring, containing a shimmering golden liquid, translucent and seemingly otherworldly. He opened the vial and accurately tossed the liquid into the water where the Huan Minjiu resided. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Shu seized the opportunity to explain, "This Xiangshan liquid is specifically designed to attract Huan Minjiu. The scent will prevent it from fleeing and induce a strong hunger, greatly enhancing the chances of hooking it. I never anticipated encountering such a rare treasure." Wu Song's voice boomed, his previously despondent demeanor having undergone a 180-degree transformation. Now beaming with joy, "Fortune smiled upon me. I cannot fathom why." Lin Shu replied, intrigued. With the auspicious presence of the Huan Minjiu, the Shuangren Mantis was especially diligent. And soon the bobber began to react, drawing everyone's attention in eager anticipation. Regrettably, it turned out to be merely a black-spotted stone fish, which was swiftly discarded onto the shore as they continued to cast their lines, awaiting the Huan Minjiu. Without needing Lin Shu's guidance, the night creature advanced to deal with the black-spotted stone fish, soon returning to observe the excitement. Tadio stood quietly by, watching the activity unfold. "This Huan Minjiu possesses both water and spirit attributes. I trust you comprehend the rarity of the spirit type and its potential battle strength upon maturation. It has been over a year since one was last caught on Maihodo, and the price for Huan Minjiu has soared to significant heights." Wu Song began to elucidate. Lin Shu feigned astonishment, fully engaging in the conversation. "Indeed, how remarkable. My luck is extraordinary. Yes, I prepared the Xiangshan liquid with only a sliver of hope. Not expecting to truly encounter one," Wu Song affirmed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the lake's surface. At that moment, the Xiangshan liquid finally began to work its magic. The bobber trembled gently, the Shuangren Mantis made a sudden strike, and a small pink fish appeared within their line of sight. The dazzling tail sparkled under the sunlight's refraction. The Huan Minjiu was hooked. Wu Song was overjoyed, swiftly retrieving the water tank he had prepared, moving with astonishing speed. Before Lin Shu could react, the Huan Minjiu was already bubbling within the tank, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. With a hearty laugh, Wu Song exclaimed, "Ha ha." As the Huan Minjiu was secured within the tank, he laughed uncontrollably, clearly ecstatic. After a moment, he hurriedly took out his phone to capture the moment, documenting the Huan Minjiu. This would undoubtedly be a highlight of his fishing career. Lin Shu, along with the night creature and Tadio, joined in the festivities. Observing the Huan Minjiu's frantic attempts to escape within the confines of the tank, colliding against the glass surface. In the distance, several fellow anglers heard Wu Song's laughter and turned their heads, curious about the commotion. "What on earth is happening? You've scared all my fish away," they lamented, eager to uncover the source of the excitement. Chapter 71, 5 Days and 5 Nights. "This Huan Minjiu was discovered by you. I shall not compete with you for it. However, today I intend to showcase it proudly," Wu Song declared. Observing his enthusiasm, Lin Shu waved dismissively. "This cannot merely be attributed to me. Without your expertise, I could never have captured it. Just as Wusong was about to respond, the nearby anglers had already gathered around. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, and they immediately spotted the enchanting illusion fish swimming gracefully in the aquarium. Instantly, they were rendered speechless, their expressions filled with astonishment, and some even shouted excitedly, "It's the illusion fish! Come quickly, everyone, there's an illusion fish here." The once tranquil Mayhu Island erupted into a flurry of activity. Everyone abandoned their belongings and rushed to Lin Shu's location. Within mere minutes, dozens of people had gathered, encircling the illusion fish in awe. Wusong wore a broad smile, radiating joy, and proclaimed with grandeur, "Everyone, take a good look. No need to rush, you'll all get a chance to see it. This is the one I just caught, and I shall show it to you all." The praises from fellow anglers elevated Wusong's spirits, and there were even offers to purchase the fish, all of which were met with firm rejections. Lin Shu, accompanied by He Yi, Tu Yao, and the double-bladed Mantis, chose to leave this place of gossip. The environment was proving to be overwhelming for them, and such a scene would likely last for hours. They opted to relocate and fish elsewhere, continuing to hone their skills. Fortunately, the double-bladed Mantis was disinterested in the commotion, otherwise the progress they made today would have been significantly diminished. The following hours passed in a juxtaposition of vibrant excitement and tranquil fishing. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Lin Shu decided it was time to conclude their day's adventures. Throughout the day, he had caught 8 fish, earning 115 points in proficiency. The noise from the nearby anglers had been quite distracting, otherwise he surely would have caught more. He took the opportunity to level up He Yi by 1, reducing his proficiency by 225 points, bringing him to level 24 with 39 points remaining. Meanwhile, the excitement continued unabated, with each newcomer to Mayhu Island captivated by the scene. Wusong's voice had grown hoarse from calling out about the illusion fish, yet he remained undeterred, fervently promoting it. Observing the scene, Lin Shu decided to return to the hotel without further ado. The double-bladed Mantis followed suit, preferring not to linger outside. The next morning, as Lin Shu descended from the hotel with the double-bladed Mantis, the previously bustling area had quieted significantly. Only Wusong remained, quietly gripping his fishing rod, occasionally glancing at the illusion fish. Despite having gone 2 days without sleep and sporting dark circles under his eyes, his spirit was remarkably high. Upon seeing Lin Shu, he greeted him with a cheerful smile. "You're here. Why did your double-bladed Mantis run off?" He chided the creature, which ignored him and resumed its previous fishing spot. Lin Shu observed the numerous cameras set up around them. It was not a rare sight, but rather a common occurrence among the anglers. A competition was about to commence, explaining why many had left the area. The competition was set to start at 10 o'clock. "What a pity, I haven't had enough time to boast." Wusong lamented as he noticed Lin Shu inspecting the cameras. "Wuge, what are the specific rules? Is it just about who catches the most fish?" Wusong stood up, stretching as he explained, "Of course, in a fishing competition, the more fish you catch, the better. However, fish can be classified as common or rare. Catching a common fish earns you 1 point, while rare ones yield between 5 to 10 points, ranked by rarity. For instance, the illusion fish from yesterday is valued at a whopping 100 points according to the rules. Its rarity is evident. It's unfortunate that it was caught too early." Wusong's tone expressed regret, wishing he could have showcased it during the competition for the chance to attract attention and perhaps even win the championship. Lin Shu grasped the rules as Wusong continued. "This competition is individual-based, but your summoned beasts can assist in fishing, albeit only one can be chosen to maintain fairness." Lin Shu glanced at the double-bladed Mantis, realizing that it bore quite a burden. With Wuge around, I hope we can secure a ranking, he thought. Despite having fished for so long, he had never achieved a ranking before. He hoped to attain at least the 100th position this time. "Let us go for it." "Wuge," Lin Shu encouraged, knowing that the more fish Wusong caught, the more proficiency he would gain. After a period of preparation, the signal for the competition officially began at the entrance to the otherworld. At that moment, all the anglers cast their rods into the water, vying for the top prize. The Mayhu Island Fishing Carnival would last for 5 days, concluding the following Monday at 10 in the morning. For those indifferent to their scores, they could take breaks and engage in other activities, but most participants seemed determined to endure the entire 5 days without wasting a moment. Thankfully, as Beast Tamers, they possessed exceptional endurance, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, it would be challenging to survive such a grueling competition. Lin Shu observed that the number of anglers exceeded 1,000, a truly staggering sight. Turning his attention back to Wusong and the double-bladed Mantis, Lin Shu began to direct their efforts. Given their previous experience with the illusion fish, both the human and the beast were particularly attentive to his commands. Upon hearing that there were more fish on the left, the double-bladed Mantis and Wusong promptly repositioned their rods. With Lin Shu's guidance, their catch rate improved significantly. In just 10 minutes, the double-bladed mantis landed a black-spotted stonefish, while even Wu Song, who had been struggling for days, managed to reel in a yellowtail fish with Lin Shu's assistance. "This is fantastic. Xiao Shu, you're truly my brother," Wu Song exclaimed. And Lin Shu quickly waved his hands, indicating that such praise was unwarranted. At that moment, Lin Shu resolved to endure the 5 days. With the proficiency gained during this time, he should be able to elevate He Yi to level 25 and acquire the evolutionary pathway. The subsequent hours were relatively monotonous, with Lin Shu occasionally directing them towards schools of fish, while the double-bladed mantis and Wu Song focused on reeling in their catches. He Yi was responsible for handling the fish caught on shore, while simultaneously honing its skills, and Tu Yao busied itself training as well. This scene was also broadcasted live, prompting many viewers to marvel at the intensity of the competition. Chapter 72, Prelude to Evolution. Finally, the 5 days of the Meihu Island Fishing Carnival came to an end, and the time struck 10 on Monday morning. Wu Song and Lin Shu appeared haggard, their faces pale, dark circles enveloping their eyes, and they walked unsteadily, feeling as if they might collapse at any moment. The double-bladed mantis, being a high-tier summoned beast, fared relatively well and could have endured for another month without issue. He Yi and Tu Yao were similarly fatigued, but not as severely affected. After 5 days of fishing, with Lin Shu's help, they had caught a total of 130 fish. The last 2 days yielded a significantly lower count, likely due to the overwhelming number of anglers. Most of the fish caught were common, with a few rare ones among them. Wu Song calculated their final score, totaling 320 points, and a smile broke across his weary face. However, due to his exhaustion, his disheveled appearance made the smile seem somewhat eerie. "This score guarantees a ranking. I can finally earn a medal," he mused. The exact placement would depend on the performance of other competitors, which would be revealed the following day. Staff members began collecting the cameras used for recording, ensuring that the footage was reviewed for any potential cheating, which would result in disqualification. All recorded footage would be available for viewing on the official website, marking a definitive conclusion to the event. Lin Shu, glancing at the proficiency panel, finally reached the coveted threshold. It had indeed been a challenging journey. After deducting the 245 points achieved by reaching level 25 2 nights ago, my current proficiency balance stands at 2,230 points. This figure naturally includes a small portion of skill training gained through the mirroring and the companionship of my beast, amounting to approximately over 200 points. It has indeed been a long time since I fought such a prosperous battle, all of which was earned at the expense of my health. At this moment, Lin Shu had no intention of dealing with these matters. All he yearned for was sleep. He was utterly exhausted, and as soon as he closed his eyes, slumber would envelop him. After managing the competition affairs, Lin Shu and Wu Song hurried back to the hotel to rest. This sleep lasted until 3 o'clock the next afternoon. Upon awakening, Lin Shu found himself still lacking in spirit, his fatigue evident, and his hair resembling a bird's nest. He Yi and Tu Yao gazed at him with worry, constantly watching Lin Shu, fearful that their master had perished. After offering him some comfort, the two beasts finally felt at ease, yet they continued to vigilantly observe Lin Shu, anxious about any unforeseen incidents. After sipping a few mouthfuls of cold water and sitting on the bed in a daze for half an hour, Lin Shu began to regain some energy. Rubbing his swollen head, he realized that staying up late had taken a toll. He vowed not to repeat such an ordeal in the future. Proficiency could be accumulated over time. There was no need to rush. Picking up his phone from beside him, he started to check and was astonished to discover that he had slept for nearly a day and a half. Scrolling through the screen, he found little news. Merely some chat messages in the school team and class group. Browsing through the school team group, he noted that in the span of a week, they had already entered the top 32 of the Binzhou Cup. The pace of the competition was indeed swift. After exchanging a few congratulatory words and chatting with the group, he set his phone aside to focus on the most important task of the day, purchasing the evolution pathway for He Yi. With a thought, he spent 1,500 points of proficiency, leaving him with 730 points. Immediately, a wealth of information flooded Lin Shu's mind, clearly guiding him on the evolution method and materials for the Amya Hunter, along with several important considerations. It felt as though it was etched in his memory. He could recall it all at a mere thought. Indeed, this pathway was meticulously tailored for He Yi. Firstly, one must possess a shadow mantis of the dark and space attributes to fulfill the most basic condition for evolving into the Amya Hunter. Next came the evolution materials. Given that it directly reached the Lord quality and had a rather unique direction, it was no surprise that the required materials were numerous. The items were rare and precious, their names suggesting a hefty price. They included Kong Yuan Ling Shi, 5th tier Ling Wu Jian Jia, 5th tier Mantis type beast skeleton, must be complete. 5th tier Ling Wu and Yuan Hun Jing, and Kong Ming Shi, a a total of 5 materials. Among them were 2 dark attribute Ling Wu, 2 space attribute materials, and 1 complete skeleton. Contemplating this, Lin Shu couldn't help but furrow his brow. The price of these materials combined would undoubtedly be steep. However, considering that these were Lord-grade evolution materials, it seemed reasonable. He first searched for the 2 dark attribute Ling Wu, which are relatively common and should not be excessively priced. Scanning the evolution materials section of the Beastmaster Mall, he quickly found both items in stock. The total price was 1.22 million Xia coins, which was quite reasonable, thus resolving 2 of the items. He then employed the same method to search for the 2 space attribute Ling Wu, only to find that they were completely absent from the inventory. This indicated that such materials were indeed scarce. Lin Shu had anticipated this since space attribute materials were exceedingly rare and expensive, not something an average Beastmaster could afford. This posed a difficulty. So Lin Shu sent the names of these 2 Ling Wu to Bai Sheng, inquiring whether the Baiyun venue had them in stock. Upon receiving Lin Shu's message, Bai Sheng promptly replied. They had been in contact over the past few days and were aware that Lin Shu was currently in the otherworld of Haizhou. Observing the information on the 2 Ling Wu sent by Lin Shu, Bai Sheng felt curious as to why Lin Shu needed these 2 space attribute Ling Wu. However, he did not dwell on it for too long. Without further ado, he dashed to his father's secret storage room, where numerous rare Ling Wu were kept. Wait, let me check first. I'll get back to you shortly. After reading Bai Sheng's message, Lin Shu replied affirmatively and began searching for the 5th-tier Mantis-type beast skeleton. To his surprise, this material, which he initially thought to be relatively rare, was abundantly stocked in the mall, allowing Lin Shu to relax. Now that he had half of the materials sorted out, he only needed to collect the 2 space attribute materials before proceeding with He Ye's evolution. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng was circling in his father's secret storage room and, following the signs, arrived at the cabinet for space attribute Ling Wu. Compared to other attributes, which had numerous cabinets filled with items, this cabinet contained only a meager selection of a dozen or so. Examining the names on the small tags, he quickly found one of the materials, Kong Ming Shi. Although he regretted not finding the second one, this was still his utmost effort. He would look for other avenues to find it later. He took a photo of the Kong Ming Shi and sent it to Lin Shu, adding a note. Currently, I only have the Kong Ming Shi. I'll think of a way for the other one. However, whether I can obtain it is uncertain. Chapter 73. Evolving the Amu Hunter. Should I send the items to you now, or keep them here for the time being? Seeing Bai Sheng's message, Lin Shu was pleasantly surprised. This meant he only needed one last material. After considering it, Lin Shu decided to complete the evolution on Meihu Island. After all, with Wusong safeguarding him, it would provide some assurance in case of any mishaps. His mentor had been quite busy lately, and it was unlikely he could spare the time to come. This location was indeed ideal. He promptly sent a message to Bai Sheng. I appreciate your help. Please send it to the other world of Meihu Island. As for the other materials, Lin Shu did not pursue them further, having already secured the most crucial space attribute material. No problem. It should arrive by tomorrow morning. Remember to keep an eye on your messages. Are we really starting the evolution in just a couple of days? This pace seems rather swift, Bai Sheng mused internally. After replying to Bai Sheng's message, Lin Shu concluded the conversation. He planned to obtain the remaining 3 materials from Wu Gu, deciding not to pursue the illusion dream fish, as its exorbitant value could likely secure the remaining evolution materials. Just then, a knock echoed from the door of Lin Shu's room. Approaching the door, he opened it to find Wusong standing there, a delightful coincidence. At this moment, he wore a medal around his neck, silver in hue, engraved with a leaping fish and the number 48 beside it. Noticing Lin Shu's gaze on the medal, Wusong beamed, explaining that he had just received it from the official event of the Meihu Island Fishing Festival. Although he placed 48th, he was thrilled, as this was his first fishing medal after many years. I just got it. Achieving this rank is thanks to you. I must say, this fulfills one of my wishes. And I couldn't be happier. The two closed the door and settled onto the sofa in the room. Wusong expressed his gratitude to Lin Shu, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Shu indicated that it was a trivial matter. After chatting about this topic for a while, Lin Shu shifted to the main subject. Wu Gu, could you help me purchase some items from the Beastmaster Mall? We can split the illusion dream fish equally, whether for sale or any other purpose. It's unfair for me to take it all alone. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Wusong's tone shifted. Purchasing items is no trouble at all. A few million daxiao coins are but a trifling sum. You have assisted me greatly this time, so do not evade the matter of the Hu Enemi. Otherwise, WG may become displeased. W.S. Eng's insistence left LNSH with no choice but to acquiesce to this arrangement. This is indeed the correct approach. Now, tell me what you need, and I shall procure it for you. These are merely trivial expenses. There is no need to be frugal with me. Spend boldly. His spirits were remarkably high, exuding a sense of grandeur. LNSH feeling no need for restraint. Added 3 materials that were in stock at the marketplace to the shopping cart. Upon seeing these materials, Ing discerned something significant. They all seemed to be evolution materials. His gaze then shifted to the dark figure lying at Lnsh's feet, realizing that its level was nearing a critical point. He wondered why the master had not prepared the necessary evolution materials and had left the collection to Lnsh. This mentor truly lacked responsibility. It was fortunate that he was present to assist. He resolved to scold the master rigorously next time, using this as justification. Although Ing was aware of the evolution path of the Ing, he had never witnessed the evolution process itself, and the materials were even more unclear to him. The total price of the 3 materials in the shopping cart amounted to 45 million Dasha coins. As a distinguished platinum member, he enjoyed an 85% discount. Thus, after payment, the total came to 2.08 million Dasha coins, rounded to a whole number. The notification indicated that the items would be delivered by evening. Are there any other materials or spiritual items you require? There is truly no need to save money for me. He shared the successful purchase screenshot with Lnsh, still believing Lnsh felt too bashful to spend extravagantly. In that case, I shall not hold back, WG. I currently lack a piece of Lin Shu. Lnsh thought for a moment and mentioned the name of the item, considering that perhaps WG might have a way to obtain it. The Lin Shu was the rarest material in this evolutionary path, and Lnsh had also conveyed this information to his mentor, who had yet to respond. The evolution matter seemed to have reached a standstill. Lin Shu. Wait a moment. Ing pondered, questioning Lnsh's need for such an item, which he could not utilize. However, he did not dwell on this, as a vague recollection surfaced. Had someone mentioned it, or had he seen it somewhere? First, he checked the YSHU marketplace. Higher-tier silver members had access to exclusive items unavailable to regular users. The greater the membership level, the more valuable the items offered. Unfortunately, the marketplace lacked Lin Shu among the many YSHU materials. I will contact some merchants. They acquire all types of YSHU materials and should possess this one as well. By the way, have you contacted the master? He should have some of these items. Merchant associations typically comprised individuals trading in YSHU or materials related to YSHU and spiritual items. Most were personal organizations without official backing, relying on price differences to earn a profit, so their prices were naturally not cheap. However, as long as the required materials or YSHU were found, most practitioners would not hesitate to part with their coin. Lnsh replied honestly, no. My mentor has not responded to my messages. All right, I will inquire then. He promptly picked up his phone to reach out to some merchants with whom he had previous dealings. Soon enough, he received a response. One shop indeed had the Lin Shu Lnsh needed. However, the seller was exorbitantly asking for 5 million Dasha coins. Given the rarity of this material, its price fluctuated significantly, with no set market value. Yet this price was evidently inflated, allowing them to profit handsomely from the transaction. Ing muttered curses under his breath, these heartless scoundrels. He proceeded to transfer the deposit via his phone, unwilling to waste further words. After all, to him, this was a mere trifling sum, saving him the hassle. You have truly spent too much, WG. Lnsh observed the entire process and understood the current situation. No worries, this sum is inconsequential. If they wish to profit, let them. Consider it charity. The items would be shipped from another province and were expected to arrive by the following day. Lnsh nodded appreciatively. Feeling that he had now gathered all the evolution materials for the dark figure, preparations could commence in earnest the next day. Chapter 74. Evolution of the Shu. Time progressed to Wednesday evening, and Lnsh had received all the necessary evolution materials. He began preparing for the evolution of the dark figure, which had specific environmental requirements. The process must take place in an extremely dark setting. Fortunately, May Island offered such facilities, alleviating many potential difficulties. Due to these environmental stipulations, the scheduled time was set for evening, leaving the daytime hours free for routine activities. Over the past 2 days, Lnsh had managed to level up the dark figure twice, raising its level to 27, while also enhancing his mental strength to 300 points. Reaching the second tier, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the energy backlash following the evolution. With 215 points of proficiency remaining, the higher the level, the greater the probability of success in evolution, allowing for a more manageable response to the energy backlash. This would mitigate the occurrence of unforeseen complications. At this moment, Lnsh and Ing entered the designated evolution site on May Island, equipped with modern devices and machinery that simulated various environments, such as sunlight, darkness, and rain, providing excellent assistance for YSHU evolution. They stepped into a large structure reminiscent of an electronic manufacturing facility, with expansive space that felt somewhat desolate. Inside, there were 28 different types of venues tailored to various evolutionary environments, making it quite comprehensive. Of course, the prices were not modest. The venue Lin Shu reserved today cost a staggering 300,000 coins per hour, a mid-range rate. WG covered this expense. As they walked along the smooth, well-maintained corridor, they arrived at the entrance of the simulated dark environment. Upon entering, the previously pitch-black space was instantly illuminated. Before them lay an area akin to the size of a basketball court, with dozens of mechanical arms crisscrossing above, poised for action. In the center of the space was a palm-sized black crystalline structure, presumably the core of this dark environment. After a cursory glance, Lin Shu retrieved the 5 items required for the dark figure's evolution from his spatial ring and began a simple setup. The dark figure eagerly awaited, its 2 tendrils twisting with excitement as it moved about restlessly, clearly anticipating the imminent evolution. W.S. Ing brought over a chair, his expression reflecting a hint of anticipation. The master's evolution requirements were indeed demanding. It was approaching the difficulty of his own dual-blade Mantis evolving to a lord quality, which was quite exaggerated. Yet he remained puzzled as to why spatial attribute evolution materials were necessary. However, recalling the combat prowess displayed by the master's YSHU, it began to seem reasonable. He had never considered such possibilities for other evolution methods. Evolution paths were not as common as cabbages one could casually pick from the ground. The dual-blade Mantis lay on the ground, half closing its eyes while observing Lin Shu, who was preparing the setup. It stole glances at the dark figure, feeling an instinctive sense that this evolution would not be straightforward. After a few minutes, Lin Shu had nearly completed the arrangement. The 5th-tier Mantis skeletal structure was placed in the center of the venue, surrounded by a triangle made of 5th-tier spiritual item, JENZH, positioned at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Although it was merely a skeletal structure, it was nonetheless complete and substantial, measuring over 2 meters in length. Lin Shu had expended considerable effort to move it into place. Fortunately, the quantity of jidianshisha is relatively abundant, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward if it couldn't be gathered. Subsequently, I began to place the other 3 materials. In the lower corners, I positioned the 5th-tier spiritual items on Yuan Hanjing and Kongming Stone, which could be placed without any particular requirement. Finally, at the apex of the triangle, I placed the most crucial material, Konyuan Lingshu. With this, the final preparatory ritual was completed. Wu Song gazed at the fully formed ritual with a look of novelty, evidently witnessing such a scene for the first time. However, he refrained from speaking, intending to inquire later. Lin Shu also sent news of his evolution of the beast to his mentor, but regrettably, there was no response yet. Wu Song snapped a photo and sent it over, then placed both his and Lin Shu's phones outside to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. With everything in readiness, Lin Shu called forth the eager He Yi. Cautioning him, he said, "In a moment, you will lie beneath that skeleton. Do not move around. The subsequent dark and spatial energies will converge within you, which may be somewhat painful. Yet, you must endure and not give up." He Yi thumped his chest with his forearm, assuring Lin Shu of his capability. Observing this, Lin Shu said no more and directed He Yi into the triangular ritual space. He Yi cautiously entered the circle, gradually lying down beneath the bones, fearful that any misstep would disrupt the entire evolution process. His posture indicated the seriousness with which he regarded this evolution, allowing Lin Shu to relax entirely. "Wu Gu, we are ready to activate the machine." Rising from beside the switch, Wu Song decisively pressed the red button. In an instant, the once bright arena was engulfed in darkness, the endless blackness filling the field of vision. Silence reigned, a profound stillness enveloping the surroundings. Lin Shu crouched anxiously, fixated on the center, though visibility was non-existent. After a moment, the previously motionless triangular ritual seemed to undergo a chemical reaction. Strands of silvery white light emanated from the apex of the Konyuan Lingshu, introducing new points of light into the formerly dark arena. The silvery white points coalesced into a light orb the size of an egg, beginning to drift within the triangle. It resembled an artist's brush connecting the 3 corners. A complete triangle, shimmering with silver-white radiance, was outlined. The materials and spiritual items above each corner began to release their internal energies. The Jidianshisha and On Yuan Hanjing were not to be outdone, as tendrils of black radiance billowed forth like smoke. Gradually, they intertwined and merged with the silvery white points, forming a long silver-black energy beam. This beam ascended above He Yi's skeletal form, enveloping both, culminating in a sphere adorned with black and white light points. A formidable energy surged into He Yi's body. The 2 energies clashed internally, imparting a sensation akin to being torn apart. The wild, uncontrolled energy crashed against him, the excruciating pain rendering He nearly defenseless. He was shrouded in black mist and silver light, his triangular head contorting as the influx of energy accelerated. A heart-wrenching roar of agony reverberated throughout the arena. Lin Shu clenched his fists. This was the most critical moment of evolution. Hey, you must hold on. Wu Song and the dual-bladed Mantis were equally startled by the commotion. What is happening? Why is this evolution so dramatic? The harrowing cries of pain made Wu Song break into a cold sweat, hoping for no mishaps. He cast a worried glance at the black and white sphere. The dual-bladed Mantis, feeling empathetic, crossed its arms and closed its eyes to pray for He. The pitiful wails of suffering continued, growing weaker as He's strength waned. At this moment, he was on the verge of collapse, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. His resilience stemmed not only from his indomitable will, but also from the belief that he must become stronger to protect his master. Thus, he would endure until the evolution succeeded. Chapter 75, The Evolution of the Amu Hunter. Part 2. In stark contrast to the tense evolution occurring on Mayhu Island, Ghoulie had just emerged from a complete otherworldly experience and was now leisurely wandering through a commercial street in Zhongzhou. Having spent several days within, he had neglected to check on his diligent student and hurriedly retrieved his phone from his spatial ring to browse through messages. Indeed, Lin Shu had sent several texts. He quickly opened them, discovering they were all requests for assistance in locating spatial attribute materials. This left him somewhat puzzled. But subsequent messages revealed that the materials had been found, and preparations for the evolution had commenced today. A smile crept onto Ghoulie's face, a delightful surprise. Such a rapid ascent in levels was something to envy, even for him. His expression reflected a sense of wonder as he began responding to the remaining messages. His processing speed was swift. Within minutes, he had addressed all but Wu Song's message. The message interface displayed an image, piquing Ghoulie's curiosity. What has this fellow sent? Soon, a photograph of the triangular ritual setup arranged by Lin Shu appeared before him, accompanied by a comment. This ritual looks quite impressive. Ghoulie furrowed his brow. With just a glance, he could tell this was not the evolution method intended for Lin Shu's He Yao Zhantang. What method is being employed for this evolution? Such matters concerning evolution must not be treated lightly. A careless approach could lead to injury or even fatal outcomes for a beast master. The pathway to evolution is not a trivial undertaking. It is not something that can be whimsically altered with a few different materials. Such recklessness is truly bewildering. Lin Shu may not understand, but does Wu Song lack understanding as well? This was not the time for anger. Ghoulie promptly attempted to contact both Lin Shu and Wu Song through text and voice, yet there was no response. Evidently, their phones were not on hand. Without hesitation, Ghoulie summoned his beast, the Baiyu Ling Huan, and mounted it, directing the creature towards Haizhou. The slender body expanded as it flew, stirring up a gust of wind that caught the attention of passers-by, who gasped and looked up towards the sky. Ghoulie, however, had no time to mind their reactions. He was solely focused on reaching Haizhou swiftly to ascertain the situation. As a Ling Shu-level beast master, he could summon his beast at will, provided it did not harm civilians indiscriminately. Behind him, a team of enforcers arrived to disperse the crowd, directing their gaze towards the shadow racing through the inky night sky. At such speed, it would take until the following morning to reach Mayhu Island. Meanwhile, in the arena, the black and white sphere flickered incessantly, alternating flashes of light emanating from within. No sound escaped from it. The time had now reached 4 o'clock on the second day. This condition had persisted for 3 hours. Lin Shu observed the unfolding scene, estimating that the evolution was nearing its conclusion. The emergence of this form indicated that He had withstood the trial and was slowly undergoing metamorphosis, completing the final step of evolution. Were it not for his understanding of the information within the pathway, Lin Shu would be more anxious than anyone else. Wu Song and the dual-bladed Mantis, who had previously been on edge, gradually relaxed upon witnessing Lin Shu's expression of joy, indicating that this evolution should proceed without any unforeseen incidents. However, the duration had become rather prolonged. This evolution had lasted nearly 12 hours, and they were beginning to feel weary. After nearly an hour of waiting, a change finally occurred. The black and white sphere emitted crackling sounds, as though it were on the verge of shattering. The previously visible black and white speckles began to coalesce, merging and separating. The interior of the sphere is divided into 2 halves, one shrouded in the pitch darkness of night, the other exuding a mysterious, ethereal silver. As they intertwine and spin upon the surface, the velocity is so great that only a vortex gradually begins to materialize. With a resounding bang, it seems to reach its limit, and the sphere radiates brilliant light, momentarily unleashing 2 strands of energy, diluted to their utmost essence. The entire area is enveloped in darkness and silver, dazzling to the point that one cannot keep their eyes open. Lin Shu had long prepared to shield his eyes, but he forgot to warn Wu Gu, exclaiming, "My eyes are going blind." Moments later, the brilliance fades, revealing a reborn night. Wisps of black mist, akin to fog, dance in tandem with the movement of the night, while silver light flickers incessantly on his arms. His physique grows increasingly tall and robust, as if an additional layer of bone armor has formed above the original black scales. Fine, diminutive bone spikes are evenly distributed across his body, adorned with intricate silver cloud patterns, orderly and harmonious, enveloping him entirely. Suddenly, four wings as dark as ink emerge behind him, black wings moving without wind. Their surfaces gleam like mirrors, exuding a glossy sheen that hints at lethal sharpness. The most striking change is the two sides he now wields, their tips suffused with silver, featuring sharp edges and elegant lines, resembling a pair of glistening silver daggers. As the knight slowly opens its eyes, he notices they have slightly enlarged, revealing a triangular shape that spins continuously, sparkling with a faint silver glow. A perpetual smile graces his face as he hastens to Lin Shu's side, seeking encouragement and praise. His towering form makes Lin Shu's head barely reach his abdomen, requiring him to look up to see his full stature. Despite having completed his evolution, he still adopts an endearing demeanor, carefully lifting Lin Shu and placing him upon his shoulder. The sensation is somewhat uncomfortable, as there are numerous small, hard protrusions beneath him. With Lin Shu in tow, he begins to celebrate exuberantly. Lin Shu starts examining the attributes of the evolved knight. Name, Lin Shu. Level, 271-0230. Level cap, 100. Status, healthy. Quality, Lord. Attributes, dark space. Talent, beginner void walking, 15,200. Skills, basic assault, 5,200. Perfect quick move, 1650. Beginner heavy strike, 820. Sharp blade, passive, perfect, 1250. Micro arm slash, 15200. Beginner space storage, 1820. Beginner shadow ball, 320. Intermediate double shadow kill beginner, 1340. Minor gale blade accomplished, 3360. Micro blade strike, 12400. Beginner dark restraint, 640. Beginner chaotic space slash, 040. Advanced night phantom beginner, 280. Beginner dark entanglement, 380. To his astonishment, he awakens an intermediate space type skill upon completing his evolution. This is indeed a delightful surprise, one Lin Shu has long anticipated. Meanwhile, Wu Song stands agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The knight's unique and striking appearance is undoubtedly far more impressive than that of the Heiyao battle mantis. This indicates that Lin Shu is utilizing a novel evolutionary path, explaining the need for space-type materials. Wu Song suddenly comprehends the situation. The double-blade mantis rushes over, using its forelimbs to touch the knight. It is remarkable to feel a sense of threat emanating from this being, truly astonishing. The triangular head is filled with confusion. Chapter 76, Rebirth. Upon seeing the double-blade mantis approach, Wu Song promptly follows suit. Although unaware of where Lin Shu discovered such a powerful evolutionary path, he knows better than to voice this. It must remain a secret. This knowledge would attract too much attention. Suppressing his curiosity, he soon finds himself captivated by the knight's perfect physique post-evolution. He cannot help but exclaim that it is indeed a work of art. Marveling at the flawless evolutionary path, his gestures and expressions become exaggerated, causing the knight to flinch and take a few steps back. "Don't leave, let me admire you," he exclaims. The knight, still fresh from evolution, cannot be coddled. With a powerful flap of its four wings, it swiftly ascends into the air. Lin Shu clings tightly to the knight's neck, fearing he might fall, as he still harbors a fear of heights. The knight's flying speed has improved significantly post-evolution, effortlessly performing various aerial maneuvers and simultaneously employing blade strike or other ranged skills against foes below, far surpassing its previous lackluster flying ability. This scene fills Lin Shu with exhilaration, as he no longer needs to fear water-type or flying-type beasts, now possessing means to contend with them. However, the double-blade mantis is no slouch either. It too possesses flight capabilities, though perhaps not as comprehensive as the knight's, yet sufficient nonetheless. Thus, Wu Song rides the double-blade mantis as they engage in a playful aerial chase with Lin Shu and the knight, reveling in the joy of the moment. Observing the agile and powerful knight soaring through the skies, Lin Shu can distinctly perceive the enhancements in its capabilities across the board. The extent of these improvements cannot be quantified in mere data. He wonders how formidable the knight has become, yearning for a worthy opponent to emerge and engage in a match. However, opportunities will arise soon, as the high school cup competition is about to commence. and he can register for the individual matches. While Lin Shu and Wu Song frolic inside, a hurried sound of footsteps echoes at the entrance. With a loud bang, the door bursts open, revealing a visibly anxious Gu Li. This causes Lin Shu and Wu Song to exchange puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation. They promptly descend and approach the doorway. At this moment, Gu Li stands frozen, disbelief etched on his face, pointing a finger at the towering knight beside Lin Shu. He seems to have much to say but finds himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had prepared for the worst possible outcome, never expecting the evolution to be a success. Gazing at the never-before-seen Mantis evolution form, it exudes an aura of might and mystery, stirring a sense of excitement within him. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Lin Shu inquires hurriedly. Gu Li glances at the evolved knight before casting a deep look at Lin Shu. The extensive speech he had planned dissipates, leaving him to utter dryly, "It's nothing. I merely came to observe your evolution process." Hearing this, Wu Song realizes the reason for the Master's visit. It was due to Lin Shu deviating from his prescribed evolutionary path. Concerned about potential repercussions, he hastily arrived, demonstrating his dedication. In response, Lin Shu nudges the knight closer to his mentor. "Teacher, about this evolution." "No need to explain," Gu Li interrupts Lin Shu, beginning to speak with gravitas. "You should tell others that this evolutionary path was provided by me. Your current strength is insufficient, making you vulnerable to the envy of others. There is no need to divulge the specifics of your evolution. This is your domain. As your mentor, it is my duty to protect you and your achievements." Upon hearing these words, a surge of warmth floods Lin Shu's heart. His mentor truly cares for him. He bows deeply before Gu Li, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I understand, teacher. No need for such formalities. It is my obligation. Who knows? I may need to rely on you in the future," Gu Li jests, lifting Lin Shu up while sharing a light-hearted moment. Lin Shu smiles softly in response. Wu Song swiftly shifted the topic, pointing at Hai and inquiring, "Master, what do you think of this? Isn't it impressive?" Gu Li turned his head to observe the evolved Hai closely. "Remarkable," he exclaimed, clearly impressed. "This evolutionary path is quite extraordinary. It cannot merely be of perfect quality, can it? As expected of a mentor, your insight is astute. You can discern the subtleties with just a glance." He also noted that Hai had reached level 27, having advanced 5 levels in merely a week. The speed of progress was astonishing. However, Wu Song was somewhat incredulous, his eyes widening in disbelief, pondering where this young fellow had obtained such a lordly quality evolutionary path. In truth, there were many aspects he had yet to articulate, based on the materials Lin Shu had provided him. Combined with the spatial aura emanating from Hai's freshly completed evolution, it was evident that this evolutionary route could enhance spatial attributes. Such a path was invaluable. It was not only others who would desire it. Even Gu Li found it hard to resist the temptation of claiming it for himself, for it was akin to a money-printing machine. Yet, he quickly suppressed this thought. His nature forbade such actions. Moreover, this evolutionary path had numerous drawbacks and might not be suitable for all Shadow Mantis, with various unknowns and no clear pathways for subsequent evolution. Indeed, it was of lordly quality. Lin Shu did not hide this fact and confirmed it directly. "I knew it. No wonder this scene is so grand," Wu Song remarked, slapping his forehead, seeming to find himself adorably foolish for not having thought of it earlier. Gu Li nodded, unperturbed, and began to caution Wu Song, "You big mouth. Keep this under wraps. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. It is best kept secret." "Hey, master, I understand. Do you really think I'm a fool?" Wu Song replied, somewhat disgruntled, waving his hands. He certainly grasped such simple principles. However, he would soon face headaches regarding the subsequent evolutionary paths. His decision might have been a bit hasty. "By the way, what is the name of this evolutionary form?" Gu Li inquired with a hint of regret. "Shu," Wu Song answered nonchalantly. "Let us take it step by step. I'm still young and in no rush." Both men nodded in agreement, finding the name rather fitting. Gu Li was particularly curious about Hai, especially about the Shu form. He beckoned Lin Shu and Wu Song to exit the dark arena and head to a training ground to test Hai's current strength. Lin Shu wholeheartedly agreed, eager to gain a more concrete understanding. Although they had all gone without sleep, they were currently quite exhilarated and felt no fatigue. They began comprehensive testing with the Shuangren Mantis. After a series of evaluations, Gu Li nodded repeatedly, even expressing admiration despite his stringent standards. This formidable performance, in his view, was among the best across all evolutionary paths. The trio leisurely strolled along a path adorned with wildflowers until they reached a classic fishing spot by the lake. "I remember creating this spot," Gu Li reminisced, gazing at the waterway that had been carved open. The gap before them stretched over 10 meters in length and about 5 meters wide, an impressive feat indeed, especially considering it had been created by his mentor. Seeing that Lin Shu did not grasp the significance, Wu Song elaborated, a hint of flattery in his tone. The Master's beast, Yao Dao, was here at the time. It was merely a casual gesture that resulted in such a sight. The smooth, polished edge of the opening bore no signs of the devastation it had endured. Such a scene was no surprise coming from a mentor with profound mastery of swordsmanship. This piqued Lin Shu's curiosity about the Master's Yao Dao even further. Guli, noticing Lin Shu's intrigue, smiled and said, I know you are curious about it. I happen to bring it along this time. Take a good look. It will also broaden your perspective on sword techniques. Before Lin Shu could respond, Wu Song interjected eagerly. That is fantastic. The Shuangren has indeed encountered some bottlenecks recently and could use the Master's guidance. Even the Shuangren Mantis beside him wore an expression of admiration, clearly captivated by the prospect of a demonstration from Yao Dao. With Lin Shu's anticipation growing, Guli wasted no time. With a single wave of his hand, a flicker of purple light erupted. A large mantis-like creature, adorned with golden stripes and black patterns, materialized before them, towering at 5 meters. Its bulbous eyes sparkled with a resplendent golden hue, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity that seemed to command respect. The curvature of its forelimbs had transformed, replaced by sharply protruding blades, giving the appearance of wielding 2 gleaming long swords. There was no overwhelming energy pressure. Instead, it radiated an unstoppable momentum, as if capable of cleaving through anything in its path. The evolved Hai felt a chilling aura emanating from its black, cloud-patterned armor, as if beset by countless invisible blades. Name, Jingyao Pishaozha. Level, 124-635-1240. Level cap, 300. Status, relaxed. Quality, epic. Attributes, gold dark. Talent, boundless sharp blade. Passive, mastery, 128,800. Skills, basic whirlwind/instinct, assault instinct. Sharp blade, passive, instinct, intermediate gale blade instinct, blade chi strike instinct, advanced sharp gold dominance micro, 112800, dark blood seal throat micro, 256,800. Super grade breaking gold/moon mastery, 212320, shadow moon dark prison mastery, 101320, nether guardian mastery, 11320, gilded cloud rain mastery, 188,320. Essence of darkness, 2426. Essence of gold, 338. Essence of wind, 0125. Truly formidable, it was the most luxurious set of attributes Lin Shu had ever witnessed. Reviewing this panel opened his eyes to many domains he had yet to explore. The skill tiers, the distinction of instinct beyond micro-level. And the presence of these essences revealed a new frontier to him. It seemed that these essences were the key to breaking through the 9th tier. However, he remained curious about how to acquire them and what their effects might be. Lin Shu was eager for progress. Stop right there. You always forget about your talent. Guli admonished, giving a firm kick to Yao Dao's rear, which remained unfazed. The sharpness and edge that had previously filled the air dissipated immediately. Hai felt significantly relieved, as the sporadic appearance of invisible blades had placed considerable pressure on him, making it difficult to breathe. The Shuangren Mantis clasped its arms together, gazing at Jingyao Pishaozha with awe. Well, what do you think? Is it satisfactory? Guli turned to Lin Shu. Impressive indeed. The talent alone nearly overwhelmed Hai. Lin Shu replied honestly. Uncharacteristically, Hai did not retort, bowing his head in humility. He could distinctly sense the terrifying presence of the large creature before him, understanding well that he could not provoke it. How has your Gale Blade and Blade Chi Strike training been progressing? It would be beneficial for Yao Dao to provide guidance. When it comes to teaching, it surpasses even me, Guli remarked. Wu Song nodded in agreement, affirming, no doubt about it, Yao Dao is truly exceptional at teaching beasts. Lin Shu gazed at his mentor and promptly conveyed his progress. The blade aura had already reached the level of subtlety, and the folding wind blade had just recently achieved minor success. Guli and Wu Song's smiles froze, and as they exchanged glances, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. How could he advance so swiftly? Had he not been learning for less than 2 months? Did he not encounter any bottlenecks to overcome? Regaining composure, Guli acknowledged this as a positive development. Soon, Lin Shu could attempt to comprehend the swordsmanship on his own. If I were to grade you, I would assign you 1,000 out of 100. You have far exceeded my expectations. I initially intended to provide guidance, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Guli felt a touch of helplessness. Having an exceptionally talented student brought its own set of challenges, and as a mentor, he appeared to have little to offer beyond resources. Master, could we have Yao Dao demonstrate some advanced and superior sword techniques? Not only can the dual blades learn and gain insights, but it would also allow Lin Shu to engage with these concepts ahead of time, Wu Song suggested. Prompting Guli to ponder, he deemed it a feasible idea. Geniuses must accomplish what ordinary individuals cannot. Very well, Lin Shu. Ensure that He Yi observes and studies attentively. While each Beastmaster's skills may differ, there are still numerous interconnected aspects. Lin Shu understood this and approached He Yi, reiterating his mentor's words. He Yi nodded obediently, signaling comprehension. At that moment, Jin Yao, the Dawnbreaker, was squatting by the lake, playing with the water, although merely splashing about. The resulting torrents surged forth with tremendous force, momentarily halting the flow of water below. Such a commotion drew the ire of nearby anglers. Yet they dared not voice their grievances. It was evident that this beast was extraordinary. No one was foolish enough not to recognize that. They could only retreat to a safe distance. As the crowd dispersed, Guli clapped his hands. Yao Dao, as usual, please teach, but slow down the pace. Don't rush. The latter nodded, clearly accustomed to such tasks and even coming to enjoy them. Subsequently, it demonstrated its skills, exercising simple control over energy release. Otherwise, the noise would have been overwhelming. Yao Dao had grasped 5 advanced skills in swordsmanship. According to Wu Song, it had reached this level in less than 15 years of learning. In contrast, Lin Shu's dual-bladed Mantis had trained for an additional 5 years and still had not reached comparable proficiency. Thus, the essence of swordsmanship was indeed paramount. Its performance was refreshingly simple. Even Lin Shu, an outsider, found it profoundly impressive. Waves rippled through the air, and the seemingly mundane techniques delivered unexpected might, captivating Lin Shu. After several skills were demonstrated, He Yi appeared somewhat bewildered, sensing understanding yet grasping nothing fully. It seemed evident that it needed to accumulate more experience to extrapolate the next steps. Cradling its head, it felt as if a thought was about to emerge. Meanwhile, the dual-bladed Mantis exhibited a look of eager anticipation, its eyes gleaming with newfound insights. Wu Song and Guli exchanged amused banter. I thought your He Yi would learn after just one viewing. Honestly, I was quite hopeful. Lin Shu shrugged, indicating that such feats were the stuff of fiction and not to be taken seriously. His rapid skill enhancement was partially aided by the interface, and He Yi's aptitude for swordsmanship was commendable, albeit not exceptional. Yao Dao then began instructing He Yi and the dual-bladed Mantis in its specialized language. The results were promising. Concepts that were once unclear now became straightforward. After an extensive teaching session, the trio settled on small stools to fish. Several beasts joined Yao Dao in play, resembling a swarm of followers, with He Yi and Tu Yao included. It turned out that Wu Song's fishing enthusiasm was cultivated by his mentor. Although his mentor's skills were markedly superior, Lin Shu did not need to seek out a fishing spot, as Wu Song could intuitively discern areas rich in fish. As they chatted casually, Lin Shu had a plethora of questions that were now ripe for discussion. Mentor, I've heard that there are realms beyond subtlety. Should I focus on enhancing my blade aura first? Lin Shu did not pose the question directly, but rather approached it indirectly. After a moment of contemplation, Guli responded. That is indeed a viable approach. It would deepen your foundation in swordsmanship and significantly amplify its power. The advantages are considerable. Following subtlety comes instinct. But this realm is no simple feat. Some beast masters may struggle their entire lives to transcend this hurdle. Wu Song could relate, having been stalled at this stage for quite some time. Lin Shu, however, felt unconcerned. For him, as long as his proficiency was sufficient, he could achieve it at any moment. Observing Lin Shu's composed demeanor, Guli encouraged him, try it out. Entering the realm of instinct is beneficial, with no drawbacks. I had intended to discuss this with you later, but since Wu Song is present, let us address it now. Upon reaching the instinct level, you will have a substantial opportunity to grasp its profound essence. The higher the skill level, the greater the chance. The instinct of a basic skill cannot be compared to that of an advanced skill. However, this is merely an opportunity, not a guarantee. And it is also crucial for entering the realm of spiritual enlightenment. This statement was directed not only at Lin Shu, but also aimed at addressing Wu Song's challenge of breaking through the 9th tier. Wu Song scratched his ear, finding the condition daunting. No wonder his mentor had been urging him to reach this realm with such urgency. Lin Shu, comprehending the implications, realized it was advantageous for him. As long as he amassed enough proficiency, he could achieve it through sheer effort. For now, just give it a try without stressing over it. Your primary focus should still be on enhancing your beast's level and spirit. I believe nothing will hinder your progress. Take it step by step. This advice was meant for Lin Shu, acknowledging that while the instinct level was commendable, it was not yet suitable for excessive focus. I understand, Lin Shu replied earnestly. Good. Just ensure you keep that in mind. By the way, didn't you acquire a dream fish? What are your plans for it? Having been preoccupied with evolution, he had nearly forgotten about this matter. Thankfully, Wu Song was overseeing it. Otherwise, it might have been lost in the shuffle. The dream fish was discovered by Xiao Shu. Though I brought it up, I lacked the audacity to claim it. Xiaoshu is also unwilling to form a contract and intends to sell it. Wu Song clarified this situation, reiterating that he would not partake in the decision regarding the dream fish. This left Lin Shu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Recognizing that the materials had indeed cost someone else, he contemplated splitting the profits in half. The dream fish was quite remarkable, being a spirit-type beast and relatively rare. Moreover, its potential after contracting was substantial. He felt it would suit him well. Have you reconsidered? Gu Li analyzed the situation thoroughly, but Lin Shu remained uninterested, finding the upper limits too low. With He Yi possessing one of the 4 special attributes, he was hesitant regarding the spirit type. Lin Shu shook his head. It is not suitable for me. Very well, the choice ultimately rests with you. Gu Li, resolute in his stance, found it difficult to argue further. He then recalled that many individuals at the university were actively seeking rare attribute beasts for their younger generations. I have numerous friends in search of such rare beasts. They would likely be pleased with the dream fish. Allow me to assist you in selling it and maximize the price. This is undoubtedly the best course of action. Lin Shu, lacking any means to manage such rare beast, would need to trouble his mentor for assistance. Gu Li nodded in response, affirming that it was a trivial matter. Once resolved, he would contact Lin Shu. With the topic concluded, the group shifted their focus entirely to fishing. With the mentor's involvement, their catch significantly increased, the speed enhanced by 1/3. Following its evolution, the attack capabilities of the high beast had grown remarkably potent. As none of the fish that surfaced could withstand a single strike, they once again fell into their previous daily rhythm. Today was Wednesday. Lin Shu had initially planned to stay for 10 days, but he altered his intentions, deciding to extend his stay by a few more days, primarily to raise Hai's proficiency to level 30. The lack of a round number made him feel somewhat uneasy. Chapter 79, The Dilemma of the School Team. The next day, at Kanglan No. 2 High School, far away in Binzhou, the school team was participating in the Binzhou Cup tournament in Yunyu City. Today marked the round of 32, where they faced off against Yunyu No. 1 High School. The large screen displayed the matchup, Kanglan No. 2 High School versus Yunyu No. 1 High School. The match concluded with good news. Kanglan No. 2 emerged victorious. However, Gu Jinbong, who was supervising from the sidelines, wore a troubled expression, his worries palpable. Yunyu No. 1, which was expected to pose little resistance, had shown an unexpected ferocity, a stark contrast to their previous performance. The battle was intense. With a circle of beast veterinarians surrounding the area, each side had deployed 8 beasts, with 6 sustaining grave injuries and falling unconscious. Among them, 4 belonged to Yunyu No. 1, who, despite their meager chances of advancing, had chosen to fight fiercely. This led to a heated confrontation, where both sides disregarded caution. Although they won the match, 2 of the official members of the school team, Chen Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, had lost their beast's ability to compete in the next rounds. This was evidently a targeted attack, as such severe injuries were unlikely otherwise. Lei Wu and Li Shuhing remained unscathed, which was a stroke of luck, as the 2 strongest fighters were still in contention for the next battle. Yet, the absence of the other 2 left a significant gap, a source of great concern for Gu Jinbong. It was truly disheartening to witness such deliberate targeting against them. Among the remaining reserve members of the school team, none seemed capable of stepping up. Lin Shu showed the most potential, but he required more time to grow, making it unrealistic to rely on him for the competition. The predicament was indeed challenging. Suddenly, Gu Jinbong's phone rang. It was Su Liliang, who was accompanying the beasts at the veterinary hospital. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his frown deepening. The hope of salvaging the situation through the treatment of the beasts had evaporated, as the doctor indicated that their injuries were severe, necessitating at least 10 days of rest. However, the next round of matches was scheduled for Sunday, leaving only 4 days. This incident had completely derailed Gu Jinbong's plans, leaving him in a state of confusion. He had no choice but to report the situation to the principal truthfully. With a cigarette in hand, enveloped in white smoke, he remained stoic, gazing skyward, lost in thought. On Friday afternoon, Lin Shu's proficiency had soared remarkably with the assistance of his mentor, achieving a remarkable 1,000 points in less than 3 days. Indeed, having an extra person made a significant difference in speed. Over these days, Hai had also leveled up daily, successfully reaching level 30 with 125 points of proficiency remaining. Such rapid progress had long ceased to astonish Wu Song. However, Gu Li was left utterly astounded. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. While it was acceptable for a beast to gain levels rapidly in the teens, the fact that this continued unabated into the 20s was extraordinary, with a daily increase of 1 level. Even with his vast experience, he felt he was witnessing something unprecedented. With his goal achieved, Lin Shu decided to return to Binzhou, coinciding with his mentor's return. Wu Song, however, had no intention of leaving, as he wished to relish his holiday by fishing peacefully at Meihu Island. Without pressing the matter, They boarded the Baiyu Lingshuan and flew towards Fengdu. The speed of a high-tier flying U-beast was far superior to that of an airplane, making it incredibly convenient. The journey that would typically take 5 to 6 hours was completed in just 2. After dropping Lin Shu off at the entrance of Kanglan No. 2 High School, Gu Li departed alone, having not returned to school for over half a month. Lin Shu decided to visit the training room of the school team. He noticed that the previously lively group chat had been quiet for days, piquing his curiosity about what had transpired. Had they been eliminated from the Binzhou Cup? He pondered this and entered the training room. The atmosphere was somber. Everyone was training as usual, yet the jovial spirit that once filled the room was absent. Particularly, Lan Mengzhu and Chun Yujia sat quietly on a nearby sofa, appearing quite despondent, their U-beasts nowhere to be seen. This struck Lin Shu as odd. The noise from outside soon captured the group's attention. Upon seeing Lin Shu return, smiles broke out, welcoming him back. "You're back, Lin Shu. Where have you been? You've been gone for over half a month." Although their inquiries were warm, there was an underlying tension. Gu Zhenbong, once lively and prone to wandering, was seated on a sofa, smoking a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to the training session, not even glancing at anyone. Lin Shu sensed something was amiss and directly inquired, "What is happening? Why does everyone look so troubled?" The group exchanged glances, but no one answered immediately. Gao Feng, perhaps the most composed, hesitated before revealing the predicament. "A few days ago, in the round of 32 for the Binzhou Cup, we won. However, Lan Mengzhu and Chun Yujia's U-beasts were severely injured and will need at least 10 days to recover. Currently, the school team cannot field enough members for the upcoming match." With this explanation, Lin Shu finally grasped the situation. It made sense why there had been no discussions in the group chat or updates relayed to him. Given his prior strength, sharing the news would have been futile. His U-beast had not yet evolved and was below level 30. Such information would only add to their worries. After some contemplation, Lin Shu spoke up. "My recent journey to the other world was primarily for the purpose of evolution. Now that I have completed the evolution, I am back. I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to participate in the competition?" His words elicited astonishment from the group. Their expressions varied, clearly taken aback by Lin Shu's announcement. Wasn't he just at level 21 half a month ago? How could he have achieved evolution so quickly? Upon hearing this, Gu Zhenbong's previously gloomy gaze brightened with a glimmer of hope. Based on Lin Shu's prior performance, it was likely that his U-beast combat capabilities had been significantly enhanced, potentially offering them a chance. Impressive. Truly remarkable. "Wow, this is incredible. Shu Gu, please take me along." The atmosphere, once dreary, began to buzz with excitement as several reserve members voiced their enthusiasm. The prospect of continuing in the competition seemed slightly more feasible. Yet, upon further reflection, the group recognized the underlying issue. Although Lin Shu's rapid advancement was undeniable, it still fell short. The disparity was considerable, especially against the average level of 33 among the senior competitors. Evidently contemplated this as well. Yet, it remains insufficient. Your excellence is undeniable, but the time allocated to you is still too brief. The disparity in levels is too vast, ultimately leading to inevitable conclusions. He gently sipped from the thermos beside him, his face reflecting a sense of regret. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, the meaning was clear to all. The sentiments of the crowd mirrored those of what had once been a lively atmosphere had once again dulled. Heads shook in disappointment. However, there was no need for haste, as the words were not yet complete. The progress of in recent days had been remarkable, having reached level 30. Surely, that should suffice, right? Chapter 80, the Center of Opening Champagne at Zhongxin High School. Lin Shu's calm words flowed slowly. Expressions of disbelief washed over the crowd as they halted their actions. It was as though a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the assembly. Silence enveloped them, reminiscent of a spellbinding stillness. Then, a collective gasp escaped their lips, eyes bulging in astonishment, clearly shaken. If Lin Shu's earlier statement about successfully evolving his beast was somewhat acceptable, the announcement of reaching level 30 shattered their preconceived notions entirely. S actions of drinking water froze mid-motion, the thermos slipping from his grasp, scalding water spilling onto the ground and releasing wisps of steam. Some of it even splattered onto his trousers, yet he remained unperturbed, lost in the gravity of Lin Shu's words. Observing the disbelief in the faces around him, Lin Shu chose not to elaborate further. He released, and from the beast space, drawing the crowd's attention to the newly transformed. Instinctively sensed the level and was struck dumb, his jaw dropping further in astonishment. It was indeed level 30. Lin Shu had spoken the truth. Such an enhancement was unprecedented, even for him. Suppressing his excitement, he spoke slowly, affirming Lin Shu's assertion. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized the truth of the matter. It was no dream. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited, everyone chattering excitedly about the revelation. And, in particular, were the most animated. Given that the original strength of the school team had been sufficient to easily secure a spot in the top 8, had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, they would not have felt so stifled in recent days. They raised their arms in cheers, exclaiming, "We're solid. Incredible. Lin Shu. Such monstrous growth. The upcoming competition is saved." Except for and, who remained silent out of concern, the rest praised Lin Shu, their faces alight with excitement. Lin Shu's words had awakened them all. They marveled at the stunning and formidable form of. Truly impressive. This is the evolved form. I have never heard of it. Why does it matter to you? Is this something you can inquire about? Lin Shu naturally pretended not to hear, as such matters were best left unsaid. The atmosphere had finally lightened considerably. Returning to the joviality of earlier, it seemed that everyone was still preoccupied with their inability to participate in the forthcoming competition. Excellent. Our predicament has been resolved, and we possess the capacity to move forward. I will now submit the roster and finalize our lineup. Since Lin Shu and her new additions, we should practice our coordination over the next couple of days to ensure a smooth integration of our team. Noticing the situation, immediately confirmed this decision, filling out the roster for the next round on his phone, alleviating the pressing urgency of the past few days. All right, teacher, the trio responded in unison, gazed at the spirited Lin Shu beside him, feeling a wave of emotion. Who would have thought that the junior he once hosted would now stand as his teammate? Though he knew this day would come, the speed of it exceeded his expectations. Lin Shu suddenly recalled that they were yet unaware of their next opponent and inquired, "Which high school will we face in the next round?" Laughed heartily. "Your old friends, Zhongxin High School. It seems you two have quite the connection." The crowd chuckled in response, clearly aware of Lin Shu's history with their school. Well, that's quite good. Lin Shu found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. It must be a special fate to encounter such an arrangement. Soon, gathered the four together to begin strategizing. There was little time left, and they needed to act swiftly. Meanwhile, at Zhongxin High School, in class 1 of the first year, students were engaged in lively chatter and playful banter during their break. Sat alone at the front, reviewing materials, while dozed peacefully by his feet, emitting thunderous snores. Suddenly, a classmate raised their phone high and exclaimed, "Everyone, look! The list of participants from Kanglin No. 2 High School has been released. You won't believe who has joined." The students, initially disinterested, perked up, as they were already aware of the serious injuries sustained by 2 official members of Kanglin No. 2 High School. Even if they found 2 substitutes to participate, their strength was undoubtedly questionable, and they were likely to falter in this round. What is there to see? They must have sent random people to fill the slots. Someone remarked dismissively. Indeed, they'll be crushed in the upcoming match. There's no need to watch. The classmate merely shook their head and continued, "I understand your reasoning. But allowing Lin Shu to compete? I truly wonder what the school team is thinking. It seems they are grasping at straws." This statement captured the attention of many classmates, leading to a wave of laughter. Although I admit Lin Shu is quite strong, competing against third-year students, he will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. I can't wait to see this. I must watch. Clearly, Lin Shu's successive eliminations of Zhongxin High School students in the Chuni Cup had bred resentment. The prospect of seeing Lin Shu falter brought them great joy. Having overheard the discussions, was equally puzzled. How could they let Lin Shu participate? Kanglin No. 2 High School must be desperate. While he had learned of recent evolution days prior, the average level of their school team was around 34. This was already considered a weaker cohort this year. With a 10-level disparity, what chance did they have? Although had confidence in Lin Shu's abilities, the gap remained daunting. He hoped the loss wouldn't be too severe, or Lin Shu would surely suffer. He picked up his phone to message Lin Shu, seeking clarification on the situation. Meanwhile, the students in class 1 of the first year had already begun celebrating with champagne. In their subconscious, the emergence of such a roster indicated that Zhongxin High School had already secured a place in the top 8, and they expressed their pride, claiming their luck in the draw was exceptional. Soon received a reply from Lin Shu, the content simple, just one line accompanied by a humorous meme. "Just wait and see." The day after tomorrow, followed by a cheeky emoji. Without any further explanation, he left a riddle that left perplexed. There was no hint of worry or fear in Lin Shu's words. Knowing him well, understood he would never engage in an endeavor without assurance. At that moment, anticipation surged within him, eager to see how Lin Shu would shake things up in the upcoming team match. Chapter 81. The initial appearance of the Evolved. Time swiftly carried them to the weekend, marking the day of the Binhai Cup team competition. The confrontation between Kanglin No. 2 High School and Zhongxin High School was set to unfold at the Baiyun venue. It can be considered Lin Shu's home ground, as the venue is adorned with his photographs. Following the recent victory in the Chunyang Cup, the Baiyun venue, being endorsed by Lin Shu, attracted a considerable influx of visitors. His fame has spread throughout Fengdu, drawing many Beast Tamers to visit and engage in battles. Furthermore, Lin Shu's representation of Kanglin No. 2 High School in competitions has become a hot topic online. The public's reactions are mixed, yet the overall sentiment remains positive. Many express that it is merely a formality, gathering some experience in team competitions. After all, few hold high hopes for a team composed of first-year students. However, given Lin Shu's demonstrated potential, the community exhibits a remarkable level of tolerance, recognizing him as a rising star, and there are not many who speak ill of him. At noon, Lin Shu, accompanied by members of the school team, boarded the preparation bus destined for the Bayun venue. Multiple buses had been arranged, allowing numerous students eager to witness the match to join. News of Lin Shu's participation in the team competition had already spread throughout Kanglin No. 2 High School, and students understood the necessity of this arrangement. Despite the slim chances of victory, they were still willing to cheer and support their school team. The bus swayed along the route and arrived punctually at the Bayun venue at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon disembarking, they noticed a crowd gathered in the parking lot, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon spotting Lin Shu, the crowd surged toward him, exclaiming various words of encouragement. "Lin Shu, you must do your best. Yes, we all believe in you. Even if you lose this time, don't take it to heart, just win next time." Their expressions were fervent. Holding up photographs of Lin Shu and the night sky high above, Lin Shu paused momentarily, wondering if these individuals were indeed his fans. Nearby, several peers looked on with envy, noting the stark contrast in attention Lin Shu received, especially as they spotted several attractive girls among the crowd. Lin Shu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before continuing onward with the main group. After a brief interlude, they entered a preparation room. With approximately half an hour before the match commenced, Gu Jinbong refrained from delivering lengthy instructions, instead urging everyone to maintain a calm mindset for the impending competition. The necessary preparations had been made over the past 2 days, and further discussion would only serve to increase pressure. Gu Jinbong had devised a straightforward strategy, focusing on guerrilla tactics. Apart from Lei Wu, the speed of the other beasts was exceptionally swift. By darting around, they could disrupt the opponent's positioning while avoiding the area of effect skills from the opposing side. This approach was currently deemed the most effective. Lin Shu's beast had also delivered surprising results over the past 2 days. When assessed collectively, its strength was comparable to that of Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu, albeit with a slightly lower level. Moreover, it surpassed expectations, owing to the knight's extraordinary aggression and speed. The chances of victory today appeared promising. Meanwhile, within the preparation area of the Zhongxi No. 1 High School team, the coach was outlining the direction and specifics for the upcoming match. Do not underestimate the opponent. I believe everyone understands who would be embarrassed if we lose. Since the opposing team has a clear weakness, we will target that flaw. Once we dismantle it piece by piece, victory will be within reach. The 4 players from Zhongxi No. 1 nodded in agreement. It is true. If we lose to a team composed of first-year students from Kanglin No. 2 High School, we might as well find a tofu block to crash into. What kind of competition is this? All right, the time for the match is drawing near. Follow me, and remember what I just said. Yes, outside, within the vast arena. The atmosphere was electric, with attendance surpassing that of the Chunyang Cup. Originally, the additional 5,000 seats were insufficient, and tickets sold out within a few minutes. As this was a competition related to the entire province, the audience was more diverse. There was considerable curiosity surrounding Lin Shu's participation. Good afternoon, esteemed viewers. We are about to witness the match of the Binzhou Cup, the round of 16, featuring Kanglin No. 2 High School against Zhongxi No. 1 High School. Now, let us welcome both teams to the stage. As white smoke billowed, 4 figures emerged from either side. Their choreographed movements appeared sleek and impressive at first glance. Observing this well-orchestrated opening, Lin Shu noted the professionalism compared to the Chunyang Cup. The audience erupted in cheers and shouts, igniting an exhilarating atmosphere throughout the venue. The host began introducing the participating players from each school. At this moment, the judges reiterated the rules to the audience. The rules for the Binzhou Cup differed significantly from those of the Chunyang Cup. Beasts could not cause death, but inflicting severe damage on an opponent's beast was not considered a violation. This explained the nature of previous occurrences. Soon, Lin Shu was introduced. We can see that Lin Shu is the final participant from Kanglin No. 2 High School, a mere first-year student whose contract with his beast has not exceeded 3 months. To stand on this stage at such a young age is truly remarkable. He is also the champion of this year's Chunyang Cup. Let us anticipate the performance of this exceptionally talented youth. The audience began chanting Lin Shu's name, with about 1/5 of the crowd joining in. Go for it. We do not seek victory. We only wish to showcase our prowess. Many in the audience were there to support Lin Shu, with some having traveled great distances from other districts. This spectacle left the 4 members of Zhongxi No. 1 High School feeling somewhat displeased. So, you are the prodigious young talent? We'll let Lin Shu find out why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Nearby, Bai Sheng, Huang Yan, and other classmates who were on amicable terms with Lin Shu were watching the match intently. They observed Lin Shu's calm demeanor, which seemed devoid of anxiety or fear. On the battleground, the 8 participants summoned their beasts, revealing a dazzling array of colors. Lin Shu's beast soon captured the attention of the audience, prompting gasps and cheers. Look at Lin Shu's beast. Wow, its level has increased so rapidly. It was only level 21 at the end of the last match. So cool. Does anyone know what evolutionary form this is? This transformation stirred a wave of astonishment, with many marveling at the swift rise in Lin Shu's levels and the knight's captivating appearance. Numerous spectators exclaimed that merely witnessing the evolved form of the knight had already justified the price of admission. Bai Sheng and others were witnessing the evolved knight for the first time, their faces displaying awe and admiration. The opposing 4 were equally taken aback, realizing Lin Shu's talent was indeed formidable. However, they quickly regained their composure, thinking it is merely one evolution. At most, it is still around 20 levels higher. It cannot stir up much commotion. 1 minute later, the match officially commenced. The beasts from Kanglan No. 2 High School quickly dispersed their formation, refraining from hasty attacks and instead waiting for the opponent to initiate. Observing this, the opposing team naturally took the initiative. Several beast skills were unleashed, targeting the knight specifically. Lin Shu had anticipated this scenario. Under his direction, the knight's form shifted seamlessly, evading all incoming attacks with grace. Subsequently, with a powerful flap of its 4 wings, razor-sharp blades were released in a swift barrage. Chapter 82, a dominant performance. Numerous skills failed to inflict any harm upon the Midnight. Instead, they were struck by the swiftly approaching blade energy. This was a case of losing more than one gained. At this moment, Lin Shu's 3 teammates were not idle. They commanded their beasts to launch a vigorous offensive, causing their opponents to lament in despair. Their expressions turned grim, as the exaggerated reactions and speed caught them completely off guard. Lin Shu's remarkable counterattacks incited cheers from the onlookers below. How impressive! Wow! The Midnight has become incredibly powerful after its evolution. Is such a beast truly possessed by a mere first-year student? The exhilarating sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade quickened the heartbeats of the audience in the central area of Yizhong. Many expressed disbelief. Did he just evolve? How could he evade so many attacks? This was utterly unscientific, and a sense of foreboding began to stir within. The initial skirmish made it clear to the opposing team that Lin Shu was no soft target, not easily subdued. Any attempts to forcefully target him would inevitably result in their own suffering. Realizing this, they ceased their reckless pursuits, for they were not fools. They had to adjust their strategy and resort to a positional battle. After all, their average levels were superior, and their combat strength was formidable. The advantage lies with us. Steady, we shall adhere to the previous competition's tactics. We can win. Understood. The remaining 3 immediately concurred, observing the sudden shift in the opponent's demeanor. Lin Shu and his companions exchanged glances, all comprehending the unspoken agreement. They proceeded according to their original plan. The opponent's 4 beasts comprised the evolutionary version of Huoyanji, the explosive Yanji, the same beast as Lei Wu, the Wudou Ju Yuan, the Yuning Ke, and finally, the core position held by the Mi Wu Hai Yao. This indeed represented a comprehensive configuration, lacking any significant weaknesses, yet also devoid of strong advantages. Now, they commenced a one-on-one combat mode. 2 Wudou Ju Yuans engaged in fierce melee, their fists colliding with a resonating thud, much to the delight of the spectators. The remaining beasts fought independently, dividing the battlefield into 4 segments. Such scenarios are common in team competitions, as the participants generally possess relatively balanced strengths. Midnight was about to confront the equally airborne Yun in Quebec. A barrage of wind blades surged forth, sharp and relentless, striking with full force from the outset. The response to the wind blades was a rippling blade energy. Midnight's eyes glimmered with martial intent. He could finally engage in a proper battle. Accompanying his master as he caught fish had proven rather tedious. Just moments ago, they had resorted to a despicable ambush, with 4 beasts attacking simultaneously, utterly disregarding martial ethics. Now, in this one-on-one confrontation, he was determined to show them their folly. Lin Shu briefly inspected Yun In Kei's attribute panel. Aside from its level of 34, there was nothing remarkable about it. The opponent was indeed the weakest member of Yizhong's school team, which was quite an underestimation. Midnight was fully capable of defeating it. Commanding Midnight's actions, the latter immediately grasped the intent: eliminate the opponent. The ghostly figure darted through the air, skillfully evading the whistling wind blades and the ensuing vortex. In the blink of an eye, it reached Yun In Kei's side, delivering a silver blade that carved through the air. A slender gash appeared, deep enough to expose bone, causing the opponent to finally react. Yun Kei, Activate your feather defense. The Beastmaster quickly summoned a defensive skill in an attempt to resist. The speed was astonishing, even faster than before. He could barely react and felt an ominous dread creeping in. The pristine feathers swirled like falling leaves, forming a protective circle around its body. The fully realized feather defense had allowed him to thrive in past competitions, and today was no exception. Lin Shu remained unconcerned, for he understood the extent of Midnight's offensive capabilities. The assault of the silver blade was as unstoppable as a tempest in mere moments. The white feathers shielding the front were obliterated, scattering around. Terror flickered in Yuning K's eyes. This was impossible. Yet, it did not resign itself to defeat. Its gray-white wings flapped vigorously, exerting maximum effort in hopes of escaping the area to evade the attack. The forceful strike. The distance it had initially gained was swiftly closed, landing a devastating blow to its most vulnerable abdomen. A torrent of blood erupted forth. This single strike nearly costed its life. Yuning K's defense was not particularly strong, relying instead on speed and skills for victory. However, today, its once proud swiftness seemed ludicrous in the presence of Midnight. Like a crashing airplane, it plummeted to the ground with a dull thud, subsequently remaining motionless, save for the continuous wails of anguish. The Beastmaster of Yuning K stared wide-eyed at this scene. In just a minute, his beast had already lost its combat ability. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Clearly terrified, the others, realizing the situation, were shocked to learn that Lin Shu had already defeated one of their own. They were astounded, unable to fathom such a scene. One they would never dare to dream of during the night. Lei Wu, Li Shuhong, and Gao Feng also widened their eyes in surprise, soon breaking into delighted smiles. Bro, that was incredible. Though they had sensed Lin Shu's exceptional strength over the past couple of days, they had not anticipated such divine prowess in actual combat. To dispatch an opponent in such a brief span was a feat their own beasts might not have achieved. The three rejoiced, knowing that with one less opponent, victory was assured for Zhang Erzhong. What? We can see that Lin Shu's beast has incapacitated the opposing Yuning K. It was astonishing that he, merely a first-year student, displayed such an exaggerated display of combat prowess. This was truly unbelievable. Such scenes and challenges against higher-level opponents were exceedingly rare. Even in the history of the Binzhou Cup, the host at the central podium was evidently taken aback by Lin Shu's performance, his tone filled with excitement. Lin Shu's display ignited an uproar among the audience, with a cacophony of cheers erupting. Speak up, Hazy, who says first-year students cannot compete in the Binzhou Cup. Others may doubt you, but you shine the brightest. Lin Shu is amazing. Zhang Erzhong is the strongest. Such battles of the weak triumphing over the strong ignited everyone's competitive spirit. Prior analyses before the match had predicted Zhang Erzhong's defeat. Few held hope for this assembled team. This match was a triumphant vindication, a resounding slap to those who doubted them. In the area where Zhong's students congregated, a group fell silent, their faces pale as they witnessed this spectacle. Heavens, good news has delivered a beating. Bad news, it is Zhong that has been thrashed. Many who had prematurely opened champagne lowered their heads, observing the surroundings filled with cheers for Lin Shu. Hastily, they covered their blue school emblem representing Zhong with their left hands, feeling their faces flush with embarrassment. There was no refuge left for them here. Soon, a disheveled group fled the scene, slipping away through a side passage. Their departure had no discernible impact. Amidst the audience's jubilant shouts, Zhong continued to resist valiantly. Yet, ultimately, they were one man down, for against three, the possibility of a comeback was slim, especially with Lin Shu, who wielded Midnight as their adversary. Midnight prowled within the arena, akin to a vengeful specter. Anyone who ventured too close was met with a flurry of lethal strikes, complemented by his teammates' assistance, rendering the opposition utterly defenseless. Within just a few short minutes, the battlefield became starkly clear. In the center for individuals bore expressions of despair and disbelief, as they grappled with the reality of having lost to a mere first-year student. Their defenses had been breached by that Lin Shu, leading to a stark contrast from their previous arrogance. In the office of the principal at Kanglin No. 2 Middle School, Pei Yuanfang extinguished a cigarette in the ashtray beside him. His gaze returned to the computer screen, which displayed the live broadcast of the Binzhou Cup competition. Congratulations were in order for Kanglin No. 2 for making it to the top 8. Their next opponents would be their neighboring rivals, Kanglin No. 1. The match concluded with a prompt for viewers to tune in next Saturday for the upcoming game. The screen flickered and shifted to the audience, inviting commentary on the day's events. A tall host with a sweet voice approached a boy sporting the Kanglin No. 2 emblem. Hello, student. What are your thoughts on today's performance of Kanglin No. 2? The boy, taken aback by the unexpected interview, hastily pulled the microphone closer, cleared his throat, and smiled. This was incredibly satisfying. Many outside claimed today's match was predictable. How short-sighted. We held our ground and demonstrated the strength of Kanglin number 2, especially my idol, Shu Shun, who truly supported us in a time of crisis. As a 10-year fan of Shu Shun, I must stand by him. The small center one was utterly outmatched under his command. He continued to extol Lin Shu's various performances, while the host listened attentively, occasionally interjecting. It was clear that the interview's popularity would be explosive, and she had already envisioned the catchy title. The champion of the Chunyang Cup faces a crisis, yet achieves this during the match. Pei Yuanfang, however, chose not to linger on the broadcast and gradually closed the page. Rising from the leather chair, he moved to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze into the distance. Lin Shu's performance and growth could no longer be described merely as talent. He had become a prodigy. It seemed necessary to bring forth his best resources. Providing him with ordinary beasts would only hinder his potential. He pondered which options would be most suitable. Pei Yuanfang murmured to himself, his thoughts swirling in his mind. As for Lin Shu's participation in the ongoing Binzhou Cup, it would be best if he abstained, as it would merely be a waste of time for him. Furthermore, the prospects of victory were bleak. The insights of a principal were not to be compared to those of others. Binzhou Middle School reigned as the top institution in Binzhou, far surpassing all other high schools in the region. Their internal team was formidable, with an average level exceeding 40, and they possessed beasts of lordly quality. The disparity in levels was simply too great to overcome. Next Saturday, the other 2 official members' beasts would have recovered from their injuries. Lin Shu should focus on his growth and refrain from participating in competitions that bore little significance to his development. While such events could indeed bring honor to the school, they paled in comparison to his personal advancement. Only a flourishing tree can provide shade to those beneath it. Under the shade of a large tree, numerous students played with their beasts, the expansive greenery enveloping the area. Pei Yuanfang picked up his phone to communicate the details to Gu Zhenbang, explaining the situation thoroughly. Although it was somewhat regrettable, the latter accepted this as reality. Within the White Cloud venue, a spacious area was alive with celebrations from the school team following their victory. Among them were Bai Sheng and other classmates from Class 5 of the first year who shared a close relationship with Lin Shu. Everyone was praising Lin Shu's performance today. This event had already made it to the Binzhou news. You are going to be famous, Lin Shu. Your performance was astounding today. I feel the championship is within reach. Lin Shu chuckled, not responding to the flattery, preferring not to be included in the boasting. The championship still seemed challenging, although the strength of the knight was unquestionable. Today had merely capitalized on the information gap following the knight's recent evolution. Others were unaware of his prowess in one-on-one battles, but soon they would recognize it, likely opting for team strategies that would mitigate the knight's effectiveness, given the existing level disparities. Ultimately, it would come down to collaboration and synergy among teammates. After finishing his call, Gu Zhenbang refrained from making any public announcements at that moment, as disrupting the positive atmosphere would be unwise. He decided to inform Lin Shu gradually upon their return instead. However, there were other matters to discuss. After a while, the initial excitement among the group began to wane. Gu Zhenbang then gestured for Lin Shu to approach. Lin Shu, come over here. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu promptly responded. The 2 moved to a corner to converse. The others, seeing this, were not overly curious. Having won the match, being called over could only mean good news, possibly even additional rewards from the school for Lin Shu. The principal just called me and asked if your spirit has reached the 2nd tier. Lin Shu nodded. Then please visit the principal tomorrow morning. He has already chosen the beasts for you. Lin Shu was surprised by the principal's enthusiasm, as he had planned to contact him when he found the time. He hadn't expected such urgency. All right, I'll go tomorrow morning. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhenbang decided to clarify another matter today. The principal suggests that you should not participate in the upcoming Binzhou Cup. Your 2 senior sisters' beasts will surely be healed before next week's competition. Focus on nurturing your beasts. The school will provide you with resources. Of course, this is not mandatory. It's up to you. This presented 2 options, clearly to avoid Lin Shu misunderstanding the school's intentions. After listening thoughtfully, Lin Shu realized the principal's perspective aligned perfectly with his own. Since the 2 senior sisters could fill the gap, having consistently participated and worked diligently, it would be inappropriate for him to usurp their positions. With his own time free, he could spend it honing his skills in the other world. I won't continue with the competition. Let the 2 senior sisters participate. After a moment of reflection, Lin Shu provided his answer. That works well. I will inform the team. Gu Zhenbang nodded, considering this arrangement to be the most favorable. There's nothing else. I just hope you're not dissatisfied. Lin Shu shook his head, assuring him that he was not so petty. That's good. Tonight, we shall celebrate at Wanshou Lu. It's on me. He placed a hand on Lin Shu's shoulder as they exited together, sharing the news with the others. The teacher is generous. This is fantastic. How daring of you to go to Wanshou Lu. You'll surely spend lavishly today. The group began to tease him, while Gu Zhenbang beamed with joy. engaging in light-hearted banter. Just you wait. I fear you might not be able to eat enough. As time swiftly passed, the dawn of the next day arrived. Today was the day Lin Shu had arranged to select his beast with the principal. He woke up at 7. Filled with anticipation for the third beast he was about to contract. At this moment, both the night and the earth had already awakened, diligently honing their skills in the adjacent space. The originally spacious area of 60 square meters now felt somewhat cramped due to the increasingly large physiques of the night and the earth. Moreover, there are clones nearby. At this moment, Lin Shu stands on the left side, observing quietly. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from the soil, flickering momentarily before vanishing. Lin Shu understands that this illumination signifies a level increase. Name, Shanyan Shuren. Level, 181180. Level cap, 25. Status, healthy. Quality, ordinary. Attribute, earth. Talent, TYOTP Shiaking, 32,400. Skills, primary charge, micro, 26200. Rock skin, passive, micro, 76200. Dust, micro, 15200. Explosive fist, beginner, 320. Clay shield, micro, 12200. Earth spike, beginner, 420. Intermediate mudstone gallop, major achievement, 1280. Earth rock armor, micro, 11,200. Another month has passed. Although the growth rate of TYO's strength does not match that of HI, it is still extraordinary. The level has successfully risen to 18, which is quite commendable. Even compared to BISH Eng's Thunder, it is only slightly inferior. It is a pity that no new skills have awakened during this period. Evolution is not far off. Lin Shu contemplates placing this matter on the agenda, dedicating some proficiency to TYO to facilitate evolution. Even the talent TYOTP has reached a minor accomplishment during this time, resulting in significant enhancements in various attributes. After learning that instincts could lead to enlightenment, Lin Shu has temporarily focused the skill training of HI and TYO on the charge instinct level, rather than adopting a balanced approach. At this rate, within a month, he could evolve Rock Skin to instinct level, allowing for a thorough observation of subsequent changes. HI has opted for Blade Chi Strike, as it is currently his most satisfactory skill. Although it is an intermediate skill, its power and benefits will naturally increase once it reaches instinct level. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu begins to feed the two beasts, providing ample high-grade nutrient solution and various spiritual items. The abundant energy satisfies the high consumption of daily training, which is also a secret to TYO's rapid level increase. Once these matters are settled, Lin Shu puts away TYO and HI and heads toward the principal's office. Along the way, many students greet Lin Shu. It is currently around 8 o'clock, with some time left before classes commence. Clearly, yesterday's performance has already spread throughout the school. At this moment, it seems there are no students in CNGL and Ing who do not recognize Lin Shu. He might be perceived as a monster emerging from the deep mountains. SHSHN. SHSHN. The students are filled with excitement, finally encountering the legend within the school. Lin Shu is uncertain about the origins of this title, but it is evident that they are greeting him. He smiles and nods in acknowledgement, saluting everyone, but says little else. However, his pace quickens. More people notice this and turn their gazes toward him. Fortunately, he moves swiftly and finally enters the teaching building. After knocking on the door, Lin Shu steps into the office. At this moment, PIUNF Ing is brewing tea in the adjacent tea room. Come, have a seat. After several visits, Lin Shu does not stand on ceremony and takes a seat on one of the chairs. As he sits down, a fresh and pure fragrance fills the air, reminiscent of tender, dewy leaves. Although Lin Shu does not understand tea, he can distinctly sense that this is fine tea. Wisps of white smoke waft from the teapot, transforming into a delicate mist. PIUNFing places a freshly brewed cup of hot tea beside Lin Shu. Here, give it a try. This is Lingwu tea. Daily consumption can calm the mind of a beast master and nourish the spirit. I will bring you a few boxes next time. It is excellent for nurturing oneself. All right. Lin Shu lifts the tea lid, revealing a clear liquid that appears colorless. Indeed, there is no mistake. Lingwu tea is colorless. After hearing this, Lin Shu does not hesitate and drinks it in one go. A refreshing and elegant sensation fills his mouth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. To Lin Shu's surprise, there is not a hint of bitterness. It is truly delightful. He does not enjoy drinking tea, particularly the slightest bitterness. PIUNFing chuckles softly, taking a sip himself before addressing the matter at hand. Since your spirit has reached the second tier, I will honor my promise regarding your beast. What attribute or specific requirements do you have for the beast? Lin Shu ponders. Currently, he desires either a flying type beast or a special type beast, provided that there exists talent. As long as that is the case, virtually all beasts are acceptable, unless they overlap too heavily with HI or TYO. Otherwise, Lin Shu would choose without hesitation. A flying type or a special type would suffice. You certainly know how to ask, coming straight for the special type. Do you really think such things are lying around? I have no special types, but I do have some good options for flying types. Piunfing teases Lin Shu. You are a bit greedy. It was merely a casual inquiry. If available, that would be splendid. A flying type will do. I will follow the principal's arrangements. Very well, follow me. I happen to have a few extreme wing Pegasus cubs. They were just born a few days ago. Piunfing stands up, ready to lead Lin Shu to his estate. Extreme wing Pegasus. Lin Shu quickly recalls information about this breed. He follows the principal's departing figure. The two ascend the staircase outside the principal's office. After a few flights, they reach the rooftop of the building. Lin Shu understands that the cubs will not be here, but are awaiting the principal's next actions. Without making him wait long, the radiant light of summoning contracts appears. Immediately, a large, snow-white horse materializes in Lin Shu's view. It is tall and graceful, with smooth muscle lines, exuding an aura of strength. Its eyes resemble dazzling sapphires, sparkling with vitality and wisdom. A pair of enormous wings unfurl on either side of its body, each feather as pure as snow, radiating a sacred glow. Lin Shu's gaze sharpens. Name: Guing TNM. Level: 96, 252,960. Level cap: 100. Status: healthy. Quality: Lord. Attribute: Flying Light. Talent: Holy Light Wings. Minor accomplishment: 252,400. Skills: Primary Charge, Micro, 166,200. Majestic Wing Impact, Micro, 172,200. Intermediate Feather Combo, Micro, 132,400. Wing Guardian, Micro, 212,400. Advanced Colorful Feather Radiance, Micro, 52,800. Holy Healing, Micro, 33,800. Super Tier Paradise Light. Minor accomplishment, 33160. Divine Form Soaring Sky. Minor accomplishment, 22,160. It is evident that this beast is preparing to advance to the Lin Shu level, already honing its primary, intermediate, and advanced skills. Lin Shu is slightly astonished by the principal's prowess. A 9th-tier beast master residing in a small fengdu as a middle school principal is truly perplexing. Come, mount up. Shuyu is very gentle. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu hurriedly approaches the horse's back and climbs on. The Guing TNM merely glances at him with curiosity before remaining still. Hold on tight. We are setting off now. Chapter 85. ZDNLUN. The Guing TNM is incredibly swift in terms of speed alone. Even the Mentors BIYL Angsu N cannot compare. After all, there exists a considerable disparity in levels between the two Yushur beasts. They soared toward the northern part of the school, where Lin Shu vaguely recalled a mountainous region. Merely 5 minutes later, the Aurora Pegasus gradually slowed its speed and began to descend at a low altitude. The view was filled with captivating forests and peaks. A cluster of white dots adorned the vicinity of a cerulean lake. As the altitude continued to decrease, an estate fortified by white walls became increasingly discernible. This estate sprawled across a vast expanse, likely encompassing several thousand acres. Within, a large expanse of verdant grassland was teeming with numerous small white horses resembling Shuyu, frolicking and playing. Clearly, they were a group of Tianma. With a gentle thud, Shuyu landed steadily on a patch of grass, and the two dismounted from its back with ease. At that moment, Shuyu attracted the attention of a group of Tianma that had previously been leisurely grazing nearby. They galloped over, displaying a hint of impatience. They nuzzled against Shuyu with their bodies and heads, their eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. Unperturbed by their master and Lin Shu, Shuyu slowly walked away with its beloved small horses, showcasing a rather large appetite, as if this place had become its harem. Lin Shu mused. Pei Yuanfang chuckled. Don't mind it. It behaves this way every time we come here. Come, follow me. Lin Shu did not dwell on the matter. It was merely an instinct of the Yushur beasts. Reproduction is one of the most significant concerns for animals. Following the principle, they stepped forward on the moderately soft grass. Before them stood a large white building, expansive in size, with an exterior design reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The doors were wide open, and the two entered the corridor. Proceeding forward, on either side, numerous rooms with small glass barriers revealed many Tianma standing still, accompanied by their excited whinnies. Several individuals clad in white uniforms assisted in the process. The young Tianma had never witnessed such a scene before. Naturally, some human intervention was necessary. From these actions, Lin Shu deduced the purpose of these rooms. This was a mating facility. Subsequently, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where a large room awaited, marked by a wooden sign that read breeding room, akin to the one at Kanglin No. 2. Pei Yuanfang extended his left hand and pressed his thumb into a small black box. Instantly, a green light flickered, confirming the verification. The previously sealed metal door swung open, revealing the interior. What greeted their eyes was a vast expanse of neatly laid dry hay, with walls adorned with white foam panels. In one corner of the room, several adult Ji Tianma were lying on the ground, nurturing several hungry foals. On another patch of hay, a few slightly larger Ji Tianma staggered about, wobbling awkwardly as if they might topple over at any moment due to their recent births. Some even dashed across the hay, colliding with the foam panels at the end, only to end up on their backs, dizzy from the impact. The commotion caused by the two entering the room did not disturb the foals. Pei Yuanfang pointed to the group of young ones and casually remarked, "Come, take a good look. These are all offspring of Shuiyu, and they should be among the most gifted in my breeding facility. I believe they will sufficiently meet your needs." Gazing at the 3 or 4 dozen Ji Tianma before him, Lin Shu could not help but marvel at Shuiyu's capabilities. These youngsters were indeed numerous. Nodding, Lin Shu's gaze swept over them, evidently scanning for those with potential. The quantity provided ample opportunity. Many of the little ones appeared to be unfamiliar with Lin Shu, scampering over with curious and innocent eyes. Some, bolder than the rest, even reached out with their tiny hooves to tug at Lin Shu's pant leg. Each pair of eyes was clear and somewhat adorably naive, truly delightful. Young Yushur beasts were indeed more charming in their youth. Pei Yuanfang was also surrounded by those Ji Tianma that had been nursing moments earlier. Most of them lowered their heads, eager for his affection, demonstrating their familiarity and fondness for him. While Lin Shu petted the foreheads of these Ji Tianma, he continued to search for the one that resonated with him. He was not disappointed. A unique panel appeared, prompting a subtle smile from Lin Shu. Name, Ji Tianma. Level, 2, 220. Level cap, 100. Status, calm. Quality, perfect. Attribute, flight and lightning. Talent, beginner purple lightning source, 0-200. Skill, beginner charge, 230. Upon reading this, Lin Shu found it increasingly difficult to suppress a grin. He was exceedingly fortunate to encounter another rare individual Yushur beast that resembled the night itself. The once opposing attributes had merged, leaving him in awe of the marvel that is the Yushur beast. His gaze fell upon the gifted little creature, which indeed stood apart from the other playful Ji Tianma. It sat quietly on a patch of hay, its expression indifferent yet imposing as it observed everything before it. A faint hint of purple shimmered within its pupils, lending it an air of authority. Pei Yuanfang, ever attentive to Lin Shu, noticed his actions and remarked, "You have a keen eye. I've been watching that little one for quite some time. It is unique and independent." While the other Ji Tianma were still nursing, it had already begun to consume all manner of fodder. Its personality is somewhat introverted, bordering on aloof. Lin Shu recognized this trait. If the night represented coolness, then this Ji Tianma embodied pure indifference. It seemed unaffected by its surroundings, as if nothing mattered to it. However, this was inconsequential after the contract. Regardless of the Yushur beast's personality, the bond formed would naturally draw it closer to its master. "Principal, I choose it," Lin Shu declared without hesitation. "Its demeanor resonates with my tastes." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu did not deliberate, responding directly, "No problem, as long as it is suitable. I was genuinely concerned you might take too long to find one you liked. Come, just next door is a quiet room. We can commence the contract there." Lin Shu nodded, finding this arrangement most agreeable. "Then I must trouble you, Principal." Pei Yuanfang waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for further words. He approached and gently lifted the little one, which offered no resistance nor vocalization. It simply gazed silently, though a flicker of yearning seemed to dance in its small eyes. Lin Shu observed this scene, pondering what it desired. Following closely behind, they made their way down the corridor to the door of the quiet room, where Pei Yuanfang placed the little creature inside. "The contracting process may be somewhat troublesome," he instructed, "but with a bit of effort, I believe there won't be significant issues. Go ahead." Chapter 86. The third Yushur beast with purple eyes. Understood. I have formed some ideas in my mind. Lin Shu was acutely aware that such a temperament might exhibit resistance during the forthcoming contracting process. A moment's inattention could result in fractures in the contract, leading to failure. He needed to ensure that preliminary preparations were thoroughly executed before proceeding. "I shall not disturb you. Take your time. There is no need to rush," Pei Yuanfang advised with a watchful expression before departing. With that, Lin Shu stepped inside, discovering that the little creature was intently gazing at him. In the depths of his gaze, there was not a trace of change, nor any hint of trepidation regarding the events that were about to unfold. Lin Shu merely offered a gentle smile to the little creature, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Soon, the radiant light, symbolizing the contract space, flickered into existence within the room. Hei Yi and Tu Yao emerged, and thankfully, the spacious confines of this tranquil chamber allowed their presence without issue. They initially greeted Lin Shu with warm smiles, before turning their attention to the small creature seated on the ground. At this moment, the Geton Ma finally exhibited a reaction, its pupils involuntarily twitching as it fixated on the enigmatic aura emanating from He Yi. Such formidable power was truly awe-inspiring. Lin Shu yearned to possess the same grandeur and might as the Mantis before him. Observing closely, he found his assumptions to be accurate, which was the very reason he had summoned He Yi and Tu Yao. This little creature harbored a unique curiosity towards powerful beast tamers, which explained its earlier fixation on the principal. The principal Shui Yu was undeniably the strongest entity within this estate. Although newly born, a beast of perfect quality inherently possessed remarkable intelligence, akin to that of a young child. This little creature's aspiration was to grow stronger, despite not fully understanding why such a notion had taken root. However, this was not a negative trait. A beast driven by the pursuit of strength was indeed a commendable companion. Lin Shu happened to possess an effective method for rapidly enhancing its power. At this juncture, Lin Shu spoke, "Little one, how do you perceive my prowess as a beast tamer? It is worth noting that my previous companions were far weaker than you are now. In just 3 short months, I have nurtured them into their current forms." The Geton Ma regarded him with a look of incredulity, its gaze laced with skepticism. Clearly, it found such claims difficult to believe. Lin Shu chuckled lightly. The little creature was rather cautious and not easily deceived. Yet, his words were entirely truthful, not mere fabrications. You may inquire with them to ascertain the veracity of my statements. The Geton Ma, struck by this logic, realized that beasts would never deceive one another. It promptly rose, striding with agile steps to position itself between He Yi and Tu Yao, using its small hooves to prod them seriously as it began to inquire. With a subtle glance, Lin Shu signaled to He Yi and Tu Yao, who understood his intent. He Yi was aware that yet another freeloader was about to join the household, and thus crouched down to initiate a slow dialogue with the Geton Ma. Their conversation consisted of soft hisses, although Lin Shu could not comprehend their exchange. He could clearly discern the increasingly lively and expectant expression in the Geton Ma's eyes. 2 minutes later, the little creature finally grasped everything. Its demeanor shifted to one of urgency, a look of eagerness etched across its face. "Hurry, let us form a contract. I am eager to progress." Especially after hearing all the benefits that He Yi had described, such as the mysterious powers of its master that could directly assist them in ascending levels, swiftly enhancing their skill proficiency, and even a unique evolution method tailored to them. The myriad advantages left it brimming with anticipation. It thought, perhaps no beast could reject such enticing terms. Before it stood Lin Shu, the most suitable master for itself. Previous suitors had approached with intentions to form a contract. Yet they were all unworthy, and it had dismissed them without hesitation, resulting in failed attempts at bonding. Through the contract, He Yi and Tu Yao conveyed the general idea to Lin Shu, who comprehended the current situation. A smile graced his lips as he gently stroked the Geton Ma's forehead and said, "Then I shall commence the contract with you." The Geton Ma eagerly nodded in agreement, even leaping onto Lin Shu's knee with eyes full of hope and impatience, now more anxious than Lin Shu himself. Observing this scene, Lin Shu wasted no time and began to prepare for the contracting process. Having prior experience, He Yi offered a few reminders to Tu Yao, and the two beasts took their positions nearby, standing vigilantly to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Seeing this, Lin Shu settled himself on a mat, channeling his energy to add 30 points to his mental strength. Instantly, he felt invigorated, his mind exceptionally clear. With 200 points of proficiency remaining, he knew that while this mental energy might suffice for the contract, it would likely lead to adverse repercussions afterward. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Shu wished to avoid such discomfort again. With everything in readiness, he began to channel his mental energy, which expanded and gradually coalesced into the nascent form of the contract. Drawing from his previous successful contracts, he found the process becoming increasingly effortless. A soft purple glow enveloped Lin Shu, filling the room with its luminescence. The Geton Ma quickly approached his side, awaiting the completion of the contract. Before long, the contract took shape. With a mere thought, the contract transformed into a beam of purple light, penetrating the Geton Ma's body. At that moment, Lin Shu found himself within the creature's spiritual realm. The environment was quite stable, far more robust than his previous experience with Tu Yao. Within this mental space, he sensed a yearning and impatience, as if the Geton Ma were chiding him for his slow pace. Lin Shu guided the process to accelerate, and at that instant, the contract radiated brilliantly, morphing into a swirling vortex. As the movement concluded, the Geton Ma eagerly immersed itself within, finalizing the contracting process. With such cooperation, the success of the contract was assured. This experience marked the most effortless contract Lin Shu had undertaken thus far, completed without any struggle. The Ge Tian Ma gazed at Lin Shu, its expression softening and becoming gentle. It nuzzled Lin Shu's neck with its head, playfully licking his face, conveying trust and affection. Evidently, this transformation was a result of the contract's influence, as the previously aloof Ge Tian Ma now displayed a warm demeanor. Lin Shu, in turn, softly caressed its back with his left hand, prompting the Ge Tian Ma to close its eyes in contentment, emitting soft coos. Following the successful contract, Lin Shu felt a slight fatigue, yet it was not unpleasant. The effects of the augmented mental strength were evident, and he was far from experiencing the discomfort he had endured previously. He promptly retrieved a vial of mental stimulation potion from his spatial ring and consumed it, replenishing his waning mental energy. Observing the persistent hue of purple in the Ge Tian Ma's eyes, alongside its innate talent, Lin Shu conceived a name for it. From now on, you shall be known as Zimao. The Ge Tian Ma expressed profound satisfaction with this name, immediately casting a pleading gaze towards Lin Shu, its eyes and spirit radiating a desire for further enhancement. Lin Shu chuckled, amused by Zimao's unyielding ambition for strength. With a flick of his wrist, he elevated Zimao's level to 3. The energy surged within, exhilarating the creature, now entranced by its newfound power. Zimao's eyes sparkled with wonder, realizing that its two elder brothers had not deceived it. Its master was indeed omnipotent. Lin Shu, however, did not neglect Tu Yao. The remaining 182 proficiency points were perfectly sufficient for Tu Yao to ascend a level. With a thought, he reduced the proficiency to a mere 7 points. The overwhelming energy began to distribute within Tu Yao, leaving it astonished. Is this what it feels like to receive enhancement? It was an intoxicating sensation, and it resolved to protect its master diligently, believing that such efforts would yield further rewards. With this thought, it wore a benevolent smile. My master has not forgotten me. How delightful. Hei Yi, observing from the side, cast a disdainful glance, its expression betraying a hint of condescension. Fools, so easily appeased. Do you truly not recognize who holds the master's heart? It is I, Hei Yi, for the master has chosen to dote solely on me. With a casual stance and hands on his hips, Lin Shu stepped out after completing the contract, accompanied by his 3 spirit beasts. The honest and simple Tu Yao, unable to bear seeing his spirit beast suffer, gently placed Zimu on his arm, carrying him along. Lin Shu, observing this, chose not to comment further. Subsequently, under the guidance of an internal staff member, he arrived at an office where the principal was enjoying some tea. Lin Shu gently pushed the door open and entered. Pei Yuanfang paused, surprised that the contract had been completed in just half an hour. You have quite a few methods, he remarked, slightly taken aback. So quick. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. It's just been brewed. Lin Shu promptly settled at the tea table and remarked, I was fortunate. Zimu seems quite fond of me. It all happened rather haphazardly. That's quite good, Pei Yuanfang replied noncommittally, recalling that many others had also sought after the little creature but had struggled immensely. At that moment, Zimu lay against Lin Shu's pant leg, inseparable from him. Not overly concerned with the intricacies, Lin Shu felt that the success of the contract was a positive turn of events. He lifted the warm tea from the table, took a delicate sip, and said, Lin Shu, have you already considered attending Zhongzhou University? To this question, Lin Shu had his answer ready. Yes, principal. I have also chosen my mentor. Pei Yuanfang was not surprised. It was only natural for such a promising talent to be recognized early on. Zhongzhou University is excellent. I am quite familiar with it, and coincidentally, an old friend works there. Once you enroll, you might reach out to her. She could be of great assistance. Lin Shu sipped his tea, contemplating. I will be attending university next year. The school's subsidies and support are. Pei Yuanfang interrupted, waving his hand. Why speak of such things? You must prioritize your future. It's only natural. No one will hold it against you, including the school and myself. There's no need for guilt. On the contrary, the greater your achievements, the more benefits the school and I will reap. It's a mutual endeavor. His lengthy discourse turned the tables, suggesting that the school was the beneficiary, a testament to his long tenure as principal and his eloquence. I shall not forget the assistance provided by the school and the principal. Pei Yuanfang nodded in satisfaction, having awaited this affirmation. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a student who remembers past kindness. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, but those matters are for the future. For now, your focus should be on your growth. Entering university swiftly will be advantageous for you. You need not worry about resources, as the school will do its utmost to provide for you. As for competitions, you need not concern yourself. Experiencing one will suffice. Lin Shu largely agreed with this sentiment. The principal's investment in his future was evidently increasing. It became clear that displaying exceptional talent would lead to favorable circumstances. I share your perspective. Thank you for your concern, principal. Pei Yuanfang drained his teacup and laughed heartily. It is only right for the principal to support his students. I am well acquainted with spirit beasts like the Tian Ma. Should any issues arise with Zimu, feel free to seek my counsel. Although Lin Shu was confident that no issues would manifest, he nodded obediently. The two continued to sip tea and engage in light-hearted conversation, making for an enjoyable atmosphere. Suddenly, Yi, who had been lying on the ground, sprang to his feet, his 4 ebony wings flapping restlessly. His face was filled with unease, as his acute spatial awareness sensed an unknown space about to erupt nearby. Tu Yao and Zimu were bewildered, wondering what was causing their elder brother's sudden alarm. This situation soon caught the attention of the two. Lin Shu scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. However, his trust in Yi assured him that something significant was about to occur. Pei Yuanfang furrowed his brow, able to perceive a looming event due to his elevated mental tier. He promptly contacted Shuiyu, advising her to cease her frolicking. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Fierce winds howled, and dirt and sand flew about. The scene resembled the onset of an earthquake, causing the office to tilt. Items within the room clattered and fell, creating a cacophony as the entire space trembled. A small spatial vortex appeared 10 kilometers away, shrouded in darkness, with wild winds roaring within. It resembled a colossal vacuum cleaner, its immense suction shredding everything drawn into its grasp. In that moment, a vast golden light, akin to flowing clouds, descended from above. Observing from a height, one could see a massive golden sphere enveloping the entire white structure, abruptly severing the sudden tremor and safeguarding the internal domain. Clearly, Shuiyu had unleashed her skill. The formidable heaven's light. The protective capacity was evident. The room fell silent, with only a disarray of items strewn across the floor. Pei Yuanfang's expression softened. He had discerned the nature of the problem. Lin Shu deduced from the prior circumstances that a foreign realm had emerged nearby. Given the intensity, it was likely only a shattered-level existence. Had it been a mid-level abyss or higher, they would have been swept away by the tremendous suction and faced certain doom. The mere emergence of a shattered-level realm possessed such power, which was indeed terrifying. Lin Shu concurred, acknowledging their fortunate circumstances. The preceding changes mirrored the descriptions of foreign realms emerging in his studies. Meanwhile, Yi returned to a state of calm, having unexpectedly exhibited a heightened sensitivity to the emergence of the foreign realm. This ability was quite impressive. Thus, they awaited the conclusion of the disturbance under the protection of heaven's light. The fluctuations of a shattered-level foreign realm typically last around half an hour. During this waiting period, Pei Yuanfang began to contemplate certain matters. Lin Shu had previously requested recommendations for foreign realms where spirit beasts could be defeated. He had delayed in his suggestions, allowing Gu Li to seize the opportunity. Now, a splendid chance presented itself with this freshly emerged shattered-level foreign realm. Newly birthed realms require a period of exploration before entry is permitted. Exploration entails the official spirit beast tamers entering to eliminate dangerous spirit beasts and investigate the internal environment. Naturally, individuals or groups can also enter, as the officials do not prohibit it, though they impose restrictions on numbers and other requirements. During this period, many spirit beasts within would be fair game for elimination. Moreover, a shattered-level foreign realm was perfectly suited for Lin Shu's current capabilities, presenting minimal danger. With this idea in mind, Pei Yuanfang spoke up. What are your thoughts on entering this foreign realm? During the exploration phase, you can freely defeat spirit beasts. Isn't that just perfect for your Yi? Before Lin Shu could respond, Yi abruptly turned around, his eyes brimming with excitement. He looked at Lin Shu, as if urging him to agree, eager to enhance his proficiency. This scene made Pei Yuanfang realize that Lin Shu's earlier assessment was indeed correct. The little mantis was quite eager for the thrill of battle. However, this is merely a trivial matter. After observing several matches, it is evident that everything remains well within the realm of control. A few quirks are inconsequential. Is it a good arrangement? If it proves troublesome, then perhaps it is best to abandon it. For Lin Shu, venturing into uncharted territories indeed brings a sense of novelty. Yet if the expectations are excessively high, it may not be worthwhile. After all, one can also improve proficiency on Meihu Dao. Pei Yuanfang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters are minor inconveniences. What difficulties could arise? Let us proceed as planned. He feigned irritation, prompting Lin Shu to hastily respond. I still fear causing trouble for the principal. I shall simply follow your arrangements. Indeed, that is the correct mindset. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Perfectly coincidentally, Teacher Su happens to be available. Let him accompany and protect you as you enter the foreign realm the day after tomorrow. Pei Yuanfang decisively confirmed this arrangement. It was a reasonable plan, and Lin Shu naturally had no objections. Half an hour passed, and the two exited the building. The once verdant landscape outside now lay in utter disarray, transformed into a desolate expanse of yellow earth. with clods of soil rising from below. It was as though a game of chess was unfolding upon the grass. In the distance, the towering green mountains stood, many of their trees having succumbed to the calamity. At this moment, several boulders tumbled down the slopes, creating a thunderous cacophony. Fortunately, the Tianma outside remained unscathed under the protection of Shuiyu, with not a single loss incurred. This was indeed the best outcome, as the devastation wrought by this sudden foreign realm was astonishing. Had it not been for Shuiyu's protection, the principal's estate would likely have suffered irreparable damage. Pei Yuanfang merely cast a cursory glance at the chaos, remaining unfazed, satisfied as long as the beasts and personnel within were safe. He then began directing personnel to repair the nearby areas and damaged structures. With the assistance of the beasts, these tasks were accomplished with relative ease, and Lin Shu was not required to lend a hand. They subsequently returned to Tsanglan No. 2. After a whirlwind of activity, they arrived back in the afternoon, and Lin Shu chose not to visit the equipment room. Instead, he returned to the team's quarters. He invested some time in creating a replica of Zimao, thereby beginning to accumulate proficiency. Although Zimao had already learned of the existence of replicas from He Yi and Tu Yao, he still surveyed the room, gazing at the object that mirrored himself perfectly. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Shu informed his mentor about the impending venture into the foreign realm. The response was prompt, indicating that the mentor currently had ample time. Very well, the fragmentation level is indeed suitable for you, and with protection, safety can be assured. Such explorations are commonplace at Zhongzhou University, so adapting to the process in advance would be beneficial. Observing the series of messages from his mentor, Lin Shu noted the reference to the university, indicating that the primary focus would likely remain on the foreign realm. I share your sentiments. However, my understanding of the foreign realm is rather superficial. I wonder if you possess any materials on this subject for me to review. In response to Lin Shu's inquiry, Gu Li quickly replied, "Your caution is commendable, though I had forgotten you have yet to enroll and thus have not studied this knowledge. Fortunately, I possess a document that contains detailed information." Shortly thereafter, a document titled "A Few Matters Concerning the Foreign Realm" was transmitted. Lin Shu eagerly downloaded the document, which was relatively concise at 30 pages, containing approximately 10,000 words. He replied with an acknowledgement and a grateful emoji. As time progressed, his rapport with his mentor naturally grew more familiar, no longer requiring the formality previously observed, akin to his interactions with Baisheng. The conversation continued, with Gu Li sending another message. "Additionally, your illusory dream fish has found a new owner. However, I gave it away as a favor. He was in urgent need of a psychic beast, so there will be no profit from this transaction. Rest assured, I shall not let you go unrewarded. I will compensate you with Xia currency or resources." Upon reading this, Lin Shu understood the situation and quickly replied, "There is no need, mentor. You have already assisted me greatly. I am happy to help you in return." Lin Shu genuinely believed this. Gu Li, aware of Lin Shu's character, found his words reasonable. Nevertheless, the more he insisted on not letting Lin Shu suffer a loss, the more he felt he should not neglect him. "What I lack is not merely small sums of money or resources, but rather rare and precious beasts. That is what holds the true value. You should accept it. Did you not mention yesterday that you intended to contract your third beast today? We are both affluent, so please accept it." The mentor's reasoning was sound. At present, Lin Shu had little cash on hand and felt it inappropriate to constantly rely on others. Ultimately, Lin Shu yielded to Gu Li's insistence and chose to accept the Xia currency. He sent his account number and received a transfer. Soon, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Fengdu Bank reminds you, esteemed customer, that your account has received a transfer today amounting to 3,000,000,000. For inquiries, please contact customer service." The digits were lengthy, occupying a third of his phone's screen. Had this been earlier, Lin Shu would have been ecstatic. But now he merely cast a fleeting glance before looking away. He understood that this was a result of his strength. The more powerful a beastmaster is, the quicker the financial rewards come. At that point, not only 3 million, but even 200 million would be easily attainable. "Mentor, I have received the funds." "Good. Let us leave it at that. Consider how you wish to spend this money. If you find yourself at a loss, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." After sending a thumbs-up emoji, he concluded the conversation, gazing at the cold sum of 30 million resting in his bank account. Lin Shu's only intention was to acquire a larger residence, with no immediate needs beyond that. He decided to hold on to the money for the future, intending to use it for purchasing evolution materials for Tu Yao and Zimao, as well as for emergencies. He then opened the document and began absorbing the knowledge within, gradually familiarizing himself with the unfamiliar aspects of the foreign realm. The bizarre and captivating stories within the document drew him in, leaving him engrossed. Meanwhile, Tu Yao, Heiyi, and Zimao continued their skill training independently. Chapter 89, The Realm of Absolute Darkness. Over the past 2 days, Lin Shu diligently engaged in activities within the equipment room. However, the newly contracted Zimao sparked a wave of curiosity and astonishment among his peers. Upon learning of its perfect quality, admiration abounded, as they recognized the advantages bestowed by such exceptional talent. They lamented how not only had their beast levels risen swiftly, but even their mental acuity had improved remarkably. Their envy was palpable. A perfect talent was inherently suited for the vocation of a beast master. Today marked the day that Lin Shu and Su Lily would venture to the newly birthed foreign realm. This event was not concealed from anyone. Rather, Lin Shu openly shared it with his companions. Inside the equipment room, everyone was fervently engaged in training, preparing for the upcoming Binzhou Cup competition. Notably, Chun Yujia and Lan Mengzhu demonstrated a remarkable recovery in their beast's health, healing much faster than previously reported. After merely a day of rest, they had eagerly returned to training, likely fearing any lapses in their performance during the forthcoming competition. During a brief interlude, Lei Wu curiously inquired, "Lin Shu, when are we heading over?" "It's nearly noon." Lin Shu understood precisely what Lei Wu was referring to. The principal had contacted him, indicating that they could depart in the afternoon. Others turned their attention to Lin Shu, clearly intrigued by the topic. "We'll be leaving in the afternoon. We can still have lunch." When it comes to lunch, Lin Shu has stored quite a substantial amount of supplies in the space ring and the Dark Realm storage over the past couple of days. This includes everything necessary for his survival over a span of 3 months, along with some essential tools. These preparations were made as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that he is well equipped. "I truly envy you. You have the opportunity to cultivate new lands. Indeed, none of us have ventured there. I long to see it for myself." Upon hearing this, Lei Wu remarked, prompting agreement from Li Shuheng, Qin Yujia, and Lan Mengzhu. "If you wish to join Lin Shu, you need not say a word. I will speak with the principal, and you shall undoubtedly be granted permission." Su Liliang, who was nearby, said with a grin. This statement caused the speakers to shrug. After all, Lin Shu is an extraordinary individual, incomparable to them. "Su Laosher, please do not jest. Lin Shu is a once-in-a-century genius in beast taming from Fengdu, far beyond the likes of us mere mortals." Upon hearing this, the reserve members nodded in agreement. As they held this sentiment with conviction, Lin Shu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to interject. Before long, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Lin Shu and Su Liliang set off towards their destination. Although the principal did not accompany them, she had summoned Shui Yu, indicating a level of importance. Su Liliang gazed at Lin Shu with envy, reflecting on the exceptional treatment he received, being able to summon the principal's prized beast at will. Shui Yu cast a glance at the two, evidently recognizing them. The higher the level of a beast, the more intelligent it becomes, a fact exemplified by Tu Yao. They mounted together, and Shui Yu swiftly propelled them towards their destination. Just 10 minutes later, Lin Shu glimpsed a swirling vortex of profound darkness below, with numerous diminutive figures bustling about, evidently beast tamers arriving to explore the wilderness. Shui Yu smoothly descended near the entrance to the alternate realm, selecting a less crowded corner. Despite avoiding the throngs of people, their presence still garnered significant attention. The level of the beast was exceedingly high, its rank undetectable. Which second-generation heir has come here for an experience? It is best not to provoke him. It would be wise to keep a safe distance. Many had formed their judgments about Lin Shu. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng, eagerly anticipating, squinted. "Is that not Lin Shu? How delightful to see you here today. What a coincidence." She then approached, accompanied by a young man who clearly recognized Lin Shu and understood his good rapport with Xiao Sheng. Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings and noticed numerous simple structures had been erected nearby, along with several military personnel patrolling the area. The entrance to the alternate realm had been significantly improved, the ground flattened, and a large signal tower had even been erected in a substantial area. Clearly the work of the authorities, and executed with remarkable speed. Just then, a voice interrupted Lin Shu's thoughts. "What a coincidence to see you here." Turning at the sound, Lin Shu saw Bai Sheng approaching, a smile on her face, accompanied by the young man, who appeared intrigued by Shui Yu. "Indeed, I did not expect you to be here as well." Bai Sheng raised an eyebrow and playfully punched Lin Shu on the back. "You thought I was beneath you, didn't you?" They both laughed heartily and began introducing one another. "This is my brother, Bai Yufan." The young man politely nodded towards Lin Shu and Su Liliang in greeting. Lin Shu gestured towards his teacher. "This is my teacher, Su Liliang." Meanwhile, Shui Yu, resting nearby, also introduced itself. Thus, they became acquainted. They soon began discussing the fragmented realm. "Are you aware of the circumstances within?" Lin Shu nodded, having received a briefing from the principal earlier. "This realm is a fragment that once belonged to the realm of extreme darkness." Bai Sheng was not surprised. Such information is readily available to anyone who inquires. "I have heard that the environment there can be quite harsh, resembling a world of eternal night." coupled with the dark attribute beasts. This poses a significant danger to low-tier beast tamers. Bai Sheng spoke in a hushed tone, just loud enough for Lin Shu to hear. Lin Shu, however, was less concerned about the dangers, instead inquiring about the number of beasts present. How perilous could it truly be? The upper limit for beasts is around level 30. And with Su Laosher's protection, these threats seem trivial. Thus, Lin Shu's primary concern was whether there would be a sufficient number of beasts for him to hunt. It should be manageable. They tend to hide in corners, seeking ambush opportunities. While Lin Shu may not perceive the danger, for Bai Sheng, it is a different story. Given that his Tian Lei is currently only level 20. Understood. As long as they conceal themselves, it is of little concern. My panel will assist me, and I need not fear their hiding. Bai Sheng initially considered accompanying Lin Shu, but ultimately decided against it, realizing that with Lin Shu's strength, he would likely venture deeper, while she would remain to explore the periphery. After conversing for a while, the vortex behind them began to change. The rapid rotation within suddenly ceased. The previously impenetrable darkness above gradually dissipated. This scene was familiar to all. It indicated that the internal space had stabilized. Now, it was time to enter the alternate realm. At that moment, a soldier at the forefront called out, "The alternate realm is stable. Please enter in an orderly fashion, without causing a commotion." The crowd responded in unison, indicating their familiarity with the procedure. The soldier nodded and waved his hand, leading a group of individuals without hesitation into the realm. A few soldiers remained to maintain order, while the following group promptly followed suit, eager to enter. Those who lagged behind risked losing out on valuable treasures. Lin Shu and Bai Sheng's group remained unhurried. As they were not there to compete for resources, they preferred to take their time. As the last of the crowd disappeared into the realm, Lin Shu's group prepared to enter as well. Shuiyu rose and followed closely behind, evidently intending to accompany Lin Shu. The light attribute of Shuiyu played a crucial role in this environment, showcasing the principal's attentiveness. However, its strength could not be fully unleashed, otherwise, this fragmentary realm would struggle to withstand such energy, risking spatial collapse. Upon entering the pitch-black curtain of light, a disorienting sensation enveloped them. As Lin Shu's consciousness expanded, he experienced little reaction, whereas Bai Sheng collapsed onto the ground, dizzy and disoriented. This alternate realm seemed shrouded in endless gloom, the land enveloped in silence, devoid of any semblance of life. A dim moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint and hazy glow, the only source of light within. In the darkness, grotesque stones jutted out like silent sentinels, while the wind howled, producing a chilling whisper. In the distance, an ethereal mist flowed, seemingly concealing terrifying dangers. The entire environment exuded an air of mystery and strangeness. At that moment, Shuiyu radiated a brilliant light, beams of illumination erupting forth, resembling an enormous light bulb from afar. The effect was striking, significantly enhancing visibility, allowing them to see stones clearly several meters ahead. Su Liliang emanated a glow as well, and the mandala snake promptly appeared in their line of sight. Everyone summoned their respective beasts at this moment. Beside Lin Shu, both He Yi and Tu Yao emerged in succession. In the depths of the night, it thrived in this environment, for it was of the dark affinity, reveling in such surroundings. However, Tu Yao and Zimao found themselves rather uncomfortable, deeply sensing their unease. Bai Sheng observed the thunder beast beside him and then glanced at Lin Shu. He, still a mere beast tamer, had already contracted 3 beasts, significantly unfazed by the speed of their evolution. A sigh escaped him, as the disparity between them seemed to widen. Bai Yufan, witnessing this scene, cast several glances at Lin Shu, affirming his extraordinary nature. At such a tender age, he had successfully contracted 3 beasts, a true prodigy in beast taming, as Bai Sheng had remarked. Subsequently, Bai Sheng spoke in a soothing tone, suggesting, "Let us part ways here. I intend to meander around the periphery." His intention was to allow Thunder to accumulate some practical experience without delving too deeply into the fray. "Very well," Lin Shu replied, eager to delve deeper for the sake of enhancing his proficiency, for without venturing further, he would not encounter higher-level beasts. Thus, Lin Shu, accompanied by Su Liliang and Shuiyu, advanced ahead, while Bai Sheng and Bai Yufan veered to the right, a glimmer illuminating the path ahead. The terrain beneath their feet was rugged and uneven. The elusive moonlight cast a pale silver sheen upon the ground. The withered trees stretched their twisted limbs, resembling desperate arms reaching for the heavens. The journey was fraught with eeriness and shadows. Lin Shu maintained a relaxed demeanor, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of traces of beasts. Su Liming, however, was exceedingly cautious, his nerves slightly frayed by the unsettling environment. A few beasts exhibited no signs of distress, their eyes darting aimlessly around. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered. A swarm of black and gray bats swooped in from all directions, dancing around the light emitted by Shui, emitting piercing cries. They circled in the air, stirring a chilling wind that sent an uncomfortable shiver down one's spine. Yet they dared not breach the circle of light. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted into a combat-ready state, as numerous beasts stepped forward, encircling Lin Shu. Shui observed the amusing little bats overhead with keen interest, a smirk adorning her face, clearly sensing that these bats posed no threat due to their feeble power. Name: Bloodthirsty Bat. Level: 7. Level Cap: 23. Status: Frightened. Quality: Common. Attribute: Dark. Talent: None. Skills: Basic Impact: 1130. Beginner Claw Strike: 1520. The weakness of these bloodthirsty bats was alarming, as the majority were below level 10, wild and unruly, merely flailing about. Although they appeared in numbers, posing some threat. For Lin Shu, they were merely an opportunity to gain proficiency. With a subtle shift in his gaze, the knight understood the command. It soared high into the air and, in the blink of an eye, plunged into the chaotic fray, embarking on a slaughter. With a mere flick of its hand, the knight unleashed a flash of silver-white light. A formless ripple slicing through the air, resulting in a gushing torrent of blood. The sky resembled a battlefield, with bloodthirsty bats plummeting like dumplings. The knight dispatched them one by one, as if mowing grass, leaving the remaining bats terrified, fleeing into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Cleverly, they recognized the need to escape. The knight refrained from recklessly pursuing them, instead descending back to Lin Shu's side. This encounter yielded 56 points of proficiency, bringing the total to 112. Oh, bloodthirsty bats. You are truly good companions. Lin Shu expressed his satisfaction. Su Liliang, observing the bats vanishing into the darkness, remarked solemnly. Such formidable aggression indeed continues the theme of the realm of extreme darkness. Lin Shu wholeheartedly agreed, recalling that the documents had elaborated on certain peculiar otherworldly realms. Aggressiveness is advantageous, for it spares him the effort of searching. Continuing onward, they traversed the dim environment, unaware of how many beasts lay hidden, poised to ambush the unwary. In realms yet unexplored, 3 general conditions typically prevailed. The first, akin to the present situation, featured beasts of extreme aggression, bloodthirsty and violent, coupled with environmental hazards. The second condition appeared more benign, resembling Mayhu Island, a tourist haven, where the environment was harmonious. The third, the most peculiar, might host the presence of alien races. The documents also recorded that these races were categorized into 3 classes: servants, commoners, and nobles. Servants were bound to unconditionally obey the commands of nobles, even unto death. The simplest way to discern the nobility was through their surnames, as a compound surname indicated an aristocrat from another realm. Chapter 91, an Ingrass. Under the bright and striking illumination of Shui, the main group steadily advanced, heading toward the fleeing swarm of bloodthirsty bats. They encountered no attacks along the way, leaving Lin Shu somewhat disappointed. At that moment, the knight suddenly flapped its 4 wings. Its expression tinged with excitement as it conveyed a message to Lin Shu. Do you sense the dark energy? There is something valuable ahead. Promptly, Lin Shu instructed the knight to lead the way, and it surged forward, the group trailing closely behind. Ahead lay a modest earthen slope, its outline barely discernible beneath the murky moonlight. Scattered across it were several plants resembling herbs, chaotically dispersed. The plants were entirely dark, their leaves slender and resilient. Crowned by a blooming, ethereal blue flower, the knight descended slowly, bending down to scrutinize the peculiar flora. The abundant, dark energy emanating from within captivated its attention. Lin Shu, witnessing this, recognized it as a spiritual material, although he could not discern its specific nature. To his surprise, the knight possessed a hidden treasure-seeking ability. At this juncture, Su Liming interjected, "This is an Ingrass, a Tier 3 dark attribute spiritual material. It is impressive that the knight could sense it from such a distance." Having studied this area in university, he was well acquainted with an Ingrass. The knight's acute perception astounded him further. Lin Shu realized this ability was likely a characteristic acquired post-evolution. Upon receiving praise, the knight puffed out its chest, feeling a swell of pride. "Teacher Su, is there any particular method for harvesting it?" In response to Lin Shu's inquiry, Su Liliang shook his head, explaining that harvesting such low-tier spiritual materials required little effort. One could simply pull them up. The energy was primarily stored within the blossoms. Understood. Knight, Tu Yao Zimao, gather all the Ingrass in sight. With a commanding tone, Lin Shu directed the trio to commence their collection. This newly birthed realm indeed brimmed with treasures. Although Lin Shu did not currently lack for spiritual materials, who would ever complain of excess wealth? Before long, a dozen Ingrass plants had been uprooted and presented to Lin Shu. Just as he prepared to offer half to Su Liliang, the latter waved his hand. saying, "No need to share with me. Keep them for yourself. The effect of such low-tier spiritual materials is minimal for me." Seeing this, Lin Shu said nothing further, collecting all the inane grass into his space ring. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Yet the knight did not pause, continuing to stride forward, clearly sensing more treasures ahead. Following the knight's lead, they soon encountered a basin teeming with swaying inane grass, shimmering with ethereal blue ripples in the still, dim scene. Just as the knight prepared to seize them, a sudden sharp cry pierced the air once more. A swarm of bloodthirsty bats clustered together, resembling a dark shroud, swirling ominously above the patch of inane grass. Like a desperate guardian of a treasured possession, they fiercely defended their lair from the vile intruder who had dared to pursue them here. No longer retreating or fleeing, they surged forward like a torrent of darkened waters, determined to protect the precious and Han Chao. Lin Shu, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile, relishing the serendipity of the moment. The knight, far from being alarmed, raised its mighty blade high, striking at the onrushing horde of bloodthirsty bats. Their sharp fangs incessantly gnawed at the knight's protective shell. Yet their offensive prowess fell woefully short against such formidable defenses, causing their teeth to shatter upon impact. The bloodthirsty bats emitted cries of despair, while the knight retaliated with a flurry of blade-like energies, granting them a semblance of respect. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Within mere minutes, the valiant bats fell lifeless to the ground, their vitality extinguished. Lin Shu reveled in acquiring 242 proficiency points, marveling at how fortunate this place proved to be. However, the guardians of the Han Chao were not limited to the bloodthirsty bats. From the shadows emerged a rustling sound, revealing a menacing swarm of scorpions advancing with fierce intent. They brandished their lethal pincers and raised their venomous tails, launching a fierce assault on the knight. A torrent of toxic purple liquid, intensely lethal, rained down upon the thieves, but a golden barrier held steadfast against the onslaught. Name, Duan Xia. Level, 12. Maximum level, 43. Status, Enraged. Quality, Elite. Attribute, Poison Darkness. Talent, None. Skills, Minor Scorpion Stinger, 1830. Minor Charge, 2530. Intermediate Poison Spray, 1160. Their power far exceeded that of the bloodthirsty bats. It seemed these Duan Xia were the true rulers of this domain. Although their toxins appeared less formidable, their sheer numbers could not be underestimated. The poisonous effects were particularly insidious, inflicting persistent damage that warranted caution. Lin Shu cautioned the knight to remain vigilant against the toxic assault. The knight, responding not with words but with swift action, deftly evaded the poisonous raindrops, proving the Duan Xia were merely a fleeting adversary. The only significant challenge lay in their toxins. The knight's resilient shell crumbled the fragile exoskeletons of the scorpions with ease. The conflict concluded with barely a sound, granting Lin Shu an additional 232 proficiency points. Subsequently, he expended 272 proficiency points to elevate the knight to level 31, simultaneously enhancing its talent, Void Walk, to a minor proficiency, leaving a balance of 168 points. A faint glow of advancement sparked surprise and astonishment in Shui Yu and Su Liliang. What was happening? They were slaying foes and leveling up simultaneously? Meanwhile, a few small creatures busied themselves collecting the scattered Han Chao, delivering them into Lin Shu's hands. Su Liliang surveyed their surroundings, contemplating the abundance of Han Chao, reminiscent of a sacred planting ground within an alien clan. Such a location would not yield so many spiritual plants without purpose. Lin Shu, too, recognized this, understanding that such sacred grounds were cultivated by certain families for the purpose of growing spiritual plants, either for the evolution of their progeny or for sale. Almost every substantial alien power possessed such a place, as wild spiritual plants were often insufficient in number compared to cultivated ones. Lin Shu gathered all the Han Chao, affirming their suspicions. We are likely on the right path. Let us venture forth. We may yet encounter alien architecture. His analysis was astute and bold, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. For aside from the trial tower, he had yet to experience anything else. The expedition resumed at an accelerated pace. Chapter 92, The Shun Tu Clan. As Su Liliang had predicted, they soon discovered traces of alien architecture. In the inky darkness, a black stone tablet loomed ahead. It stood silently, marred with weathered inscriptions, its surface roughened by the passage of time. Behind the tablet lay remnants of crumbled structures, their former glory long since faded, leaving only desolation and sorrow in their wake. Piles of shattered stones formed a desolate ruin. Beneath the shadow of the black stone tablet, illuminated by Shui Yu's glow, Lin Shu discerned the inscriptions above. The alien script, resembling cryptic symbols, left him bewildered, unsure of its meaning. Even Su Liliang was equally perplexed, having never encountered such characters before. At that moment, Shuiyu, observing their confusion, stepped forward. With a deft movement of her left foot, she began to trace in the dirt. Soon, 3 large characters appeared before them. Both were astonished. Shuiyu could comprehend and inscribe the alien script. With a hint of pride, she revealed the 3 characters, Shun Tu Shi. This name signified their noble lineage. Lin Shu's understanding of alien cultures remained too limited for context, leaving him in the dark. Su Li Liang, resting his chin in thought, shook his head after a while, admitting he had never heard of the Shin Tu Shi either. Nonetheless, this revelation did not impede their progress. Observing the stone tablet, still standing resolute through the ages, Lin Shu surmised it must possess great value. He made an attempt to claim it. Su Li Liang chuckled at this. That stone tablet must be of significance. If you can take it, then do so. Lin Shu, of course, did not hesitate, placing it into the Knight's storage space. Fortunately, his skills had improved, allowing for a more spacious interior, perfectly accommodating the tablet. He then proceeded towards the remnants of the structures, eager to uncover further treasures. However, disappointment awaited him. After a protracted search within, his efforts yielded nothing of substance. Dismayed, Lin Shu continued onward, seeking out beasts to slay. Elsewhere, within a cave, 3 men fixated intently on the stone tablet and the nearby azure stone tea table. Upon the table lay a magnificent gem, radiating a translucent glow and exuding a gentle, warm light. Within the gem, intricate wisps of vapor-like patterns ebbed and flowed, enchanting the eye with their dreamlike quality, unmistakably revealing it as a rare treasure. Greed and desire filled their hearts, and one of them spoke urgently. Eldest brother, second brother, what does the tablet contain? You've been murmuring for ages. We are wasting time. Let us take the gem and swiftly seek our next opportunity. The eldest paused his actions, casting a sidelong glance at the youngest, revealing a look of short-sightedness. Such foolishness. Do you have any idea what is inscribed upon it? You possess a mountain of treasure, yet remain oblivious, fixated solely on that broken gem. The second brother, prompted by the eldest, grinned and began to explain. The tablet primarily records the evolution path of the Shintu clan, a lineage that has endured for millennia. I, along with the eldest, have deciphered much of the detailed text. There is a high probability it is accurate. Upon hearing this, the youngest gasped in astonishment. This weathered tablet contained such knowledge. He erupted into joyous laughter, unable to contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "We have struck gold. Finally, fortune smiles upon us." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the elder brothers exchanged knowing smiles, clearly exhilarated yet momentarily subdued, as they had yet to fully decipher the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. "All right, you stay there quietly. No jumping around," one commanded. "Understood," the youngest brother readily affirmed, his attitude shifting with alarming swiftness. Having grown up together, the bond among the 3 siblings was remarkably close, and even in the face of such a treasure, none harbored selfish desires to claim it all for themselves. Bored, the youngest approached the azure stone table, intending to examine the precious jade closely. He grasped it firmly, a chilling sensation coursing through him, causing him to shudder. Just as he was about to utter a curse, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A formidable mental shock erupted from the jade, ethereal violet light swirling in the air. The invisible force struck the trio's consciousness like a colossal hammer. With no means to resist, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies thudding against the stone as they fell into unconsciousness, their fates uncertain. From the jade, a shadow darted forth, swirling in the air contemplatively before plunging directly into the eldest brother, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the eldest trembled as he gradually rose from the ground, his body shaking violently, as if he were a mere husk. His once amiable visage turned pallid and cold, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "How long has it been? I, Shintu Wuhong, have finally returned," he declared, his voice laced with profound desolation and seething hatred. He raised his hands, assessing the entirety of the body he had seized, beginning to sift through the eldest brother's memories. Otherworld, Daxiao, fragmentary level. How intriguing, I never expected the dark realm to. His words abruptly ceased, his thoughts trailing off. Shintu Wuhong sensed this new body, asserting control over it. The initial intense rejection gradually subsided, and now he had completely taken possession of this flesh. Useless, utterly useless, he scorned, surveying the original owner's meager strength, barely reaching the 5th tier. Such talent and power do not even qualify to be my servant. In the dark realm, a being like this is fit only to serve as sustenance. The notion of becoming a beast master is utterly laughable. His icy gaze swept over the unconscious second and third brothers, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Fresh prey, though lacking in power, would suffice for his needs and aid in restoring some of his own strength. He raised his hands, fingers outstretched. As tendrils of blood fire manifested from his spirit, the flames blazed fiercely yet bore no warmth, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. With a flick of his wrists, 2 spheres of blood fire shot forth, soaring into the air and enveloping the bodies of the 2 brothers. Their once robust forms quickly withered into lifeless husks. In the dim cavern, the reflection of blood fire in Shinta Wuhong's eyes grew increasingly resplendent and crimson. Chapter 93. Pursuit. At this moment, Lin Shu remained amidst the ruins. Not overly concerned with the alien artifacts. If they were present, he would take them. If not, he would leave. Just then, a streak of crimson light soared high from the northwest, scattering like fireworks, illuminating the night with a vivid red glow. Almost immediately, another crimson beam shot into the sky, indicating a direction. Clearly, this was a means of conveying information. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Liliang remarked, "That is a red jade pillar, a directional signaling device. It signifies that the authorities are issuing a summons for all beast masters who have entered the otherworld to gather. The situation remains unknown. Are they gathering everyone due to imminent danger, or is there an alien threat? Perhaps there is something valuable to be found. All possibilities exist." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu resolved to proceed, confident in the protection of Su Laosher and Shuiyu. He believed there was little that could harm him in this otherworld. "Let us go take a look. It would be good to join the excitement," he declared decisively. Su Liliang adjusted his glasses and nodded, curiosity piqued regarding the events unfolding. Soon, the group shifted direction, heading toward the light of the red jade pillar. However, Shuiyu did not move, her gaze fixed intently on a peculiar figure in the distance. Lin Shu and Su Liliang followed her line of sight, and soon beheld a man with a sinister expression and a pallid face. His gaze was fixed on Lin Shu, his eyes bulging as if he were appraising a work of art. This scrutiny caused Lin Shu to frown. He found the sensation unsettling, as if he were being regarded as mere merchandise. The strange man then turned his gaze to Shuiyu, studying her for a few moments before vanishing from sight. He revealed a chilling grin, flashing his teeth as he nodded, summoning a Shuiyu wolf before disappearing along the rugged dirt path. Both Lin Shu and the beast sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Had they not perceived Shuiyu's formidable strength, a confrontation would have been inevitable. Shuiyu's focus remained on the receding figure until he vanished completely. She detected a rich scent of blood emanating from him, indicating a recent encounter. This man struck her as odd, possessing a feeble aura yet exuding an extraordinary vitality. As long as he posed no threat to Lin Shu, she had little concern for anything else. Meanwhile, Lin Shu lingered, recalling the expression of the enigmatic man, coupled with the brief appearance of the Shuiyu wolf's panel moments prior. He reflected on the implications. Name, Shuiyu wolf. Level, 43. Level cap, 88. Status, Master Deceased, Spirit Control. Quality, Perfect. Attributes, Ice. Talent, None. Skills, Intermediate Claw Strike Mastery. Advanced Bite Mastery. Intermediate Ice Fong Minor Mastery. Advanced / Minor Mastery. High-level Silent Snowstep Beginner, Frost Guardian. The mention of Master Deceased and Spirit Control sparked a realization within Lin Shu. Was this not akin to a Beast Master's possession? With the focus of Beast Masters on spiritual cultivation, the possibility of such secret techniques emerging was not far-fetched. He recalled the Shinta surname inscribed upon the stone tablet, likely indicating a connection to this family. Their avaricious gaze upon him suggested they coveted his talent and physique. Such vile entities should be consigned to the annals of time. He called out to Shuiyu, "Pursue that man. Eliminate him." Lin Shu resolved to eradicate the threat before it could manifest further. He had no desire for such dangerous figures to linger in the shadows, fixating upon him. The adversary had clearly set their sights on him, and there was no need for further discussion. Su Liliang paused at Lin Shu's abrupt command, taken aback by his decisiveness, given the uncertainty of the situation. However, the Night Earth and Purple Eyes expressed their strong support, sensing their master's unease. Shuiyu immediately sprang into action, although unsure of Lin Shu's sudden aggression. Yet, this was a simple task for her. She accepted the command and moved with purpose, darting forward like a golden meteor. At that moment, Shinta Wuhong ambled along the rugged path, in good spirits, having stumbled upon a promising target almost effortlessly. Pondering Lin Shu's earlier demeanor, he felt satisfaction. Such a beastmaster talent would have been considered respectable even within the Shinta family of old. The Daxiao realm was not as inferior as he had anticipated, though a vigilant beast guardian was nearby, nearly awakening. Otherwise, one might simply seize it for future use. Once mental stability is regained, one can choose a new vessel. This current body possesses abysmal talent and can only serve as a temporary vessel. While he contemplated his splendid thoughts, a sudden chill coursed through him, as danger signals flooded his consciousness. This was information perceived by his formidable spirit. The previously pitch-black surroundings were suddenly illuminated, and Shen Tu Wu Hong turned his gaze backward. There, he beheld Shui Yu transforming into a luminous sphere, charging forth like a thunderclap. Alarm bells rang in Shen Tu Wu Hong's mind, and his usually placid expression was replaced by shock and disbelief. Had he been discovered? Such a possibility was utterly inconceivable. His thoughts whirred like clockwork, quickly leading him to clarity. This individual was indeed ruthless. Merely casting a glance had prompted an attempt to obliterate him. Faced with this realization, he hesitated no longer, a resolute expression crossing his face as he etched Lin Shu's name deep into his memory. In the future, I shall claim this body for myself. He instantly relinquished this hard-won vessel, an act fraught with significant cost, leaving his soul with irreparable damage. This only intensified his hatred for Lin Shu. Transforming into a spiritual form, he fled at a speed akin to a fleeting swan, vanishing through the mountains and forests in an instant. Shui Yu's radiant beam of light, akin to holy illumination, did not affect his spiritual form in the slightest. Apart from the attributes of the spirit and lightning type Beast Taming, all other known attribute attacks were utterly ineffective against him. However, high-tier beast spirits were somewhat inferior to regular beast spirits. Under Pei Yuanfang's training, Shui Yu had also acquired a form of mental attack for unforeseen circumstances. The oscillating mental shock dissipated like ripples. Yet, Shen Tu Wuhong's spiritual form was as swift as lightning, rendering Shui Yu powerless to act effectively. All that remained on the ground was a shattered corpse and a dazed Shui Yu wolf. Shui Yu had executed the previous attack with remarkable precision, ensuring no harm befell them, merely directing it toward the spiritual form. Meanwhile, Lin Shu and Su Liliang arrived late, witnessing the scene before them. Clearly, the entity had managed to escape. Truly, one could not underestimate the means of the nobility among the alien races. Subsequently, Shui Yu inscribed the recent events onto the ground with its limbs. The process and images were depicted with meticulous accuracy. Upon reviewing, Lin Shu felt no surprise, while Su Liliang's expression changed drastically, revealing his profound concern. Such occurrences, typically found only in textbook cases, had unfolded right before his eyes. This matter could not be delayed. It was imperative to report immediately. Should that alien spiritual form escape this realm, the consequences would be dire. Acting decisively, he proclaimed, "We must exit and report the situation. This realm is no longer safe. This is a matter of utmost urgency." Lin Shu also comprehended the peril. Retrieving a few beast spirits and taking the corpse along with the still-dazed Shui Yu wolf, they mounted Shui Yu and hastened toward the entrance of the other realm, slaying a few raucous bloodthirsty bats along the way.